time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, July is an exciting time for truck buyers.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sales happening all month long with huge savings on some of our most popular trucks. You pay what we pay. Employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. And if a midsize truck better fits your lifestyle, you can lease a 2026 GMC Canyon for just $319 a month.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Merrill Kelly dialed up exactly what the Diamondbacks needed last night. 7 innings, 3 hits, and just 1 earned run. Paul Sewald would get his 21st save of the year, and the offense was able to do enough to get a 3-1 win and split the series in San Diego. The Diamondbacks will now head to LA for a 3-game series with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Game 1 of that series is tonight, and what should be a real good one. Erod on the mound for the Snakes. Shohei for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer Suns get underway tonight against the Trailblazers. Second-year guys like Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea will look to show some signs of growth. And our first look at Koa Pete in a Suns jersey tonight as well. Tip-off will be at 8. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. Good morning, everybody, to a very special day. A very special day if you're a tennis fan. Huge lineup at Wimbledon today.
Yes.
Very special day if you're Jared Carlin.
And his quads.
And we are going to recap his wild adventure against the Phoenix Rising yesterday.
It was wild.
We're not going to give away any details now other than to say Jared is hurting.
That was predictable.
I'm walking like Fred Sanford through the newsroom.
Elizabeth,
not from
I'm
an
coming.
injury. There was no injury suffered.
Yes, no injury.
This is just good old-fashioned muscles you haven't used before in a long time, soreness.
Squatting and crouching and jumping and diving and running, which I guess I haven't done in 20 years because my God, my thighs just sore, burnt. And it wasn't one of those things where it's like, okay, you wake up the next day and you're sore. It was, I had to sit in the parking lot. First of all, I had to sit in the parking lot because somebody I gave to hold my phone just left it in the sun. So my phone overheated. So I couldn't put the GPS on to get home. So I had to wait in the parking lot.
You couldn't figure out how to get home on your own?
Absolutely not.
You go 40th Street right to the 202.
You couldn't get your way back to the 202?
I'm not sure I could have got out of that parking lot. Dude, I have the worst sense of direction. But just trying to change back into my normal clothes and lift my legs up. Immediate soreness. But very fun. And thank you very much to the Phoenix Rising for being great sports about the whole thing.
They were awesome.
It was good stuff.
This is
so much more than I expected that to be.
This is the type of stuff on the show that I love, when stuff organically picks up momentum and steam and then it becomes a thing, and the listeners get involved. You know
when
how many
everybody's paying attention to you. Let's get to the point.
yeah.
That's what you really love.
These are the kind of things I love on the show when it's about me.
Yes. And finally, be careful out there, folks. Arizona has confirmed at least 10 cases of cyclosporiasis. Have you heard about this, Jarrett? A parasite that causes explosive diarrhea that can last for weeks. Weeks.
Oh, trust me, when I had my little bout of whatever that was last week, I thought about that. I didn't know that's what it was called, but I had read some stories about this parasite.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was more at the other end, though. I was explosive.
Okay.
Explosive in different ways.
No more details needed. Start the show, Jarrett.
Squirting diarrhea. Squirting diarrhea.
Thank you for getting that all in.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs get the split in San Diego. They take the finale of that 4-game series 3-1 over the Padres at Petco Park. Merrill Kelly allowed just 1 run on 3 hits over 7 strong innings. The bullpen combo of Kevin Ginkel and Paul Sewald threw 2 spotless innings. And the D-backs able to muster just enough offense to notch the win. Manny Machado had given the hosts a 1-0 lead in the second with a solo home run off of Kelly, but the D-backs responded in the middle innings. Max Kepler scored on a wild pitch in the 4th. Geraldo Perdomo singled in Tommy Troy in the 5th, and Nolan Arenado went deep, solo home run in the 6th. So the D-backs take 2 of 4. They push their record to 46-47. 3 more for the Snakes before the All-Star break. And those 3 will happen in L.A. against the Dodgers starting tonight. It's a battle of all-stars. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Diamondbacks against some guy named Shohei for the Dodgers. Maybe you've heard of him. He's apparently pretty good. First pitch, 7:10, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with the D-backs BP show at 6:30. D-backs also making some roster moves yesterday, both before and after the game. The big ones. Veteran first baseman Pavin Smith DFA'd by the team. They recall Ryan Walsh-Smith.
Let's go!
From AAA recall. Come on, you're throwing dirt on the guy's grave.
Really? Am I the only one? What would you, Sammy? No. How would you say the reaction of the fan base was when that news dropped yesterday? It was
exactly
cool.
What you guys just did.
It was cool in the gang celebration time.
It was the boys came over. We had some celebration. Yeah.
Smith had struggled with injury and performance in 2026, batting just .141 on the season. At the time of the move, he was a first-round pick of the Diamondbacks out of Virginia in 2017. D-backs also recalled lefty Philip Abner from Reno, and they optioned Jose Cabrera back to the minors. France through to the semifinals at the World Cup, a 2-0 triumph over Morocco Thursday in Foxborough. Kylian Mbappe scored the first of 2 goals in a 6-minute span of the second half for the French. The win pushes France into the semis for the 3rd straight World Cup. They last won it in 2018. Another match today, Spain and Belgium. Those Belgians, they got it coming to them today. They'll face off at noon from SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. You can catch that game on Fox or Telemundo, and the quarters will wrap up Saturday with England facing Norway in Miami at 2, and Argentina battling Switzerland at 6 o'clock from Kansas City. The semifinals will be next Tuesday in Arlington and Wednesday in Atlanta, and then a week from Sunday, the championship match in East Rutherford, New Jersey. By the way, they still do the 3rd place match too. That's on Saturday.
Oh, okay. I got to tell you, watching watching what the French
dressing and ranch dressing.
French. It actually sounds delicious. Watching France play football it's just breathtaking. At one point in time, I texted Sammy this. They were out shooting Morocco 17-2 in shots on goal.
It's absurd.
It's not a boring brand of soccer is what I'm trying to tell you, Jerry.
That's a
Things happen when France plays football.
Good for France.
The score wouldn't have been much different had Jarrett been in the goal.
Do you think? Wait a minute. I don't. But would the outcome of the game have been any different?
If you were playing for France?
If I was playing for either team, would the outcome of the game have been anything?
After what I saw yesterday,
I'll
just say yes. I'm convinced it would be different.
How many shots did Morocco have?
Yeah. No, listen, I kind of know what you're saying.
The trade between the LA Clippers and the Toronto Raptors that would send Kawhi Leonard back north of the border on hold won't be completed until the NBA's investigation into whether the Clippers circumvented the salary cap is completed. The Clippers, in a statement to ESPN on Thursday, said, quote, the trade can only be finalized if the Raptors ownership group assumes the risk of penalties related to Kawhi's contract that could theoretically result from the ongoing investigation. There's no timetable on this thing wrapping up. The league putting pressure on it, though, to wrap up, and they expect it to be done in the coming weeks. This is a very interesting story. Suns Summer League team gets underway tonight at the Pavilion. Come on, Malawatch, Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete, Kobe Brea, and company take on the Portland Trailblazers in the opener. That's the last game on the Friday schedule. It tips off tonight at 8 o'clock. You can see it on ESPNU. Top two picks of the NBA draft met in their respective Summer League openers in Vegas. And A.J. Debonsa and the Wizards beating Darren Peterson's Utah Jazz 92-88. Debonsa pumped in 27 points for Washington. He tied a record, you know. He tied the record for most points in a Summer League debut by a number one overall pick.
Wow, what a specific record.
They got records for everything. Peterson finished with 24 points on 6 of 18 shooting, but had 8 turnovers and 9 fouls in 29 minutes of play. Can't foul out in the Summer League.
He actually had 9 fouls?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Mercury fell at home to the Caitlin Clarkless Indiana Fever, 92-89 at Mortgage Matchup Center. Mercury led by 10 with 5.5 minutes to go, but they were outscored 23-12 the rest of the way. Kelsey Mitchell had 29 for the Fever. Kalia Copper and Alyssa Thomas, 22 each for Phoenix, which has now lost 2 straight.
Mercury aren't going to have an all-star for the first time in 20 years.
Yeah. They're not having a good year.
No, they're not.
Back-to-back road games in Vegas tomorrow against the Aces and Monday night in Minnesota against the Lynx. And men's semifinal action happening today at Wimbledon. Second-seeded Alexander Zverev facing hometown hero Arthur Ferry in the first match. That's going on center court right now. Last I glanced up, it was 3-1 Zverev.
No, it's 4-3 Zverev.
4-3 Zverev.
Who's on serve, though? That's a big question.
Yeah.
They're on serve.
They're back on serve?
He broke back, so yeah.
How about it? Our guy, Arthur. Let's go, Arthur. Let's go, Arthur.
How cool would it be to grow up a mile away from Wimbledon?
Yeah, he's not even British.
He was born in France.
He was born in France, and both his parents are French.
He's an English hero.
He just said he grew up.
He did grow up. He grew up right in Wimbledon.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been an actual Englishman to win Wimbledon in like 90 years.
Andy Murray won it, but he was
Scottish.
Scottish. That'll be followed by Jannik Sinner against Novak Djokovic, with the winners meeting Sunday for the crown. Women's final tomorrow at the All England Club. Karolina Mahova taking on Linda Noskova in a battle of players from Czechia. Something's got to give. This time it's personal.
Tearing the country apart.
There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, July 10th. Coming up, the D-backs did more than enough on the mound and just enough at the plate to salvage a series split in San Diego. We'll tell you more about it coming up. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Seawald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
Chris Garagiola, final call last night from Petco. 3-1 the final, as you heard him say. And yes, I heard some people, saw some people describe this as a very predictable split. Seemed like the right thing for these two teams who kind of been up and down. They have identical records through 93 games, but there was a lot to be happy about, especially from the pitching performance from Merrill Kelly last night.
Yeah.
He looked like Merrill Kelly again for 7 innings. And I know there was maybe a little bit of stress on whether or not he was going to get to the 7th inning, but his pitch count stayed low. He got into the 7th, got out of the 7th, no problems, and then handed off to Ginkel and Seawald, and they were both awesome, too.
Again, you're bearing the lead. The Diamondbacks DFA'd Pavin Smith, everybody.
Well, we're going to talk about that at 7:15.
We can talk about it now. Why can't we talk about it now?
1-0 in the post-Pavin era.
So I bring it up. I bring it up because if Diamondbacks fans were looking for any little bit of hope, they literally were grasping and hovering around the Pavin Smith news. You know what I mean? We've talked all week long, even parts of last week. Is Torey Lovello in danger? Nobody seems to know for certain. It's plausible. It might not even be a thing. Who knows? But as of right now, we've got our scapegoat. And the Diamondbacks are 1-0 without Pavin. Now, I'm being ridiculous.
Well, yeah, because Tim Tawa's numbers aren't much better, but...
No, I mean, if you're going with a Tawa-Vargas platoon... Look, I'm not saying it was the wrong move by any stretch, but Sammy's exactly right. This doesn't put a Band-Aid on an OPS, a positional OPS under 6.
They didn't trade Pavin Smith for a stud. You know what I mean?
No.
It's like they did get rid of him, but they still have the same problem.
Well, the fact that they only took this step after that stat surfaced, that they had a first baseman performing so bad you'd have to go back to 1920 in the record book to find a comp.
Right. Yeah, I do
and
wonder
then it was
what.
like, oh, you know what? We better get out.
I do wonder what the straw that broke the camel's back was.
I
guess so, but it's not like they're not aware. I mean, this is an analytical team. I'm sure they've been following the stats all year long across the board there. I would think in concurrence with him off the team to Merrill Kelly looking like the Merrill Kelly we really needed and hoped, that was one of the more. Now the offense still sucked, but other than that, that was one of the more optimistic overall days.
So, and that's what I'm getting at here. Yes. So you've got this token maneuver of getting out of the clubhouse somebody who had become a fan pariah. Fair or not, Pavin Smith was just getting chopped up on social media. And then for Merrill Kelly to go out and put out his second really good start consecutively, it gives you hope that he's got whatever issues he was dealing with settled and figured out. And if that's the case, then I think you can begin to maybe hope a little more. So you got these 3 games against the Dodgers. And again, the All-Star break is not going to be the Mason-Dixon line for this baseball team. They're not going to look at themselves after Sunday in Los Angeles and go, okay, let's make decisions. But I think the stretch of games in some are going to lead this team to their decision.
Yeah.
So big 3 games ahead.
The eeriness between where we are on the calendar right now, what's happening currently to what happened a year ago at this very same time, it's stunning.
Yeah.
They went to San Diego. They split a 4-game series. There was a little bit of momentum going down to L.A. before the break. They played the Angels last year, not the Dodgers, but that was not a good series for the D-backs. They lost 2 out of 3. They limped into the All-Star break, and then when they came out,
somebody asked for that Sunday off, if I remember correctly.
I'd have to check my notes.
You'd have to go back.
Sammy, look back at the archives, see where that moment.
But even after the All-Star break, they open up with a home series against the Cardinals. It's like the same identical situation that they're in.
Wild. But that is wild.
I don't think there's a worse situation to be going into the Diamondbacks, even with 1 day of optimism and needing more optimism to tide this fan base over. They're going into the Lions' Den. And not only just the Lions' Den where they don't play well historically against baseball's best team, but you get Shohei, Yamamoto, and Emmett Sheehan back to back.
It is astonishing how it feels like the Dodgers are just coasting through the season, and they still have the best record in baseball. And a 14.5-game lead in what was supposed to be one of the best divisions in baseball.
It has not been one of the best divisions in baseball.
Their division lead is almost the same as every other team's division league combined in all of baseball. 14.5 games.
But the big story is the Pavin Smith thing, and we will get into that a little bit more. Merrill Kelly was really good. What Paul Sewald did in the 9th inning, and to see him come in with a 2-run lead, I was watching the game and I'm thinking, wow, a couple of insurance runs would be nice. And then I thought, no, keep it at 2 and hand the ball to Paul Sewald. And he was going against, quote unquote, the meat of their order. It's not the meatiest of orders this year because they're all struggling. He made those guys look stupid in the 9th inning. Especially Bogarts.
Paul Adrenaline Sewald, baby.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, adrenaline junkie.
Maybe
call him AJ.
Maybe if things continue towards mediocrity, maybe the number 1 trade target
from the D-backs.
Yeah, at the deadline.
That's a good call because you've got Justin Martinez coming.
Right.
Yeah, that's going to happen. And
a veteran closer, even if a team brings him in to be like the 8th inning guy, he's having a very good year.
He's going to be a free agent. True. He's cheap. He's reliable. He's been really, really good this year.
Hey, we're not sellers yet, Jarrett.
I'm just saying if things trended in the same way.
I saw a stat, and I never went back and looked it up on Seawald. He's got 21 saves now. He's the first D-backs reliever to have 20-plus saves in a season since Brad Boxberger.
Oh, boy.
Is that right?
How about that?
2018? It's 8 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so Diamondbacks do get a little bit of momentum going into the Los Angeles series. And again, the way it lines up,
well,
you gotta get Shohei right off the bat.
Well, okay, I know it's Shohei, but the Diamondbacks also have their ace pitching tonight.
They do.
And as from a baseball fan, tonight will be a good watch if you want to watch some good pitching. Hopefully Erod can do what he's been doing against a loaded Dodgers lineup, but this is probably your best chance to win a game of these three tonight. Shohei has been...
All things considered, you might be right, which doesn't really make you feel all that confident about it.
As good as Shohei's been on the mound, his last couple starts have been a little shakier than the beginning of the season.
If you had a draft, if you could pick one player and only one player, would you draft Shohei the hitter or Shohei the pitcher?
Shohei the hitter.
Me too.
Yeah, I think I'd go hitter.
He's the best hitter in baseball.
Because he can impact 162 games that way, as opposed to 35.
He's definitely not the best hitter in baseball, but he is one of the best hitters in baseball.
Well, he's had a quiet season, and his numbers are still ridiculous.
he
Another player I was looking at, too, Juan Soto.
To be a top 5 hitter and a top 5 pitcher at the same time, we talk about it all the time, but it's still not appreciated enough. What you're watching with this guy.
That happens in Little League.
Right.
Literally.
It doesn't happen anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
D-backs and Dodgers, that series gets underway tonight. 7:10 first pitch. Erod and Shohei should be a good one. We hope it's a good one. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater. Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Coming up next, we may not know what's going to happen with Jacoby Brissett, but one Cardinals player wants it to happen now. We'll fill you in on the details. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just think we have seen Brandon Pfaadt do good things in the past, and I will continue to say this. Your ERA is your ERA. You can't run from it, right?
Yeah.
But I do think it's different with different guys. Some guys just can't get outs, and every time they go out there, they're bad. Pfaadt is more like he's good, then he's really bad. Then he's good, then he's good. But he's at least giving you a chance to win 2 of the 3 starts or whatever the number is, And if you can manage, if you can kind of be in tune to when he's starting to unravel whatever inning it is, that's more navigatable as a team, I would think, than what Gallen's doing right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and did you know Trajan Wealth takes its name from one of ancient Rome's greatest leaders, a ruler known for discipline, vision, compassion, and a man who left a lasting legacy? It's the philosophy that drives the team at Trajan Wealth, built to help your wealth outlast you as well. Especially if you're nearing retirement, you're feeling those familiar pangs of concern, because if you're like most people, you might not have the peace of mind you need. You might feel a bit uneasy, because it's one thing to save for your retirement. It's quite another to feel totally prepared, and that's what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth, the family office that brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team under one roof. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with Trajan Wealth where you can get a second opinion on your portfolio and what you've got going on currently, and then you can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they're not just financial advisors, they're fiduciaries, which means your interests are the number one priority. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and if you want to take all that retirement stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks righted the ship and split their 4-game series with the Padres last night, in large part due to Merrill Kelly's 7 innings of 3-hit baseball. The offense would do just enough to get a 3-1 win, as the team will now head to L.A. for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Snakes. Shohei Ohtani gets the ball for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Diamondback news: Pavin Smith was designated for assignment yesterday, and Ryan Waldschmidt is back in the big leagues. Tonight, Suns fans will get their first look at Koa Pete in a Suns uniform and get to see Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea's Summer Suns have their first game tonight at 8 against the Blazers. And France rolled right into the semifinal with their 2-0 win over Morocco. Today, Spain and Belgium play for a chance to continue their tournament. And this report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Is there any way the Diamondbacks can pull off a minor miracle and win this series against the Dodgers? And if so, would that get them back on track? We'll preview D-backs Dodgers starting at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, of course. I understand it. It's OTAs. It's, we don't have to be here. They got their situations that they got going on, and when they come into the building, it's welcoming them in with open arms and just understanding that the NFL is a business, So no love lost. Love those guys. When they get in the building, they'll be in the building, and just keeping the main thing.
Buda Baker. That was back on May 27th during OTAs when asked about Jacoby Brissett and Josh Sweat not being there. It is now July 10th, and yesterday, July 9th, we heard from Buda Baker in the form of a social media post. Yeah. Vic. He posted yesterday afternoon, just want bro to get his bleep done. He is not asking for what you think. Bro is asking for below the bare minimum. Let's just get it done, !
Yeah, so he is advocating for the Cardinals to show some urgency and get Jacoby Brissett back to whole, back to happy. So if Buda Baker is the most longest tenure Cardinal, the most respected leader on the team, this is a big deal. This is Buda Baker telling his organization, will you stop playing games with the guy that many of us believe should be our starting quarterback?
Interesting that it's as public as it is at this point. Mm-hmm. We still don't have the details, and we can... that's the closest we've come to hearing from anybody on what Jacoby Brissett is actually looking for. It still doesn't answer any questions. Mm-hmm. Below the bare minimum, I would say he's already on the books for below the bare minimum.
I don't know what that could mean. I really don't know what is bare minimum in the context of what Jacoby Brissett is making.
But this is where the situation gets real sticky. And we've been talking about this for quite some time because it's been a story for quite some time. And your stance has been, hey, just pay the guy, get him in.
It's money. You've got plenty of it. Yeah, spend it.
And my stance has kind of been leaning towards, well, yes, it's just money, but if you're only going to play Jacoby Brissett 8 games and move on from him, ideally, what's the point of spending that money if you don't need to?
But they're not going to spend the money on something else instead.
There's that. But this is where it gets complicated because you think of a guy like Buda Baker, all the things that Bick just said. He's been here the longest. The fan base loves him. He plays with his hair on fire to this point of his career. He is the leader of the Arizona Cardinals. Mm-hmm. And he wants the best opportunity to win as many football games as he can. And he believes that opportunity is presented by Jacoby Brissett. And it's hard to argue with that.
Well,
he's the best quarterback option of the 4 that they have on their roster.
I'm glad you said that. Listen, I think that it's even bigger than that. Buda Baker is telling everybody that Jacoby Brissett's ask is not that big. Did you get that, Jared? I said his ask is not that big.
His ask is not that big.
Right.
Doesn't have a big ask.
He doesn't have a big ask. Buda Baker is letting that be known to everybody. I'm really stunned by so many Cardinal fans and how they're responding to this. Oh, screw that guy. What is the matter with you people?
I'm stunned that Buda got this specifically involved. Because isn't there one thing about like a code in football that you don't get involved with other people's money and stuff like that?
Unless you think the player is being wronged.
Because this is like it's a direct shot at the Cardinals.
Right at the owner.
Because first he's telling the fans, he's not asking for what you think. That's towards the fans.
Yes.
So don't give Jacoby Brissett such a hard time. He's not asking for $20 million a year, essentially, is what he's saying. And then let's just get this done. I'm surprised that it came to this point where, and I wonder if it's connected to just yesterday at the end of the show, we were talking about how some of the Cardinals went and started and working out with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, there was a contingent that went all the way to Florida to work out with Jacoby Brissett. They snapped a picture. They put it out publicly. It's out there. They're trying to get the wheels in motion. And one thing, I think, regardless of what side of this argument or discussion that you're on, one thing everybody can agree on. Normally, when you see these contract situations drag out like this and digging of heels, we're talking about big money players. I think we can all agree this is not a good look for the Arizona Cardinals to be haggling over money with a guy who last year at this time was their backup quarterback. I can't get past that.
Again, to me, this is a very, and I have been very consistent with this. I have acknowledged the fact that if this year is meant to be a transition year and you need to get Carson Beck out there, then I get the idea that what are we going to pay Jacoby Brissett? But if you've got the team captain and the most longest tenured Cardinal, the most respected player on the Cardinals, coming out and saying, "Get this done." He's not asking for what you think. I think it's pretty obvious now what's going on. I think the Cardinals do not want to pay him more money. I think you can assume that Jacoby Brissett's ask is less than $15 million at this point. That's what I think you can assume, because if you look at a guy like Fernando Mendoza, he's going to be at $14 million this year. You've got to believe if Budda Baker is going to put this out there and he is going to go front and center and now become an advocate for Jacoby Brissett, you got to believe that those group of players are siding with the quarterback. Okay. So to me, what is wrong with the strategy of giving him what he wants, rewarding a guy who stepped into the breach for you last year? And if you've got to, at some point in time, if you're 1-7 after 8 weeks, set him free. Act like a big boy operation for once. I mean, again, we talked about this last week about Trey McBride getting lowballed, and now he's thinking about, hey, I might have to leave this cheap-ass team. I'm sorry, I'm editorializing. He didn't say that, I did.
Cheap-ass team.
Again, what are you doing this for? And you were sympathetic with the team in that regard. I don't get it. What is wrong with rewarding the players who do well for you in hopes of building something bigger? If you've got an offense that has a chance, a minuscule chance of blowing up in a good way because of Jeremiah Love, because of Michael Wilson, because of Marvin Harrison Jr. in year 3, why wouldn't you roll the dice with the quarterback who you know can put up big numbers for you in the passing game, who had no running game or no offensive line last year?
The only explanation I can come up with is internally they don't want to jeopardize what could be available to them next April. And again, it seems like the people, and Budda got a lot of response to his post directly from fans that were like, nope, he won one game. And that's the black and white fact is that Jacoby Brissett was a major upgrade at the quarterback position from what we had seen in the first 5 games. I'm convinced of that. Yes, they only won one game. They had holes all over that team. But if the Cardinals, in their heart of hearts, believe Jacoby Brissett was pretty good last year, if we acquiesce to his needs and we play him, we might win 5-6 games. We might not be able to secure our quarterback of the future next April. That's the only way I can justify them digging in. It's a mess no matter how you look at it.
But again, what if they already have their guy? They spent a second-round draft pick on Carson Beck.
A
third-round pick on Carson Beck.
But there's no way they can have confidence that they have their guy at this point. After they slow-rolled him during OTAs and
I'm
minicamp.
seeing a lot of these fans who are ripping Jacoby Brissett, telling the Cardinals to let Carson cook. What is the matter with you people?
Look, I want to see Carson Beck play too because of that's the situation they're in right now. I can't.
But what are the odds of Carson Beck cooking the NFL as a rookie? Come on, we watched this kid play
with this team. I don't think there's going to be a lot of. There might be some microwaving. There might be some ordering out. I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of cooking. And that's not all on Carson Beck.
So this is an interesting develop. We're going to get back to this. This is obviously very, very big news as it results to the Cardinals.
It has been a wild offseason in the NBA, but one of the biggest moves just hit a snag. We'll tell you more about it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and imagine buying a big screen television from a big box store. You lug it out to your car, you bring it all the way home, you get inside, you unpack the thing, and you discover a small crack in the corner of the television. What do you do then? Or maybe you plug it in and it doesn't fire up. What now? This is one of many reasons why you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, because you get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You get a no-worry installation done by a professional at Waltz TV and Appliance. They will have your back from day one. They'll deliver it, mount it, calibrate it, program your remote, set up your streaming apps, walk you through everything before they leave, because at Waltz, this is all they do. Their employees are specialists. They'll ask you the right questions about your room size, your seating distance, whether you want a sound bar or a full surround sound setup. Try getting that conversation at a big box store on a Saturday afternoon. Not going to happen. Finally, people assume Waltz is more expensive because it's not a big box store. That is not the case. They're as price competitive with the big box stores on the exact same models that you want. To prove it, they'll price match any price you bring them. And while you're at Waltz, make sure you drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, and you can always shop online at waltz.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Treat your pet at Tractor Supply with great prices on everything they need in just one stop. All summer long, we're adding new dog and cat products, over 200. Food, toys, treats from brands your pets love. All new, all at great prices, all at one place. So come in to save time and money. Leashed pets are always welcome. Shop in-store or online. Tractor Supply, your one stop for pets out here.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where'd you duck it? Right in straight.
the Raptors and Clippers were set to have a trade call to finalize the deal that sent Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and draft assets. But the league, I'm told, ended up delaying that call and now has decided that the teams will not be moving forward unless the Raptors assume the risk of potential outcomes that come from that investigation. We still don't have a timeline for that investigation. Adam Silver said about a month ago that it could be wrapped up soon. It still has not been. And so over the last several weeks, the Clippers have engaged with multiple teams around Kawhi Leonard trade talks. None of those teams operated with any restriction that they would be dealing with any fallout after a deal being completed for Kawhi Leonard. But now that the Raptors and Clippers were set to finalize this deal, do the trade call with the NBA has essentially paused that conversation until the end of their investigation. The Raptors decide today that they will not be assuming the risk of any discipline or any other fallout that could happen with Kawhi Leonard.
Shams Charania yesterday with the news, one of the big maneuvers so far in this NBA offseason, currently on hold, and you heard all the details there. It all stems on whether or not the Raptors and their ownership are willing to accept penalties that could be levied against Kawhi Leonard. You wonder why they allowed this deal to be even struck in the first place. If this was going to be the case, I would assume a week to 10 days ago, they knew that this was going to be the case. And I'm real curious to see what the reaction is from the Toronto Raptors side of things.
Well, yeah, listen, I told you that inside the game last week that there is this belief from some people that the Raptors are getting Kawhi as satisfaction for what happened last time, and because the Raptors are the most aggrieved party in this aspiration deal. Because they reported Uncle Dennis, who asked the Raptors for the same thing he asked and received from the Clippers. The Raptors were like, "That we can't do that. We can't just pay you money for no appearances." And they reported it to the NBA. And Kawhi left Toronto, and he signed with the Clippers, and the Clippers did everything that the Raptors warned the NBA that he was trying to do to them.
Now the Raptors still might get punished for that.
Right. But I don't think that's where this story is going. I think that because Pablo Torre busted all of this out a couple of days ago, and I think the league now is slow rolling this because they need to manage this, because I don't think they want to even get near punishing the most wealthy owner in basketball. A guy that just spent all that money on a stadium out of his own pocket mostly.
So how do you think
toilets?
All those
oh
toilets.
My God,
Jerry, do you know how many toilets they have at the Intuit Dome?
Well, let me see if I could do a little research and find out if I can get my fat fingers to type.
And the toilets there, you don't just use them, you go into it.
Ooh, nicely done.
1,160 toilets and urinals?
Yep.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Toilets!
So what do you think is going to happen then?
I've never understood why in Europe they call them water closets.
And they also call the bathroom the toilet. Not just the toilet, the toilet.
So if you're asking me what I think is going to happen,
if they're not going to punish the Clippers and they're not going to punish the Raptors, what's going to happen?
Well, this is if they've gone this long into this investigation and they held up a trade and there's no penalties coming, I have to think there's something big brewing.
It's got to be.
Yes.
For Kawhi? Like what?
Possibly.
What do you mean something big?
The Clippers came out again yesterday and said they never funneled money to LeBron. We were victims of a fraud initiated by Joe Sandberg.
The LeBron on the brain.
Kawhi, I'm sorry. Fraud initiated by Aspiration co-founder Joe Sandberg. He's in prison, by the way, for 14 years. $28 million endorsement deal for nothing. Obviously, Kawhi's people / person / Uncle Dennis.
Uncle Dennis, baby.
There's got to be something levied against him because if you read the details and this investigation going on this long, there's a lot of smoke and there's obviously a lot of fire. It's shady as hell.
It sure is. And I've said all along, you know Kawhi's vibe when he talks to the media. Stone-faced, doesn't say anything, can't get him to say anything he doesn't want to say. He's going to act like he didn't know anything about anything. He's going to put this all on Uncle Dennis.
Yeah.
And with all the receipts that people have on the Clippers, I mean, Pablo Torre has got stuff that directly contradicts what Steve Ballmer is saying about this case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do, but I also do believe that trade was not only a way to pacify the most aggrieved party in this and to get them out of litigious mode, it was also to stock up on draft picks that you're probably going to get dinged. If Adam Silver turns into Roger Goodell and sweeps all of this under the rug, it's really gonna change the way people look at Adam Silver, if they haven't already.
Look, there's been a lot of change on how people view him as a commissioner.
It's true.
I know what you said was ripe for comedy and jokes and insults, but I'm not going there, damn it. I'll save that for 9:30 today. Yeah, but now just 10 levels of weirdness thrown onto all of this.
The Clippers are one team the Suns will not have to worry about next year.
I mean, I think if this trade, I think they did well for themselves in the trade. They could have done a lot worse than getting Brandon Ingram and a boatload of picks and another player.
If it happens.
If it happens.
If it goes through.
Yeah. Imagine if he's got to go back and play for the Clippers.
Oh my gosh.
The whole thing seems so reactionary, though, because it's like, why didn't the league come out before the trade was agreed to?
No.
Just say, like, don't, make sure you don't, what's going to happen here.
Right.
So maybe don't agree to anything before this all plays out. Why do things like this take so long? Why do investigations and stuff take so long? Are people just not returning their phone calls or something? Like what? Like
there's probably a lot.
Like
There's probably a lot of lawyers trying to fight against lots of testimony. There's
information can be used, what can't be used, what's public, what's not public. Oh, it's
which
so
would also
annoying.
tell you how shady this story is.
And meanwhile, July 9th has come and gone, and that seemed to be the date that the Suns were supposed to finalize the Miles Bridges deal. That didn't happen yesterday. Gambo tweeted out yesterday, the Bridges trade and Luke Kennard signing are expected to be completed early next week. The initial trade with Charlotte, Minnesota, and Brooklyn should be done this weekend. Phoenix can't complete their transaction until that trade is completed. He said there's no risk of it falling apart, just timing. So it's not even really tied into this Kawhi situation because people are wondering, like, well, we're waiting.
It's tied into like the LaMelo trade and the Julius Randle signing and all that.
All that, yeah.
It would be crazy if someone were to fail a physical.
Yeah, I think we're past that point, but that's one thing that people have been worried about. Grayson Allen was hurt a lot last year. What if he fails a physical? Talk about another weird situation that would be. We've seen that happen before.
No doubt.
Coming up next, after weeks of talking, Jared finally had to put his money where his mouth is and face the Phoenix Rising. We'll tell you all about what went down. Troll in a goal is next. Troll in goal.
Troll in goal.
There you go. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list, a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Merrill Kelly dialed up exactly what the Diamondbacks needed last night. 7 innings, 3 hits, just 1 earned run. Paul Sewald would get his 21st save of the season, and the offense was able to do enough to get a 3-1 win and split the series in San Diego. They'll now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Game 1 of that series is tonight in what should be a real good one. Erod on the mound for the Snakes. Shohei for the Dodgers. First pitch is at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer Suns get underway tonight against the Trailblazers. Second-year guys like Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea will look to show some signs of growth. And our first look at Koa Pete in a Suns jersey tonight as well. Tip-off will be at 8. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The first game for the Summer Suns is upon us. So which Suns are we going to be staring at? We'll discuss starting at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, and Sammy Sabolka. Since we've been talking a lot of soccer/football on the show, I think to a degree you could say this show's caught World Cup fever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been
like everybody else.
A very entertaining product this year. And it also led to some boastful claims.
Yes.
From our producer, Jared Carlin, who early on in the proceedings of the World Cup made the observation, because of the low-scoring nature of the games and the lack of scoring chances and shots on target, that he could play goalie for a World Cup squad. And over the course of 90 minutes, the score results would not be that different.
Right.
Because of the lack of the scoring chances.
Yes.
So we scoffed, we laughed, we pointed, and we devised a plan to prove this.
It was a combination of the lack of scoring chances, and whenever there is a good chance, they score almost every single time.
All right, we've already done this. Let's get to the point here. So with the Phoenix Rising had us out yesterday.
Yes.
And Jared Carlin immediately got accosted by their manager, the great Pa
Modeka,
so good.
who has been on the show a couple times during Newsmakers Week, and immediately.
He's got a very authoritative demeanor. He's got a very, like, if you watch Coming to America, it's like African royalty when talking to him.
Yes, it is. It's like King Joffrey.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Pa speaks several languages.
Yes.
Very worldly.
Yes, very worldly.
So I'll set it up. So I show up, first of all.
Late.
Last one there.
I was the last one there, but we still, it's not like they were waiting for us.
Oh, no, yeah, right.
We still had to wait like you were. Okay, anyway. So we're finally ready. They're done with practice. We were doing this right after their practice. So thank you for them to even putting up with this. We're starting to walk onto the pitch, and Pa comes over and hey.
Well,
should I do his accent or not?
No,
I won't.
No,
so I'm wearing. They give me a soccer jersey, and I'm wearing, for my own protection. I'm wearing big knee pads. Now, the only knee pads I had were from an Ultimate Warrior wrestling costume that I wore on Halloween. So they were kind of ridiculous looking.
But you were very proud of them.
Yes. So he stops me and he goes, what the hell are you wearing there? What the hell is that?
Yeah.
And, well, these are my knee pads. He goes, knee pads? What do you think this is, 1905? We don't wear knee pads on the pitch.
Right.
Take them off. I'm like, no, please let me. I'm going to get hurt. Take them off right now. And he wouldn't let me, so I had to take off the knee pads. And he goes, what's on your feet? I goes, my feet? What do you mean? These are sneakers. We don't wear. Don't you have any cleats? Don't you play soccer? Don't you? And he starts berating me. They get me a pair of cleats to put on. They get me the goalie gloves.
Then he looked at your sunglasses. And like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
I couldn't wear
You're
sunglasses.
Not wearing those sunglasses. $4 sunglasses. A soccer ball might hit you right in the face, and those sunglasses are going to blind you.
Yes. So he was berating me, essentially saying that I need to take this seriously, and you're going to see how serious this is. So once we get that all settled, then they take me onto the pitch, and I think from the way this was set up, from promotions and stuff, 15 minutes maybe, a couple of penalty kicks, we'll all have some laughs. Ha 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 ha. What would you say? The entire thing probably went an hour?
At least 30.
Close to it.
They started with basic drills for you,
which
wore you out before you even got to phase two.
The warm-up drills, which are essentially just what each player does in their sleep just to stretch out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
was sucking
that was
on the-
my favorite part. Can I give you my viewpoint of this?
Go for it.
Because the first thing they do is Corey Robertson's the goalkeeper coach of Phoenix Rising, and he kind of orchestrated this whole thing, and he was awesome.
Yeah.
But he and two other players were putting Jarrett through the warm-up for the goalkeeper, and the first thing they do is the three of them face Jarrett, close range, and it's basically a reaction drill where you're throwing the ball at very close distance, very slow speed, catch it, get rid of it. Catch it, get rid of it. Kind of hot potato. They do it in basketball as well.
Yep.
So the first couple of throws, Jarrett's like, see? It's not that hard. I caught it, see? And immediately after he does that, he missed like 4 in a row.
Right.
They started throwing it a little harder, let me tell you.
Jarrett, the other thing Jarrett kept repeating throughout the course of right when he first got there, and it repeated a few times, was, These soccer balls are a lot more hard than I remember them being.
That is the thing. You watch it on TV and they kick the ball and it floats up in the air like a balloon. But then, literally, the first time they kicked the ball at me and I tried to catch it and it went through my hands and I caught it with my chest.
Yeah, right.
Ow!
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
I think I screamed at you, Jarrett. They're not pool toys.
They're like medicine balls. I think they were using like gag balls with me or something.
Right? No.
So then the next drill they do is they kick a ball, I have to dive and get it, then I have to jump up in the air and catch one, then dive the other, and it's sort of like burpees in a way, but for soccer.
Yeah.
This is where like not even 10 minutes into it, I was done at that point.
You were gassed. I was
breathing. My lungs
Hands
were
on your
burning.
knees, yeah.
My thighs and knees and calves were burning. And then they're like, okay, let's begin.
Yeah.
I'm like, begin? I think we proved our point, guys. I could stop a soccer ball. So then it was great. So then they ran some 2-on-2 drills. They ran some corner kicks. They did goal kicks. They did penalty kicks. Free kicks.
That was also one of my favorite parts.
Free kicks.
You were baffled by the free kicks, basically.
Well, there were a couple guys who bent some shots, and it was quite comical. Then they went to MLS shootouts, which is the player has the ball and you can move, you can run towards the goalie.
Yeah, you got 5 seconds.
Jared actually came up with the save on the first attempt. He saved it with his tuchus. I've never seen a goaltender save a shot with his booty.
Well, the reason is I was shifting back and forth, and I dove at the ball. But I'm such an awkward doof that when I dove at the ball, I rolled over like a sack of potatoes, and I wound up, my butt smacked the ball and away from the.
To Jared's credit, he kept talking smack. There were some young kids some young academy kids who were hanging back where I was, and they couldn't believe some of the stuff you were saying.
Yeah.
At one point in time, you made a stop on somebody, and you looked at the guy from the Phoenix Rising, and you said, "You do this for a living?" These kids behind me were like, what did he just say?
Yeah.
And so these kids were chirping at everyone, basically to take your head off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had some pretty good. I hope that they're making they recorded all of this.
Yeah.
I'm going to post another a social clip, and they're going to make like an 8-minute YouTube video condensed of everything.
We'll say this one by saying this. They ran 5 penalty kicks by you at the very end, and you saved 2 of them. It was 2-2 going into the 5th penalty kick.
And
do I got that right?
Well, the MLS penalty kicks.
At that point, I was so exhausted, and you can even see it in that clip that's out there. There's some that I'm just like turning my head and watching the ball go, and I'm like, I ain't jumping for that. I can't move. So in conclusion, did you guys who were there and witnessed it, did I do better, worse, or as expected?
I don't want to answer this.
I
don't want to answer this.
Probably as expected. Also,
I think you did better.
Oh, their goalkeeper coach kept looking at me and he goes, "These guys are going like 50%."
That I could tell.
Okay,
I could tell because occasionally they would not go 50%.
Right.
And the ball would just whiz past me.
Yeah.
Or they would do like a couple of the penalty kick things where the guys would just like play with me. And just like dribble the ball, and I'd dive, and they just like move it 1 inch to the right, and I'd flip over and like fall on my.
I will say there were times when you definitely look like Dorcas Maximus, but you were not an embarrassment.
Here's what I will also admit. I will concede that soccer is very hard. Playing goal is very, very difficult, and you have to be a much, much better athlete than I thought you needed to, and it's very difficult. I can see why America is not good at soccer. Because these American athletes are so soft. They play games like baseball, where they just stand there for most of the game and don't do anything. Mm-hmm. They think they can play a game like soccer. Oh, hitting a baseball is so hard. The ball is coming right at you. Just swing the bat.
Look, when it was all over, and Pa came back out, and he was.
They told me to try to get another sport mad at me. By the way, that's why I did that.
Did they?
I said we can make a series of these videos.
Yeah. Here's Jared getting
beaten by a
90-mile-an-hour fastball. But Pa came out and he kind of said, "You always mock what you don't know." And he said, "I used to mock American football all the time until I went out there." You always mock what you don't know. At least you gained a respect for the sport and for the skill.
I was, and on conclusion on that, it began with him saying, "Don't you play football?" And I said, "Football starts in the fall. What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
And he said, "That is called throw ball. That's not football."
They were awesome. Thank you to everybody at Phoenix Rising FC for having us out and basically tolerating Jared. But like before it got started and you were kind of given the backgrounds like, oh, he's been talking a whole bunch of smack, and a couple of players were like, oh, we're well aware.
Our promotions guy put a montage together for them to watch before I got there.
Is that right?
Yeah, of all the clips from all the weeks.
Fantastic.
Way to go, Ben. Coming up next, the leash has finally run out on one struggling Arizona Diamondback. It caused Bickley to actually applaud earlier in the show. We'll get into it more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, your home sold guaranteed realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders to these days. Truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Here's the 1-1. Baben swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the A dinger for Pavin, and it breaks the 2-2 deadlock for his first of the year.
Definitely a lot of relief. It's definitely been frustrating and tough. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. Trying to grind in the cage, trying to feel because I know I'm a good hitter, and it's just like a matter of time, but in the moment, it feels impossible, So just being able to get one, feel it, and gives you confidence going forward. It's possible again.
That was Pavin Smith back on June 15th, kind of opening up after he hit that home run against the Angels, went off the foul pole. He was counting on that being the beginning of him getting back to. Torey Lovello even said it that day. We knew this was coming for Pavin. From that time on, he hit 133. Oof. And last night after the game, the Diamondbacks make the determination. Designated for assignment, it certainly was something that a lot of fans had been clamoring for. I don't think it's anything personal against Pavin Smith. It was a performance or a lack thereof kind of thing, but it was hard to watch for a while.
Yeah. And so I think, and again, I don't want to cheer somebody's demise, and that might have been bad form for me to be cheering, but it's kind of the reaction of the fan base in some. He had become such a pariah and such a symbol of what people of what their number one criticism with this regime might be, being too loyal to veteran players at the expense of younger players, at the expense of maybe being a better team if you looked elsewhere. And I think,
given plenty of chances.
Oh, listen, Pavin Smith they were beyond patient with him. A lot of people thought, okay, is this Mike Hazen just trying to get this thing to work? Because Pavin Smith was his very first round draft pick, and he was a top 10 draft pick, which is high leverage kind of stuff. Never really panned out. Never even got really close.
Well, this is his 10th year in the organization.
Wow.
And
that's amazing.
He had a couple of stretches. I mean, a couple of years ago in September, he had that 3 home run game against Houston, but certainly never really developed into a power hitter. We were told time and time again by everybody in the Diamondbacks organization, he's a really good hitter. Well, he just never really showed it to any consistent degree. But on the subject of patience on all of this, it can get frustrating, especially when your offense is as bad as the Diamondbacks offense has been for the last few months. But this is also the second case this season alone where I think you saw the Diamondbacks showing extreme patience and an extreme amount of hope that it was going to get turned around on a high draft pick from their past. Earlier in the season, and it was a multi-season thing with Alek Thomas as well. He was a second-round pick in 2018. He was once upon a time considered a better prospect than Corbin Carroll, but he never developed as a hitter at the major league level, but got chance after chance after chance. They actually unloaded Jake McCarthy in the offseason. He's gone. He's having a great offensive season for Colorado, but they finally pulled the plug on Alek Thomas. And, it's hard when you have that much time and that much invested into these players to finally pull the plug, but both of those players made it impossible for the Diamondbacks not to do that, make those decisions.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So what this does now, this allows Ryan Waldschmidt to come back to the team and assume a spot in the outfield, and first base is going to be manned by Tim Tawa and Drip Vargas in the short term. Couldn't do worse in terms of productivity offensively, and I'm not sure Pavin Smith was really an A defender either. So yeah. I think that when things are going bad for baseball teams, there's a playbook that you go through. If the pitching staff is terrible, you fire the pitching coach. If the hitting is terrible, you fire the hitting coach. They're largely hood ornaments, superfluous moves meant to shake things up and maybe pacify the fans. This really, from what I could tell, had the same effect on the fan base. The people who had truly grown tired of Pavin Smith are vibing on the fact that the team went out and won a baseball game without him right afterwards.
Well, and obviously one player and Pavin Smith alone, it's not going to fix the Diamondbacks, offensive problems, right? They still went out there, got 8 hits last night, only scored 3 runs. But big to your point of it's finally showing that maybe we're trying something else or we're trying something different. Yep. And it's an acknowledgement to the problem, I think. Right? Because Pavin, I mean, like you said, you don't wish upon anyone's downfall, but he was struggling, and it coincided with the offense just continuing to struggle. And it does show like a small change. We'll see what actually comes of it. But something had to be done, and it finally is.
But again, as I said earlier, and I'm not sitting here with a straight face and advocating, hey, you should have given Pavin Smith more rope. No, they had to make this move. But this doesn't improve anything.
It does not.
They're getting zero production from first base. And Tim Tawa, I like Tim Tawa. He's a good utility guy. He's not hit at the major league level very consistently either. He's hitting 150 and change. Ildemaro Vargas looks like he's starting to come around. The days of Drip Vargas and his 28-game hitting streak seem like it was a decade ago.
Yeah, it does.
That's how much he's struggled since that time. So it doesn't make anything any better. It does send a message to the team, though.
True. And
Pavin Smith had been there for a long time, and he's no longer around.
But the D-backs can't be stunned by this production from maybe they didn't think it would be this bad, but they went into the season at best with a platoon at first base.
If I would say this, if they knew that it would be this bleak offensively at that position, a corner position, which is huge to any team's offense, if they knew it was going to be this bad, they would have taken a different path in the offseason.
So they were really counting
the money
on
to Paul Goldschmidt instead of Zach Gallen is what they would have done.
Well, in retrospect, but what were they thinking going into the season with Tyler Locklear and Pavin Smith and Carlos Santana and Ildemaro? Like, which of these guys did they think they thought was going to break out and have a really productive year?
I think we're willing to this season at that position say, all right, if we get great defense and these guys hit 230 and drive in the occasional run where they're not an automatic out, we'll live with that. They've been automatic outs, every single one of them.
Can't argue with that.
It's a great point. And now, like, the next question is, so Waldschmidt comes up. What does that mean for guys like Kepler, Gurriel, Troy, and Waldschmidt? Like, all those guys are going to have to find positions.
Jorge Barrosa's still on the team, too.
He is. And
another guy that doesn't hit.
You're right. We'll see.
And I mean, Pavin Smith could clear waivers and be back in the minors. There's still that.
Vinny.
I'm just saying that's how DFA works. But yeah, there was a lot of reaction to that, and a lot of frustration bubbling up to that move before it was made last night too. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Friday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know better than anyone the home court advantage can be a big deal. The home field advantage can be a big, big deal. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Advanced Window Products, and I say that because they have their factory right here in the Valley, which means a couple of different things. It means they're going to build your windows specifically built for the Arizona climate, and they're going to build your windows specifically for the dimensions of your home. They're never retrofitted on site, which is awkward and never, ever a good thing. At Advanced Window Products, you're going to get Arizona's #1 window replacement company, and at this point in time of the year, this is a great time to give them a call because the summertime heat has kind of descended on the Valley, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are in bad shape, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills. I know from personal experience, I got tagged with a $666 electric bill last summer Proof my windows were shot. I had Advanced Window Products install all new windows. I could not be happier with the results. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was fantastic. And that's because their installers, they are all vetted, full-time employees, never random subcontractors. Here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you about a great special they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks righted the ship and split their 4-game series with the Padres, in large part due to Merrill Kelly's 7 innings of 3-hit baseball. The offense would do just enough to get a 3-1 win, and this team will now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound tonight for the Diamondbacks. Shohei Ohtani gets the ball for the Dodgers, and first pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Diamondback news, Pavin Smith was designated for assignment yesterday, and Ryan Waldschmidt is back in the big leagues. Tonight, Suns fans will get their first look at Koa Pete in a Suns uniform and get to see Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea as the Summer Suns have their first game tonight at 8 o'clock against the Blazers. And France rolled right to the semifinal with their 2-0 win over Morocco. Today, Spain and Belgium will play for a chance to continue their tournament as well. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Marana Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, happy Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys caught up on some big stories going on in sports. And I want to start today. We're gonna put our general manager caps on. All right, I'm gonna ask you guys to kind of play general manager for these three teams. Okay, so if you're Mike Hazen, are you willing to mortgage some of your farm and future to make a serious move or two?
Right now, no.
Right now, no.
I don't know. I would reserve judgment until after this weekend series and see what they look like.
Okay, so that was the follow-up question. What if the answer was no? What would you need to see from the Diamondbacks to change your mind?
If you get out of say you sweep the Dodgers now, then you're back over 500 at the and you shake your head like no, that can never happen. But you know, I'm just laying out what I think here.
Never say never.
Right. And if they do, then I think you could maybe convince yourself that let's go acquire one particular piece, whatever that might be.
Yeah. Vinny, you were quick to say no, so what would it take for you?
Just more than glimpses of life.
I agree.
Like last night was a glimpse of life to me. They haven't uncorked a really long winning streak. Outside of the 11-2 stretch against the Giants and Rockies, they really haven't had one of those runs at all. They've been a 500 team, basically. Actually, under 500 outside that stretch. So that's what it would be to me. And I get what Bick is saying. This weekend could be a litmus test.
Yeah.
It could also be a giant tease if they do take care of business this weekend. You might get sucked into doing something that you probably shouldn't do. I want to see how they come out of the break, too, in that St. Louis series.
I guess so.
I agree. All right, if you're Brian Gregory, are we sure we want to jump to give Dylan Brooks and Miles Bridges both 4-year extensions?
Yeah, I've been pretty clear about this. Dylan Brooks, the answer is yes.
Okay.
I think he's proven himself, and I think that he will be a very valuable piece moving forward, and I'm cool with that. I really think the team needs to kind of tap the brakes a little bit on Miles Bridges.
Okay.
Just let the community kind of see him, hear from him, maybe kind of soothe some fears, some lingering. I mean, the clapback on Miles Bridges was significant.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you? Sorry.
No, I'm done.
Do you commit to marriage before you go on a blind date?
Normally, no, but these TV shows now, Vinny, it's possible, man.
I'm in total agreement with Bick on this. Yeah, Dylan Brooks, it's been 1 year, really good year.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks like a piece that you can help. He can help you build. Miles Bridges might turn out to be that guy. And I know they gave up a lot of draft capital to get him, but you got to prove it to a degree. I don't think you lock yourself up without seeing any sort of tangible results.
Yep. All right, now if you're Monty Austinfort, GM of the Cardinals, what's the number for Jacoby Brissett that you would be willing to give him?
Apparently $9.85 an hour.
Listen, $15 million. The reason I threw that figure out there earlier today, that is the baseline, the low end for starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yep.
Give him $15 million.
Not to.
I think
he's not even on the team anymore. That's less than Grayson Allen makes per year. You know what I mean? For a starting quarterback in the NFL.
That trade has not been finalized.
Okay, that's
technically
true.
still is a member of the team.
I am absolutely convinced that a good number of these Cardinal fans who are slandering Jacoby Brissett because he only went 1-11, I'm convinced they didn't watch the games. Because you wouldn't say that if you saw him play. If you saw him play, you can't get away from the fact that he won only one game. You can't get away from the fact that he did not have the end game magic that really good quarterbacks have. You can't get away from that. But if you watch the games, you would not be saying, get rid of this guy, he sucks.
Yeah, what?
Did you watch Trey McBride and Michael Wilson play also?
It is complicated, and the numbers were really, really good, and I agree with you. There was an uptick in play. And statistically, there was a lot working against him. The condition of the offensive line, the fact that they were not able to run the ball a lick at all during most of his playing time, the fact that they were down. Then you look deeper into the statistics. He threw 23 touchdown passes. I think 13 of the 23 is what I counted were non-impactful touchdown passes, basically cosmetic when the game was out of reach. But what are you going to do?
I know. And on the flip side of this, if you were Monty, is the Buda Baker tweet a big deal, or is it just a guy standing up for his guy?
To me, it's a big deal.
Okay.
I think it's both.
This is a fan favorite. This is your most tenured player. This is a guy that has got a ton of respect. He was just named a top 100 player for the 7th consecutive season. I think this is a big deal, and I think this is going to make the Cardinals kind of jump into action. Because he pulled the lid off of this. We've been talking around this story for weeks upon weeks upon weeks because we've had no details.
And even the players have. Buda Baker, we played that soundbite from May. He was talking around it too because there was no reason to dive in. But it's getting to a crucial point now.
But and also according to Buda Baker, he's not asking for the sun and the moon. That's a big deal.
Mm-hmm. That was something Buda specifically put in that tweet.
Yeah. Because that was the question that nobody had the answer to. What is he asking for? And that's because Jacoby Brissett does not have an agent. If he did, that news would have been sent out to Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, and you would have known exactly what he was looking for.
He could still do that, too, and make things a little bit easier.
Imagine the size of the font it would be in if he had Kyler's agent.
But Jacoby's not built like that, which is why he doesn't have an agent. He believes, I'm going to talk to you face to face, and we're going to settle this, and if you don't like me, I'm going to leave. And if you do like me, you're going to listen to me. So I don't think he's the type of guy that's going to call up media people and go, hey, you do me a favor, would you get this out there for me? I don't think he's wired like that at all.
I feel like if that was the case, it would already be out there. Yeah. All right, switching gears, what would be more impressive? Lionel Messi finishing off this World Cup run, going back-to-back World Cups, or Novak Djokovic finishing off this Wimbledon run?
That's a good question.
Because a couple days ago we talked about who had a bigger day, Messi's win or Djokovic win. Now, which run would be more impressive?
I can tell you who it ain't going to be. That your boy Arthur Ferry's
he's
struggling.
Getting his doors blown off.
Hey, sorry, good story though.
Yeah,
it's not over yet. Come on, Art.
Come on, Art. I would say Novak Djokovic.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
Because he's playing by himself.
Yeah, it's fair.
And on Team Argentina, he's got everybody playing for him. And again, nobody is debating the greatness of Messi.
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Yeah. John McEnroe was on ESPN this morning before the early semifinal got started, and he was just marveling at what he's seen from Novak Djokovic. At age 39.
But didn't he come into the tournament as one of like 4 guys that could win it in Wimbledon? I mean, there's still not like a whole group of tennis players that are dominant.
Yeah,
it was going to either be Sinner. I mean, Djokovic.
You got this.
Novak.
Yeah.
Novak's Djokovic.
Jared, it's all function of it being an individual sport, and there's many tennis players who've got the same skills, if not better than Novak Djokovic, but it's all between the years. You get into a big moment against one of these guys that's done it 24 times, and you're in a deficit situation, and you can't breathe. And this is why those guys won for as long as they did, because at the very, very top, it's all mental.
How old's Messi?
39.
So they're both 39?
No, Messi's in his mid-30s, I think.
36?
Yeah.
Okay, Novak's 39.
Yeah, I'm going Novak.
Yeah.
Okay. I would lean slightly for Messi. Back-to-back World Cups.
Unless Messi scores like 4 in the championship
I guess it
match.
depends on like what it looks like, too. And also, like, did you guys see the Coco Gauff shot yesterday?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
The missed
drop shot on match point.
On match point, it was kind of like a layup, if you will. And she decides to go for a drop shot and puts
bad
it into the net.
It was such a terrible. Oh my! I could not believe it.
I feel for her, but man, was it a brutal watch there. All right, thank you guys.
And from what I hear, it was a brutal bad beat for bettors who had Coco Gauff tickets in their pocket.
Oh. I didn't, but if I did,
you would know
glasses would have been off, and I would have been silent for a little bit. My
Is
gosh,
that what happens? The glasses come
You got to keep an eye open for that now. Now we know the sign.
That's him tipping his pitches.
I am tipping my pitches. The glasses come off, and the hands go to the eyes, and then I stand here for a second. It was like generation gap yesterday.
Excellent.
Thank you, Sammy. We're all rebooted on this Friday morning. Coming up next, tonight we'll get our first look at the Summer League Sun. So what do we want to see? We'll get into it. Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I need Kaman Malowicz to play more than he did. I think it's imperative that Kaman Malowicz, by the end of the season, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malowicz. It is major panic time. If by March of next year you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malowicz, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and not only do you get the hookup on new BMWs and pre-owned BMWs from my guy Shane O'Hanrahan, you're also getting the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your BMW. It's the BMW Value Service Program where Chapman BMW has unveiled huge price reductions on 12 essential services and repairs, from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. You can go online to Chapman BMW, put in your VIN number. You can see right in front of you all the money you are going to be saving. Chapman BMW also makes it real simple to take advantage of these huge discounts. They will come to you, pick up your car, drop off a loaner, then they'll fix your car, wash your car, and bring it back to you when it's finished. That's the kind of red carpet elite service you're going to get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this sounds like the month to upgrade your SUV.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale's going on all month long, and we've got some incredible offers. You can lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month or save up to $6,000. If you're looking for something bigger, the new 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting at $699 a month.
Stop in a Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Tonight, it's Game 1 in the Summer League for the Phoenix Suns, so who are we keeping our eyes on? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, just to win as many games as we can. You know, I've won my whole life, so, you know, I'm just trying to win and, you know, just help my team win. And then obviously, you know, get better every day, you know, learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and, you know, just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
Koa Pete of the Phoenix Suns on with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports, talking about his goal for the Summer League. Wants to win. Earlier at his press conference, he talked about, wanted to, or not at press conference, but at media availability, talked about wanting to lead the Summer League in rebounding and offensive rebounding. He's a guy that has early goals, and we get our first glimpse of Koa Pete as a professional basketball player tonight. A lot of people have been following Koa Pete for years throughout his high school career, where he won 4 state championships. Obviously, the 1 year at U of A, Final Four, but now we get to see him in the purple and a little bit of orange, mostly white on the Summer League uniforms. And look, I'm really, it doesn't define anything one way or the other, but I'm really anxious to see what he looks like in his first pro experience. There's been so much made. I don't know if anybody had his game picked apart more in the pre-draft process than Koa Pete did, and obviously we saw his stock fall from where a lot of people thought it should be. I want to see how he responds to that.
Yeah, okay, yes, I agree. And I think that the Summer League kind of drew a lot of eyeballs last night when A.J. DeBonsa played Darren Peterson, the Wizards and the Jazz Summer League matchup. And A.J. DeBonsa lived up to the billing, and Darren Peterson, who has been sensational prior to last night, he had good numbers but had a lot of turnovers and a lot of fouls.
Yeah.
So what that illuminated to me is that at the very top of the draft, you got a couple of guys that have already kind of shown that they might be legit as rookies.
Well, Yaxel Lendeborg, his debut with the Warriors last night, he looked really, really good. I like his game a lot.
Okay. So back to the Suns.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of different elements to this year's Summer Suns that I think are going to be pertinent, that are going to be of great interest to the fan base.
Yeah, and look, you can point to it, and certainly we would love to see gaudy statistics, especially from not just Koa Pete, but this contingent of second-year players that's going to represent the Suns, and Malawach and Fleming and Brea. But beyond gaudy numbers, I think individually, from Kaman Malawach, we talk about this word a lot with him. I want to see a comfort level. I want to see him look like he did on the G League courts last year and not on the NBA courts, especially early in the season when he looked like a 19-year-old rookie in every way possible. You know, you've been through this before. He played in the Summer League last year. He got his feet wet as a professional. He's still very, very young, but if the numbers aren't there, how comfortable does he look with what's presented to him in communicating on defense and challenging shots and maybe stepping out to take a three to stretch the floor a little bit? That's what I want to see from Kaman.
Yeah, listen, and so I think most fans are going to target Kaman Malawach as the most important person to kind of flash in the Summer League. I still believe it's Rasheer Fleming. I think Rasheer Fleming has a much different path to rotational minutes, a much easier, cleaner path to rotational minutes than Kaman Malawach does. And so I think Kaman Malawach has more time to kind of grow into this. And I don't mean all over the whole season. I mean the first couple months of the season. And as Rasheer Fleming goes, I think if he pops in this year's Summer League and he pops early, he might be a rotational piece from day one. Not a big one, but I think regular minutes is sitting there on a platter for Rasheer Fleming.
Now, I wonder also on the Koa Pete front, Bick, how much leeway he's going to have in maybe shooting threes. That was the part of the game that really stood out at the Combine. He made only 7 3-pointers in his season at Arizona, and that's why his stock dropped, is the belief that, he can't shoot it all. But if you go back a couple years to Ryan Dunn's first year when he was a first-round pick of the Suns, same knock on him. Different player, obviously, than Koa Pete. But you remember the green light Ryan Dunn had in Vegas that summer?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And he started hitting some threes. Now, has that game, part of his game, developed to where it needs to be? No, but I think he hit 33, 34% last year. I'm curious to see if the Suns give him that green light and that early confidence to say, hey, if you want to become a better shooter, you got to shoot the basketball. And really want to see him dominate on the boards, too. But Rasheer Fleming, I think everybody with any interest in the Suns is clamoring to see him play at any level wherever he can, because it was just such a, for lack of a better word, tease last year.
Before the Miles Bridges trade, I think a lot of Suns fans were okay with seeing him maybe even start for the team next year.
Definitely.
Yeah. And who knows how much the Bridges thing will affect his minutes.
You
and
remember
his
last year,
development.
and I mentioned this in a recent blast, the time that Rasheer Fleming shared a court with Devin Booker was very, very minuscule. But it looked really good for whatever reason to me, and Devin Booker gave him a heavy stamp of approval. You remember that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. And so I think that, and what it is, and what Vinny's talking about, it's the level of confidence that you are feeling now going up against wide-eyed kids who were you the year before. And you've gone through a year. You've gone through the gauntlet. You know now what you did not know. The Summer League should be it should be a launching pad for those kind of players. That okay, you know what? There was so much that overwhelmed me in year one, and when I got my opportunity, maybe I didn't make the most of it. Maybe I had to learn some hard lessons. Maybe I didn't know where to go on the court at times, and maybe I was swimming. All that stuff should be gone.
Oh, it's why I'm hoping to see a lot from Kaman Malawach as well, because he was the guy that looked the most raw last year. And he was the guy that spent a lot of time up and down from the G League. So he's another guy at his size and his athletic ability. Year two, you're hoping that he could dominate in this summer league as well.
Yeah, and listen, and we all know the debate that got uncorked because of Bernsey and his thought that Kaman Malawach better flash at some point next year, and then he got a lot of clapback because people are like, well, he's only 20 years old or whatever. Look, they took him with a top 10 draft pick. And I get that the kid's only been playing basketball for 6 years. But if you're investing that kind of draft capital in him, you're expecting to see some semblance of a functional player in year two.
A top 10 draft pick for a franchise that will not have many top 10 draft picks in a sort of decade era here.
Yeah.
This is true. I would say my belief on that is somewhere, if Bernsey's the extreme on one side where, hey, if it doesn't flash next year, mistakes were made, panic.
The word panic is what people, I think, objected to.
And if the other end of the spectrum is he's young and raw and they're well equipped to get through another season at the center position without him flashing, I'm kind of right in the middle. It's not sexy, I know.
I think the uncomfortable question is if Kaman Malawach can't find a level of playing time and contributions to this team, when will it happen?
Yeah.
Is it really just a function of age? So, look, I do agree there's a lot of nuance and middle ground here. I do think he's got to show something this year.
Yeah. Because you go back to that run deep into the tournament that year at Duke, basically if he touched the ball in the offensive end, he was dunking it. That's what his game became at a certain point. Man, it'd be nice to see that again. Suns get underway tonight in the Summer League in Las Vegas against Portland, last game of the night, 8 o'clock on ESPNU. Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Friday edition with the Blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and what I'm about to tell you might change your life. It's called the Life Changer Loan, and it's truth in advertising because that's exactly what it does. It allows clients to pay off their mortgages in a matter of years, not decades. It allows their clients to save hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. I have got a file full of grateful clients in the Valley who could not believe something as amazing as Life Changer Loan actually existed. There's another element that also comes in handy with Life Life Changer loan, because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. In fact, they once had a client go 5 years without making a payment after the market crash in 08. Yeah, the interest went up monthly, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. Chances are your mortgage cannot do that. The Life Changer loan gives you the freedom, the flexibility, and most importantly, the control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down, pay off quickly. Like I said, 5 years, the average length of time a Life Changer loan client pays off their home. And should financial instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier because you always have access to your equity, because you have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want, whenever you need. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Rock fans, this one's for you. The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstonesshop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvi's here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. Merrill Kelly dialed up exactly what the Diamondbacks needed last night. 7 innings, 3 hits, just 1 earned run, and Paul Sewald got his 21st save of the year, and the offense was able to do enough to get a 3-1 win and split the series in San Diego. They'll now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Game 1 of that series is tonight, and what should be a good one. Erod on the mound for the Snakes. Shohei on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer Suns get underway tonight as well against the Trailblazers. Second-year guys like Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea will look to show signs of real growth. And our first look at Koa Pete in a Suns jersey tonight as well. Tip-off will be at 8 o'clock, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Being a Cardinal fan in 2026 is like death by paper cuts, a dark tapestry of small insults and moments of indignation, like the bye week in mid-December, which will arrive long after the team has been eliminated from the playoffs, and like the national experts who believe the Cardinals followed up a 14-loss campaign with the worst offseason in the NFL. And now the latest. The Los Angeles Rams just announced they are giving away 60,000 replica rings from a championship they won 5 years ago during a Week 6 game against Arizona, and their choice of opponent is not a coincidence. It's the only way the Rams can draw a decent partisan crowd given the quality of opponent. Now, if the Cardinals are a team searching motivation, they certainly have no shortage of material. In fact, Mike Florio just said the Cardinals are tanking this year whether they want to or not, which is a horrifying thought, and that they might even end up with the number 1 pick in next year's draft and find a young quarterback who says no thank you to Arizona. Now, in related news, Budda Baker just sent a heavy message to team management to get Jacoby Brissett under contract, and in the moment, that's what this team needs. A player who can step up and lead this group back to relevance and back to competence. Kurt Warner did it. Carson Palmer did it. And through it all, the team benefited from the presence of Larry Fitzgerald. And as we prepare to celebrate Fitz and the Hall of Fame, we are reminded that the standard has never been the same without him, where the Cardinals have just posted their worst 4-year stretch in team history, and how badly we need somebody in uniform to fill that void. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Oh, Mike LaFleur with the Arizona Cardinals. I think he's dead on arrival. I see him as a one-and-done coach. I just don't see a path for him being successful. Who's going to be this man's quarterback?
Jacoby Brissett or Carson Beck? That's not the answer you want to hear. That's just the factual me reading a roster.
Oh, okay. You hope. You hope that everything gets settled out there in the quarterback room. But I think that's going to be an unmitigated disaster in Arizona, especially considering the teams that are in the NFC West. They've got to face off against the Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks twice. Yeah, good luck.
We have, it feels like, a one-and-done coach every single year. So the idea of Mike LaFleur being one and done is completely logical because it feels like that is a thing now in the NFL. Like, oh, wait, we just hired the wrong guy. Let's get rid of him quickly.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was earlier this week on ESPN Radio. Chris Canty and Evan Cohen talking about what they think of the Cardinals going into 2026. The Mike Florio comments and the blast. They're tanking and they might not even be trying to.
That's horrifying. Because what he called that is chronic ineptitude. That you're not even trying to tank, but you have no idea how to win, so you're effectively doing the same thing.
Can we pause right there? And again, I don't have the most glowing expectations for the Cardinals, but right now, when you look at this roster, at every position, even with the situation they have at quarterback, does this look like a team that's tanking?
I don't know what a team that's tanking looks like. If they do
certainly more devoid of talent.
If they do nothing with Jacoby Brissett, then yes, they look like a team that's tanking.
They go into the season with Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck.
They look like a team that's tanking.
Okay.
I think the other thing about it is that not only have the Cardinals lost a lot of football games in the past 4 seasons, they've had a couple of 14-loss seasons, a 13-loss season, and a 9-loss season, or an 8-loss season. Either way, it's a big number over 4 years. What compounds it is that they're the 4th place team in a division that might have 3 Super Bowl caliber teams in front of them. I don't know if people feel that highway about or that good about the 49ers, but it certainly applies to the Rams and it certainly applies to the Seahawks. And so I think all of that has led this criticism to be absolutely relentless. And it's been one hit after another after another. The bye week, the schedule release, the predictions about the offseason, who won the offseason, who lost the offseason. The draft criticisms.
The draft criticism, very loud. The lack of primetime games on the schedule.
The lack of primetime games.
The soundbite you just played is an encapsulation of the national media's view of the Cardinals, because that was the tail end of a segment where they were talking about coaches coming into the season on the hot seat. Mike LaFleur was not mentioned in the original part of the segment.
True.
Chris Canty brought that up unprompted because he has such a low view of the Cardinals this season that he thinks they're going to be such a train wreck that they could have a one-and-done head coach, and he had to mention it. That's the national view of the Cardinals right now.
I agree. And they talk with almost, well, not even almost, there's disdain and contempt every time they talk about our football team. That's a hard thing to listen to if you're a Cardinals fan. Just like Trey McBride saying we have no fans. It's a hard thing to listen to, but it's also a cold, hard reality check of where we're at as a football team.
The Jeremiah Love draft pick that a lot of Cardinals fans are excited about, that we're happy they made because it will give you something to be excited about in the season, that guy who has an unbelievable ceiling. Is used by most national media as a reason why this is not a serious franchise. Yes. What are they thinking?
One step above taking a punter in the first round, Jerry.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's how everyone's
viewing. That's how ridiculous it's become. Yeah. This is all very, very real. And when I read that the Rams chose a game against the Cardinals to give away 60,000 replica championship rings from 5 years ago to celebrate the 2021 season, I'm like, are you kidding me?
We're really doing 5-year anniversary stuff
Thank you.
Rams are cheesy.
Well, it seems like a cheesy way to kind of try to get a crowd in when you're playing a team that you know is going to bring no juice to your stadium.
It's an easy way to fill the stadium.
Yeah. Because you're going to fill it when you play the 49ers, but it's going to be mostly 49er fans.
Half and half, yeah.
You might not be excited about who we're playing, but look at this giveaway.
Look at this giveaway. Get your replica championship ring. Now, it's just a small thing, but there have been a lot of small things adding up. And the Mike Florio, his comment that even if the Cardinals are tanking, and they succeed in taking, and they get the number 1 draft pick, they select Arch Manning. He flat out said Arch Manning's going to say no thank you.
I can't see a Manning doing something like that.
Of all the things we've talked about in terms of, and look, you can sit here and listen to what we're talking about and say the Cardinals don't deserve any national respect. And if you feel that way, that's fine. I think that's the most disrespectful thing that was said.
Yeah.
To suggest a young quarterback would say no.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen that happen since Eli Manning. And just because their last names are the same doesn't mean they're the same person.
Yeah.
Situations are different.
Especially with the new training facility coming online in a couple of years.
Yeah. I mean, I did drive by there a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. It's a great location.
It's a great location, but since they put those shovels in the ground and took pictures, they haven't done nothing.
The shovel's still there?
The shovel's still there.
It's a union thing. They have to, can only work so many days.
Everybody's working on all the roads that are under construction. And look, that's been suggested before about the Cardinals. Say what you will. And look, you want to shoot arrows? Go ahead and shoot them. They deserve a lot of them. This is not your father's Arizona Cardinals organization, where if Arch Manning was coming out in 1996 and the situation applied where the Cardinals were trying to get him as the number 1 pick, I think there would be merit to that. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope we're not talking about that next April.
That might be a little bit wearing blinders, Vinny. You look at the recent report cards. You look at the level of national criticism. I'm not sure it sounds all that much different than it did in 1996.
They have an indoor stadium.
Well, they have that. They have that.
Wow. And about that quarterback situation, one player speaking out about it. We'll tell you who and what he said next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Mike LaFleur in the Arizona Cardinals, I'm coming into the 2026 season. What is it about, Luke? What is it? And what is I believe it's about
player development.
Player development. We need to find out about these young guys before we can even advance. We don't know about these guys. We have to find out. What if 2 or 3 of these guys are really good that take that next step? Player development is the wild card. How much better was I in year 2 than year 1? Don't answer that question. Don't use. You know what? It doesn't matter. Strike
that up.
Will you strike that from the logger, please?
Okay.
Just yes.
No, that's
how much
that's
better?
a promo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
As sports fans, we all know winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential. That is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number 1, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they now take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, their experience, and their knowledge to give those injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms with attorneys who have experience in over 500 trials, which gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. Keep in mind, they've got a 98% winning record, including all that trial experience, which sends a pretty clear message to the insurance companies. Sweet James will not back down. This is why they consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Remember, the call is free. The consultation is free. You pay nothing at all until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How can the D-backs find success before the trade deadline? We'll ask the manager, Tori Lavello. He'll join us at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
First and foremost, I love LaFleur, man. He's doing a great job with the team. The team, corral is really good energy. Something as little as putting a ping pong table in our room. I'm going against Mike Wilson today. He got the best of me on the ping pong table. But just having a good time, man. Learning the system again. Nick did some changes with some things defensively. Of course, learning the offensive how they operate, and it's been great. It's been a great offseason.
Buda Baker back on May 27th talking about the great offseason. The ping pong table notwithstanding. I mean, that's a big upgrade. Who doesn't want ping pong in their position rooms? But Buda Baker, he was asked about Josh Sweat. He was asked about Jacoby Brissett in that same media session, and it was very much as you would expect an NFL player to talk about teammates who were not there for voluntary workouts. Hey, of course, when they're ready to be here, we're ready for them. We want them in the building, all that. Well, it got ramped up a little bit yesterday with Buda Baker going to social media on the Jacoby Brissett situation. And this was the day after the photos surfaced that a contingent of Cardinals players had traveled to Florida to work out with Jacoby Brissett, who didn't participate in anything in the offseason program for the Cardinals. But Buda put on social media, just want bro to get his bleep done. He is not asking for what you think. Bro is asking for below the bare minimum. Let's just get it done. Exclamation point.
Okay, and now Buda Baker was not part of the contingent that went to work out with Jacoby Brissett.
No.
So Buda Baker, as team leader, probably talked to guys that did and got some really good information, and it made him go, what are we doing here? So for Buda Baker to come out and make it clear from his standpoint that he is not asking for what you think, as Jared pointed out, that's directly to the fans who have been, get rid of him, we don't need him. Now,
how could he ask for $30 million? What is he, crazy?
Now, it's very, very true that if you want to go in the tank this year, you don't need Jacoby Brissett. You've got guys who can play the quarterback position and lose for you. So I think that a few things can be true at the same time. But if you want to give this football team a chance to shock the world, then I don't think spending $15 million on Jacoby Brissett's really that big of a deal. I mean, come on now. You've got to serve the players you have. You've got a brand new head coach. Last thing you want Mike LaFleur to do is to get his brains beat in every week. I mean, how is he going to develop anything?
Yeah. It must be related to the picture too, because of the timing of the tweet. We're right in the middle of the offseason. It's not like this is the middle of the OTAs or whatever where he's not there and Buda puts this out.
At the beginning of what you said, Vic, you said a phrase that I think is very important to all of this. Buda coming to the realization, what are we doing here? I don't think you want your team leader and arguably your most important defensive player asking those questions, whether he's asking them outright or having that mindset. And by tweeting this, you can argue strongly that he's got the mindset. What are we doing here? Get the guy in here. Let him play quarterback. Let us try to win as many games. Yeah. Because for guys like Buda Baker and Zaven Collins and players of that ilk that have been around a while, they just want to win football games.
They want to be given the chance to win football games.
Yes.
And again, it's just the same thing with, you don't want Trey McBride being on a podcast talking about how the Cardinals offered him $12 million, and he thought for the first time, I might have to go play someplace else. A smart organization goes and groups the young players that are comps to Trey McBride and finds the low end of that group, and that's where you start negotiating. You don't throw a 12 at him and then make him go, oh, my God. That's what they think of me? It's these little things that matter, man. Look, if we're not going to acknowledge that, we cannot acknowledge Matt Ishbia and the good that we think he does with spoiling players. Because it matters.
It does.
It does. And I get, like, Buddha and those guys wanting to win. Like, as fans, we want nothing more than your football team to win games, right? But the reality is, like, if Jacoby Brissett's your quarterback and he starts every game this season and you win 5 or 6 games, maybe 3 games more than what you had expected, like, what does that do for the Cardinals? Right? Like, you drafted a quarterback in a 3rd round when you could have used that pick to get another position of talent. And if you don't see him this year, you don't know what you have. You win 6 games. You're still questioning if you need a quarterback. I'm all for, like, Buddha and those guys. Like, you want to win. You cannot tank in the NFL. It's impossible. Guys will get hurt, and guys have too much pride. But also, from a coaching and management standpoint, you might have to see what you have with Carson Beck.
Yeah. A lot of the reaction to Buddha's tweet, like directly to it, was pretty interesting. Kemi, who tweets our show a lot, said, "You've been siding with the wrong entity in this contract thing. History says as much. Calais didn't want that much before he ended up leaving. True for so many players. It's Bidwill, not Jacoby. That's the issue." Another person said, "If this is about Paris, I agree. If this is about Jacoby, respectfully, you're out of your mind. No thanks. I'm not signing up to watch a guy go 1-11 again. It's insane that they've let this drag out that long." We can all agree on that part.
Yeah.
That we're less than 2 weeks away from the report date for training camp, and this has not been resolved. That, to me, is crazy.
It really is. Yeah. I mean, by now, you're arguing over peanuts with a guy that could have already been here, and this is...
And he doesn't mention Jacoby Brissett by name.
No.
I am hoping that today there's not a tweet that's like, "You'll stop assuming... You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Meant for a Paris Johnson extension,
or whatever. Like, I wasn't talking about.
I wasn't
even
talking about football.
Right, exactly.
Paris Johnson wasn't holding out.
I was talking about LeBron
Paris
James.
Johnson is not unhappy. I was talking about LeBron James.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you hope that like somebody didn't get to Buddha and like say like we need to smooth this over.
What I said, well, I'd be very disappointed in that, because what I said in the blast is I think they need a player like Buddha to do exactly what he just reportedly or allegedly did, what we think we all did, to step up and tell this organization, come on, give us a chance here.
Do you think the deal's done before training camp?
No.
I don't either.
A month ago, I would have said likely, but I mean, when your most prominent player's coming out on July 9th and tweeting that out, what are we doing here?
Maybe that's the push that they need. Like, we can't upset. Well, because like you said, Budda Baker is the longest tenured Cardinal, is the most respected guy in the locker room, is the face of the team essentially for a lot of fans.
What does that say about the organization, though? It's like, all right, you know what? We didn't want to re-sign him. We didn't want to play ball with him, but Budda tweeted about it, so now we have to.
Yeah.
Like,
he even swore in the tweet.
He did. I had to bleep him twice. The next Four Peaks, 4 seats drawing is for D-backs Cubs, August 24th at Chase Field. 4 tickets and $200 in food vouchers up for grabs. Text the word SEATS to 620 to enter. Diamondbacks did get the split in San Diego. They move on to L.A. We'll talk some Diamondbacks baseball with Jody Jackson next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Give me your number one pitching request. Reed Detmers. Okay, I'll give you Reed Detmers. Give me your number one hitter. Who is the number one hitter that you want a realistic trade deadline target? You can get a little unrealistic if you want, but Wilson stay in reality. Okay, I'll give you Wilson Contreras. I'll give you Reed Detmers. Are the Diamondbacks making the playoffs now? Yeah, that needs to be a yes, Dave Berth.
Well, no. I understand that. I mean,
you can't go when we're going to give up a lot for Wilson Contreras and Reed Detmers.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to ariadentalimplant.com. That's ariadentalimplant.com.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks righted the ship and split their 4-game series with the Padres in large part due to Merrill Kelly's 7 innings of 3-hit baseball last night. The offense would do just enough to get a 3-1 win, as the team will now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Eduardo Rodriguez will be on the mound for the Snakes. Shohei Ohtani gets the ball for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Another Diamondback news, Pavin Smith was designated for assignment yesterday, and Ryan Waldschmidt is back in the big leagues. Tonight, Suns fans will get their first look at Koa Pete in a Suns uniform and get to see Kamal Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea as the Summer Suns have their first game tonight at 8 against the Blazers. And France rolled into the semifinal yesterday with their 2-0 win over Morocco. Today, Spain and Belgium will play for a chance to continue their tournament. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
Yeah, D-backs finished their 4-game series in San Diego. They move a little north to L.A. for the weekend. Final 3 games before the All-Star break against the Dodgers. That series begins tonight. Here to talk D-backs baseball with us, their television reporter, Jody Jackson, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Good morning, Jody.
Jody.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys? It's been an easy travel trip, but we did get a little late, so if I sound a little groggy, that's probably why.
Well, we appreciate you fighting through the grogginess this morning, Jody. And I guess the Diamondbacks, in a way, fought through the grogginess, too, last night. Good performance by Merrill Kelly. His last 2 starts have been very promising. And I know he didn't win his last start, but Zach Gallen, after a rough first inning, settled down. Do you get the feeling that maybe for the first time in a long time there's some optimism on both Merrill and Zach at this point, Jody?
I know it's hard to see with Zach, the fact that the box score, the line score always has a crooked number up there. But you're right, it was maybe a bad call on the pitch, seems to be the thought, and then a 3-run home run that really doomed him in that game. But talking to Merrill last night, it does encourage you because he's getting some swing and miss again. The fastball looks lively. The changeup looks great. And, so his line looked terrific last night. And when you watch him, you think about this is the Merrill of old, and the last 2 starts do look like that. So, yeah, I'm really encouraged on him. And then, Zach Gallen will be the final start before the break on Sunday at Dodger Stadium. So, again, there's a big challenge in front of him. But I think, if he can hang in there and give all anyone is really asking is, can you give the team a chance? And I think that was tough about his last start because this Padres and Diamondbacks series, both teams are struggling offensively. The Padres are the worst team offensively. The numbers tell you that. And so whoever was going to get up in a game, it was going to be hard for them to come back. And I think that's what made it tough when Zach gave up that early lead. But, yeah, Merrill looks terrific right now. And I think whatever the adjustments that he made, which is just kind of like trusting that he can pitch and read swings and go out there and not be thinking as much or guiding the ball and just letting it fly, it's really working for him right now.
All right, what does your intuition tell you from covering the team about maybe what they need to do this weekend and maybe immediately after the All-Star break to decide to buy, to add, to not sell off pieces? Where do you think they're at with that decision?
The biggest thing is, and it seems like it's this way every year, but this year in particular with teams like the Marlins and the Nationals, it's just a picture, right? There's like 8 teams in it. So you kind of have to make that decision based on what happens, not only over the next 3 games. I mean, it is the Dodgers. Nolan Arenado on the field yesterday telling me about they know how tough that's going to be. But they're going to go in there, give it their all. They have 3 games till the break. And then I think really what they do coming out of that break to the trade deadline, they have a really long road trip. It ends up being 4 cities. So that's going to determine a lot as well. I think this team last year, as much as the bullpen was the problem, the thing you could really look at and say, if you could fix this, a lot would get better. Now it seems to be the offense, and it's something that the Diamondbacks really haven't dealt with the last few years. And it's not just the problems at first base, which have been well documented. If you really look at the outfield, if you take out Corbin Carroll's numbers, and his numbers, yes, in the last 3 weeks are not good at all, but really, they haven't been getting a lot of production. We all like, I think, what we see from Tommy Troy. I know I do. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. shows you flashes of himself at times, but they're not getting a lot of production from the other 2 outfield spots. And they're not just getting the consistent overall production from the team like we've seen in past years. So I think it's a matter of can Lourdes continue to get better? We've seen flashes of that. Max Kepler, can he be the addition that they need? Nolan Arenado is actually, he's been up and down, and he's been pretty good lately. And then Perdomo and Carroll, Marte, guys that you count on. I think they have to look in the mirror and say, do we believe you have enough offense? Can you add a piece or two? Because now the pitching, if you get Soroka back, what you expect, and I think Cabrera's been pretty good. I think he just needs to, that fifth inning blew up on him the other day. But I like the stuff, and they like the deception and the stuff with him. So I think it's the offense, Dan, and that's like not something we're used to here in Arizona. But it's a matter of, can you add to the offense and make it one that will get you to the playoffs?
Jody Jackson, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, about the offense. And you mentioned the historically low production coming from the first base position. They make the move last night. They DFA Pavin Smith. We were talking about it earlier, and I know there's a sigh of relief from Diamondbacks fans who just got tired of watching Pavin try to break out of this slump. But it doesn't really solve any problems either, because they haven't had anybody produce at first base. How far away are we from maybe Mike Hazen pulling the Tyler Locklear card to see if he can spark this offense at all, Jody?
Again, I sound like we are a broken record on this a lot, covering, checking in on Reno all the time. And he's on a heater in Reno. What does that mean up here? I don't know. He had a pretty devastating injury, and so it's great to see him back. But it is a good question. I'll learn more today. The move happened pretty late, so I didn't get a lot of context on it, but it appears that, again, like Tim Tawa played there yesterday. Mm-hmm. He moved a runner, he moved Tommy Troy over via the bunt, which was his job to do, and he did it. And then you've got Vargas over there, and that's, clearly who they can go with right now. If you were in an emergency for some reason and needed a body over there, you could, if you ended up late game, you have James McCann, but those are not long-term. He's not an option there long-term. So then you've got Tyler Locklear down in Reno, and you had Waldschmidt come up. We'll get more information on that move today, because obviously that's just another outfielder in the mix. And maybe was there a thought to Tyler Locklear? It's 3 games. I think right now you're loaded up for this Dodger series, and then you can kind of regroup and see what you're going to do when they come out of the break.
A lot of fans were really vibing on the DFA of Pavin Smith, and a lot of them are now calling for the same thing with Zach Gallen, which I think is a pretty unrealistic with the money he's making. But still, where are you at in terms of hopes that Zach Gallen can get back to being a functional rotational piece?
When people don't perform, it's a tough business. You have to say what's happened with Pavin. I mean, he was really struggling. We've seen glimpses through the years. He had a good year in 21. He had a good year in 24. He never played really all that many games after the full season in 21, and he was really struggling at the plate. We could all see that. With Zach Gallen, it is the strangest thing in that he gets out. He goes on a 3-inning run of, moving fairly efficiently, and it'll be, it'll be a home run. And against some tougher teams, we have seen him get, death by paper cuts. I think those are the hard ones to watch, right? The Twins game at home is coming to mind, right? Just hit after hit, single. That's something that he looks like he is past. The last few outings have been better that way, where it has been limited to, one pitch or maybe a sequence of 2 batters. So what can happen here Sunday at Dodger Stadium? Dan, I don't know. It's a good question, because I believe that in this atmosphere, Zach Gallen probably gives you your best chance, and I know a lot of fans, they are calling, do they want to see Mitch Bratt drop into Dodger Stadium on a Sunday before the All-Star break? I don't know. I can't help watching, like you guys have, watching Zach through all these years, thinking it's in there. What can he be the best option for them? Because right now, I guess as we're looking at it, again, he's just worried about one start on Sunday against the Dodgers. So I believe he does give them the best chance, because he just has that experience. The stuff looks good. Can he recapture some of that? And it's hard to see, though, because when you see the ERA, you look at it and you take out all the things that we know, which are the things that are beyond the numbers, is that, personally, I do feel like he gives you the best chance in this next start. beyond that, they'll evaluate it, and I'm sure that they will have to make a decision if he continues to struggle.
Jody Jackson, our guest. Real quick before we let you go, I know they also made a move with Cabrera. He wasn't scheduled to pitch this weekend, so they get the extra bullpen arm for the Dodgers series. But can fans read maybe more into that after the break, it's looking like Michael Soroka will be back sooner? Is there any more clear-cut timetable on Soroka's return?
Yeah, it seems like the glute was fine. It's just that first bullpen when he came back, it didn't go exactly like he wanted. I'm not sure if it was just the stuff wasn't coming out like he wanted it to, and that could just be because of a little bit of a layoff. So I don't think there's any big concern there. It's just a matter of, is he going to be able to come out of the break and be ready to go, or will he need another stretch of 5 or 6 days? That's where I think they'll have to decide, will Cabrera come back or will Soroka be the guy to come back? But either way, again, you guys know this is like a puzzle fitting it together.
Yeah.
It's Brandon Pfaadt. If Brandon Pfaadt continues like this, Merrill, you feel pretty good about the rotation until you don't, right? That's how it goes. So, but I think if Soroka's healthy and Cabrera's that other option, you're in pretty decent shape.
Jody, thanks for the time. As always, we appreciate it. We'll talk soon. Diamondbacks television reporter Jody Jackson joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. She used a phrase about Michael Soroka that nobody on planet Earth has ever used about me. His glute was fine. That hurt a little bit. Coming up next, NFL fans hate when their football game is interrupted by flags. But what if flags were actually part of the game? Uh-oh. We'll get into it. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald blocks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up, and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things, and wanted to get back into something that actually helped people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic. Show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time. Makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Two different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
It's a phrase that all football fans shudder to hear. There's a flag on the play.
Yeah.
We're talking about tackle football.
Mm-hmm.
But what if the football variety is flag football? It's happening, Bick. I said this a couple years ago. Somewhat tongue-in-cheek. But with all of the concerns, safety concerns with professional football and tackle football, especially at youth levels, that 50 years from now, tackle football won't even exist. Football will just be a flag football varietal. And the NFL is putting together a pro league. It doesn't have a name yet, doesn't have a logo, but there are leagues that are launching late spring or early summer of next year, 2027.
Yeah.
It's going to be in the flag football is an Olympic sport in 2028 in LA. It's really kind of happening right now.
Yeah, and listen, I think that there's a variety of ways to approach this. I think flag football is a great idea as a potential replacement for tackle football on the lowest levels. I think it's a great way to get young people integrated without exposing young, underdeveloped brains to concussions in tackle football. So I'm a big fan of what flag football might mean in the future. When it comes to, the more and more you hear about players who die prematurely with CTE and the recent story of Chris Johnson who has ALS, and people wondered, is that because of football? He's got no history of it in his family. I think at some point in time, having an infrastructure built for flag football will be very, very beneficial to youth football. But will I want to watch it on television? I have given flag football a couple of different opportunities, and it just doesn't, as a television product, as an Olympic sport, it doesn't grip me. There's nothing about it that makes me feel like, okay, this is serious competition.
I feel
because football without the contact isn't football for me.
No, I totally agree with you, and I have sampled it. I can't say I've done more than sample it. If you want to do more than sample it, it's already on television a lot. They have all these tournaments on some of the lesser ESPN channels. NFL Network is filling programming in the offseason with a lot of flag football tournaments. Not to say there's not great athletes that play, but you're right. To me, the entire draw of professional football, or almost the entire draw of professional football, is the physicality of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of sounding like Wolf Light here, but it's not at all intriguing as a spectator sport to me.
It's the idea in general of watching a lesser version of a big sport that you like. We talked about when the 3-on-3 basketball tournament was in the last Summer Olympics.
I thought it would be great.
And it wasn't.
It was not great.
It was not.
Not good to watch. It was not the top athletes competing in it. It didn't seem well. Pickleball became a sensation in the country 5 or so years ago.
It's a fun game to play.
Not fun to watch on TV.
Not good to watch on TV.
I mean, would you like to watch wiffle ball on TV?
Yes.
I
actually did watch wiffle ball.
It wouldn't be good though as an entire league, and you wouldn't watch it all the time. Like, you're just watching a lesser version, and you can't get that away. No matter how athletic the people are on flag football, it's one step away from ultimate frisbee.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And so I don't know how this is going to work. I know that the idea of having it in the Olympics, again, is tied into the globalization, which the NFL so badly wants.
And they have to do that in the Olympics right now because there's not the global competition. In 20 years,
and because there's no break dancing.
Yeah, well, no, it would be like the Dream Team in 1992 in Barcelona. That's what the competition would look like if you played tackle football in the Olympics.
Yes, it might be worse than that. It would be worse than that. But in 20 years from now, do they hope that? I mean, is this set up with the hope that they could eventually have real football in the Olympics? What do you think? Or do you think that this is just the end game?
No. I think that from the NFL perspective, that there's different levels of this, and I think there's the infrastructure being built on the youth level that might be intended to prevent unnecessary injuries to young people as they learn the basics of football. And then the globalization thing is, let's expose this sport in a very consumable way and a very easily replicated way for countries that don't have that infrastructure down.
Yeah.
Or the incentive to put money into it.
But it's interesting, Jarrett's question. I look back, go back to the 50s, like when my father was a young man. Could he have imagined a time where baseball was so international, so global, that there would be international competitions that the United States... gasp, wouldn't win? Well, they don't win the World Baseball Classic. Same thing with basketball.
Five best players.
1992, I mean, we saw it. The gap was huge. And there are more and more countries that are playing American tackle football now. But what's also happening is, on the other side of it, this movement to make the game more safe. So how do those countries catch up if the game is constantly changing under the umbrella of safety?
And again, I think making the game safe for adults is different than making it safe for young kids.
I totally agree with that.
I think on some level, most reasonable people think, is this a good idea? Should we really have 8, 9, 10-year-old kids playing tackle football?
Yeah, I mean, it starts even earlier than that. You see 5- and 6-year-olds with helmets and shoulder pads on, and you're like, okay, it's cute, but is it smart? And there's a lot of people that have played football at the professional level that don't believe it's smart.
I do think, though, that it didn't swing the other way quite like they thought it would.
I'd agree with
when
that.
all the concussion and Tell the Truth. That movie came out and all that stuff.
I still have not seen that movie.
Neither have I.
But it never streaming anywhere, by the way.
I think people thought like, well, that's it. This is the tipping point with all the concussions and people dying young and retiring young and stuff. I don't know that it's swung as dramatically because there's always going to be the people like, this is football. This is what I like. I like this version of football. And that's the way it is.
Look, we have had a near-death experience on the football field.
Yeah, we all watched it.
And we've watched Tua with the concussions in real time and the way his body and his motor skills misfired after those concussions. We've all seen this, and it was all horrifying stuff. But there was a time when people predicted, wait until somebody dies on an NFL field. That's when the nation's going to be fully upon. It has done nothing to NFL ratings. It was a very uncomfortable watch, but no one's stopping watching.
In fact, the guy that nearly died is still playing.
And here's how you know they're not serious about it. They have the concussion-proof helmets, those giant, ridiculous cartoon-looking helmets.
Yes.
They could make everybody wear those.
Mm-hmm. But it would take the gladiator sport. It would take the gladiator out of the sport.
Well,
and they don't.
They don't prevent and eliminate concussions.
But they're safer. They're safer.
There's even debate on that, quite honestly.
What if you made every NASCAR vehicle made of foam and made it undestructible?
Or they could only go 48 miles an hour.
Now you're talking.
If you're not dancing with the devil, then it takes away some of that danger that people want.
Yeah, people watch sports because they want to watch athletes do what they can't do.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
That might be the biggest problem with flag football, is the idea that you're watching it and it doesn't look that different than what you and your friends do in your backyard.
That's it.
That can work to the advantage sometimes, but that also can be like, wait a minute,
That's
this is not a serious
exactly
sport.
what it is. It's got a backyardy feel to it that I watch it and I go, not interested. Not for me.
Yeah, the D-backs are at a crossroads before the All-Star break. Dave Burns and Alex Weiner break it all down on the new Ain't No Fang podcast episode. You can catch it on ArizonaSports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcast. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Friday. Sammy takes us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. And joint pain is awful when you are the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. For instance, maybe you love somebody who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say. You see what they've slowly stopped doing in their lives. And like right now, it's July. The days are long and hot. It's time to be in the pool. It's time to be moving. It's time to be getting out of town on vacation. And if you're dealing with that awful joint pain, you might be on the sidelines sitting it all out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right in the office. There's no surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. What these treatments do is they repair and restore damaged joint tissue right at the source of your pain, and the results are real long-lasting relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go. Suddenly you're feeling like yourself again. I've leaned on them twice in the last 6 years, both to market results, and the patient satisfaction report nationally for QC Kinetics, staggering 92%. Go find out what's possible for you with a free consultation. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. All you have to do, call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool, plus bicentennial bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Rock fans, this one's for you.
The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstoneshop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
and John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. Merrill Kelly dialed up exactly what the Diamondbacks needed last night. 7 innings, 3 hits, just 1 earned run, and Paul Sewald got his 21st save of the season, and the offense was able to do enough to get a 3-1 win and split the series in San Diego. The Diamondbacks will now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Game 1 of that series is tonight in what should be a good one. Erod on the mound for the Snakes, Shohei on the mound for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Summer Suns get underway tonight against the Trailblazers. Second-year guys like Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea will look to show signs of growth. And our first look at Koa Pete in a Suns jersey tonight as well. Tip-off will be at 8. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trip start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way, and right now you can save on every new Chevy. Hurry in today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook.
All right, Sammy, before you get started, though.
Yes.
Scotty Scheffler might miss a cut for the
first.
Oh, he did.
He's going to miss the cut.
First time in 4 years.
Longest cut streak.
Scotty Scheffler is the only golfer on tour who has shot every score between 60 and 79 without ever shooting an 80. So in tournaments, he's gone 60, 61, 60, all the way up to 79, but never shot an 80. Isn't that an amazing stat?
That is an unbelievable stat.
It really is.
Like even the great golfers have the bad day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, 79 is still pretty bad, but for pro
I would
golfer.
take a 79.
Listen, he lost a playoff to your guy,
My
Victor
guy,
Hovland,
Victor.
and now he's missing a cut. The great American winning machine thing about Scotty's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Only
All right.
one win.
Overrated.
And that tournament over in Scotland, preparing for the Open next week. All right, yeah. So you know where to find us at Bickley_Murata, Bickley and Murata, and you can watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports. But first question today on social studies, we've talked a lot about Jacoby Brissett today. So Cardinal fans, should the team give Jacoby Brissett a raise? Why? And the answers are yes or no.
No, well, not exactly. What are the poll answers?
The poll answers.
They're subtle, so you have to really
just
read them. So
So it's like, yes, you smelly armpit, or no, you sweaty belly button. God, Jarrett, man. We're both. Were you just explaining what you were going through yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sammy, I think you attacked that the right way. quite honestly.
I feel like I always do.
Yeah, listen, I think the answer is a definite yes. They've got $36 million of cap space. Just pay the man his money.
Well, the thing is, they have that amount.
That man his money.
If they don't pay Jacoby Brissett, you still want them to use the money, which I think we can all agree it might go unused.
Yes, very much we can agree on that.
Like, I'm really at the point now where we're getting closer to finding out what he's asking for from Buda Baker's tweet. Somebody just tell us what he wants.
Right.
Or what he's not going to get. Or what the breaking point is. This is so silly.
I agree.
It's Jacoby Brissett, for goodness sakes.
So true. 58% actually, though, voted no. 42% voted yes. And then Sarah said, first we need to quantify it. I don't want to pay him $20 million a year. Next, we need to understand if this team is trying to be good this year or if they're already looking for the 2027 draft. Robert said, you're not going 500 with any quarterback on the roster. Got to see what Carson Beck is. He needs to be quarterback one from day one. And then Ray, on the flip side, he said, right now he's an NFL starter with a backup's contract. He should be compensated, and the people who say he has a contract already would be the first ones at their job asking for a raise if they also got a promotion. Which is, I think, a fair point.
And the idea of starting Carson Beck from day one is a little bit ludicrous to me, because what if he cannot play a lick?
Right. Then
what do you do?
Your hands are tied.
Gardner Minshew.
Right. Then what if he gets hurt?
Yeah.
Key and Slovis.
What if the world ends between now and
what
September?
if he gets hurt? Jared Carlin.
Oh, now we're
Playing
talking.
quarterback's not that hard.
Throw ball.
It's throw ball.
I think quarterback's probably the hardest position in all of sports to play. That would be my.
There's no doubt.
My personal experience, I would have to agree with you.
Jared, no comment at this time. All right. Next, this is a little bit of a
lot of people say goalie in soccer is the hardest position to play, which is because I stopped a couple shots. I mean, I really showed some.
All right. So yesterday night, Pavin Smith was designated for assignment, and while I don't think we were extremely happy, right? We wanted to see him succeed, but there was some relief. We asked this question of what athlete were you happiest to see leave the Valley and no longer be on a Phoenix team?
I thought about this when I read the question, and I think my answer is Eric Bledsoe.
Oh, see, we got a couple Bledsoes.
Did we?
Yeah.
I didn't look at the answers, but that was another silly situation. I mean,
Bledsoe more than like Durant or the Morris brothers. Which we got a lot of Morris brothers.
I could understand the Morris brothers thing. Yeah, for me, more so Bledsoe than those two situations.
Okay. Bick?
Probably KD.
I think KD would have to be up there for me too.
Yeah.
Just the manner in which it all went down at the end and what we gave up for him. Buddy Thompson, he gave us 5. He said Bledsoe, Durant, Morris twins. And then from the Cardinals, he listed Levi Brown, and he threw Kyler Murray in at the end. Rain said, I still think about Gambo screaming, why is Alex Avila playing?
Yeah.
And then Jay said, Yasmani Tomas, guy had the power of an elephant, eyesight of a blind mouse, and the athletic ability of a wet paper bag.
Why is Alex Avila playing today?
I think you'd also have to throw DeAndre Ayton there, and I think you'd have to throw Bradley Beal there too.
Bradley Beal as well. Okay, last question. This is...
By the way, the Diamondbacks should probably check up on what Yasmani Tomas is up to now. He doesn't have to play in the field.
I feel like he got a raw deal.
I kind of agree with Jared.
What, he had 28 home runs?
He had 31 year.
And then he really never got a fair shot after that.
He also should not have been a National League player at that point because they didn't have the DH yet.
Yes, he couldn't play defense, and he was continuously out of shape. But the guy could hit when given a chance.
He could. I remember, I'll never forget, I went early to Diamondbacks game to watch him hit BP. The show he put on was absolutely unbelievable. Like, next level type stuff. Okay, last question. Again, Jarrett yesterday in the goal with the Phoenix Rising. What is something you've done in your life that immediately made you say, I regret agreeing to this?
the only time I've snowboarded.
Yeah. Talk about your thighs burning at the end of the day.
I was just worried about my wrists breaking from constantly falling and catching myself.
I think the time I went scuba diving in Hawaii, I was very quickly regretting that.
Full on scuba?
Full on scuba.
Like the anxiety of like the ocean,
there is that, and that was something, but I could not get my ears to equalize. So it was just it was
pressure on your head.
It was dreadful,
and that can ruin your whole trip.
It ruined the rest of that day and the next day for me. Yeah,
Jarrett.
And then there is the anxiety of when you have to hyper focus on your own breathing. It's a lot easier to just breathe without thinking about breathing. But when you start thinking about it,
that's what I would be scared of.
Yeah.
Was yesterday near the top of your list in the answer?
No, it was fun. It inspired the question, but I'm glad that most of them, I think, were good sports about it and didn't just continuously fire shots at my face.
You didn't get any of that.
No, I think there was one or two where they really uncorked on PKs, but not close to the goal.
Yeah.
I think had some of the academy players that were hanging out in the tent, had they got a shot at you, they were going to rocket stuff at you.
There was a little trepidation when the head coach was so adamant that I remove the GoPro before we get into it, because it was going to break because they were going to keep hitting balls at my head.
Yes.
So luckily that didn't happen.
Yep. And quickly, 3 responses. Jones said a tattoo. Tom Foss said running a marathon. And Dan said helping someone move in July in Arizona.
That's a good one. Don't ever say yes to that.
Never,
especially
ever.
after a certain age.
Yep, agreed. So there you go. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, which we'll be posting some of Jarrett Carlin's experience yesterday. And you can watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
Thank you, Sammy. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock.
He's already in vacation mode.
I will learn the names of the segments of the show coming up.
We've lost Vinny.
Then he's tapped.
He's gone.
No, I'm still here. Coming up next, we can all agree it's not easy being a Cardinals fan right now, but one upcoming event will give the Bird Gang a huge source of pride. We'll elaborate next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Summertime in Arizona, you know what that means. A barrage of triple-digit temperatures. But when Phoenix turns up the heat, you can keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Murata. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they will replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com, cahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Ready.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
All right, well, if you've had all pro shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now, what is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How can the D-backs find success before the trade deadline? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lavello. He'll join us at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You're always proud, to be associated with such amazing men, first of all. And, you have relationships with all these guys outside of Roger Craig, who I met a couple times before, but never really had time to spend a lot of time with. But the rest of them, I competed against them. I saw them at Pro Bowls and built relationships with them over the years at different events. And so to be able to get to know them and meet their families and see kind of what makes them tick and why they are wired the way they are. And I think that's the part that you really, don't really understand until you kind of get into it. Now, I've gotten to spend a lot of time talking to them on the phone, and we have our own group chat that we talk all the time and share pictures of, family vacations, and like the relationship that, I've been afforded to have with those men has been really happy.
Larry Fitzgerald appearing on NFL Network talking about what's coming up for him. Mm-hmm. We are weeks away from Larry Fitzgerald's induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. It will coincide with the Cardinals playing that weekend in the Hall of Fame game against the Carolina Panthers, who also have a lifelong member of their team, and Luke Kuechly going into this year's class. This is uncharted territory for Cardinal fans. That it's something to be proud of, which we talked about. This team's been here for 38 years. And we've seen former Cardinals go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Aeneas Williams went in. Mm-hmm. Alan Faneca went in, although he was only here for a little bit.
Kurt Warner
went in. Kurt Warner actually went in as a guy who last played for the Cardinals in his career. We've never seen a guy who played with the Arizona Cardinals and only the Arizona Cardinals go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And we might not ever see it again, quite honestly.
Yeah. And so, again, that's I think it's going to be a great night. I think Larry's speech is going to be very, very well done. I know he's spent a lot of time on it. I know he's going to be speaking first that night. He requested that. So did Drew Brees, but Larry got his request in earlier, so they ceded to him. because they needed one of those guys to be last.
Yeah.
And they needed one of those guys to be first. Headliner, right? And then there was the passing of his father that happened after he knew he was going to be inducted. So that's obviously going to change the tone of his speech. It's going to be a great deal for Cardinal fans. We know the Cardinals have put together a trip for fans, so I think there's going to be a large Arizona contingent in Canton, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be a fantastic moment. Let's hope it's not the peak of football season. That's the challenge for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, if your peak is coming early in August, it's a good thing to hope for.
Yeah.
But you mentioned, and you said it in past tense, and there's a good reason for it. He spent a lot of time on the speech. During that same interview, he said, yeah, speeches are already done.
Mm-hmm.
And we were fortunate enough to be at Larry's celebration. Larry basically threw a party about a month ago for about 50 media members that he says helped him get to the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
The local media was honored, and he did a speech that night, too. And I don't know how much time he spent on that speech, but it was pretty damn moving.
Yeah, well, he started to kind of break down a little bit at the end of the speech, and that was in terms of his gratitude towards the media. And when he got done, I actually began the chant of Larry, Larry, and it went throughout the whole room. And I realized afterwards that we were able to do with Larry what all the fans wanted to do, to kind of say goodbye by chanting his name, and we did it.
I wonder what the attendance contingency of Cardinals fans at this Hall of Fame thing will be because of that. They never got the heads up that Larry was retiring. They never got a season to say goodbye to him. They never even got a game, a final game where he came out and he waved to the crowd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wonder if this is going to be a huge influx of people to Canton.
I think it's going to be.
We talked about it in real time, how much the fans wanted that, how much Larry apparently didn't want that. Didn't want the attention to be on him. I think after all this time, though, Cardinals fans can't be sore about that, can they? Not having a chance. He provided so many memories.
I don't think they're mad at Larry, but I think they sort of regret that they weren't able to have that moment with him.
Yeah, for some people it has crossed over into anger, and I don't understand that. I get that you as a fan, rhetorically, that you as a fan would want to be able to express how much he meant to you, but if you felt that way about him, that would tell me you should be respectful of what he wants out of retirement.
Yes.
It's not about you, it's about him.
That's also something they say about, relationships when death is involved. Don't wait until somebody's gone or just about gone to tell them how much they mean to you.
Mm-hmm.
And opportunity after opportunity. And I will say this, too, because we've talked earlier in the show about the Cardinals and the perspective on the Cardinals from a nationwide standpoint. And right now it's very low.
Yep.
And I think that even applies to a first ballot, no-brainer Hall of Famer in Larry Fitzgerald. If you asked people in Phoenix, Arizona that watched his whole career like we did, I think he's a top 2 receiver of all time.
Yeah, so do I.
I would put him behind only Jerry Rice on the all-time list of receivers.
Same.
If you ask people outside of Phoenix, Arizona, they might not have Larry Fitzgerald in their top 10.
Yep.
Which
Agree.
I think is ludicrous, but also an indication of just how little attention this franchise garners nationwide.
And how little playoff success they had
That
with
too.
Larry Fitzgerald. And Larry, during the postseason, you would be hard-pressed to find anybody more clutch in those big games than Larry Fitzgerald.
We might not ever see a wide receiver have a playoff run like he had.
Yeah,
So true.
no, it's true. So, yeah, I think that I think it's going to be the highlight of the summer. I really do. I think it's going to be emotional. I think it's going to hit deep in Arizona. I think there's going to be a great amount of Cardinal fans the Cardinals got 4 777s. Fly a lot of fans down there. I think only 2 are actually in operation. But the point of the matter is that they've made this trip available for people. And I think people are going to take advantage of it.
Well, because it is an opportunity. And right now, where we are, a rare opportunity for the Cardinals fans to puff their chest out a little bit.
Yeah.
So I say, if you're going, enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there any member on the Cardinals team? Is it just Budda Baker that played with Larry currently?
Larry last played in 2020, the COVID season. So Buddha was there.
Because that's the unique thing is they will be there for the game. They could attend the event, but
yeah, I think it's just
not
Buddha.
much of a connection.
Yeah, I think it's just
if
Buddha.
Calais would have come back,
Right.
obviously didn't play
Or
all
if
the way
Kyler
through.
was still here, but
yeah, just the one. A lot of turnaround.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the very sore Jarrett Carlin will deliver this week's sports kebab. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald blocks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM. As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue Special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders to these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks righted the ship and split their 4-game series with the Padres in large part due to Merrill Kelly's 7 innings of 3-hit baseball last night. The offense would do just enough to get a 3-1 win, as this team will now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Snakes. Shohei Ohtani gets the ball for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Diamondback news, Pavin Smith was designated for assignment yesterday, and Ryan Waldschmidt is back in the big leagues. Tonight, Suns fans will get their first look at Koa Pete in a Suns uniform and get to see Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea as the Summer Suns have their first game at 8 p.m. tonight against the Blazers. And France rolled right into the semifinal yesterday with their 2-0 win over Morocco. Today, Spain and Belgium for a chance to continue their tournament. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text Galaxy to 620-620.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question: would a Dodgers series win influence the Diamondbacks' mentality at the trade deadline? Yes, definitely buy. No, they should still sell, or it's still too early to make a firm decision.
That's
the last one. Last one.
Yeah, I would go with the last one, too.
Still too early to make a firm decision.
Yeah, you got to wait till the very last minute to make this decision.
The trade deadline's not until August 3rd this year.
Yep. Only 18% went with still too early to make a firm decision. 21% said yes, definitely buy. 61% still think a series win with the Dodgers and they should sell.
All right. That's today's poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
You are a very funny man. I'm sure your sense of humor will serve you well in this situation. And I'm slowly getting a little bit annoyed by this humorous activities.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
All right, Jarrett, can you perform? Can you move enough to deliver the Sports Kebab today?
I could stay static, luckily, in this seat and provide you with the Sports Kebab. But the sport I am still thinking of is soccer, and my morning with the Phoenix Rising Football Club yesterday. After weeks of talking trash about how I could play goalie, they took me up on it and put me through drills. They put me through free kicks, penalty kicks, and more for an hour. It was brutal, it was embarrassing, and to add insult to injury, afterwards, they made me take a dip in the cold tub with all my clothes on. So it's over. And there I am. I'm sitting there in my wet underpants, sore and humiliated. It was like my wedding night. Wow. Now, the shame started right away as the team's head coach berated me for not having the right soccer equipment. So they gave me a jersey to wear. They gave me cleats to put on, and they gave me these giant gloves that were padded, and they were kind of like wide receiver gloves. The gloves had a grip all over them. They were sticky. I mean, seriously, these things were tackier than Taylor Swift's wedding. How about that wedding, by the way? It was held in a basketball arena and featured prize raffles, dance contests, and Adam Sandler. This thing was cheesier and cornier. This wedding. Did you see it? Had prize raffles, dance contests, Adam Sandler. This thing was cheesier and cornier than Mexican elote. Madison
Worth
Square.
it.
Thank you. Madison Square Garden holds 18,000, and yet they only had 1,000 guests, meaning they had enough seating for 17,000 extra people, or one Andy Reid.
Not worth it.
Speaking of big fat slobs, that's one of the unfair things about the Rising doing this me now, directly coming off my week at an all-inclusive in Mexico where I ate like an obese hog. Now, don't get me wrong. While I was there, I did have a daily workout in that I worked out like John Daly. Eating, drinking.
Play golf.
And now I'm back. I'm out of shape, and I'm in goal in the middle of the summer in Arizona. 5 minutes into playing goalie, I'm exhausted, overheated, and dripping. I was sweating like Kawhi Leonard when he sees Pablo Torre's name trending. I mean, I am not in good shape. My thighs, my glutes, my legs are burning today. I'm not used to that type of exercise. Usually the only time I squat that intensely is after bean night.
They knew it was coming.
Hey guys, I started with energy. You saw me.
I did.
I started with confidence, jumping, diving, making plays. But then by the end, I was so tired. I was just sitting there watching balls go past me like Pavin Smith in the clutch. I mean, it was hard. Who knew? Who knew?
We did.
Everybody.
Nobody could tell. Nobody knew. I watched soccer. Could you blame me for thinking this wasn't a real sport? I mean, some of the last few teams left in the World Cup were France, Morocco, and Belgium. How could I take any sport seriously with that many good teams who speak French? But no, these are some unbelievable athletes. I mean, now you see, there's a guy like Erling Haaland, the striking Viking. Holy crap, have you seen this guy?
Oh, yeah.
He looks like a cross between that big, sexy actor and the Norse god Thor. He looks like a Skarsgård from Asgard.
Skarsgård from Asgard.
Meanwhile, I'm running around on the pitch like an old, decrepit Jew. I don't look like Erling Haaland. I look like Irving Holla. You've heard of Cristiano Ronaldo?
Yeah.
I was Jewish-ani Ronaldo. I look like a really hairy Kane. Seriously, I did not look like a top athlete. I looked like a member of a prepubescent boy band. I was Kylian Mbappe.
Jeez. Goodness.
Speaking of soccer. Jarrett Kernick, the magnificent time of you here. All right. Okay, first one. The best soccer player in the world and what once filled Ryan McDonough's office.
The best soccer player in the world and what once filled Ryan McDonough's office.
Yes.
What are messy goats?
Messy goats.
All right, next one here. Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt, and Scottie Pippen.
Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt, and Scottie Pippen.
Name 3 notoriously bad tippers. And finally, for this, Pa Modaka.
Pa Modaka.
Pa Modaka. Pa Modaka. What does someone from Boston say when their dad is blocking the driveway? Pa Modaka.
That's good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. So in conclusion, Pa Modaka. Come on. In conclusion, I will say I have new respect for soccer, and I'm loving the World Cup now, okay? And I can only hope that one day the USA can become elite. I mean, America is ranked first in economy, first in military, first in national GDP, and yet we have to read that we are only ranked 17th in soccer? Now, to be fair, we're also ranked 36th in literacy, so maybe we aren't reading that anyway. There you go, Sports Bob.
Well done, Jarrett.
Thank you, Jarrett. Appreciate that.
Bean Night reference and everything.
Bean Night.
We saw that coming a mile away.
You go, oh boy.
So how do you think you did, Jarrett? Give us your self-synopsis.
I think I did okay. I think I got exhausted and sore way quicker than I thought I was going to. It really exposed that I'm not in good shape.
Yes.
Like not in a good athletic shape. So that was disappointing that I couldn't give as much in the second part of it as I was doing in the first. I also was unwilling to, like, they kept like kicking the ball in the corners of the goal. And you could see on video, just a couple of them just like turning and looking.
Yeah.
And like, you got to dive at those, dive at those.
That's it.
I knew myself that if I were to actually jump and dive, I would have hurt myself.
Yes.
I would have fallen like a slab of wet meat.
Your legs were jello at that point.
The last shot of the day that you actually faced
was
you did dive for.
Yes, and
you did
literally
get hurt.
faced it.
Yeah, and that came from Vince Marotta.
Vince Marotta took a kick, and I dove, and I stopped it, but I stopped it with my face, and it bounced off my nose into the goal. But it was fun, and thank you again to them for putting up with it.
Yeah, that was
more
awesome.
video content to come today, hopefully.
All right.
Yeah, hopefully. There's a lot of footage to go through, no doubt. Coming up, some final thoughts on this Friday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jack Summers is pitching the idea of an opener. That's desperation. Is it worth a shot at this point? If you're not going to DFA him, is it worth a try?
I would argue you shouldn't be there because don't do anything to your bullpen. Don't touch it. It's working. Like, don't start doing different things with it.
I like that.
and
That's a good
altering
counter
it a lot.
argument.
I don't like doing that for the sake of a pitcher who has the worst ERA and whip and you don't have under contract beyond next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gleason Roofing. The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Sciatica isn't just back pain, it's a nerve screaming for help. And if you're feeling that sharp shooting pain down your leg, the experts at Desert Institute for Spine Care can fix it. DISC are leaders in endoscopic spine surgery, helping patients recover faster with less pain and smaller incisions. They treat herniated discs, spinal stenosis, and all the conditions that cause sciatica. Visit sciatica.com and get back to enjoying your life again with DISC. Or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
Sound familiar at all?
Yeah. Sounds like John Bon Jovi might have some explaining to do. Or was this after the Bon Jovi?
This was before. This is Bonnie Tyler. Dare I say legendary Bonnie Tyler?
I suppose.
Kinda. She passed away yesterday at the age of 75.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously known mostly for Holding Out for a Hero, Total Eclipse of the Heart. This is a song called If You Were a Woman and I Was a Man. Now, this part of the song, not so much. The chorus.
But the intro.
The writers of the song, of this song, then lent it that note structure, basically, and it became You Give Love a Bad Name later on. For Bon Jovi on the Slippery When Wet album. I will say this. The Bon Jovi treatment of this is way better.
Yeah, much better.
But there you go. Rest in peace, Bonnie Tyler.
There you go.
If You Were a Woman and I Was a Man, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
A weird story some people have been following online, and it's bled over into mainstream media now, too. Jacob Toby, 29 years old, play-by-play voice of the San Antonio Spurs. He's been fired as the play-by-play voice of the San Antonio Spurs. What transpired was he's not married. He's had a girlfriend apparently of 6 years who found out Jacob Toby was cheating on her with another woman. The woman just happened to be the sister of Lindy Waters, a player on the Spurs roster. So she finds out. She basically hijacks his social media, Instagram account, and posts a picture of them. This is my girlfriend of 6 years, but I cheated on her with Lauren Walters. So feel free to continue following me if you really think I'm a good guy, because I'm not. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
The Spurs respond, and I haven't seen any elaboration on this, if there was any other things going on. But he's lost his job as a play-by-play announcer.
Wow. Yeah.
Can I ask the overarching question? Should somebody lose their job for having... I mean, it's not even extramarital affairs. They're in a relationship. They're boyfriend-girlfriend.
And it's not what
a great thing to do.
I think the Spurs are coming at it from the other way. I think it's a team
Making
employee.
them look bad?
A team employee dating a family member of one of their players. I think that there's probably, I don't know if there's restrictions about that, but maybe that's what they're objecting to. Because they couldn't be objecting to the infidelity. Because you can't do that.
We've seen people lose their jobs for infidelity.
Yeah.
I mean, when marriage is involved, obviously the whole world has been holding its breath on every story that comes out on Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
But Colin Cowherd went on a rant and is like, I think this guy needs to get a lawyer.
Well, again, I think the Spurs are coming at from the opposite angle. That we don't allow this in our workplace. We don't allow one of our broadcasters to become involved with any family members of the players.
And maybe that's the basis of it.
Could be.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about something that I just saw that really freaked me out, if you don't mind.
Please.
So when we were in Europe over the summer, we took Ryanair, which is a discount airline in Europe. It allows you to bounce all over Europe for very, very low fares. They nickel and dime you to death, but the airfare itself isn't prohibitive. They load you on the tarmac on Ryanair, and they load both sides of the plane. So if you're in the first half, you walk up the stairs in the front of the plane. If you're in the back, you get in the back. And I'm like, that's pretty cool.
I love that, by the way.
It's awesome.
The minute I walked down, though, my family and I had the same response. The chairs are like nothing to them. They're just like plastic.
It's like folding chairs.
They're like folding chairs. And we're like, okay. Well, there was a flight on Ryanair last night where one of the windows popped out.
Oh, my God.
And a dude was almost sucked out the window.
Oh, my God.
Had to be pulled back in. Luckily for him, he had a seatbelt on.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That's why they do that safety thing.
Well,
before
he obviously didn't pay the extra charge to not get sucked out of the aircraft.
Clearly, that's right.
Non-sucked out
That's
row.
it. That's it. And it freaked me out because I had those thoughts when I got on that thing. Like,
was the flight itself harrowing that you were on?
Just a little bumpy, but it was fine. It was
smaller plane.
I
can't.
And
Smaller
the
planes
seating,
freak me out.
the seating was like, wow. There's like no padding in it. Yeah, it's crazy.
You want a seat with a pad?
Yeah.
That's gonna cost you.
That's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you. Good luck on your vacation, Vinny.
Thank you. I'll be back a week from Monday. Thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us, and have a great, safe weekend, everybody. We leave you with a little taste of the week that was. Enjoy.
Jared, open your eyes. Wake up, ferret. Were you falling asleep? Are we that boring today?
You don't think I could catch a ball? I could catch a ball if it's kicked at me. Come on. You don't think I could fall down and go and stop a ball?
You were so impressive in the way you demolished that plate of chicken enchiladas. We are going to tip you.
It's so fitting that they're playing Belgium tonight, too, because my feelings on this have waffled all over the place.
Stop it.
That was a good one. 10-year tenures.
10-year tenure.
Success.
Suck-o. Holland. Isn't that weird?
Again, let's go again.
See, it's not that bad that USA lost. Look at Argentina. They're going to lose. It's not that bad. See, why can't we have a guy like Messi who puts his team on his back?
What happened?
Come on, Malawatch.
Jarrett the brick wall, Carlin.
Super El Nino.
You guys never talk about soccer. Oh, you know what? Stop talking about soccer. Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, did you hear what Ryan O'Hearn did last night? Yeah. Hey, FIFA, I got your appeal right here, buddy.
My prediction? Pain. Jarrett C. is not a goalie. He's just a dude who claims that he could be one. Tomorrow will be fun. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-dum, ba-dum.
Oh no.
Hey-oh.
Oh, go! Just go herky-jerky all over the place.
You have got a hell of a tongue.
You're going to find out whether that soccer ball is like a girthy baguette, Jarrett.
I used to study those on the toilet.
How about the pole vaulter with the huge schwanz?
Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like me.
They look like a bunch of blundering dunderpates.
What is Portugal without the man?
I'm in a gymnastics fantasy league. Willie Trainer? I don't know. Willie?
Haters gonna hate.
Hey! What size are you?
Shoe?
Yeah.
10 and a half.
Please give him a 10. He ain't jumping on the field with the rubber. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, you didn't have to read it.
That's a good point.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
A payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home. And he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
All right, there's talking baseball, and there's trading baseball, not the deadline or baseball cards. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world. Kalshi, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Again, you can trade every baseball game on Kalshi, even the All-Star events, futures. Hey, at last check in the American League, the Yankees trading at 32% to play in the championship this October, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $300 if they win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Did you know the 30-year fixed mortgage was born during the Great Depression? So why are homeowners still using a Depression-era loan to build wealth in the 21st century? The Life Changer loan allows homeowners to put their money to work, reduce interest costs, accelerate principal reduction, and maintain 24/7 access to their equity and pay off in just a few short years, not decades. It's not magic. It's just math. So visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. Merrill Kelly dialed up exactly what the Diamondbacks needed last night. 7 innings, 3 hits, just 1 earned run, and Paul Sewald would get his 21st save of the year, and the offense was able to do enough to get a 3-1 win and split the series in San Diego. They'll now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers before the All-Star break. Game 1 of that series tonight. And what should be a good one, Erod on the mound for the Snakes, Shohei for the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer Suns get underway tonight against the Trailblazers. Second-year guys like Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Kobe Brea will all look to show signs of growth. And our first look at Koa Pete in a Suns jersey tonight as well. Tip-off will be at 8, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brother! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday. Man, it's almost a football Friday. We're not that far away from a football Friday. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf.
I waited until you said my name.
Yeah.
2 weeks. You said this morning in the extensive pre-show meeting.
Yeah.
2 weeks. Camp starts in 2 weeks.
The first Cardinals open practice.
Yeah,
So technically it
2
starts
weeks.
in even less than 2 weeks.
Because it's this weird time of year,
Yeah.
and the World Cup kind of got us a little bridge
It's
to this
saving
whole
us,
thing, and
yeah.
Wimbledon is if you're into that kind of stuff and whatever. But we are getting very close to football.
Yes, like the real.
Very
And
nice.
football's. I hear from people that are like, hey, man, the Cardinals aren't going to be that good this year. I can't
Doesn't
get
matter.
excited. It's football. It's the NFL. First of all, you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
But even if the Cardinals aren't that good this year, the NFL is almost back.
That's just what we do as sports fans.
Calm down
Just
and get
count
fired up.
The days.
Yes.
It's awesome.
That's what we're doing. Basically, from the second the Super Bowl ends, which last year was sometime in the first quarter of that game, we were all like, hey, how much longer till football season
Exactly.
starts? So John is in for Wolf today. We're going to talk to Jody Jackson here in a little bit about the Diamondbacks, who salvaged the split last night against the Padres and now start a 3-game series against the Dodgers to close out the first, not half of the season because we're well past the halfway point, but whatever, the first portion of the season going into the All-Star break. Jamal is behind the glass. By the way, happy Erod Day to everybody who celebrates. Which
Are we down at all just because it's...
Sammy celebrates. He's into
okay.
it.
Yeah, Sammy's right.
Don't ask the question if we're down at all.
No, I just, old what's-his-name is pitching for the Dodgers. I forgot his
what's
name.
his name? Shohei.
Yeah, old what's-his-name. And so I just didn't know if the Dauber was down at all. That, it's Erod Day, and I'm very excited.
It is
but
Erod
then again,
Day.
it's wah.
Well, look, that's the best we can do right now in this city.
That's fair.
We're going to celebrate Erod Day.
You guys are right. We're going to celebrate. It doesn't matter who he's going up against. That's irrelevant.
Since the show yesterday started with us talking about a bad D-backs loss, and then Chris Canty saying Mike LaFleur might be one and done before he's ever coached a game, and yeah, I'm going to look for some positives today, okay? And today is Erod Day, so we need like confetti and and a better song.
Yeah, better than that.
Did you bring your tambourine?
No. Something.
Oh, that's something.
I was in a music store, actually, and I thought of you because I did. I looked at the tambourines on the wall. I was in a music store and the other day, and I went, wonder if Luke will bring his tambourine for Erod Day.
Yeah, should have. Except I don't own one. How much does a tambourine run? Like, could we just buy one at the show?
This is why I didn't. It was like $50. I'm like, $50 for a prop?
But you dig into the show fund.
Yeah.
I should have.
We can probably expense that, can't we? As long as we don't say it on the air. Oh,
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're
All right,
ruined.
well, this is
Okay, I'll get it next time.
There
Just
might
down the
be.
street.
We should have checked that closet in the prep room. I guarantee you there's some sort of music making thing. There was a cowbell in there for like 3 years.
We need a more cowbell.
Yeah.
We could trade something. Like if you'll bring a tambourine by the end of the show, or maybe, we'd like it the next hour, I'll give you these Lysol wipes.
You keep trying to give away those Lysol wipes. How about we give away one of these bobbleheads back here?
All right.
I don't want to give up the Gabby one, though. The Gabby one's pretty good.
Which is the worst one?
I don't want to give up the Harden one either.
The Harden one's nice.
Okay, we're not giving up a bobblehead. We could give up that Gopher that plays the Caddyshack song, but that's priceless. We can't give that up either.
There's nothing. That's what I mean. That's why I'm looking at Lysol wipes. Can't give you any headphones. We need those.
Oh, all right. Never mind.
Anything in that studio?
We'll just have to buy.
Random?
Well, Jamal already traded Rick away, but we didn't get
Yeah, that was like, and even though he's coming back.
Oh.
So we traded him. They don't want him anymore.
Oh,
So
okay.
he's coming
So
back.
we don't get our tambourine for Rick
No.
trade. It got vetoed by Adam Silver at the last second.
Yeah,
clearly.
They're still doing an investigation for 10 months.
Oh, can't wait to talk about that.
Yeah, we got a lot to get into. Let's start with the D-backs. They did salvage a split last night. Merrill Kelly, I'm going to give the stat out again. 9 of his last 12 starts now, he's allowed 3 runs or less. It doesn't tell the whole story. The other 3 starts were bad. I get that. And he had bad starts before that stretch, too. So his ERA is still not great. But 9 of his last 12 starts, 3 earned runs or less. So he is giving them a chance to win. He gave them a chance to win last night, and they did. John, I'll ask you this. I kind of brought this up in the pre-show meeting as well. It's nice to get the win. You split with the Padres. 5.5 back of a wild card spot, though. Do we just need to kind of stop talking about the postseason for a little bit until they go on some sort of run?
Well, I have a personal philosophy. They're 46 and 47, so you can't talk playoffs if you're sub 500. Maybe
Okay.
if you're in the NFC South, you could possibly do that. But
You would lock up a playoff spot, yeah.
But, so there's that. But, you're 93 games in, you're 46 and 47. Torrey keeps using this term that, and I like Torrey, but this is annoying, where he says, well, we're better than our record says we are. No, you're not. Bill Parcells said way back when, you are what your record says you are. They are a 46 and 47 kind of baseball team.
Yeah, you can't avoid that.
That's the way they play. So there's 93 down, 69 to go. I do this every time we do a show. The Cubs on a 90-win pace. That means to win 88, which is what Philly and Miami, my God, Miami's doing. You got to go 42 and 27. That's 609 baseball from here. Is it realistic to think they would do that? Probably not.
Can I ask a question here? And either one of you guys, if you have an answer, or anybody out there on YouTube, or just anybody. Look, I'm not looking for a handout. We don't need the handout.
Yeah.
But if you look at the teams we have in this city, the Diamondbacks are in a division with the Dodgers, among other teams. The Cardinals are in a division with the Rams, Niners, and Seahawks. Now, maybe it wouldn't make a difference for the Cardinals right now, but just look at some of the other divisions in baseball. So the Diamondbacks are technically in second place in the NL West.
West. I know where you're going.
But they're
AL West
14 and a half back. Yeah, if they were
the American League in general.
If they were in the AL West, they'd be a game out of first. And if they were in the AL Central, they'd be a game and a half out of first. Just once, could we be in one of the easy divisions?
Could we petition? I wonder if we could petition to trade somebody. Like the Angels always suck. So just put the Angels in the NL West, and they'll just be at the bottom anywhere they are.
Or flip them
and
with
then
the
get
A's.
to the AL
The
West.
A's don't even have a city yet.
And then as far as the NL, remember when the Cardinals, when they first moved here, they were in the NFC East?
Yeah.
As crazy as that was.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Philly's good, and Dallas has their moments and everything, but I'd rather be in the NFC East. I'd rather be in the AFC West. I mean, can't they petition somehow?
I'd rather be in any division than the ones that our teams are in. How's that?
2 major divisions we're in. It's not great. And we're in the Western Conference, which is like, for the foreseeable future, Oklahoma City and San Antonio have.
Yeah, it's so much for the positive, optimistic start to the show today.
E-Rod Day.
I was looking at that, though, in the American League. I mean, even in the AL East, where the Rays and the Yankees are decent, like, they would still be in striking distance of first. But we're talking about it over here. Like, man, they forget it. The wild card's slipping away. They'd be a game out of first in the AL West. And a game and a half out of first in the AL Central. That's not to say the Diamondbacks are having some amazing season, but occasionally things are allowed to break for you in sports where it's like, hey, maybe things are a little bit easier than you deserve.
In fact,
not here, though.
When Marshawn Lynch had the beast quake and all that kind of stuff, that year Seattle went 7-9.
Yes.
And they beat New Orleans, who had won the Super Bowl. And where's that division?
I'm telling you, man.
Where are those teams? Where you win the NFC West with a 7-9.
The people that say we have no luck in this city when it comes to sports, like, okay, I mean, I don't want to take on the victim mentality. There's just years and years of this, and we've had some good success here. But as far as just like hey, here's a kind of an easier path for you. Maybe your team's middling a little bit. Maybe your pitchers that got hurt a year ago still aren't back. But maybe you're in a little bit of an easier division. No. You got to be in the Dodgers division. Sorry, when your pitchers get hurt, they're out for 18 months, right. And you're in a division with the Dodgers, who this weekend will go Shohei Yamamoto and then probably trade for Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, at some point. Yeah, that's the one thing, too, is you just mentioned the luck they've had. I mean, as far as like, Soroka's going to be back. No, he's not going to be back. Burns is going to be back. No, he's not going to be back.
AJ
Puck is going to be back. He's not going to be back.
Yeah.
By the way, can I just throw in one thing? And I know we're going to do this later, and this will put you in a better mood. Did you know?
It's going to put at least one person out there in a better mood.
That Pavin Smith got DFA'd. I just want to say, at any point during the show today, we can do this today. It's like a sale today and today only. Anytime we get down like you just did, and people should have seen your face if you're watching on YouTube, just really a downer. We'll just say Pavin Smith got DFA'd. I mean, that probably could work for a couple of months, but it certainly can work today.
The reaction that got last night, the text I was getting at 11:30 p.m. of which is fine. You can text me whenever. I don't care.
People are texting 11. They're like, "Did you see?" It's like, what do you mean? Did I see?
But it wasn't like maybe it was urgent news. I don't know. But I got quite a few texts about Pavin Smith as we got closer to midnight. Did you get one in particular? Did get one in particular. I think you know who sent me that one.
I met that guy once and was like, I've never heard those words, at least combined.
Well, he may have been
like
ahead
the profanity that he combined with the word Pavin Smith.
He created new words, and that was like a month ago. So yeah, I mean, you're right. I don't know that it solves anything for the Diamondbacks, but it's.
It puts a smile on.
Am I off base though that maybe we could just be in an easier division for a year? Like, is that really that crazy? Like, yeah, how about you can't use this stuff as excuses. I get it.
Yeah.
But maybe the occasional break would. When the Cleveland Guardians get in with a worse record than the Diamondbacks and they win their division, and then all of a sudden they go on a run because they have good pitching. It's like, where is that moment where the Diamondbacks? I guess they got in with 84 wins a couple years ago. So whatever. All right, fine.
Well, what you could at least this works in the NFC as well, but at least in okay, you don't deal with the Dodgers, but there's 3 wild cards you could potentially get in the NFC. The reason why it doesn't work that way is because you play the Seahawks, Niners, and Rams, the combined times that you do, which then just knocks you out of the race anyway.
If we're going to get luck for a team, I'd like to use it on the D-backs because I don't think luck's going to help the Cardinals this year.
Yeah, probably not.
So I don't want to be like, oh, yeah, sure, you got moved over to the AFC West. Like, great. Still going to finish in last.
That's true.
I
would say that in Mike Hazen's case and in Monty Austin's case, if they could get us moved out of divisions, easier divisions, they'd probably get like 10-year extensions.
That would be a bigger move than any addition they could make right now.
I don't care what quarterback you get. You got us out of the NFC West. 10-year extension.
Speaking of quarterbacks, how badly do the Cardinals need to get this Jacoby Brissett situation handled quickly now? Because there may be pressure from inside the team. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2 and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Seawald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate, one team, making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Treat your pet at Tractor Supply with great prices on everything they need in just one stop. All summer long, we're adding new dog and cat products, over 200. Food, toys, treats from brands your pets love. All new, all at great prices, all at one place. So come in to save time and money. Leashed pets are always welcome. Shop in-store or online. Tractor Supply, your one stop for pets out here.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How can the D-backs find success before the trade deadline? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lavello. He'll join us at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf today.
E-Rod Day is a couple people wishing happy E-Rod Day on YouTube Live right now. So maybe this is catching on.
I feel good about it.
It really takes off. I mean, if you're trying to get a holiday started, if he goes out there and beats Shohei tonight, then we've got something.
Yeah, that'd be big.
So let's keep an eye on that.
Have to get some music, then we'll really have to bring in the food.
Yeah.
Except when Rick's here, we're not going to give him any food because that's just a funny bit.
Okay, so we agree we're all going to take pictures of food and send it to Rick today and be like, dude, I guess it was like, I don't know, like maybe going to the All-Star break celebration, they brought in so much free food that he'll show up. He'll come in, just take the food, and then leave.
He's that guy in the office. It's like, what?
You missed it the other day when they had free ice cream during the show. He got up and wandered out with this big, happy look on his face, but then it was gone. And he just kept walking by that window behind you, getting more and more angry and flustered.
He didn't get it.
Oh, yeah. He was like running across, like sprinting across the building.
Like the show was going, and he just left.
Yeah.
And then he eventually found what I assume was somebody else's ice cream. Yeah. He works here for the free food. That's just no doubt. Did you see that we talked about this briefly yesterday? I'm on Twitter for a reason right now, or X for a reason. But you saw the Stanley Cup stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like we talked about this yesterday, but it's even more embarrassing. Tom Dundon's the worst owner in sports. Right?
By a million,
like
by
it's
the way.
not even. I know we talked about this briefly, but you get 53 spots for names on the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup, like you're carving these names into the trophy. And not only did he waste 7 of them on him and family members, I don't even have a problem with him going on there because he does own the team. But
I do. I don't think the owner should be on there.
I don't think he should either. But like I think that's probably happened before. Not only though did he bump people that deserve to be on it for his kids that are in like kindergarten, he made them the first 7 names. So, like, you have to read through a bunch of Dundons before you even get to people who actually won the Stanley Cup. I'd rather they just put advertising on the cup.
I don't know how these NBA owners gave him the power to own the Blazers. Like he's basically running Major League to get them pulled out of Portland and probably to Nashville or something like that. Like It's unbelievable.
We're going to get more, not into this, but into this concept later in the show, because we were talking about before the show, like leagues or businesses that aren't run well but still kind of get a good result. And there's a couple examples we'll get to, but the Carolina Hurricanes not run well but just won the Stanley Cup because they have a great coach and great players. I mean, they have a good GM too. But why the reason I was on X was to make sure this is still here, and it is. So this is another reason that we all love Budda Baker. Maybe you disagree with what he posted, but he didn't delete it. Like, he has left this up there. So for people that missed it, sort of out of nowhere, Budda posts, just want bro to get his bleep done. He's not asking for what you think. Bro's asking for below the bare minimum. Let's just get it done. Several exclamation points.
And clearly he's referencing Jacoby.
It'd be funny if he wasn't.
Yeah, right. He's talking about somebody else.
He's watching some TV show or something.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this because he's one of the only few guys, maybe on this team, maybe Trey McBride. There's a few other guys because it directly affects these guys. There's a few guys who could put this tweet out and the organization go, hey, why don't you delete that? Like, they're not going to tell him you should do it. But my question or quandary becomes, is that something he should be doing?
Okay, that you were going a different direction with this than I thought.
The only reason I'm saying this is because this is the time where you're getting ready for camp and you're supposed to be kumbaya. And if you wanted to do that, I don't want to. I like Budda Baker. He's great. We all know these kind of things. But I wonder if it's more effective to either do this or go into management and say, "Hey, man, I'm a veteran. I'm a leader of this team. Let's get this deal done." Like it does.
Would probably be more effective to do that. Maybe he did do that.
Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he did both. I don't know. But go ahead, take it where you want to.
No, I didn't have a direction. You've done the show with me before. I don't know where I'm going.
That's true.
When I first saw this, though, yesterday, I was like, you don't often see guys get involved in their teammates' contract negotiations.
Not publicly.
No, not publicly, except with the Cowboys. It does feel like every time somebody, like, you'll
Jerry
see.
loves it.
Yeah, but you'll see players be like, oh, okay, well, George Pickens is going to be up dealing with this for a while. Okay, well, Mike is going to be dealing with this for a while. I just, as an organization, you don't want this reputation. And if it's just people putting out a list on NFL.com and saying, oh, this team had the worst offseason, blah, 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 it doesn't really matter. But when your most recognizable player since Larry Fitzgerald's like, come on, like, get this done. It's not a great look.
No, I don't think it is. And what it does is,
just to be clear, I'm not saying it's not a great look for Budda. I'm saying it's not a great look for them to not have this done.
Exactly. But what I think it does too, right before camp starts, right? Camp Kumbaya, everybody's got a chance. Everybody feels good. We're together. Blah blah blah. Is your most respected guy on your entire team is going at the organization to say, get this guy done. It's different than you or I or anybody going out and saying, hey, you should get this done or you shouldn't. And now there's a wedge between the Cardinals and their most respected player. And that's not good.
Yeah, and the other part of this that I immediately think of is, okay, how does this look to the fans? How does this look to, media market? That's all important. I'm not saying that doesn't matter, but how does it look to, like, potential free agents or guys that want to come here? So in the last week, you've had Trey McBride, who I think was kind of joking around, but there was obviously some truth to it, saying, oh, yeah, they way lowballed me in contract negotiations. He said that publicly, nationally. It's not like he even said it, like, in passing on a local podcast. He said that nationally. Mm-hmm. And then you have Budda flat out saying, I know he doesn't use Jacoby's name in there, but he is basically, I mean, this is the first light we've had shed on this in 3 or 4 months too, where he's like, he's not asking for what you all think he's asking for. So that makes it sound even worse. So that's two things the Cardinals don't need right now, because if you are a prospective free agent and you're looking around, you're like, okay, well, there's the two best players on the Cardinals, both saying like, what are we doing right now?
Well, and it's hard because I look at the Cardinals like differently than I look at, say, the Jets or the Browns.
Yeah.
Somebody like that. I think those are complete dysfunctional organizations. I know that the Cardinals are kind of in that direction.
Cardinals kind of go back and forth between
Right, they do. But what that does is when you have your most respected player take a shot at the organization, especially right before camp, like you said, that it's going to be talked about, and agents are going to look at it, players are going to look at it. It's not a good look. The Cardinals probably would say back to him, and I'm sure they're going to sit down and say, here's the deal, and explain what they're doing. And people forget this. They're paying Kyler a lot of money. There's, they're up against it. They don't, honestly.
But they do have cap space this year.
They do. And you and I have discussed the leverage part of the situation. If you're, usually in sports, it's different. You can't always compare apples to apples in sports. What you would do is, you're salesman X and you're really good at your job and your company won't give you a raise or whatever. That's one thing, and they look at the finances. In sports, a lot of times the finances don't make sense, but you still do it because it's the right thing to do for exactly the reason that you just discussed, that within the organization, you throw free bucks his way. It makes the player feel good, the team feel good, the fans feel good, the whole thing. Sometimes
your image matters.
Yeah, it does. And so that's the only reason they would give Jacoby the money, because as we've discussed many times, from a leverage standpoint, he has none.
He has none. He may have got a little bit with this, because in the last 24 hours, that picture got posted with him working out with, was it Marv, Trey McBride, and a few other guys. And then this post from Buddha. You know, the other thing I would say with Buddha's not like, he's not a hot take guy. You know what I mean? He's not constantly on X. He posts, but it's not like he's out there like looking for attention all the time. So I don't think, like, it'd be one thing, I don't know. There's certainly players out there that if they posted something like this, you'd be like, okay, they just want their name in the news. That's not him. That's not Buddha Baker. This almost just felt like exhausted. You know what I mean? Like, come on. It's been months. Let's get this done. That was another one of my first thoughts. So I guess I had like 8 first thoughts, and I saw this was, I've been with you. Jacoby Brissett has 0 leverage, but now I'm like, he might have a little bit of leverage if his teammates are coming to, and Buddha's saying he's not asking for that much. Like, okay, the leverage shifted a little bit, at least a little bit. They may not want to pay him because they may just want to go with Beck. I get that, but it's like this now became public again even before camp.
Yeah, I think this changes things a little bit. If there hadn't been this, and look, what Buddha's job is, he's a leader in that locker room. He gets paid by the organization, but he's a leader, and by his standard, and he's talked to Jacoby, I'm sure, about this, and he values what Jacoby brings to the table even more than, we keep talking about 1-11 and all these different things, and what did he really do, and so forth.
He got that response. Buddha got that response a lot from people, but I that's oversimplifying it.
Yeah. I just think that as a leader, he's going to step up for what he thinks is right, and clearly he thinks that Jacoby makes a difference for the organization, so he's going to do something about it. Like I said, Trey McBride might be able to do that. I don't think Marv has the panache to do something like that.
Buddha.
Yeah, there's only, and so they may listen, it may change, or it could have the opposite effect where they do nothing, Buddha gets upset, and then all of a sudden, we're before training camp, and all of a sudden this turns into a kind of an ugly thing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time where I've thought, like, if I was the Cardinals, if he really isn't asking for that much, I might just go get it done. I probably wouldn't do it today, because then it looks like your players can tell you what to do. I would just start at camp, okay, we got this done with Jacoby, and he's in here. And maybe that was going to happen anyway, who knows. But you always talk about how, like, okay, why isn't it getting done? Why isn't it getting done? Well, there's not a pressure point yet. Started training camp as a pressure point. This is kind of a pressure point. When your best player publicly is like, what are we doing?
Deadlines spur action. Yeah. That's what happens in business and sports and everything else. So the fact that, and I know you guys talked about it yesterday, the fact that they're all working out, I think that does show something. Maybe the Cardinals are already going to do this anyway, who knows? But I think that Buddha may be pushing it. This may be a thing where they're kind of teetering, and Buddha knows that, and he pushes it past the finish line. Like, let's go. I'm the leader on this team. Get it done. This is important to me. It's important for the organization. Because here's the one thing. Quarterback is so different than any other position in sports, and you need a leader at that position. And essentially he's saying, look, if you're playing Carson Beck, I think this is a fact. If you're playing Carson Beck, you're looking to the future.
That's the point. You can
and Buddha's going, I'm here now.
A bunch of people are writing back just saying, Jacoby went 1-11. Let's be clear. They played 0 defense the second half of last season. Everybody was hurt. Do I think if you sign Jacoby Brissett, you're suddenly making the playoffs? No. But if the players on the team feel like that's the guy that gives you the best chance to win, and he's not asking for that much, if he really isn't, I don't know what he's asking for. You need to fix that, because that's more of a get everybody on the same page issue than a money issue. All right, when we come back, the Summer Suns start tonight. So what are we expecting from Koa Pete and some of these other guys? You're going to hear what Koa Pete had to say about it next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I need Kaman Malowicz to play more than he did. I think it's imperative that Kaman Malowicz, by the end of the season, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malowicz. It is major panic time. If by March of next year you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malowicz, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale last night against the San Diego Padres. Merrill Kelly was fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings, giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champions starting tonight. The good news is that it's Erod Day today. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those Dodgers, opposing the great Shohei Ohtani. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, with pregame starting at 6:30. free, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports at 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Suns, they will be making their 2026 debut tonight. And speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut tonight. And he joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, saying what his goals are for the Summer League.
Yeah, just to win as many games as we can. I've won my whole life, so I'm just trying to win and just help my team win. And then obviously get better every day. Learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock on ESPNU. That is what's trending now.
Oh, gee, this is John Travolta here. And well, oh, summer suns having a blast. Summer suns are playing real fast. And Bickley and Murata mornings, oh, geez, they will talk about it on Monday at 6 a.m. Yeah.
Well, there's that for you.
Who knew Travolta would give you liners?
I hear Jarrett got drilled by a few of those kicks yesterday at the Phoenix Rising practice.
I heard him early this morning, and he was saying that muscles he had never used before in his life were hurting. That's how it is.
I really want him to start a campaign that he could play offensive line in the NFL, just to see how that looks if he has to go up against the Cardinals' defensive line in practice.
I did that. I did something similar one time in my broadcast career that I was a running. Those blocking dummies that they have in camp.
Yeah.
So the guy I used to do the show with was a former Lions defensive lineman, and when he probably played at 290, 300. He had ballooned a bit to maybe 340, 350, and I said, look, they'll pitch the ball to me. I can get around the corner. You got to hit every one of those linemen, and then you come, and I'm going to be past you.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And he goes, no way. And I go, yeah, I could easily do that in my much younger days. And so the Lions, we were going down to camp every day during this. I said it. I was so stupid. I said it during camp.
Yeah.
Well, one day we go down there, and they go, guess what we got? And they had pads, and they had it ready to go. So they pitched me the ball around that corner. He hit all four of those the things, came around and leveled me to the point where I was like the wind got knocked out of me.
They're just waiting.
Oh, yeah. And all the players was like, yeah, because I'm the dumb loudmouth media guy.
Up.
And I never said anything like that again because these guys are so athletic and so good. They're on a level that you just don't even understand or comprehend.
Yeah. No, their absolute floor. They're having a bad day. They've let themselves go is still, absolutely. By the way, I was telling you during the break, this is how you know it's football season. Our commissioner already contacted us about one of our fantasy football leagues. I already know I have the 5th pick in 2 months.
Wow. That is, when you start talking fantasy football for real.
Yeah. Now, once you know what pick you have, it's real. So now I got to figure out.
So are you already thinking who's 5th?
I'm starting to as we're having this
I
conversation.
Thought you would already know.
No, I haven't looked at all yet. I don't know. Maybe I'll look during the break, actually. Like, I at least figure out that range.
Are you like a risk taker guy who takes rookies like you would take maybe Jeremiah Love? He could be 5th.
Not at 5.
But no, it's way too early.
It's not like a keeper league.
Yeah, because you got
or
like
anything.
Gibbs. And
if it was a keeper league.
I got you.
But it's not.
McCaffrey and, okay. Anyway.
Well, McCaffrey's more of a risk because he's either going to be great or not play. Summer League starts tonight for the Phoenix Suns. So, John, I'm going to ask you the question that I asked on this show the other day and basically got crickets. I think Jamal was kind of on the same page.
He's a hoops guy.
Jamal was actually on the same page with me. But from Rick and Wolf, they were both like, whatever. I'm kind of more excited. Not even kind of. I am more fired up for this Summer League than I have been for a while. Because, A, look at what we see with like DeBonta and Peterson going at.
That was cool last night.
But then, B, I think there's like legitimate stories to watch for the summer Phoenix Suns that will carry into the regular season. Like, these aren't manufactured this year.
No, look, I'm a big fan of the Summer League. I covered it for years and years and years, even before it got to Vegas, and I think it means a lot. Although I will say that one year I covered it, and Tim Duncan got his butt completely kicked as a rookie by Greg Ostertag.
Yeah, well,
and so what I would say is...
I once played hockey agast Greg Ostertag.
No, you did not. Yep. He's gigantic.
It's very difficult to get around him because he's very large on skates.
And so my point is that don't always believe what you see, but like DeBonta last night, Peterson, he was in the Utah League too.
Yeah.
Those are really good players. But I agree with you 100%. I love it. I think it's dorky, but I'm amazed that the NBA can get all these players when it's like here, hot on the surface of the sun, and they go there and they do all the stuff
We
they
should
do.
have done this show from Vegas because
Oh,
Jamal,
for
you were in,
sure.
Jamal. You were. It was me
I'd
and
drive
you
there right now.
And then Rick and Wolf were both like, whatever.
No, I love the summer league.
Oh, I'm excited. Because there's so many, like Luke said, there's so many storylines. Like my favorite player that I'm going to be watching is Kobe Brea, but like Koa Pete, Rasheer Fleming, Kamal Malawach, like just to see what they're able to do against competition that is not the NBA, but like still prospect is very
It's
intriguing.
the next step. Like, I'm not going to sit here and read into, come on, Malawach has 18 and 12 tonight. He's arrived. It's not that. It's just I want to see what he does against this group of players.
He's going to get minutes, and so you want to see what you want to see is you want to see progress in certain things because he can earn minutes. It's not like just because they got Mark Williams back. Well, he's everybody is assuming, well, he's relegated to what he did a year ago. No, he's not. If he's a lot better, then he's going to earn time. That's how the professional sports works. If you're better than you were, then you'll get time. They're not going to just say, well, you're the third guy, period, see ya.
Yeah.
And then what Rasheer Fleming can do. But as far as Koa Pete, it's not, his shot is not going to be fixed overnight. Oh, my God, it's a miracle. He should have went top 10. But what's he been doing? I mean, from what we're hearing as far as the reports are, he's living in the gym. He's there every day. He's working really hard. He's mature for 19. He's all these things that they're saying. Okay, have they tweaked his shot at all? Is it as bad as what we think? Like I said, there's very little defense played in this league. There's a lot of, we've already saw it with DeMonta last night. There's a lot of one-on-one. There's a lot of hero ball. It's not exactly like the NBA, but you're playing against like players. And the other thing about it for the Suns is, we're saying Koa Pete's going to be where Fleming or Malawach was a year ago. Okay, but not if he's much better. And they always surprise people. So I think it's the three players that we're just talking about. I think it's huge in the summer league that they play well.
Here's Koa Pete was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. He talked about his goal for the summer league.
As many games as we can. I've won my whole life, so I'm just trying to win and just help my team win, and then obviously get better every day. Learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
They asked him when he knew the Suns were going to draft him.
Around like pick 21, my agent called me and told me they were trying to get up, and then he called me at 25 and then told me that they were going to get the pick and they were going to take me, so I was just ecstatic.
We'll obviously get more into this throughout the show because they open with the Blazers tonight. Is Tom Dundon going to play for Portland tonight? I don't know.
Is he going to send a team? Because it costs money.
That's true.
To send a team to the summer. Remember, you got to put them up in a hotel. You can't build tents. It's 110.
He's going to have to ask his other 6 family members who are on the Stanley Cup first before he decides if he should actually send a team.
I would go to Vegas. I would hang out. I'd watch. I think it's great.
Yeah, and I just you rarely get a team. Not like it never happens, but we've had Suns teams before. We're going into the season like the guys that play in the summer league, like they're probably never going to play for. And then you have the flip side where it's like your regular season's so pointless, only the summer league matters. I think we have a good balance this year. We're like the Suns have a good team, but there are guys that are going to play in the summer league starting tonight who can contribute on that good team. It's in terms of just this being entertaining and somewhat meaningful. They have a good balance right now. All right, when we come back, what kind of chance do the Diamondbacks have of winning this final series before the All-Star break? Since they're facing the Dodgers, and they're going to catch Shohei and Yamamoto in this series. We're going to talk to Jody Jackson. She'll join us. She'll bring the optimism. Next, it's Wolf and Luke, John Lunds in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive.
Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape giving $1,776 off a brand new pool, plus by Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Why Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Why Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by Why Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Why Refi today.
3 games left for the Diamondbacks before the All-Star break. They're in L.A. taking on the Dodgers.
Why'd your tone change like that?
Because, again, this goes kind of back to what we were saying earlier. Maybe occasionally you could catch a break. Not in this series. It's like, oh, maybe, the Dodgers have a 6-man rotation. Maybe they're catching the worst 3 pitchers. Shohei tonight, Yamamoto tomorrow. So that goes out the window. Jody Jackson is joining us. She's in L.A. She's spent the entire week in San Diego and L.A., so we appreciate her really braving the elements for us.
Don't hate me.
That's a great line. Don't hate me.
You have your lucky teal hat on, though, Luke.
That's true.
That is nice.
They do seem to win with this hat. So if they beat Shohei tonight, I don't have to wear it for the rest of the season.
Where's the hat? You just stick it back there with the helmets and just put it on.
Jody, let's start with the game last night. I know they didn't go in looking for a split. At some point, they're going to have to start really stringing a bunch of wins together. But considering they were down 2-1 in that 4-game series, how big was it to just salvage that split and kind of push any talk of being out of this race back a little bit?
Oh, I mean, it felt huge, obviously, because you go in there and you have the Dodgers at the end of the week. So I think, we were all thinking, gosh, can you take 3 of 4? And then to be staring down 1 and 2 after 3 games. And just the first game was a great game, 8-0. Everything was clicking. Brandon Pfaadt was really good. The offense was delivering. And then the next 2 games, especially the Wednesday game, just sloppy, just some mistakes, some things that unraveled, and they're not going to win that way. And they can't do any of that this weekend. They really have to tighten it up. So hopefully maybe just a fresh reminder there. But yeah, last night felt big, and it seems like Merrill Kelly's always on the mound for these. And he delivered once again, because I know I felt that way again in that Brewers series, that they really needed to win that game. And he did. It was 5 innings, 2 runs. Last night, 7 innings, 1 run, and he was really good. And so, the challenge for him is to continue it now. Talking to him on Monday, when I got into the clubhouse Monday, I kind of was searching for Merrill Kelly. And, you could tell that he feels like he really owes it to everyone in the organization and to the team and to himself to turn this thing around. He felt like that whole first couple months was not him, not anything that he wanted to be associated with. So he basically said in that session, I think it was the bullpen session or one of the days prepping for that Brewers series, like, enough is enough. I just have to trust my stuff, trust that I can read swings and pitch without, and not overthinking. And that has turned into what we've seen the last 2 times. So it was huge. They got just enough offense last night. Arenado hitting that home run was such a great tack on, for Ginkel and for Sewald to close it out, but still not a ton of offense, which is the thing that I think we're all looking for. We know that it's in there. We know there are guys that can do more offensively. And so, hey, they got the win, and let's hope that, now they go into Ohtani and Yamamoto. I feel like the offense getting quiet kind of started with that Ohtani win in Arizona, and so they certainly cannot have that. If it doesn't go well tonight, which Ohtani's been a little human lately, if it doesn't go well, even if it doesn't go well tonight, they can't let that they can't have a hangover after tonight.
Yeah, hopefully Dalton Rushing is doing the catching. They don't seem to be on the same page. But speaking of the offense, your reaction to Pavin Smith being DFA'd, and what are they going to do at first base the rest of the way?
Yeah, I mean, look, Pavin has struggled so badly, and a lot of times just looking a little lost at the plate. I think they wanted to give him a runway. The Alec Thomas situation is different, but I think at any point it's fair when you look at a struggling player, especially one that has had some injuries, and Pavin dealt with 2 months off this year, and so let him have a runway to try to get on track, and he just couldn't do it. And so I think that it's something that they had to look at. It's always sad when you break with a player that has been with the organization so long, and hopefully he'll land on his feet. But I think that change needed to be made, because when you're talking about urgency and you got a guy that's batting 141, it's very tough to continue to let him try to get it right here at the big league level and in an important time in early July. So I think that I wasn't completely surprised there. And then with Waldschmidt getting called up, now you have a lot of outfielders. So first base is not fixed by any means, but, it's you can laugh, but, Tim Tawa was in there yesterday. He moved a runner. That runner scored. So, if you just have to play fundamental baseball, maybe at that position, you have Vargas, you have Tawa. And if they can play well enough till the end of the trade deadline here, guys, and, coming out of the break, that big road trip, if you're in a position to add a piece, maybe you do that, but it doesn't have to be first base. To be honest, if you're going to have, all teams have a hole in a lineup. Is it as big a hole as what we've seen? What's the number? You guys can rattle it off, I'm sure. What would we see? 550 OPS?
Yeah.
Is like the lowest since 1920 or something. Yeah. So it's ugly that way when you look at it, but every team has a position or two where they don't have as much production. So I think you have to get more somewhere, though. And then maybe it's the outfield. And with that, you are mixing pieces. You have a lot more pieces. But yeah, I think they're going to just handle it right now with Vargas and Tawa, at least for the next 3 games, and then they can kind of reset in the All-Star break.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, you mentioned Merrill Kelly. Now it's 12. His last 12 starts, he's given up 3 runs or less in 9 of them. His overall numbers for the season still aren't great, but in terms of giving them a chance to win, he's been doing that really for most of his last 12 starts. Plus, Brandon Pfaadt has looked better in his last 2 starts. I know these are sort of small sample sizes, but with the way those two have pitched and potentially Soroka coming back soon, how quickly could they maybe get the rotation back on track?
I think very quickly, Luke. If Brandon Pfaadt continues to do what he does, I think Merrill, look, I mean, I'm not saying he won't have maybe 1 or 2 bad starts the rest of the way, but I think Merrill is locked in right now. I don't really know about Zach Gallen. I don't know where he's going to go from here, up or down. Last year it was up from the All-Star break. We can hope the same. And Erod's been amazing. He's going tonight again. Soroka, I think, will be back after the break unless there's a small delay for whatever reason. And then you've got Cabrera, and I've liked what Cabrera has done. We saw a young player out there throwing to the wrong base last game, which kind of led to a blow up. And a ball that was questionable and all of that. So I think Cabrera, though, I like the deception. I like the stuff. I like his demeanor, all of that. So, and then you have Mitch Bratt as a little bit of protection there if you have anyone that ends up on the IL. So I think the starting rotation is in a pretty decent spot. And then the bullpen's been great. And then the defense is terrific. And that leaves you with, again, where are you at? I think the pitching has been pretty good. And if you get Soroka back, which I think they will, there really doesn't seem to be any red flag there. I think he's going to be back. I think you're in good shape.
How important, and Tori's talked about this, and I think it's been a discussion point a lot, where this is similar to last year, and they went into the break and they struggled, and then they came out and they struggled, and then they traded all these guys. Well, all of a sudden, the Dodgers, which is a big series, there's no doubt, but then right afterwards, it's St. Louis, it's Washington, it's Pittsburgh, it's all these teams that you're going to be playing for this wild card. So this series, and then the series right out of the All-Star break, and then, of course, you have the deadline. So at that point, it's like, okay, we really do know what we are now, because the Dodgers are the Dodgers, but it's actually more of these teams right after the break where you're playing the teams that you're going to compete against for this wild card.
No, you're exactly right, John. I mean, look, this series here, they want to surprise people. They want to be able to come up and bite the Dodgers. But you're right. There's a much larger sample coming after that break with that long. Well, first you have the A's. Am I right with that? I think you have the A's at home for 3, and then the long road trip. And the road trip is exactly what you said. Those teams, Washington has not gone away. They're still hanging in there. The Marlins aren't on this trip, but I mean, the Marlins are still there. But the Pirates are still, like, the Pirates and the Diamondbacks record is very similar, and then you've got Cleveland wedged in there. So can you take advantage of what Cleveland looks like? So this team it's hard to figure out. I mean, I see so many good things, and then I see a little bit of doubt, because you do have some young players, you have some veterans, but you have some young players. You have Corbin struggling right now. When Corbin gets hot, you feel like this team can win every night. If Perdomo, who has been fine, he's been okay. He hasn't been like 2025 Perdomo. I'm just kind of looking for them to get that little, that really it's some swagger, and they're going to have to do, if they can get on a roll out of the break. I think if they can develop that, that's going to be really determining if this team is going to be special in 2026 or if they're going to fall short.
Yeah. It's a good way to put it, Jody. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the final 3 games here before the All-Star break.
Very good, guys. I'll enjoy walking out of the house and, or walking out of the hotel and not melting. So good luck to you guys.
Must be nice. Thanks, Jody. Thanks, Jody. She started with "Don't hate me," and then at the end she threw that one little dig in there. Hey, it's 175 where you guys are. There's a nice ocean breeze here. All right. Thanks to Jody Jackson there. When we come back, what are the biggest position battles heading into Cardinals training camp? The reason we ask is the first open practice is 2 weeks from today. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Diamondback skipper Torey Lovullo, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with 1841 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health, you're more to us.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with the W in their series finale last night against the San Diego Padres. Merrill Kelly was fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and only giving up 1 run on just 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champions starting tonight. The good news is that it's Erod Day today, so happy Erod Day to all who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking a mound tonight against those same Dodgers, opposing the great Shohei Ohtani. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with the pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight. And speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut tonight, and he joined the Burns and Gamble show yesterday saying what his goal will be for this Summer League.
Yeah, just to win as many games as we can. You know, I've won my whole life, so I'm just trying to win and, just help my team win. And then obviously, get better every day, learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and, just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock on ESPNU. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every day. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Tonight, it's game 1 in the Summer League for the Phoenix Suns, so who are we keeping our eyes on? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
How long did you just say till college football kicks off?
50.
Okay. That's not bad.
No, in studio here, and I know we're going to talk Cardinals momentarily, but on our TV to the left, they're talking college. In our TV to the right, well, now they're talking NBA, but they were talking pro ball. And it's like, you just know, we're in a weird kind of place for sports right now. But we are, as you said, the first open practice is 2 weeks from today. People are, talking. There's helmets in the background over here. Let's go.
I always feel better when I see helmets in the background. Two things that make me feel better are helmets in the background or a bracket.
I guess they're behind you, and it's not, but, you get the idea.
It's different. The ones behind me are always there, though.
Yeah.
Like, when we're starting to see them on TV, that's...
it means they're talking.
That means it's getting real.
Yeah.
Helmets in the background and brackets. Those are the two things you got to have,
exactly right.
one of them at all times. All right, so helmets in the background. Training camp for the Cardinals opens not next week, but the week after. So, obviously a little bit earlier this year because of the Hall of Fame game, but who cares? That means it's earlier this year. And Wolf went off yesterday about how he's actually excited for this preseason for some reasons that do make sense, like Carson Beck and new head coach. And for me, I want to see how much they use Trey Benson because I'd be showcasing him all through the preseason to try and trade him.
Good call.
But as far as just actual position battles, you and I were talking about this off the air. There aren't a ton of clear-cut ones for a team that has so many question marks. It does sort of feel like a lot of their starters are set going in, except here, I'll throw one out. Quarterback.
We're on the same page, and we haven't even talked about this. That's the one, right?
It's the biggest
because
one.
Yesterday, everyone's oh my God, there's a picture with Jacoby with a bunch of guys working out. He must be,
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe that means that, or maybe it doesn't. And Buddha puts out this tweet like we talked about.
The Buddha one, I think, is a bigger deal than the picture.
But let's say that's not responded on at all, that the Cardinals just, have their heels stuck in the ground and they don't care, then what that tells you is that, look, Carson Beck really has a chance here. If they bump him up a little, then that tells you clearly he's the starter and he's going to at least start the year. Because he's asking for starter money when he may not finish the year as a starter, but it will tell you that he's going to start the year as a starter. That way, I would think Minshew might be gone. And for all the nice things they're saying about Beck, I think he could be the backup. So you're right. Of a team that has so much uncertainty, they have a lot of positions that really aren't battles, but quarterback is number one, which is why they keep getting bad grades because the rest of the people are like, well, what you doing at quarterback?
Yeah. Well, you just stumbled on something. You've been doing this a lot this week.
That's what I do.
And
stumble.
I think this is a fair question. You keep stumbling into things, though.
Fumbling, bumbling.
You just said it right there, like, okay, if they bump up Jacoby, okay, then maybe the Gardner Minshew isn't here anymore. Gardner Minshew is here. He's guaranteed more money than Jacoby right now, which is probably part of the issue. So what happens if Jacoby is the starter? Are you really going to just cut Gardner Minshew when you're paying him and you're already paying Kyler? You're paying Kyler a lot more than Gardner Minshew, obviously. Are you going to make Carson Beck your third-string quarterback? I guess you could.
Well, okay, so this goes back to our position battle. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a starter. What I think is that if Carson Beck, and you mentioned a really key thing there, which is the Hall of Fame game, which everybody else in the country is going to go, whatever. We get excited because it's football, so we watch it. We're going to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, because usually you watch like the first 7 plays.
And then you're like, okay, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But for the Cardinals, this is a big deal because, look, I know that he's not going to play the whole game, but Carson Beck's going to get an extra game. And whether the Cardinals say this publicly or not, what the deal is here is he's going to play probably the majority of that game. and they already know because they're practicing. But if he plays well in that game and in the preseason, I don't think there's a need for Gardner Minshew. So when we say that there's position battles, there's a position battle for two that I think is really important, which is if Beck doesn't seem to be ready, then they're going to keep Minshew. If Beck is ready, why do you need Minshew?
Well, yeah, or maybe another way to put it is why do you need Minshew and Brissett? Right? Do you need a rookie quarterback who you need to get reps for? Otherwise, you basically burn that third-round pick. Because if you can't get him reps this year and you struggle as a team, you then need to draft a quarterback in the first round next year. I mean, I will continue everything else we say about the Arizona Cardinals for the next however many months. The biggest thing to me is if you have a top 5 pick next year in the draft, you have to take a quarterback.
100%.
Because if you have a top 5 pick, that means you either didn't play Carson Beck enough to know if he's worth passing on a franchise quarterback potentially, or you played him and he wasn't good enough to win games, even if it's not fair in the division they're in, the schedule they have. But if you have a top 5 pick, you have to take a quarterback in this draft. So you have him, you have Gardner Minshew, and in theory you have Jacoby Brissett too. And I fully acknowledge Jacoby Brissett gives them a better chance to win than Gardner Minshew. That might be one more game, but just because he has good chemistry with Michael Wilson and Trey McBride, he already knows, I shouldn't say he knows the system because he's a new head coach, but he knows he has chemistry with those guys. But I just don't know that you need all 3 of these quarterbacks.
Well, and on the other side of that, because there's so few quarterbacks, I'm not saying that Gardner Minshew is going to start for some team and they're going to go anywhere, but not every backup in the league's great, and not every team feels great about their backup quarterback. So I could see somebody calling and going, hey, I'll give you a 7th rounder or a flyer or some sort of a pick for Minshew. And I think if Beck is good in the preseason and they have an extra game to evaluate him, which is big, then you could see Beck being the 2 and Minshew doesn't need to be around. So when we say that there's battles, there is a battle for not only the starter, but I think for the backup as well.
But see, you keep saying Minshew doesn't need to be around. Is it possible they did this because they see Jacoby as expendable? And I'm saying more so like maybe they're not going to give him a boost because they're already paying Gardner Minshew and they just drafted Carson Beck.
Well, I mean, let's look at logic. Okay, we know what Buddha did and he wants him back, but they still haven't done anything. So what that tells me is when in any business, UI, whatever, it's like if they value you, then they're going to pay you what you should be paid on the average. They still haven't done that. So what that tells you is how much do they value what Jacoby brings to the table?
You could argue, you might be able to argue on the timeline a little bit on the Minshew thing because we don't know. It's a little gray there, but you could say, have they done anything since Jacoby Brissett said he wants more money? Not with Jacoby, but they've signed Gardner Minshew and drafted Carson Beck. So, like, if you march down the hall right now and you're like, hey, I want a raise, and they're like, leave, and then they brought in 2 new hosts.
Right. That's what I mean. It's just make it to our situation or whatever anybody's thinking driving in. If you work for Company X and they bring in 2 people at your possession and basically tell you, hey, can you mentor these people to take your job?
Right after you asked for a raise. I don't know that this is that complicated.
Yeah, you might want to update your resume. I don't know. Call me stupid and crazy, but you might want to.
You could use the company printer to update your resume. At that point, they wouldn't even care.
Seriously, you're right. They bring in a backup that is basically the Spider-Man meme to you, and then they
went out and drafted a quarterback,
which again is not drafting a guy in the first round, but it's also not drafting a guy in the 7th round.
Still bringing guys in to do your job. Yeah. All right, so we got through the one position battle. We didn't even get to the other.
Is that it?
Well, we got to go to break. We'll come back with some more of these later on the show.
Because we have to talk like right guard and things like that.
I really want to get into backup long snapper.
Yes.
Half Day Club is back July 22nd. Join us as we broadcast live from D-backs A's and throughout the first pitch at Chase Field. Lower level tickets are just $9.87 before taxes and fees. So text half to 620-620 for details. All right, when we come back, does one of the Phoenix Suns, I don't know. Is it possible that one of the Phoenix Suns has one of the worst contracts in the NBA? One major outlet believes yes. We'll tell you who, and I guess why. Next, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now, it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up. So before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com or call 602-298-6956.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Mr. Grand Price in possession.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, geez, this is John Travolta here. And well, oh, summer sun's having a blast. Summer sun's playing real fast. And Bickley and Murata mornings, oh, geez, they will talk about it on Monday at 6 a.m. Yeah.
I mean, John Travolta over Jay-Z would have been confusing enough.
Yeah, that's what we like to do.
But whatever that was even more confusing. Jarrett being John Travolta over Jay-Z, even more confusing. All right, John Lund's in for Wolf today. John, you found this story. I think we should bring Jamal in on this too, just to get the general reaction on this, okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. It sounded like you had something really profound to say. I didn't want to.
No, I was going to talk about this story, but yeah, go right ahead because I'll bring this up.
So you found it was Bleacher Report, and it was the 8 worst contracts in the NBA. So, this is not the 8 worst players in the NBA. It's the 8 worst contracts. Like a couple years ago, Bradley Beal it was widely considered had the worst contract in the NBA, or certainly one of them, right? And you kind of get a feel for who, like Joel Embiid. Like when Embiid plays, he's great, but he doesn't play enough, and he's paid so much money that typically you expect him to be on the list. I always look at it as like if you needed to get off a guy's deal, like if you had to trade him, could you trade him? Paul George is on this list. I didn't think you could trade Paul George. Apparently, you could trade him for Jaylen Brown. So
unbelievable.
Maybe that contract wasn't as bad as I thought, but that's on this list. Joel Embiid is on this list. This list isn't loading, so now I'm now doing it from memory from earlier. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, it's cool that your internet works. Devin Booker's on the list.
So this is what they say. It says, and they have him as the 5th worst contract in the NBA. 4 years, $250 million left, 35% of the cap. He says Devin Booker versus Donovan Mitchell is a legitimate debate. They've got Mitchell on here because he just signed a new extension.
Okay.
It says many will play Spider, blah, blah, blah. It says Booker's the only one of the 2 guaranteed to have a top 10 salary in each of the next 2 seasons, paying someone who's a second-team All-NBA staple when they made just one All-NBA squad, blah, blah, blah. The thing about this is that usually these type of lists are reserved for players like Paul George, who at one point was good, but then through injuries or whatever, and this happens in baseball.
Bradley Beal was a great example
Exactly.
of this. He just couldn't stay on the floor, but you were still paying him.
Yeah, and this happens in the NBA. This happens in Major League Baseball. Anywhere that you've got the 100% guarantee, which is a lot of times what happens is that the end of a contract is going to look ugly, but you hope in the meantime that you can win a championship or 2 and say, okay, the last 2 years stink, but by the way, we won a title. So I don't understand why they would put Booker there because, okay, are you saying that he's a Batman and a Robin and, you got to have those players, you got to have that top player in the NBA. This isn't a bad contract. I haven't heard anybody say that this was a bad contract. This is what the going rate is for a player of his caliber. He's not dragging the team down. He's not too old. He's not ineffective. Like, why would you say that he had a bottom 5 contract in the league?
I wonder what the perception of Booker is around the league. And again, when I see stuff like this, my thought is just Booker, Donovan Mitchell, some of these other guys on this, De'Aaron Fox even, but he's on the list.
Well,
but like
Trae Young, I get it. Like, that's a bad contract. Paul George is a bad contract.
Well, the Wizards just love to sign bad contracts.
Oh, they do.
And they also traded for DA, by the way.
De'Aaron Fox, his just kicked in at $229 million, and we saw what he's like in the finals. Like, I understand those type of contracts, but after De'Aaron Fox, who just kicked in at $4 and $229, they put Booker. Do you think that if you called the Spurs right now and said, hey, would you do Fox for Booker? After they got done laughing, they'd say, yeah, of course we would.
They'd be like, wait, this is a prank call? Like, what is this? Like I said, I always look at these like, could you trade this guy if you had to? The Suns have made it clear they're not trading Booker. I don't think trading Booker is the answer. But if they traded Devin Booker, they'd get some stuff back. Now, it might be picks, and those picks might turn into nothing. I mean, I always find it interesting when you're having this conversation and somebody's like, you got to move Book. Book's the problem. Get some picks. But then those same people are like, the 2033 draft pick, that unprotected pick has no value. Who knows who you'd get? Like, well, okay. Well, which is it? Right. Are you counting draft picks as currency, or are you counting them as nothing and they're expendable? I think if you traded Devin Booker, though, you could actually get some players back in the deal, too. Same with Donovan Mitchell. Like, he's in a similar.
I disagree with that, too.
It's a weird list because as you're reading down it, you're like, okay, these are just big name players who haven't won a title who are making a lot of money. But then you get down to the bottom of the list, and it's Christian Brown at the Denver Nuggets. You're like, okay.
Right, and his is 5 and 125. Like, that, it's a ridiculously dumb contract.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is, like you brought up a great point, which is, could you trade this contract? Of course you could trade the Book contract. And the other side of it is, I just mentioned the Spurs or Oklahoma City, or if you go to the Eastern Conference, some teams that could be on the verge of unseating the Knicks in the East. If you put Book on any of those teams, or if you made him available, you would get 20 phone calls in a day.
Yeah, you would. And they'd be real ones. They wouldn't be like LeBron's agent saying every team except like 2 have called about his player.
By the way, you said you might play for the minimum. Every team is going to call you.
Seriously.
It's like if you said you wanted $50 million, LeBron, you'd get no calls. But it's like, by the way, one of the greatest players of all time will play for the minimum. What do you think the rest of the league's
really
going to do?
And by the way, he's not going to play for the minimum. So I don't know what that was. Going back to the Booker part of this though for just a second. And again, my stance, I'm not trading him unless, I don't think anybody's untouchable if some team wants to call you with some absurd offer and here's all these picks and 3 great young players. I don't even know what that package would look like. Like my phone's always on if I'm the GM of a team that didn't just win the championship, right?
That's your job.
But I'm not looking to trade Devin Booker, but I know a good chunk of Suns fans are open to it. So just to kind of indulge that side of things, at what point would his contract become untradeable? Like set this list aside for a second because we're kind of both getting to the same place. Like the guy's 29. He's an excellent player. Devin Booker, I feel like by the end of last year was viewed as, boy, I'm not sure he's a top 10 player in the league. Okay, cool. Then he's 15th. Like I still want him on my team, but he's 29. What about this contract when he's like 33? I mean, what's the point?
And that's where this contract runs through.
Yeah. Like what's the point where if you ever wanted to trade him, again, I wouldn't, but if you ever wanted to trade him, where is that point of no return where you probably would need to do it?
Well, what teams do is how they look at things is they do it in increments. Okay, we're in a window now. Now we're out of that window. If they determine, I think this team together right now, there's some young players on this team, but I think that there's a window here of about 2 to 3 years. So that makes, at the end of this 4, Book's 33. So by the time Book's like 30, 31, that becomes the magical number in sports. Oh my God, you hit 30, which is remarkably young normally, but in sports is obviously, you start looking at that.
Unless you're a quarterback.
Right. Yeah, that's true. But when you look at Book about 2 years from now when he's 31, that's when you might say to yourself, okay, let's move him because there's an expiration date on this milk that becomes spoiled. I think it's about 2 years where if they're still sitting in the same place, you and I are sitting here, and it's like, hey, they're in the middle of the Western Conference
winning 43
standings.
games every year.
Then move Book and do what the Clippers are trying to do, except the NBA won't allow them because this whole Kawhi Leonard thing's weird. But at some point, Charlotte's trying to do this. The Clippers are trying to do this. There's a number of teams saying we're right in the middle, which is the worst place to be because we're not bad enough to get the good guys out of the draft. We're too good to, the middle ground is where you don't want to be as an organization. If they do this for about 2 more years, Book's only got 2 left. A team will absolutely trade for that contract with only a year or 2 left.
Yeah.
And the Suns will say to themselves, we're stuck of being in this middle ground. Let's move him.
Because the other part you have to factor in, and again, we have to say this, or at least I have to say this every 20 seconds, because otherwise the cut where we're talking about trading Book will get posted, and people will be like, you want to trade Book? I don't want to trade Devin Booker. I would never trade Devin Booker because he means more to your franchise than just what he does on the floor. He means more to the community. All that stuff we already know. But if you were looking to trade him, you would also want to trade him at a time where it's not like, oh, yeah, we can still move the contract. It's like we can still move the contract and get huge pieces back for him. That's the other part.
The last part of what you said is, I think, where it's really hard to do this in sports, to find where a player is still in the minds of the rest of the league still has a really high value, because in 1 year it can flip.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like
especially in the NBA.
Right. And like Paul George is a guy that's an asset to all of a sudden. That's why the trade to me with Jaylen Brown was so incredible, because that is what we're defining here, which is bad contracts. And he's a bad contract, and somehow that turned into Jaylen Brown. But Book is still a guy where you would look at him on your team and say he is absolutely an asset. But where's that line to where, we got to dump the contract?
He's always going to have more value here than he would have somewhere else. That's, I think, the biggest thing why I just can't imagine a scenario where trading him would be the right move, because you're never going to get in return in a trade. You're never going to get that back for Devin Booker, what he does for your team. But at the same time, I mean, everything's got to be on the table all the time. I get that, unless you're winning the championship.
Well, at what point does it become Giannis, right? Where Milwaukee just said, well, but they had won a championship, so that's not a great comp. Good job by me.
Don't ever bring that up again. Thank you.
But if at some point where you'll go, okay, this is as far as we can go with this group.
Yeah.
We've got to move the guy. I could see that, because I'm sure Milwaukee didn't want to move Giannis, but at some point they're going, okay, we've tried everything. We can't get beyond where we have either been or are, so we've got to move him and try to get pieces.
And they got a lot of pieces back,
They did.
too.
A lot of picks and everything
Like he got to Miami and looked around, and there's one other player that he gets to play basketball with. All right, when we come back, is Merrill Kelly getting back on track for the D-backs? And if so, Why can't Zach Gallen get back on track? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundson for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lies flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks were able to come away with a W last night in their series finale against the San Diego Padres. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in California, only this time they will be headed to the La La Land, Los Angeles, to take on defending champions Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it's Erod Day today, so happy Erod Day to all those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those Dodgers, opposing the great Shohei Ohtani. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with the pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight. And speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will also be making his debut, and he joined the Burns and Gambo show yesterday saying what his goals are for this Summer League.
Yeah, just to win as many games as we can. I've won my whole life, so I'm just trying to win and, just help my team win. And then obviously, get better every day, learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and, just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. How can the D-backs find success before the trade deadline? We'll ask the manager, Torey Lavello. He'll join us at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, well, since you brought it up, John, and even though you really didn't, I did. But I am looking at fantasy football rankings for this upcoming season, knowing I have the 5th pick in the draft already in 2 months.
Who's the 5th pick?
Consensus is Jackson Smith and Jigba should be the 5th pick. So now I'm going to recap the conversation we had during the break because it only makes sense.
Why not?
College fantasy football is the best.
It's awesome.
Because there are no lists. You don't just have the rando in your league that doesn't even watch football, and they're like, I'll take CD Lamb with the pick. Like, college fantasy football, it's the wild, wild west. Yeah. You got to figure out the depth charts. You got to figure it all out on your own. And now I'm starting to see major publications put those lists out this week. So they're going to ruin college fantasy football too.
Yeah, because all you got to do is follow the whole.
I don't like it when everybody has the same list they're looking at. They should just.
No, back in the day where they didn't have all that, and you met everybody and you went and you did a board and all that. By the way, what you just reminded me of with the whole CD Lamb, I'm not saying it's the best commercial of all time, but the best fantasy football commercial of all time was the guy was like, TJ, who's your mama? Championship. That was so amazing.
TJ Hushmanzada.
And I did an interview with him one time, and the whole time I'm doing the interview with TJ Hushmanzada, I'm just thinking of that ad, TJ, who's your mama? And I couldn't get out of my head, and I'm saying, don't say that. Like in my inner mind, because I was going to probably call him TJ, who's your mama?
Because if he hadn't seen the commercial, he would have looked at you like, what is wrong with you?
Because, by the way, he was crazy Brennan Ayuk's receiver coach. And that's why we had him on.
Yeah.
And all I could think of was TJ, who's your mama? I was like,
did you get to the interview?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in the back of my mind, I don't know if that ever messes with you. Like when there's a tough name or something and it's just constantly in your head, you're going to screw it up. That's all I could think of. I'm like, please don't say TJ, who's your mama.
There was one name, like my second year with the Coyotes, and it was this dude on Minnesota. And usually, especially like after years of working in the NHL, like you can pretty much pronounce any name because you just know the rules of like how each language pronounces their name. But it's like my second year, this dude on Minnesota. And I remember walking around asking people downstairs, I'm like, hey, this is embarrassing. I cannot pronounce this dude's name. And the general reaction I got was, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Like, he's on Minnesota. He had a hat trick that night.
Oh, of course he did.
Hat trick.
Yeah.
Hat trick.
It always works like that.
I think it was Guillaume Latendresse.
Wow.
Which did not look like, well, yeah, now I've learned how to say it.
Now you can, but still, to just pull that off the top of your head.
He might have had 4 goals, actually. Anyway, let's get to Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, let's do that.
And so now you have the situation with the Diamondbacks where Merrill Kelly, I'm not going to say everything's just like perfect, but he's been pitching a lot better. Brandon Pfaadt, 2 starts since he gets called back up, pitching a lot better. Erod, well, it's Erod Day, so we're all celebrating that here.
Goes without saying.
We had Jody Jackson on earlier. She said, hey, Jose Cabrera wasn't bad for what he is, right? He's made 4 major league starts, but he's very soon, maybe his next start, that's going to be Mike Soroka.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not inconceivable that you could start feeling good about this rotation again if in whatever order you're going Erod, Soroka, Merrill Kelly, Brandon Pfaadt. Why can't Gallen get back on track if Merrill and Pfaadt really are back on track? Because they're at least showing signs.
It's a great mystery why some players in history can adjust what they are. So in other words, you're not blazing 96, 97 anymore, but you've adjusted the way that you play. This happens in all sports. There's certain players in the NBA who are overly athletic. They learn how to, Tim Duncan knew how to fade into the background. It wouldn't seem that Gallen would be one of those players who couldn't adjust, because it's like, okay, you don't rely on this anymore, but you can do that and you can still be an effective pitcher. I don't know why he couldn't, because it's not like he's throwing 97, 98, and all of a sudden he's throwing 93, and it's like, well, your other stuff doesn't work off the fastball like it used to, so you're going to struggle later in your career. There's been pitchers who were like comets, and then they went down because they lost fastball velocity. He hasn't really done that. And then you get into the analytics of spin rates and all these different kind of analytical things. Yeah, it's down a little bit, but it doesn't explain him falling off a cliff.
Mm-mm. No, it really doesn't. I thought you were going to go into all the analytics and talk about spin rates, and because you're big on analytics.
I saw you start looking at me. Jamal completely lost. I looked over at Jamal. He had completely lost interest in the show. He was looking for ice cream, pizza, or wings.
Because it felt like you were just throwing out like baseball analytic terms you had heard before.
No, what I'm saying is that he hasn't fallen off a cliff, as far as I know. And then, the analytic guys say, well, his spin rate is...
It's right. You can very clearly see right here that if you calculate the spin rate with the transfluxor.
So that's a beautiful line, the transfluxor.
Yeah.
So Kelly's been able to get back on, but something Jody said, and it's publicly known, but she mentioned it, is Merrill Kelly just mentally said, this isn't me. I'm going to pitch better than this. This is ridiculous. And I don't know why Gallen, for, we've seen this, maybe 10 or 15 batters, he can be what he was, and then he absolutely loses it and can't get it back.
It's exactly that. For the longest time, I've thought Zach Gallen would look around and say, you know what? I got nothing to lose now. Everybody expects me to go out here and pitch badly. I know I'm better than this.
Yeah.
Like if it's mental, and that's kind of what I've thought, is Zach Gallen's a bit of a perfectionist. Even when he was really dealing for the D-backs, there were times where he'd be like, yeah, I didn't like the 17th pitch I threw of this game. That could have been better, which is great. That helps you get really good. But then also if things start to go bad and you're a perfectionist, and I'm not, that was just my impression of Gallen. That's why I thought he would pull out of this at some point. Even at a certain point, it's kind of like Merrill Kelly said of like, I'm over this. Like,
I'm better than this.
Yeah, like this is ridiculous now. We've reached ridiculous levels. Zach Gallen's ERA is ridiculous for a bad pitcher. He's not a bad pitcher. I mean, I get it. He is this year, but his career indicates he was below average last year and good the rest of his career. So what is going on? Especially if Merrill's figured it out and Brandon Pfaadt is figuring it out. Like what?
Which tells you, by the way, that the organization, because certain organizations, they just can't develop, or maybe they can't get a guy out of a rut. If Kelly's gotten out of his and Pfaadt goes back down to the minors and has gotten out of his, and I've said this until I'm blue in the face, I understand that he's Zach Gallen. I get what he's done for the organization, but at some point, when like a Soroka comes back, if they want to fix him, he's got to go down to the minors. He's got to take some time. He's got to be out of the rotation, because we've talked to many people in the front office of the Diamondbacks. It's not easy between starts, once the season gets started, to change mechanics, to say, like, you can change mentality maybe, but he needs to go down and have the Brandon Pfaadt treatment, which is, guys, let's mess with this. Let's move you over on the rubber. Let's try this. Let's try that. You can't really do that between starts.
Yeah.
But you could if you said, hey, let's skip a couple of starts. Let's get you down to the minors. I understand maybe that's an ego hit, but what you've done over the last year, and we just can't have that anymore.
Yeah.
But because they've had the injuries in the rotation, they can't do that.
Yeah, and so now, like you said, when Soroka comes back, you would technically have enough. You could just keep Cabrera in there. I guess you can't really send Gallen down, but could you put him in the bullpen? Could you just have him miss a start?
Or at least tell him, hey, we're going to come up with something, and this happens all the time in sports, come up with some kind of phantom injury, and then we work on things for a couple of weeks, and then we put you back in and see, because they've got to get under the hood on him. They got to look at the engine and say, okay, what are we doing? Or mentally get him back, or whatever the case may be, because if velocity had dropped sharply, I know the spin rate's down a little bit, whatever, analytically, but it has not fallen off the table. So it's got to be something either mechanically or mentally. And to really get into it, they need to have an ability to take him out of the rotation for a couple of weeks and work on it.
Merrill Kelly's ERA, which, by the way, if you looked over here and it looked like a beautiful mind, and I had like 7 pens, and I was trying to write all these things down.
I was like,
numbers.
wow, look at he's writing down stuff.
His ERA in his last, 12 starts for Merrill? So this is what I keep talking about. 9 of the last 12, he's given up 3 runs or less. His ERA, even with the 3 bad starts in there, and they've been bad, is 4.21. So in about 3 hours, I'll be able to calculate his ERA without those 3 starts. But that's even with a gave up 7 against Washington, gave up 6 against the Angels, gave up 5 against the Rays. Mixed in there, his ERA is still 4.21, which all I'm saying is most nights now he's giving you a really good chance to win.
And it's so weird because you do, like, he's not just off a little. Like you said, you just mentioned those starts. Like, it blows everything up.
Yeah.
He is generally pitching consistently enough to give your team a chance to win. That's the difference with Gallen. Is he's going out there. We all hold our breath. He looks good for 10, 12, 15 batters, and then all of a sudden it just goes.
All right, when we come back, let's go around the NBA because I guess LeBron's waiting until the World Cup's over to pick a team, and nobody knows what team Kawhi Leonard's even on at this point. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Give me your number 1 pitching request. Reed Detmers. Okay, I'll give you Reed Detmers. Give me your number 1 hitter. Who is the number 1 hitter that you want a realistic trade deadline target? You can get a little unrealistic if you want, but Wilson
stay in
Contreras.
reality.
Okay, I'll give you Wilson Contreras. I'll give you Reed Detmers. Are the Diamondbacks making the playoffs now? Yeah, that needs to be a yes, Dave Burns.
Well, no. I understand that. I mean,
you can't go when we're going to give up a lot for Wilson Contreras and Reed Detmers.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care DISC. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. It uses incisions smaller than a quarter of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back super fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com, or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California.
California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
The world is a vampire sent to drain. Secret destroyer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with the trade deadline looming. How will the Diamondbacks fare in a weekend series in Los Angeles? We will discuss the state of our baseball team. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, let's check in on the YouTube live chat real quick, okay?
Yeah, I like this. On the day that Pavin Smith was DFA'd?
I haven't got to read everything just yet.
Are people at least happy about that and satisfied?
Okay,
That's all they seem to do, Pavin.
Okay.
DFA him.
I just looked up at the first post, and it was Pavin should have been DFA'd a long time ago. So I guess you're right. Some of the other ones, though.
Of course.
Frederick Larson said John Smoltz. He suggested him as a player that used to be a really good starter, then started to struggle, went to the bullpen, and was great as a closer. I don't know. Maybe that's something for Gallen. Who knows? Alex brought up Mitch Bratt, too, if they need to go with another starter, another young starter. So I don't know. It's
just freaky motion.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll be, that's the wildest. That's a wild motion.
Robert says, I bet Jamal and Sammy don't even know who John Travolta is. Jamal, do you want to defend you and Sammy?
Who?
Yeah,
No, I'm just kidding. I know. My dad's a big fan of John Travolta, so I've seen a few of his movies.
He's an active actor.
Okay.
He's not like.
I didn't say Jamal
no,
doesn't
I'm just
know who
saying,
he is.
like if he.
Although I am surprised you know who he is, to be honest.
Me too.
Have you seen Pulp Fiction? You seen Pulp Fiction? No.
What are we talking about here?
Oh, you got to see Pulp Fiction.
No, I know what it is, and even
that's his best. I think that's his best role.
But hold on now. So just since both these movies have come up in the last week and a half, if Jamal can only see one of these movies he hasn't seen,
yeah,
Pulp Fiction or Fight Club, which one does he need to see?
Oh, Pulp Fiction.
I think it's Fight Club. I don't think
Really?
it's close. Yeah,
Pulp Fiction's one of my favorites of all time. It's good.
It's good, I guess. I don't know.
It's really
it's
good.
fine.
You know the sad part?
Huh.
There's a good chance I'm probably not gonna not
Watch either
because
one
I
of
don't.
them?
Yeah,
because you don't respect us. Yeah.
Well,
what you're
that's
gonna
number one. But number two, I always forget. I always forget.
And you're busy. You're a busy guy. You got stuff you're doing.
Yeah, I'm always on the move.
You're
so
hooping.
That's why I like movies like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like I lose attention. Like I get bored.
Movies are a risk. I've found myself this way now too. Like a lot of the movies I watch, I'm just rewatching, or I know for sure they're good. Because committing an hour and a half or 2 hours to something where you could be like 40 minutes in and be like, this sucks and I can't say anything.
Yeah.
That's who has that time right now.
Yeah. But except that when Cars comes back in the theater later this year, I'll make time.
But you know that you like it.
Yeah. Well, I love it, first of all.
Okay.
Yeah, but part of the thing is like I don't
Get
know
it right.
I don't know if you run into this situation because see, I make my wife watch so much, or not make her, but I'm always watching sports. And so if she wants to spend any time with me, which she really doesn't, but occasionally she does, she'll come down and watch
If
sports.
she needs something from you, she has to watch baseball first. Yeah,
but the trade-off becomes when, like, if all the Oscars are announced, her trade-off is that I've got to go to a couple of those, and then it doesn't work anymore. You say, well, we can just watch it at home. And she's like, I want to go to the theater. And so we would go to, we go to the movie theater, and, you go and whatever. So that's kind of the trade-off.
My trade-off with my girlfriend has been, because she watches a lot of sports, and she likes sports.
Yeah,
she likes football. She likes hockey. But typically,
the amount we watch is absurd.
It is absurd. And typically we get to the summer, and she's like, okay, can we go watch other stuff? And I'm like, totally, except the World Cup's going for a month.
Oh, wait, the Summer League,
I will say the one thing I refuse to watch, I won't watch Love Island.
That's a way to take a stand. I haven't watched Love Island.
Girl or Not? No.
You don't watch any of that stuff, the reality stuff?
That show's on like they put out like 5 episodes a week too, don't they?
Who has time to make that many episodes of anything?
Maybe that's why Rick's not here right now. He's binging
Love Island.
But the problem is you either don't watch ever or somehow, I don't know if they bake crack into these shows or what, but once you watch one, you're addicted. Like you watch one, you're like, oh, now, then you start
Then it becomes
watching.
a problem.
Yeah.
You think there's a lot of deep storylines on Love Island
not
that you
at
can't
all.
get away from?
They're actually very trashy and so forth. But if you're trying to like,
I won't stand for this.
But it's just brainless TV, and so that's so you start watching it, and all of a sudden, am I the only one that's going to admit it? Okay, fine, whatever.
I'm not saying I've never watched trash TV. I just can't get into Love Island.
I can't do it. I watched 20 minutes of it, and I was like, turn this.
You can
off.
feel your IQ dropping.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah, and it's not very high to begin with, so there wasn't much left.
You don't want to burn it on Love Island.
So real quick, just to finish this conversation, what's the trade-off for you? Like you make her watch all the sports. What does she say? Well, okay, then you got to trade, and this is the deal.
I would say the trade-off has been pretty lopsided and uneven in my favor. To be honest, we got to play the Shams cut, otherwise we're going to run out of time.
Okay.
So, and this is
My
something
bad.
you wanted to talk
It's
about
on
too.
me.
This is Shams. Yeah, this is specifically on John. It's not like I went down a movie path. Shams on Kawhi, who is not really a Raptor, but he's not a Clipper either. I don't know what he is at this point.
The Raptors and Clippers were set to have a trade call to finalize the deal that sent Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and draft assets. But the league, I'm told, ended up delaying that call and now has decided that the teams will not be moving forward unless the Raptors assume the risk of potential outcomes that come from that investigation. We still don't have a timeline for that investigation. Adam Silver said about a month ago that it could be wrapped up soon. It still has not been. And so over the last several weeks, the Clippers have engaged with multiple teams around Kawhi Leonard trade talks. None of those teams operated with any restriction that they would be dealing with any fallout after a deal being completed for Kawhi Leonard. But now that the Raptors and Clippers were set to finalize this deal, do the trade call with the NBA has essentially paused that conversation until the end of their investigation. The Raptors decide today that they will not be assuming the risk of any discipline or any other fallout that could happen with Kawhi Leonard.
Hey, no rush, guys. Take your time on this one. Like, what are we doing?
Adam Silver is the worst commissioner, maybe of all time.
Ooh.
Between this,
okay,
the 65 games they can't figure out, the tanking they can't figure out, this cockamamie system of what they're going to do with the draft lottery. Like they make things so complicated. And now, could you imagine this happening in the NFL where the league year starts, and they've been by the way, this firm that has been looking into this has had 10 months to look into this.
Has this firm ever done an investigation before, or is this like the one they're learning on?
Clearly,
Okay.
they're like, we forgot about that. We were supposed to get that done. Oh, geez.
They still got another day, right?
Once the league year starts, like Adam Silver's got to go to this firm and say, hey, guys, the league year's starting, and the Clippers, who are going in a totally different direction, trade him to Toronto, who thinks, hey, we may have a shot in the East. Let's bring him back home. And now they're sitting where everything's already been done. It's like musical chairs. Like, I'm sorry, the music has stopped.
Yeah.
So Kawhi can't go back to the Clippers. And I get why Toronto was just told this yesterday. Hey, by the way, if he gets suspended, if he becomes a free agent, that's on you guys.
That's your problem.
And Toronto's like, no.
Yeah. It's unbelievable that it's just unbelievable that we'll have a resolution to this. What you said about Adam Silver being the worst commissioner of all time, I don't know about all time, but I would say currently, if you went back even like 3 or 4 years, I would have said, he might be the best, right? He was at least the least hated at that point. Maybe it was 5 or 6 years. But, man, it has not been a great run for the NBA is still entertaining. This is what you and I were talking about before the show. Like, the NBA is not run all that great right now, but who cares? Because the Knicks just won the title and there's all these great stories. It's just like college football. It's just like we were talking about earlier with the Carolina Hurricanes. Like, their owner might be the worst, and yet they just won the Stanley Cup. But it's like, you've got the NBA, you've got so much at your disposal, and then you have dumb stuff like this holding things up.
This, to me, is an all-timer because what is each organization supposed to do? Like you said, in college football, somehow they figure it out. In men's basketball and college football, it's still great. The Knicks winning.
They don't figure it out. They just fall backwards into
They get lucky.
Yeah.
But for all the loose strings that the NBA has going on right now and things that aren't figured out and they're making things too complicated, I don't understand how you can have something this big over the head of both of these two teams now and not tell this firm, guys, this has to be done before the new league year starts, because the Clippers, before they make this trade, they're in limbo in this whole situation. It's been
the ripple
10
effect,
months.
too. Like, it's going to start to affect other teams that aren't even the Raptors or the Clippers. All right, so real quick, Jamal watches Fight Club or Pulp Fiction, or this investigation gets done first. Which one? Or Jamal watches Cars 3 more times.
Cars.
Is
Cars your all-time film?
Oh, it's number one. That's my all-time. I was talking to my friend yesterday about it.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Yeah, I'm not going with you to the movies to watch Cars."
That doesn't sound like much of a friend,
Yeah,
honestly.
that's what I said.
That's good.
And then
I
she
bet
hung
that
up
went
on
over
me.
well. And then she hung up on you? And you're like, good, now back to Cars.
Yeah.
All right.
Unbelievable.
When we come back, we're going to take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morano mornings. Jared Carlin made the observation that he could play goalie for a World Cup squad, and the score results would not be that different.
The Phoenix Rising had us out yesterday.
Yes. Jared kept repeating, these soccer balls are a lot more hard than I remember them being.
That is the thing. You know, you watch it on TV and they kick the ball and it floats up in the air like a balloon. But then literally the first time they kicked the ball at me and I tried to catch it and it went through my hands and I caught it with my chest.
Yeah, right.
Ow!
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
I think I screamed at you, Jarrett. They're not pool toys.
They're like medicine balls.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15 plus years in business, and still family owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among two different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale last night against the San Diego Padres, and Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic, going 7 innings, giving up just 1 run on only 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be in Los Angeles taking on the defending champion Dodgers. The good news is that it's Erod Day today. So happy Erod Day to all those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those Dodgers, opposing the great Shohei Ohtani. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his own debut tonight, and he joined the Burns and Gambo show yesterday saying what his goal is for the Summer League this year.
Yeah, just to win as many games as we can. You know, I've won my whole life, so I'm just trying to win and, just help my team win. And then obviously, get better every day, learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and, just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trail Blazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock on ESPN-U. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Friday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here. Jamal, before you get into your questions. We were debating during the break. When you watch Cars, when it ends, are you just like Kurt Russell and Miracle, and you're just like, again?
And who and who?
Oh, you didn't even see Miracle?
Wow.
That one's unacceptable. You need to go watch Miracle during our show.
Wait, no, God. I've never heard of that before.
Oh. You're screwing with us.
I promise.
That movie's not even that old.
Luke's really going to be mad at you about this now.
Kurt Russell and Miracle.
You better not say that around Aaron. I can tell you that.
You know what we have to do? We have to at least play the speech,
Yeah.
About the Russians. The Russians.
Aaron can do that whole speech. She's done it on the air before from memory. Yeah.
We just have to play that part. That part's awesome.
Well, that's Jamal watching Cars. When it ends, he's like, again. And they're like, Jamal, no. And he's like, again.
I am Speed.
Wow. See, he knows that.
Well, he's missed every other movie because of Cars. All right, what do you got, Jamal?
Well, the D-backs boys, good news. They came in with the win yesterday. They split the series against the San Diego Padres. Tonight, they take on another National League West opponent in the Los Angeles Dodgers, which takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which reads, would a Dodgers series win influence the D-backs mentality at the trade deadline? Your options are yes, definitely buy, no, should sell, and still too early to make a firm decision.
If they won the series, against the Dodgers, I would say it's still too early to make a firm decision. If they go out there and get like swept, you're heading towards no should sell, really. I mean, if you get swept, you might be 7.5 games out of a wild card spot at the trade deadline or at the All-Star break. And that doesn't mean they're going to make a trade on Tuesday, but this is their chance with no games going on to really be honest and take time and evaluate. And so you don't want to go into a break this time of year 6.5 or 7.5 games out of a wild card spot. By the way, Cars is only 2 years newer than Miracle, so you have no excuse.
None.
Anyway.
They don't have Lightning McQueen.
You don't know that. They might.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Ka-chow. I would say that this is big because a year ago they were in a very similar spot, and they limped into the All-Star break, and it told the front office exactly what they needed to know. Even though the games right after the All-Star break, as we've talked about, with other than the Ace, you got St. Louis and you got Washington and you got Pittsburgh, you got these teams you got to beat for a wild card. But I do think, let's say that they could. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but they swept the Dodgers. That might sway the front office in a different way to say, hey, because you've got Ohtani, you've got Yamamoto. If they could somehow do that, I think it might influence the front office to say, look what we just did with these guys. This is the best team in baseball. Yeah, we should keep this together or add, obviously, a first baseman. I think
if you sweep the Dodgers, go out and trade for whatever you want. If you sweep the Dodgers in this series where you have to face Shohei and Yamamoto, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that makes a huge statement.
Yeah, it does. That's true. That would make a huge statement.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it, but I'm just saying.
I certainly would not. Not with money, that's for sure.
The Phoenix Suns begin Summer League play tonight. They will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers at 8 o'clock on ESPNU. What are you most excited to see from the Summer Suns in Game 1?
I do want to see Pete. I mean, Pete in particular, we may not see a ton of during the regular season. We might, who knows? But I think this is probably going to be our extended look at Pete is during the Summer League. But I am still very interested in all of them. I mean, Malwatch and Fleming, but specifically in the Summer League, Malwatch.
Yeah. I saw the video the other day of Malwatch saying he's been basically living at the facility and he expects to be better. That would be my guy because I'm not convinced. I think you can play your way into roles. You clearly can. And for some reason, I think we're all sitting there going, well, he's going to have the same role he did last year. What's going on here? Mark Williams comes back. I don't necessarily agree with that. If he's better, he'll play more, but you've got to earn these things. They're not given to you. I hear so many people say a lot of times, like, play the young guys. You can't just do that in professional sports. You can't say we're going to play the young guys. You have to earn that. And I think if Malwatch, this, as you said, this is his time in the Summer League. If he's dominant and shows the ability to be a rim runner, offensively pick and roll guy, and then defensively dominate, he's going to earn himself a role, and this is the time he's going to do it.
All right, so LeBron James is still a free agent, and NBA teams are reportedly sending voice notes to James to try and recruit them to their teams. This is Shams from NBA Today yesterday on that.
Some of the leading suitors for LeBron James, whether that's a Golden State, Cleveland, Miami, Minnesota, Philadelphia, some of them have been able to send a voice note to LeBron James via Rich Paul. So whether it's an owner, a president, or a general manager, being able to record a voice note, I'm told, send it to Rich Paul, and that makes its way to LeBron James. This is just a part of LeBron James's process of studying as he makes a decision. And it's unclear whether Cleveland or Miami have been among the teams that have sent a voice note to LeBron via Rich Paul. Again, they kind of don't need to. They already had him in their buildings in the recent past.
So, well, yeah, LeBron James. Yeah, that's fun. Now, I gotta give them credit.
So stupid, by the way. But
Send me your best haiku.
God.
I heard Burns and Kellen Olsen talk about this yesterday. Do you guys send or have you received any voice notes before?
Like just like a voice note on your phone, like not voicemail, but like they're just the record thing.
Yeah, like on the messages.
Yeah, I have a couple friends that do that, like the one that goes away once you listen to it.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a couple friends that do that, but like you realize how often you're in a space where you can't listen to stuff. It's like people that send you Instagram videos too, when you're like, I can't play the audio right now, right? Yeah, I don't send them very often, but you get them.
Nah, I don't really do that, and I think it's so insane at this point that like that's what we're reporting on, like. Dude, pick a team, take Bronny with you, move on. This isn't like the Decision 2. You're not deciding titles. This
You're just deciding where you go at this point.
And I'm just like, oh my God. Like,
Can we should record
Stop.
as a show. We should record a voice message to get LeBron to come in and do like an update or something or be on the show.
I
That's what
would
we
love
should
to do that.
And just kind of slip that in. So when Rich Paul gives him the Warriors pitch, and the Cavs pitch, and the Sixers pitch, and the Wolf and Luke show pitch, and the Miami Heat
would you like to
pitch.
host a show here for the minimum?
Yes, I'm not authorized to give you any money, so let's just assume it's the minimum.
I just love how Rich Paul's like, every team reached out. Oh, you forget to finish your sentence. You're saying he'll play for the minimum.
It gets so crazy. Like voice notes, like I don't send voice. I get some of them from time to time.
You don't check them though, because we've already seen your text.
Well, that's a great point. So I think they're voice notes at least.
You wouldn't even know.
I do like that they disappear, by the way, so you could just completely just rip somebody, and just call them every name in the book, and then all of a sudden after you listen to it, it's gone. Like, can you believe this guy left me? Wait, it's gone. Like that's
There's not even
actually,
a trace of it.
Right.
It's just gone.
I mean, that's pretty cool because when people would first send me those, I'd be like, "Where is it?" And they're like, "Oh, they disappeared." I wish that would happen a lot because with voicemails, as we've seen through sports and stuff, or like Tiger, hey, it's Tiger. Like he should have sent
He
that.
should have done that.
That's what he should have done because then it wouldn't have gone viral
That's
like
why
it is.
maybe that's why it's called the Tiger feature on your phone. That explains so much.
Because he could have just left that for her and it wouldn't have gone viral because then once you listen to it, it's gone.
It's in the cloud somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're right.
We got to get Wolf in here to talk about the IT part of this because he's IT, according to him. All right, Jamal, that was wolfing down your lunch, I think, somewhere in there. Thank you. When we come back, could Michael Soroka be a piece the Diamondbacks would consider moving at the deadline if they have to? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Okay, here we go. Focus. Speed. I am speed.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jack Summers is pitching the idea of an opener. That's desperation. Is it worth a shot at this point? If you're not going to DFA him, is it worth a try?
I would argue you shouldn't be there because don't do anything to your bullpen. Don't touch it. It's working. Like, don't start doing different things with it.
I like that. That's a good counter argument.
I don't like doing that for the sake of a pitcher who has the worst ERA and whip and you don't have under contract beyond next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisi here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks designated Pavin Smith for assignment and recalled Ryan Waldschmidt. Kenny Dillingham spoke to Kyle Whittingham about the Michigan job and says his family was open to a move. And it sounds like Budda Baker is ready for Jacoby Brissett's contract saga to end. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, welcome back. Jamal, you're about to be grilled, not in this segment because we have to get to this topic, but we have more questions for you, okay? So just be ready for this.
There's a rumor boss is not happy, right?
Well, and I have a lot of questions now, but whatever. Okay. Let's get into this. You brought this up before the show, and it's Wolf and I were having the conversation yesterday with the Diamondbacks. If you get to the point where you have to sell, what are you selling? Because the pieces that you would sell this year are valuable to you. Last year, because they were all unrestricted free agents, it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, would you have liked to have Suarez back last year, Gino? Or would you like to have Josh Naylor? Yeah, but they were unrestricted free agents, so you understood why they sold. This year, you're talking about, would you sell Erod? Would you sell Ketel Marte? Like, these are pieces that you're built around. One name that we didn't talk about yesterday, and the one we kind of settled on actually yesterday, was maybe Paul Sewald, because he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of this year. And if you aren't going to make the postseason, there are teams that are going to give you something for Paul Sewald. You brought up, though, Michael Soroka before the show. Mm-hmm. What's your thinking behind that? Because to me, that's a guy I got to get re-signed.
Well, they've got to make a decision to say either we're going to trade him and get value. He's under a 1-year, $7.5 million contract. And the reason I would extend him at this point is I think he's shown enough. And the other thing is, look at your staff supposedly next year. If you keep Erod, let's just say you do. I mean, he players are like stocks. They could trade him, and I would understand that. But hopefully Burns is going to be back. Erod would be your number 2. I don't know if he's going to be as good as this year. And then who's your number 3? Kelly's getting older, and even though he's pitching better, I can't rely on that. Zach Gallen's going to be gone. Fought, these last couple of starts, very, very nice, but I don't know. But having Soroka as your 3 and then kind of working from there and deciding what you're going to do would be pretty great. And he's making 7.5. So even if you say to Mike Soroka, okay, hey, you were at 7.5, maybe we give you a 10, 12, 15, whatever. That's still a very reasonable price for a number 3, solid number 3 starter.
You got to lean into your wins right now.
Yeah.
This is one of your wins. You found Soroka when nobody else was really believing in him, and it seems like he's changed some stuff tangibly too that has made him. Now I know he's hurt right now, and injuries have been an issue in the past. I'm not a doctor. I would say this is a different injury than the other ones he's had. And assuming he comes back, the week after the All-Star break or even a week after that, like I wouldn't say as a Diamondback he's been injury prone. Mm-hmm. He just had an injury. It's something, I'm sure they monitor. I'm sure it's why his value was so far down when they went out and got him. But you found this guy and he's delivering. So those are the guys you have to keep because you're right. Your pitching staff beyond this year, you just laid it out there. It's Corbin Burns, but he really hasn't pitched for you ever. Right. It's Erod, who has been outstanding this year, but he wasn't the first 2 years. I wouldn't trade him, but to your point, I would understand it if they did because his value, this is the definition of selling high.
Yep. And so you look at this whole thing, and your staff is really in transition because Gallen is not going to come back. He's under a 1-year deal. You still have Merrill Kelly for the second year of a 2-year, $40 million deal, but he's looking like he's a back-of-the-rotation guy at this point in his career. He's going to be 38 years old. So with Soroka, it's reasonable, especially given the cost of pitching. And because Burns is so expensive and you've paid so much and gotten so little in return and given the market size, I think that it makes sense. I would approach him because here's the other thing. You were talking about Book before saying he's more valuable here than somewhere else. I think Soroka is too. Because if let's say that things go wrong and you're going to trade some guys, what are you getting for Soroka? Probably a flyer type of a prospect.
Yeah,
you're not going to get a top prospect. So why not just keep him, give him a reasonable contract for, he'd probably want 2 years, but I think that's still fair.
I
He's
did
young
2 years.
enough.
Soroka's not old.
So, yeah, if you're going to give me something big for Soroka, fine. But I don't think because of the injury history and all that stuff, I think he's more valuable here. And you need reasonable cost pitching anyway. And I look, I'm not going to say I know the Diamondback system up and down, but it doesn't look like there's going to be somebody solid who you could throw into 3. And I'm taking thought of that. I'm saying that of the pitchers that, are in their minor league system right now, I don't see a number 3 starter that next year is going to be that guy. So I would approach Soroka now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would rather get this done before he potentially drives his value up even more. I mean, the other part with Soroka is he can pitch here, which isn't the biggest deal in the world for every pitcher. Like some pitchers can just pitch everywhere. You would think every pitcher could pitch everywhere except Coors Field. But we've seen it where the Diamondbacks have gone out and signed guys that are great somewhere else, and they just can't figure it out here, or vice versa, where somebody else couldn't figure it out in a different location, but they pitch better here, whatever. I would rather just have Soroka back for the next 2 years than go out on the free agent market and try to find somebody else for that same price who knows what you have in them. They know internally what they have in Soroka. So, yeah, I mean, the conversation if the Diamondbacks are buying at the deadline, that's always interesting, right? Because it's like, hey, what players do we want off these other teams? The conversation if they're selling this year at the deadline is either going to be really interesting because you're giving away important pieces that are part of your immediate future, or it's just going to be really bland because you're not going to trade anybody except maybe Seawald.
Well, and I think what you need to do as an organization, if you make mistakes, that's fine. But let's look back at what they did a year ago. I understand Gino Suarez being traded. I understand Naylor being traded. But now, as you look at first base as this black hole that it's become, the Josh Naylor trade doesn't look great. Now, maybe Locklear and maybe the players they get back in that deal at some point work out. But you've been so bad at first base. If you could retroactively go back with some magic wand, you would have just signed Josh Naylor.
Yeah.
His deal with the Mariners is not outrageous.
No.
And first base has been so bad because you're a bad. This is where I think these, all these media outlets and they throw this thing out. Here's the trade deadline, and Jim Bowden comes in and says, this is who should be traded for who. It doesn't mean that because you're out of it potentially, that you have these wholesale changes. You mentioned if Seawald goes, I get it. You can on the fringes trade guys, but can we just say this? They shouldn't have traded Josh Naylor.
They shouldn't have. And that's I think that they would agree with that. I mean, I'm not going to try and do revisionist history here, but last year, if you heard the show, that was the one. And I think a lot of people were like, okay, I get it. He's an unrestricted free agent, but like, do we have to trade him? Now they got good pieces. I mean, Brandon Garcia's been good, but that was the one that when they got Josh Naylor originally, it was like, okay, they got their first baseman for a while, not for 6 months. And what I just looked up their updated OPS from their first baseman this year. It's 549. So I got to guess now we've dipped below the worst in the last 106 years, and we're probably getting like the last 115 years, honestly. I don't know that for a fact, but 565 was the worst in the last 106 years, and it's steadily gone down at a position where you got to have hitters. Like you have they had Christian Walker before Naylor and Paul Goldschmidt before Christian Walker. You got to have hitters. That's
especially
the
at that
biggest
position.
hole. That's what I'm saying. At first base, you have to have a hitter.
Okay, and here's the thing though: here's where they really made a mistake, and you could criticize Mike Hazen at this or anybody within the front office. If you're going to trade somebody, I get it, and it's the deadline, and you feel pressure to move guys, and you want to get better, and you want to get younger, and all those things. And I understand who they got back. They did get a first baseman back. But you better have some sort of an organizational depth or an idea if a certain player doesn't work out.
Typically, they've had that.
Right. They left themselves completely blank, and their idea was, let's go get Carlos Santana. They should have got the guitarist rather than the guy that they actually got. I mean, that's how he hit. What do you have, 3 hits for the Diamondbacks? I bet the music legend Carlos Santana might be able to get 3 hits.
He had more hits. They were just musical hits.
So you could and it's easy to do this, like you said, 2020 and be revisionist.
That move is an outlier for the Diamondbacks, and that's why it stands out, because typically when they have traded somebody away, they've had the next guy in line. And their answer at first base was Carlos Santana and Pavin Smith this year. And they've both been DFA'd now.
Yeah. So it means that you don't have to at the deadline do this. And let's go back to Soroka, to me, who's on a 1-year, 7.5. If I'm the D-backs, you want to give me something great for Soroka, which I doubt they would get, fine. But next year, he could be your 3 starter, and you could go to him right now, I believe, and say, okay, you're making 7.5. Let's turn that into a 2 and 24, reasonable for a 3 for sure, and he gets a pretty decent raise. Now, maybe he wants more than that, but you brought up a great point, which is once he's out on the market, then now you're competing with all these other teams, and pitching is so scarce that you're going to have to pay him a lot more.
Just have Buddha tweet about it. Maybe that's what Buddha was tweeting about, actually.
You were talking about Mike
He didn't
Soroka.
say Jacoby Brissett's name. He just said, get this done. All right, when we come back, in fact, I'm going to retweet that every time something needs to get done. How much pressure is on the Cardinals to get this deal done with Jacoby Brissett now that players like Buddha Baker are seemingly getting involved? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up, and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar, because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders to these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal, 80% 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale last night against the San Diego Padres, and Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic. He went 7 innings in giving up just 1 run on only 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they head down to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Dodgers. The good news is that it's Erod Day today. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers, opposing the great Shohei Ohtani. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut tonight, and he joined the Burns and Gambo show yesterday saying what his goal is for this Summer League.
Yeah, just to win as many games as we can. You know, I've won my whole life, so I'm just trying to win and, just help my team win. And then obviously, get better every day, learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and, just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock on ESPNU. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Tonight, it's Game 1 in the Summer League for the Phoenix Suns. So who are we keeping our eyes on? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, 2 weeks from, I guess is the first open Cardinals practice. Training camp starts in, I guess, technically less than 2 weeks for them. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today.
Only a few weeks till the Hall of Fame game. The Carson Beck Invitational.
Carson, who's going to start a quarterback for Carolina in that game?
Who's behind Bryce Young?
Even the music stopped.
No, I'm trying to think. I don't know who their backup
They don't even
quarterback
know.
is.
Somebody from Carolina is listening right now, and they're like, "Oh no, we got to get a quarterback."
That's where Wolf is right now. He's in Carolina
Wolf's,
getting ready.
Yeah,
of
course he is. Picture Wolf in Carolina.
Yeah.
If it's not Amish country or Hawaii,
I was going to say, he's not
there.
an Amish country anymore?
Yeah.
No, yeah. He's getting ready for training camp.
The best part was you thought I was just like
No, I
exaggerating.
did. I thought you were kidding.
We got to break one day, Jamal, after we were talking about Wolf in Amish country, and John's like, "So where is he? Just like on a staycation around town?" We're like, no, he's in Amish country. Wolf goes to Amish country for vacation.
Every year. Every year.
So Buda Baker posted this yesterday. As we were doing the show yesterday, we had the picture from Jeremy Fowler of Jacoby Brissett at his home working out with some of the Cardinals players like Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. So two pretty big names right there on offense, right? And it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's sort of a sign that these guys would like Jacoby, maybe to be their quarterback. I don't think it's a slight on Gardner Minshew or Carson Beck, but these guys I'm sure Michael Wilson would prefer Jacoby Brissett over anybody.
Yeah, he actually throws him the ball.
Yeah, seriously. So there was that. Okay, that's subtle, or maybe it wasn't even meant to be anything, but it was just, them posting the picture. But Buddha posted, though, yesterday right after our show, quote, just want bro to get his bleep done. He is not asking for what you think. Bro's asking for below the bare minimum. Let's just get it done, unquote. That's Buddha Baker. That seems significant.
Well, I think it's the most significant thing. Will it make the Cardinals budge? That would be my question, because the dangerous part is, even though Buddha is respected, he's the most respected person in that locker room, and I understand why he's doing what he's doing. He thinks that that Jacoby makes them better. But now if you're the organization, one side of me says that might move the needle. The other side says if I'm the Cardinals and a player can just post something and then we jump, then that's setting a pretty bad precedent.
Yeah, you if you're going to react to this, which I do think you at least have to pay attention to this if you're the Cardinals. And I'm not like, Buddha's going to walk out of. No, it's not that. It's just like, okay, here's a few of your guys now a few of your main guys in the last 48 hours who have either inadvertently or completely overtly said, we're better with this guy as our quarterback. So what are we doing? And especially, I'm taking Buddha at his very vague word here, but he said he's not asking for what you think. Like, that's the exact quote. Because when this originally came up as a story in early March, we were all like, he probably wants just a couple more million guaranteed, a couple more million, but like guaranteed for a starter. Okay, fine. That makes sense. But then as the deal didn't get done, and then as ESPN had that story of like they're way apart, then you're thinking like, okay, he wants like what? Like 18 million or so? Like your mind starts to wonder. And then Buddha brings you back to where we originally were, where he's like, he's not asking for what you think, just get it done. If that's your best player saying that, I think it does put some pressure of like the guys on this team do value Jacoby Brissett, even if fans who just see 1-11 last year don't. And that's not all fans, but that's most of the fans responding to Buddha. All the responses to Buddha are Cardinals fans saying they only won one game with him, or fans of other teams saying, please demand a trade to our city, Buddha. Yeah. That's all the responses to him.
Well, if he's saying, let's kind of break this down a little bit. When he's saying he's not asking for what you think he's asking for, what is he asking for? Because if there's kind of a contradiction in terms here. If he's saying that they're far apart, then he is asking for a fair amount of money. But if Buddha's saying he's not asking for much, well, where are we on this and what would you pay him? That's where, even though this on the surface seems like it helps and may move the needle, it may pressure the Cardinals another way, which is, well, if players can come in and just say stuff and then we have to pay them more money. Because
now you have to wait a couple weeks before you get anything done.
You can't, now nothing can get done. But this combination of things of him working out with all the guys, which, by the way, all the quarterbacks in the NFL do that. They either go to San Diego, they go somewhere, they go Florida, and they all work out together because in the offseason, that's where a lot of these things can be done. And you can't be around the team a certain amount of time. You have to take a certain break. So between that, which the initial thought, at least to me, was, oh, hey, he's working out with these guys, something's going to get worked out. And then when Buddha throws this out a little bit, because again, he's on the inside of this and knows what's going on. If the Cardinals won't move to a certain level, and it was reported that they're far apart, then it's got to be a significant amount of money. I'm not saying $40 million, but I'm saying more than the Cardinals are willing to go.
Yeah, it seems like it's not like, hey, just guarantee like $2 million more of his money or something. It feels that way because of that story that came out on ESPN like 2 months ago, but then also the fact that nothing's gotten done in basically 4 months. Like it hasn't gotten done. I heard Vince say this on the show this morning of the only thing now that makes sense is if the Cardinals are like, we go with Jacoby, we might win like 6 games and then mess up our draft. That's the only thing that makes sense, because it now, especially when the players on the team, and this is something Wolf's always in on. He's always talking about, not with this situation necessarily, but like if you have 2 quarterbacks and you're playing the lesser quarterback for whatever reason, but all the guys in the locker room are like, dude, we know who the better quarterback is here. Why are you doing this? That's how you lose your locker room, right? Yeah. Whatever this ultimately accomplishes, it does show that a guy like Buddha Baker, who is right in the middle of it in his career, he doesn't want to just throw away another year of his career. And some of these other guys are like, this guy gives us the best chance to win, and we know it. So what are you doing?
I think that first of all, at the beginning of a season, I don't think teams think tank. Even though, like last night, we watched Washington, who tanks and gets DeMonte. We watch Utah, they get Peterson, they tank. It happens that way as the season progresses.
Basketball's the worst, though.
Yeah, it happens that way. But at the beginning, they are trying to win. It's not like Mike LaFleur is coming in and going, "Let's lose." Monty Austinfort, who's on a hot seat, let's lose.
I don't think Monty can afford to lose 14
they're
games.
not trying to lose, but there is a financial element to where you're paying Kyler Murray and all this stuff, and it's not as simple as let's give him money. Teams don't work that way. It's just like business. If you have leverage, you will get paid. If you do not, teams aren't going to just hand you money because they're nice. It's not a charity. No. They're not going to just hand him money. And so they're sitting here saying to Jacoby, I'm sure, and he has no agent, and this is really hurting him in this situation, show me your leverage. There just has to be a way other than, does Budda Baker create leverage for the situation, or does he hurt it in that the Cardinals say, we can't let a player demand that another player gets paid and then turn around and give him the money.
But if they wait and do it in 2 weeks when camp's opening, even if it's because of Budda, it's easy to say, hey, we're just waiting until camp started. It had nothing to do with Budda, even if it had everything to do with Budda. Half Day Club is back July 22nd. We're going to be out there broadcasting live before D-backs A's and then throwing out the first pitch right before D-backs A's. Lower level tickets are just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text half to 620 for details. All right, when we come back, let's talk some ASU football. How crucial is it for the Sun Devils to have a bounce back year if they want to keep Kenny Dillingham? But then also, if you get too good, can you keep Kenny Dillingham? There's got to be a sweet spot, right? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
If this year is meant to be a transition year and you need to get Carson Beck out there, then I get the idea that what are we going to pay Jacoby Brissett? But if you've got the team captain, longest tenured Cardinal, the most respected player on the Cardinals, coming out and saying, get this done, he's not asking for what you think. I think it's pretty obvious now what's going on. What is wrong with the strategy of giving him what he wants, rewarding a guy who stepped into the breach for you last year, and if you're 1-7 after 8 weeks, set him free.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 17th, kids get in free, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets for the weekend at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Oh, gee, this is John Travolta here. And well, oh, summer sun's having a blast. Summer suns are playing real fast. And Bickley and Marana mornings, oh, geez, they will talk about it on Monday at 6 a.m. Yeah.
All right, so we've established that Jamal knows who John Travolta is.
Yeah, to start.
What's the sports movie? I'm still reeling from Jamal having never seen Miracle. And I know Jamal doesn't watch a lot of movies, but having not seen Miracle, we were trying to come up during the break, like, what's the sports movie that anybody who likes sports has to have seen? Is it Remember the Titans? Have you seen Remember the Titans?
You know what's funny?
Oh, boy.
I like recently saw it for the first time, like maybe a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
Okay. All right. You got it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You've seen it. That's all that really matters. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
hold on, you know what? We have a sounder for this. Where is it at?
What are the other? That's
Here we
going to
go.
be a game. You're going to throw out a question. We have to bet on if they know who it is or not.
My young crunk brother, Jamal.
Are you ready for that question?
Yes. Jamal or nothing.
I like this.
I think that's the question we got to throw out there to, X or YouTube Live or whatever. Like, what is the one sports movie everybody needs to have
Yeah, if
seen?
you're a sports fan, you got to. I'm saying Miracle might be it. I mean, I was thinking like Bull Durham's pretty good, but those
I
are
have
all
not
fictional.
seen Bull Durham.
Bull Durham's really good.
And I admit that's
Really
a mistake.
good.
But I've seen Major League. Major League's really good.
Major League's really good. It's just Costner's really good in Bull Durham, and Tim Robbins is really good in it, and Susan Sarandon's in it. Like, it's star-filled,
Yeah.
but it's fictional. So, I mean, Miracle would have some sort of, Miracle is, at least to Americans, is the biggest upset of all time. And then they made a movie about it,
Yeah.
and Kurt Russell was in it, and
He was great.
yeah.
Yeah. I played hockey with one of the guys in that movie once in a pickup game, like a pickup charity game.
How did he do? Was he any good?
He was really good. He played grown. Like, that was the best part of the movie is those actors played hockey. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like, hey, let's get a real hockey player in here to skate, and then here's the actor going, hey, and then back to the skater. Oh, well, okay, it's already filling up. Sandlot.
Good.
Rudy. Hoosiers. And We Are Marshall. Those are the ones.
Hoosiers is pretty good.
Those are the ones that have popped up in the YouTube live chat in the last
How many of
couple
those have you seen, Jamal? 0. I'm going to say over under 0.5.
You've seen Sandlot, right?
I've never seen the full movie. I've seen like bits and pieces.
But he's seen Cars 512 times.
We know why he hasn't seen these movies because he's been too busy watching Cars.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get back into that in a little bit.
Hoosiers would be on that list because there is a historical thing to that. So I think that would be one. That's a good one.
I've only seen Hoosiers once, but I have seen
It's good.
it. Yeah.
Gene Hackman.
It was very good.
And measure the baskets. Yeah, that's good.
I'll try and think of some more. Let's try and think of some more during these breaks.
Please have the people do that for us. I don't really feel like.
Okay, well, they're doing it. I just threw out a few. Sandlot,
Friday,
Hoosiers. We are much. You're already just checking out. It's 12:50. John's gone.
No, I'm just kidding.
I want to read.
I'm very engaged.
Yeah, no, I can tell. I want to read this. You can't even go home after this either, can you?
It's a long story. I'm very upset.
Anyway, I shouldn't laugh like that.
It's okay.
That's
you can laugh at my unfortunate life.
Yeah,
It's
no,
okay.
I am.
Everyone
actually.
does.
That's in case you missed it. That's us laughing at. But the listeners don't know what you have to
I'll
do.
tell
So
them. Well, at some point we'll get to this
okay,
stuff.
I want to read this cut. This is a story on AC Central, and they're talking to Kenny Dillingham about all the stuff with Michigan last year, and it's there's a lot in here. I hate boiling a story down to one cut specifically, but I want to read you one quote from this.
It's scary.
And get your reaction, get Jamal too, although we asked for Jamal's reaction before and then we talked over him and went to break. So I don't know, Jamal.
I think that was actually my fault.
Yeah, it probably was.
Sorry.
There's a quote here from Kenny Dillingham talking to USA Today Sports, and he said, quote, "If everybody's improving at an 11% increase, we've got to be at 12, 13, 14. We've got to bridge the gap. Otherwise, I don't want to be here to babysit an average program. That's not the vision." Unquote. Now, there's more. I'll read the next quote, too. "I want to build a program, and I understand we're not going to be like some schools that somebody can show up and they can flip it upside down tomorrow and become this. So as long as we're building to what I think can be a championship program in the long haul, and as we go, that's what I care about." Unquote. So let me ask it to you this way. If ASU is like in the college football playoff, all these other schools are going to be banging down the door for Kenny Dillingham. If ASU wins 5 games, Kenny's going to be like, all right, what are we doing here? So where's the sweet spot here where we get to keep our coach?
See, that you read that in the pre-show meeting, and right away I went, well, he's not going to be here long. You survived the Michigan one because it was family and all this pull, but the question becomes, will Kenny just said, so I'll take him in his word, basically that if we become a program that every single year is in this thing, now maybe you don't have to be Ohio State or a team at the top, but you've got to be winning, it sounds like to me, 9 or 10 games every few years. You're getting into the playoff. Like it has to be progressing. To do that in today's day and age in college football, you've got to keep the money flowing in, and he's constantly good at doing that. But my question back to you is that realistic to happen at Arizona State? Because, Frank Kush did this, but we are in a different age now. Is it realistic to think that Arizona State can become, what can we comp them to? Okay, they're not going to be Ohio State. They're not going to be at the top of the top of the top. But if he just turned down Michigan, can they be? Now, I know Michigan a few years ago won it, but can they be a program that every couple of 2, 3, 4 years gets to the playoff and is consistently winning 8, 9, 10 games?
Yeah, it's tough to find a comp right now because outside of the Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, you know what I mean? Like there's the next tier seems to be changing every 2 or 3 years. I don't think it's crazy to think they could get to the point where they are a 9 or a 10 win team, 4 out of 5 years. Because I do think Kenny's that good of a coach, and I think he will attract those good of players. And I also think he has good coaches around him too. It's not just him, you know what I mean? So I don't think that's crazy. What I find especially fascinating about this story is a lot of times, this came up a lot when all the Michigan stuff came up. It was like, oh, you're ASU, you don't have a bunch of national championships, so when you start getting too good, Kenny's going to leave.
Right.
I actually think it's the opposite with him, and that is taking him at his word here, but he's been pretty consistent with this. I think if you told me, hey, ASU's going to go 12-0 this year, and they're going to win a playoff game, I think he stays. If you tell me they make the playoffs, 3 of the next 5 years, or they're in the Big 12 championship 3 of the next 5 years, I think he stays. It's more if they are bottoming out and the as he said, vision isn't being realized. If the funding isn't there or the fan support isn't there, that's when I think you have to worry about him leaving, which is the opposite of most coaches. Most coaches are like, okay, I'm winning, now I'm out of here. I think with him, and so I do actually believe what he's saying here, it's if they don't get if there's apathy around the program, I think he's going to be like, okay, I know I can get a pretty good offer somewhere else, I'm out.
Well, it sounds like it's almost an inevitability unless you believe that they're going to be that good every year. And they're going to get those kind of funds every year. And I'm not sure that kind of a program, as I'm saying that, I'm thinking to myself, what he's describing is a top 15 program.
Yeah.
I think because if you're top 20, top 25, that's one thing. But if you're top 15, that means that occasionally you can be top 5. That means you can get into the playoff. basically what Texas Tech is right now because they have one booster
That's the
in
best
particular.
comp I can think of. I just don't like them.
That all of a sudden they switched into this thing that you're Texas Tech. Oh, my God, now you're a top whatever program. Here's the scary part. Nobody's really giving Arizona State a lot of credit this year. This is the year that they had to redo themselves. I know they lose Scatabo, they lose whatever, but now Sam's gone. Now Jordan Tyson's gone. Like all these guys, they have a lot of guys who went to the NFL. So the reason they're getting disrespected is because people don't know on a national level whether Kenny can reload. He thinks he can. The receivers look really good. Not sure about your quarterback yet. But they're doubting whether Kenny can completely take a totally new group of players and make that team a championship team. And we don't know that either. So this is his first big challenge. It's on him. But my point is that it's become such a numbers game, such a financial game, that can Kenny every single year say, hey, we need that $20 million check, and it actually comes through?
Well, that's a whole different conversation. I mean,
but that's what you need nowadays.
That is part of it, yeah. I mean, for me, it's like I don't think they need to win 11 games every year for him to stick around. I just think you need to be double digits or right there at double digits or in the Big 12 championship. Like I said, get there 1 year, the next year you're close. Maybe the third year you trail off, you didn't have the quarterback. But then the next year you're right back. And behind the scenes, you're still getting the funding. Fans are coming out. You can just kind of feel the vibe around this city for ASU that wasn't here a couple years ago. I think it's just my opinion, but I feel like if that stuff is still trending in the right direction, for as long as that's going, he'll be here. I mean, there's still a path where he's here for 30, 40 years. But where I think the problem is if they start losing and the funding dries up and people are just like, there's other stuff to do, and they don't go to the games, then I think you got to. I think that's just realistic.
But what you said is kind of interesting in that if, let's say, they go 6-6, 7-5, whatever, they're just okay. Our other programs at the top level going to be knocking down his door. It's only when you win.
But I think enough, unless they just bottom out and just keep bottoming out, I think enough programs would still be interested right now. All right, when we come back, I don't know if you heard, but Pavin Smith is no longer
Oh, sorry.
So now there's a real question. What do you do at first base? Well, that question may have already been there, but now it's like it's there. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get like maybe one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough, which is not what you're looking for when you're selling your home. Orchard changes that, though, with Orchard's new Orchard offers. You don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors. Those are the key words right there. Multiple cash and serious, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent, and they submit your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They have that network at their fingertips, so you may as well tap into it because you do that, and then they can come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms, so you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about maybe leaving money on the table that you didn't even know was there. This way, you see every offer side by side, and you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief.
1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings, giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it's Erod Day today, so happy Erod Day to all those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound against those very Dodgers. And this just in, Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start tonight, but he will be filling in as a designated hitter for the rest of the weekend. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight. And speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Cole Pete will be making his debut tonight. And he joined the Burns and Gamble show yesterday to tell them what his goal is for the Summer League.
Yeah, just to win as many games as we can. You know, I've won my whole life, so, you know, I'm just trying to win and, you know, just help my team win. And then obviously, you know, get better every day, you know, learn from the guys, learn from my mistakes, learn from the coaches, and, you know, just keep getting better as a basketball player and an individual and a teammate.
The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock on ESPNU. That is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
All right, what do you got, Jamal?
So, as I just read in the update just seconds ago, you guys, Shohei Ohtani was scheduled to make his start tonight. He will not be making his scheduled start tonight due to irritation in his left knee, although he will serve as the designated hitter for the rest of the weekend. He will also not be able to travel to Philadelphia and participate in the 2026 All-Star Game.
Wow. I thought you were going to say Pavin Smith was coming back, but that was not the case.
Scary. That would be so bad.
The Shohei thing, though. I mean, he's been dealing with this, I guess, about a week and a half now. So, still going to hit,
You
though.
know what I really think happened is he saw Erod, got afraid.
Yeah.
It's our Erod Day. He didn't want to screw that up.
Now we can celebrate Erod Day.
Now we can really celebrate.
Now it's full-on Erod Day.
Yeah.
Celebration for Erod.
Yeah.
Even Shohei's taking the day off because it's Erod
that's
Day.
beautiful.
Except he's still hitting. So
Yeah.
he's taking a half day.
And he hasn't been as good pitching, but still he's better than anybody that they're going to throw in his way. So I shouldn't say that because now that person's going to throw a no-hitter. But
yeah, thanks for that.
But
Although
it's-
you said no hitter, so you ruined that too.
Yeah,
So you're good.
so Erod Day.
Anything else you want to burn through
No,
with your words?
That's all I wanted to do.
I'm looking through some of these movies. We put it out there. The reason this came up, this wasn't like planned, but I referenced Miracle at one point because Jamal was saying how much he watches Cars, and I was like, Jamal, are you just like?
I still laugh at that.
Are you just like Kurt Russell when the movie ends? Or are you just like again? And people are like, no, Coach, no, Jamal, no more. And he's like again, and then Jamal said, "What's Miracle?" So the conversation quickly turned into, if you can only watch one sports movie, and apparently Jamal only can watch one sports movie, what's the like non-negotiable one you have to watch that everybody needs to have seen? And okay, there's a lot here. Remember the Titans is showing up a lot. Little Big League is showing up. North Dallas 40. I haven't seen all these.
North Dallas 40 is really good.
I've never even heard of that one.
It's Nick Nolte and Mac Jones, and what they're basically or not Mac Jones. Anyway,
the Niners quarterback?
No, but Mac Davis. Sorry, and what it is it's kind of a loose rendition of the Raiders in the 70s. But it's called North Dallas 40, so it's based in Dallas.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like, you know how the Raiders in the 70s were these complete outlaws and everything? It's kind of that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, maybe I should
That's what
see
it
that
is.
one.
Good movie. Great call by that person.
Slapshot's showing up on here a lot. That's good. Which I agree. But again, if it's a hockey movie, I'm always wondering if I'm biased, although
I saw the Tooth Fairy.
I don't like the quality. Isn't that just The Rock and a tutu? That's not a sports
All right, well, when you put it like that, I don't want to watch it anymore. I kind of regret watching it.
Your movie choices are very questionable. Very questionable.
Blue Chips is coming up on here. Space
Nolte.
Jam. Have you seen any of these, Jamal? Have I read off any?
Space Jam.
You've seen Space Jam.
Space
Okay. Little Giants, Ladybugs.
Okay,
Kingpin.
now you're just mocking us.
Kingpin. I'm not. I'm reading off these.
Come on, man.
Kingpin. CeeLo's.
Is Kingpin a sports movie? It is amazing. Kingpin is
It's
amazing.
considered a sports movie.
They should have Wolf in it actually because it is Amish. It is the bowler. Is it Randy Quaid? Randy Quaid is Amish in the movie.
Is he Amish in
and
the
they
movie?
take
I guess
him
he is.
and he turns into this great bowler. And Bill Murray's in it. Bill Murray's amazing in it.
Yeah.
You've never seen Kingpin? There's no chance.
Bill Murray ever not been amazing
That's
in a movie?
true. But he's like the bowler. You know, like I used to do that chop thing. He's kind of being that guy.
Any Given Sunday.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Somebody texted me The Natural.
Robert Redford, good one.
Of all these, is the only one you've seen Space Jam?
Space Jam.
Okay. There does seem to
Did
be.
you see Space Jam 2, which was horrible?
Unfortunately, I saw that one.
There does seem to be a consensus on here, though, Jamal needs to pick one of these and actually watch it. That seems to be the consensus from a lot of people.
Well, you know what? I might leave that up to you guys. It's like, okay, if I have to watch one of them, I'd be like, I'll actually watch it. If you guys like, hey,
you haven't seen Hoosiers and you're a big basketball guy?
Never seen Hoosiers.
Hoosiers probably be up there for you. You got to see Miracle.
You do need to see
Hoosiers
Miracle.
and Miracle of the
What
ones
do you
that we
think
talked
everybody's
about.
freaking out about every
Those
time the
two.
Olympics come around? That was this year.
Oh, that's right. That was a Miracle on Ice. Is that what that movie's about?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's Miracle on Ice. Did we just figure that out?
I want to go home. But
those are good choices, except for the person who said Little Giants
Wow,
and
how dare
Ladybugs.
you.
No chance. Come on, stop it.
I think I've heard of Little Giants. I haven't heard of Ladybug.
I haven't
That
seen
would
Ladybugs.
be be on par with your movie choices so far in your life.
All right. Well, keep sending those in. We're going to get Jamal to watch one of these. There's a few, but I do want to hit this topic because it's something everybody's excited about. And now we have 1 minute. Pavin Smith is out.
Oh, we waited. Now
I told you. I was like, well, I'm getting us back on clock. We're going to talk
Can
about.
I ask you a question about Pavin Smith real quick? I feel bad about celebrating it because it is a person's downfall. He's not going to starve or anything.
You
But
can go play somewhere else.
where?
I don't know. Watch him be good somewhere else.
He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
But
he could go to the KBO, maybe Japan.
KBO.
Not a team in this, not a
He's
major.
going to end up
team.
on the Rockies and hit. Well, people were saying that about some of these other guys that the Diamondbacks have moved on from, and they're
Jake
hitting.
McCarthy's got to go. Oops.
I will say, to be fair, I don't remember a groundswell like this from the fans that McCarthy had to go. I mean, they made a trade there. I get that. But like this was you got to get Pavin out of here. But it raises the question that we now can't answer. What are they going to do at first base? Now, again, that question was already there when Pavin was here. But like I could see them trading for a first baseman at the deadline, even if they're not buying. Because who's your first baseman?
Just to have one in the future.
You are going to need a first baseman here.
I would agree.
The two guys that it seems like they had planned around this year were Carlos Santana and Pavin Smith, both DFA'd. Their OPS from that position is at least the worst in Major League Baseball in the last 106 years, and I'm guessing it's even longer than that now because it's gone down another 16 points. So something to keep an eye on here in the next few weeks. Do they just trade for a first baseman regardless of what their record is?
I would.
Because you might be able to get one on a discount right now or whatever.
Absolutely. And you need one for not only now, but in the future. So, and look, I get it that Jody joined us earlier, and she's like, well, you can have a hole at certain positions. No, it's glaring so much because that's the problem is there's too many positions, and first base is a power position, an offensive position by nature, so you have to find one.
That's the one that stands out the most this year. The replacements. The future becomes the present. That sounds like a very meta name. They said you need to watch The Replacements, and other people are agreeing.
Do you know The Replacements?
Never heard of it. Yeah, I just watched Mr. 3000. Maybe Stan Ross is available. You guys know?
That's a sports movie
with Bernie Mac. Yeah.
Okay.
I watched that.
Surprised, that's a sports movie.
Come on, I didn't know you watched sports movies. All right.
Jamal watched a sports movie. My goodness.
Stunned. Really, what I meant to say is that's not part of the Cars franchise.
No.
What's going on? Or is that the name of a Cars character? I don't remember.
Well, it should be.
Okay. When we come back, we know what we should see from Marvin Harrison Jr. this season, but what do we need to see from him? What are we going to see from him? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up, and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather, worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular 2-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with the trade deadline looming. How will the Diamondbacks fare in a weekend series in Los Angeles? We will discuss the state of our baseball team. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, 2 weeks from the first open practice for the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf today. I think we would all agree, if you could pick one Cardinal, not necessarily that you expect to break out, but if you could say, okay, this is the one that I want to break out, we'd all say Marv. Is that fair?
100%.
I think if Monty was here, Monty would say Marv, since he was his first-round pick a couple years ago. Top 5 pick. Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson on their podcast talked about Marv. I'm going to play a couple of these cuts and we can just react.
I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is still good. And I don't want to keep going back to, if he just catches the ball more consistently this year. I think he's a good receiver. He's been used as a vertical receiver. I'm going to say the same thing as a Dunze, top 10 in average depth of target. So he's been used as a vertical receiver. He's not dynamic after the catch. He's not special. I think his route running is still good. He gets open on slants a lot. He can sink his hips, like I said. There's a lot of good receiver stuff that he does. But if the ceiling is limited, as you said, I think it's his ability to just be twitched up and dynamic and quick off the line of scrimmage. And I think that might be the thing that really holds him back. And he ends up just being, dare I say, like a Corey Davis type, where it's like he's a high-end number 2, vertical stem type of receiver, but you don't trust him as the number 1, just like, he ends up like my guy, Corey Davis.
Okay, he better be better than Corey Davis.
Yeah,
nothing against
that
Corey
was alarming.
Davis. Yeah, that's but it does raise the question of like new head coach in there. Now, Monty still took him with the number 4 overall pick. And to be fair, there are picks that the Cardinals have made over the years where we're like, I don't know if they should have made that pick in the moment. Every single person, Cardinals or not, was saying if Marv's there at 4, you're taking him. And the Cardinals, at least in the moment, looked like we're fortunate because he was there because a bunch of quarterbacks went before him. But, if you're Mike LaFleur, you're not coming in saying this guy has to be a generational receiver because you're not tied to that pick that way. You're just trying to get the most out of him now. So what does he have to be? Corey Davis has never been a 1,000-yard receiver. He's only gone over 700 yards twice.
But he was a top 5, 6 pick?
I think he was.
Yeah,
he was the 5th pick.
Yeah, he was the top.
But he did not have the sort of hype that Marv had.
See, this is where I disagree. And those guys, by the way, formerly of Pro Football Focus, so they break it down a certain way. what's funny is a couple of years into this thing now, and I think that sometimes in the media we become sheep. We decide that, okay, we've heard it enough times that he's not going to be this, he's not going to be that. That's not the scouting report coming out. He was perfect. He could run after the catch. He could do this. He could do that. So, like, we're hearing from guys like Albert Berger, who said a couple of weeks ago, well, because he's so physically dominant, he never had to learn the intricacies of the position. Maybe that's it. Like, everyone's searching for certain things of what Marv is or isn't. A lot of this, to me, now becomes, and one of the reasons you hire a Mike LaFleur is for this very reason. Part of what we were talking about, he may not get the wins to say, boy, he's not a good head coach. What his charge is this year is develop some of these players who generally have not developed to the way that they were supposed to. And as you said, number one on the list is Marv. So Mike LaFleur could have a wins and loss season that we wouldn't like, but if he develops certain players, Marv number one on the list, to their potential, then he will have succeeded.
We got to say right now, and I think everybody knows this, but you just got to kind of put it out there again. Like, it's going to be really difficult to judge Mike LaFleur in year one based on wins and losses. I don't think he's been put in the best position to succeed. Now, typically, if you're taking over as a head coach, you're taking over a team that moved on from their previous coach. So nobody steps in year one and like this. Rarely do they step in a great spot. I mean, I think Harbaugh's in a pretty good spot with the Giants, but especially if you're a first-year head coach, you're stepping in, you're not going to be in a great spot, but they haven't sorted out the quarterback stuff. That's not Mike LaFleur's fault. They have probably the toughest schedule in the NFL. Mike LaFleur had nothing to do with that. It's what you said. Can he unlock something in Marv, especially Marv, because he's an offensive guy, but can the Cardinals unlock something in Darius Robinson? Can they keep Walter Nolan on the field? Like, there's a bunch of can Mike LaFleur just unlock the offense? Although, again, a lot of that is Marv. Marv, by the way, too, in his first year, 885 receiving yards and 8 touchdowns. Corey Davis has 17 career touchdowns and has only gone over that 885 twice and not by much. So I'm not sure that's the best comp. He needs to be better than Corey Davis, but I think the conversation of maybe he's not like a clear-cut number one receiver on your team, or certainly not like a top 20 receiver, that conversation becomes very real if he can't do it this year.
Yeah, and think about Jackson Smith and Jigba, I think, is a perfect example. They're totally different. I know they went to Ohio State, but they're two totally different receivers. But his first year, they had Shane Waldron, who's a terrible offensive coordinator, and all they basically did was throw him a bunch of screen passes around or behind the line of scrimmage. And we knew that he could run great routes at Ohio State. Second year, he was better. And then last year, completely broke out, even though the Seahawks like to run the football a lot. I'm not of the opinion of what these guys say. Because Marv, who had a lot of injury problems last year, hasn't done it through his first couple of years, does not mean he can't break out. The receiver position is intricate, and it can take a minute. But everybody in a microwave society that we live in wants it now. It doesn't mean he can't break out. It doesn't mean you have to change the scouting report on him, which those guys just did. He's still all of those things that made him a no-brainer pick where they picked him. I still think he has the potential to do it. But now that you have an offensive coordinator, and you know what? Because of the quarterback position, he may not break out to the level. They haven't, and I include Kyler in this, they haven't had an upper-level quarterback.
Yeah.
So if and when they do that, Jackson Smith and Jigba broke out because what? Sam Darnold had a pretty good year.
Yeah.
It does matter who's throwing you the ball.
It does, and that's the scary part of this. It's like, on the one hand, and I know a lot of people were fed up with Drew Petzing, and even if you think Drew Petzing can go do a good job with Detroit, maybe it just wasn't the right offense for Marv. Mike LaFleur should be able to, I mean, if they're going to run the Rams offense, that can feed receivers. But who's throwing them the ball? You shouldn't need Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen to throw you the ball to be able to hit close to your potential, but you do need somebody throwing you the ball. And right now we don't know who that is. Unless you're Larry Fitzgerald, then it doesn't matter who's throwing you the ball.
He's
You just make
good.
amazing plays. But I mean, you're right. The scouting, to change the scouting report on who Marv is a little bit crazy, but this is what happens when you were supposed to be generational receiver and 2 years in. I think the first year was fine. I think the first year was more a byproduct of everybody had unrealistic expectations for him. The second year was a little more alarming because he got hurt a few times. It also looked like he got in his own head a few times. By the way, Jamal, I outsourced this movie question to some of the people in the newsroom. And I got three suggestions for you, okay? They came from Lauren Koval, Kellen Olson, and Dave Burns. And we agreed that you probably haven't seen any of the three. And we thought you were going to ask me who one of the guys is, okay? So I'm going to run through these. Jerry Maguire?
Nope.
Okay.
Great movie. You have to see that.
Never even heard of it.
You haven't heard of Jerry Maguire? It was filmed here.
That's a great movie. And it's about Rod Tidwell was an Arizona Cardinal.
ASU guy, and they filmed it at the Cardinal. Don't tell Dave Burns that you haven't seen Jerry Maguire.
I'm scared to go out there now.
No, you got to see that because it's not only that, it's a local movie.
Yeah,
and it's loosely based on Lee Steinberg. The agent Lee Steinberg.
Lauren said, "If I tell you Tom Cruise is in it, you'll know who Tom Cruise is." That might push you. Tom Cruise is. Kellen,
do you know who Cuba Gooding Jr. is?
Absolutely.
Okay, so they're in that movie.
You'll like that movie. I think.
Jay Moore's in it. Good movie.
Yeah. Kellen suggested League of Their Own. Have you seen that?
No.
Okay.
I've heard of it, I think.
And
Madonna.
Lauren suggested Moneyball.
Oh, I love Moneyball.
Okay.
I've seen Moneyball.
Okay.
Yes. I've seen Moneyball a bunch.
Okay.
That's one of my favorites.
That's a good movie. They just popped that up on Netflix yesterday, actually.
Good movie.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check out some more of these during the break, but I figured I would outsource it
Those
to
are
some of the
good.
people that are closest to you, so that
because it's
they
local,
can mock you firsthand.
Because it's local and involves the Cardinals, but in a fake fashion. I think of all the movies we've said, I think Jerry Maguire actually might, because it was here, be number one that he has to see.
That he has to see. I still think Miracle, but I hear what you're saying. I mean,
Miracle's
Jerry Maguire.
really good.
Jerry Maguire isn't one of those movies that was. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know they filmed some of it at Sun Devil Stadium, and some of it is the Cardinals training facility because you can see it. But this isn't one of those movies they filmed in L.A. and said it was Arizona, right? Like that's in Arizona that they filmed that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, the Suns are playing tonight, so we can play Staring at the Suns. It's the Summer Suns, so Staring at the Summer Suns. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lunson works. Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I need Kaman Malowicz to play more than he did. I think it's imperative that Kaman Malowicz, by the end of the season, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malowicz. It is major panic time. If by March of next year, you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malowicz, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are two different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot. It's time to be in the pool, moving, living, playing, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night, and Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic. He went 7 innings and gave up just 1 run on only 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. There is good news. It is E-Rod Day today, so happy E-Rod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not make his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as a designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight. And speaking of debuts, Suns first round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action, and tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Suns Blazers tonight. By the way, I just showed you this, John. Somebody made
that's incredible.
A mock-up. Look, obviously the Blazers are owned by Tom Dundon, who owns the Carolina Hurricanes. They just won the cup. He proceeded to put his entire family's names on the cup instead of people that actually earned the cup.
That is unreal. I didn't even know you could do that.
And he made them the first 2 lines. So his kids are listed on there before actual Hurricanes players that were playing with broken bones and stuff in the playoffs. Somebody just made a mock-up of what the Stanley Cup champion ring looks like. It's just his face made out of diamond. So. Anyway,
that's pretty good.
You brought up this point earlier. Hopefully the Blazers even send a team to the Summer League, because that costs a little bit of money, and Mr. Dundon doesn't like to spend money.
Yeah, we'll send you to Vegas, but you've got to find your own Airbnb.
You've got to pay your own way.
Dude.
I hope they don't win the Summer League championship.
No kidding.
Yeah,
what are those? Rings. No rings.
No rings.
And then his name all over.
Yeah. Just
only his family.
Only his family.
Just a banner with his face hanging in Vegas. All right, so staring at the Suns, we did this all season. We figured, hey, for the first Summer League game, may as well do it, have some fun with this. So, Jamal, you're in on this too. Who specifically on the Suns are you watching in this first Summer League game? Or I guess you could even just make it for Summer League. You don't have to do it just for tonight. I'll go first because whatever, I'm talking already. I'm actually going to say Koa Pete. As interested as I am in Come On Malwatch, I think Koa Pete is a total mystery right now. So I'll go with Koa Pete. Jamal?
You stole my answer.
Well, we can go with the same answer.
No, honestly, no. I think that's my answer too. Just because he's such a mystery, and like he can bring so much to this team if he just reaches his potential and what he could be, especially with the offensive rebounding, the ability to get to the rim, and if he plays confidently against, again, these guys aren't going to be stars in the NBA that they're playing against, and if he can play confidently against these guys, it'll help him go into the regular season.
Yeah, because I just don't know how much we're gonna like. Rasheer Fleming is, of all these guys, is the one I'm most invested in, but we're gonna see him. We have seen him. We're going to see him more in the regular season. And even Kamal Malwatch needs to play more this year, but we have seen him. Koa Pete, I don't know how much we'll see him in the NBA this year. Right. Maybe we will. But if you're just asking me who's most intriguing in this summer league for the Suns, I'd like to see what his shot looks like. Like, I have some actual like questions we might get answered with Koa Pete.
I mean, I'll take the obvious. I think Malwatch, just because let's see what he can do. And I'm not relegating him to backup status. I'm not relegating him to third string status, whatever. I understand that it's different in the summer league. Nobody plays defense, but he has to get on the floor. So not only how does he look defensively, how does he look, is he confident? But the other side of it is for them to really say, you know what, we took the right guy at the 10th pick. He's got to be offensively, he can shoot the three a little bit, but I want to see him be a rim runner. I want him to be in the dunker position. I want to see him, lob passes. He doesn't have to score 25. That's not how he's going to be evaluated. But I would like to see some offensive game from him.
Yeah. I thought when you said you were going to go with the obvious one, you were going to say Barry Evans out of ECU.
How'd you know who I was going to watch?
Well,
you know who I feel bad for? Because I'm a total dorky loser. I, of course, watched a bunch of Summer League yesterday, especially 1 versus 2. You ever see the guys who get DNPs in the summer? It's like, bro, you might want to give this up. DNP in the summer league.
Like 5 games.
Yeah, it's bad. I feel so bad. Because, you're going to go to Europe, and that's okay. You can make money in Europe, and there's no problem in that. But it's like, you're not going to go to a good summer league. Like, you're probably going to, no offense to, Prague, but you're probably going to Prague.
Prague's supposed to be beautiful, though.
Yeah, it is. That's true. And so I shouldn't have said that. But, I looked at some of the box scores. There's, 4 guys who get DNPs in the summer.
And so you go, what you're saying is you go through the summer league box
you just
scores.
Mentioned Barry Evans. It's like, I don't know who that is.
I hope Barry Evans drops 28 tonight.
Yeah, I do too.
You go through the summer league box scores just to laugh at the guys who got DNP'd. Is that where you are in life?
Or let's look at oh wow, I went to Utah State. So Darius Brown is a 26-year-old from Utah State.
You should know who that is if you went to Utah State. If there was somebody from ASU on this roster, I would know who they are.
Jordan Love went to Utah State. That's really all I know. That's who else? Anybody else famous?
Is he playing in the summer league?
No, he's not. But I'm just saying that's the most famous alum. But if you're 26 and you're still in the summer league, things have gone wrong for you from a basketball standpoint.
The never-ending summer is what it is.
Now, look, you get a trip to Vegas unless you play for the Blazers, then you probably got to pay for it. But
have things really gone bad for you? You're going to Vegas and getting paid to
his life's better than mine.
Yeah.
That's true. I got to pick my wife up from the airport today. That's my highlight of my day.
After you've been up for 16 straight hours, right?
Been up since 1:30 in the morning. But hey, don't take an Uber. I get in a lot of trouble. I did. We had that conversation.
You know what you just said to America? It's difficult to listen to our show from an airplane. That's what you said. Because she just heard you say, hey, but don't take an Uber.
Yeah. No, she just...
You felt safe to say it because you know she's in the air right now.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say it to her face. You kidding me? No way. But it's just show ends at 2. Her plane comes in 3:15, and I go, I've been up since 1:30 in the morning. Could you maybe take a and it was the U came out of my mouth, and she goes, I am not taking an Uber. And I went, I didn't think you would. I'm going to come get you, babe.
Did you pivot to another word that started with U?
Yeah, I started to cough. No, I wasn't going to say Uber.
Did you get an Ube drink? Right? That's a thing, right? Isn't that the purple
really
thing?
Good. They're very healthy. Oh. Anyway, I digress. Continue. Sorry.
I'm looking at more. The Longest Yard that's been suggested for you, Jamal.
I have seen that.
Oh, you've seen the new one or the Burt Reynolds one?
The
Adam Sandler
one?
I've seen the Adam Sandler one. I haven't seen the Burt Reynolds one.
The Burt Reynolds one is good, the original. No, but I tell you, the Adam Sandler one's pretty good.
I love it.
Gray Mantle says you need to watch the Burt Reynolds one.
It's good.
Kyle says. Kyle says The Last Boy Scout.
Who?
Few people saying Jerry Maguire's a must.
Yeah, because it's
Chad says, what happened to Tyler Locklear? I don't remember that movie.
No, I can't remember that one.
That does not end well. It's not exactly Brian's song, but it's probably not, it's not a great
It might be a 30 for 30. Hey, what happened to Tyler Locklear if he doesn't start hitting?
Wasn't he in the Field of Dreams?
Yeah. Have you seen Field of Dreams?
No.
Why'd you bring it up then?
That's the only baseball movie I could think of.
Field of Dreams is really good.
Yeah, I have heard of it.
That one's good.
Yeah.
Well, obviously you've heard of it. You brought it up.
I'm sorry. I meant to say I have heard it's really good. Even my
Amazing.
dad. I told my dad I haven't seen the Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
He started making fun of me. He was the one that controlled what I watched.
Right. He's the one that's basically feeding you the crack that is Cars constantly.
Yeah.
And then he's getting mad at you that there wasn't other movies. There wasn't time to watch other movies.
We're watching Cars.
Tin Cup. I'm going to upset people. I haven't seen Tin Cup.
I don't want, since you haven't seen it, I don't want to give it away, but there's a point of the movie where it's cringy. Kevin Costner's great in the movie, and it's a great movie. I don't. Well, it's been long enough.
No, don't ruin it.
All right. Are you ever going to see it?
Yeah, I'll see it. Why not?
Never
Okay.
mind.
42 has been suggested.
Yes.
42 is really
42.
good.
I've seen 42.
I've seen that. Who's playing point guard? I think that was about our son's conversation. I don't think that's. It's tough here
Never
because
saw that one.
I'm just. Well, I saw it
You're
when,
trying to pick the movies from
I've
the
seen it
conversation.
the last few years actually with the
Yeah.
Suns. Who's playing point
Who
guard? The
knows?
Phoenix Suns story. Yeah, this is tough reading through comments and movie titles, and they're not really separated in our YouTube live
Will you
chat
please
right now.
make it easy on us and say movie title
No, I
versus conversation,
I like this
please?
better. Who's playing point guard? The Phoenix Suns story.
Who he play for? It's Wolf and Luke edition. Who's playing point guard for the Suns?
Who's he play for? That's a good bit.
All right, the Diamondbacks are at a crossroads before the All-Star break. Dave Burns
that
and
a
Alex
movie?
Weiner. It could be. It might be. Break it all down on the new Ain't No Fang podcast. Catch it on ArizonaSports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. I really think One Way Ticket to Thailand should have been the Cliff Kingsbury movie. It could still be, I guess. All right.
One way ticket to Thailand. That could go in a lot of different directions.
Well,
none of them good.
Pavin Smith.
Yeah, but Cliff at least said he was buying a one-way ticket to Thailand. All right, when we come back, happy Erod Day to all who celebrate.
Oh, yes.
Now, we thought he was going against Shohei when the show started. Now he's not going against Shohei, although he is going against Shohei the hitter, but not Shohei the pitcher.
Oh,
so,
boy.
Can the Diamondbacks maybe win this game now? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool, plus buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's what we at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is here. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $269 a month, or drive home a new 2026 Canyon for only $319 a month. Plus, you pay what we pay, employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% for 36 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisier, we're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, southernsteer.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. How can the D-backs find success before the trade deadline? We'll ask the manager, Tori Lavello. He'll join us at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, final segment of the show on a Friday. In case you missed it, Shohei's not pitching for the Dodgers tonight. He is still hitting, though, right? Okay. Dealing with that, I don't know. You're dealing with a knee ailment, but still playing the full game is very Shohei.
He was respecting Erod Day. He heard us.
Yeah.
I've got it through sources that he's a avid listener, and he knew it was Erod Day and didn't want to ruin our day.
He does, yeah. As the Dodgers are taking batting practice, he's telling, hey, quiet down. I'm trying to listen to Wolf and Luke.
Oh, it's Erod Day. I can't pitch today.
In L.A., he's listening on the app.
Yeah.
Because he wants to hear what sports movies Jamal hasn't seen, and he's weighing in. Okay. Jody Jackson, who we had on the show earlier today, says Kyle Hurt is going to start for the Dodgers tonight. I'm sure he'll be amazing.
He'll throw like a two-hitter.
Or they'll trade for Scooble before 7 o'clock.
Exactly.
One of the two.
He'll just, come rocking in.
I think, Kyle Hurt's a reliever. So maybe this is...
bullpen day.
Do the Dodgers have bullpen days? Maybe that's until they can complete the trade for Tarek Schoolboy.
Yeah, they're probably right in the middle of it right now. Oh, Shohei's got a bad knee? Let's go get this guy.
I tell you what, this is I don't want to overstate it. It's a winnable game now, isn't it?
We must be telepathic because I knew you were going to say it's a winnable game.
All it took was us doing 4 hours together to finally come up with the Diamondbacks might be able to win a game when it's Erod versus Kyle Hurt.
Yeah. I mean, you should have the advantage from a pitching standpoint, but then again, they actually hit, and the Diamondbacks are very sketchy in that area.
If you want to dig deep on the game, sure.
Dig deep on it.
I'd prefer to just look at two names and pick the winner based on that. Yeah. All right, so Erod Day, maybe, I'm telling you, there might be something to Erod Day. If he goes out there and pitches well, this is a very winnable game. I haven't seen the Dodgers lineup yet. I'm guessing they're not sitting everybody. It's just the All-Star team.
Basically that's what you have.
Just to tune up for the All-Star game. All right, so how big is this given the timing? You know, you and I talked at the beginning of this week. The Padres series was actually the more important series, standings-wise, than the Dodgers series.
And the games after the All-Star break are too,
Yes. They start with 3 against the Cardinals right out of the break at Chase Field. But how big is this series considering the timing and the fact that there is basically a 4 or 5 day break after this?
I think it's massive. And I understand from a standing standpoint, those games afterwards and the Padres, which the split doesn't get it done. But it could have the opposite effect, which is if they lose 3, the front office has to be realistic and say, I get it, it's the Dodgers, but they're on our schedule, and we can't just throw that out and say, hey, we're just going to go against the teams that are, we're fighting for the wild card. You can't get swept in this series. You would like to win 2 of 3. I don't know how likely it is. You just got a huge break to not have Ohtani on the mound tonight, but you got to start not looking at the opponent, just saying you got to start taking 2 of 3, 2 and 3, 2 and 3. We're running out of time here.
Yeah, they, for whatever reason, and now I've lost track of the exact stat, but at least coming into this year, they're basically 500 against the Dodgers in the last 2.5 years, dating back to the wild card series, or the playoff series, not wild card series, but the series where they took the Dodgers out. They're the last team that's taken the Dodgers out. I mean, some of these things don't mean anything when the game starts tonight, other than I don't think the Diamondbacks are intimidated by the Dodgers. Now, you could argue maybe they should be when you see the lineup. I don't know. But they have tended to play the Dodgers better than most teams play the Dodgers. Maybe you catch L.A. going into the break. I mean, at a certain point, it's probably got to be tough to keep your focus at tip-top when you're 14.5 games ahead. I mean, the Diamondbacks are the team in second place in the NL West. It just doesn't feel like it right now. You're up 14.5 games. You're going into the All-Star break. I don't know. Maybe you catch them when they don't have their edge. They still have the best lineup in baseball, but the D-backs need these games more than the Dodgers need these games.
The hardest part about playing the Dodgers is you can never take a second. Like with the Diamondbacks lineup, after you threw a few guys, it's like, okay, I can take a breath here. The Dodgers, if you say you're not right on your game, then their 9-hitter is going to do, Ohtani leads it off. And, Freddie Freeman and Hahez has come up this year, and Max Muncy's having a really nice year. Like, it's top to bottom. You got to keep your focus. And if you throw a bad pitch to one hitter, then they'll take advantage of it and they'll roll on you.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem.
This is going to be the ultimate test for Erod, because you said, can you win this series? So you got Erod against Kyle Hurt tonight. But again, Kyle Hurt's a reliever, so it's probably more either he's opening or it's more of a bullpen day for the Dodgers. But tomorrow is Brandon Pfaadt against Yamamoto. Pfaadt, I mean, I do have some confidence in Pfaadt. I don't know about against the Dodgers. And Yamamoto is one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Yeah, so. That's not good.
And then you go Zach Gallen against Emmett Sheehan going into the break. So Gallen against the Dodgers right now sounds like, hey, let's pour some gasoline on this and see what happens.
To keep the movie theme going, Gallen versus the Durham Bulls. Durham Bulls. Like, it's anti-Erod Day. I don't know how I can make it any more clear.
It almost feels like we all have to work on Sunday or
Take
something.
an early All-Star break, man. And maybe they'll win that one now.
Yeah.
Well, because I jinx teams.
Good. Jinx the Dodgers for the next 3 games.
That's what I'm trying to do.
But I mean, if you're serious about trying to win this series, probably got to win the one tonight with Erod against Kyle Hurt. And
no doubt.
They, like I said, they've beaten the Dodgers sometimes this season. But when you come out of this, All-Star break, that when we come back on Monday, they will be in the All-Star break. It is basically a race to the trade deadline at that point, and you don't have a lot of time to figure out what you're doing. I was looking at the prospect, just the farm system for the Diamondbacks. Like, I'm guessing they're going to have to go get a first baseman, really, like for their long-term answer, unless, I mean, could you play? Is Lou James Groover your answer at first base? Big pick is Tyler Locklear. I know one of our listeners asked that question, and we thought it was a movie title for a second because we were looking for movie titles. But that's a fair question. Like, where is Tyler Locklear? You traded for him a year ago. He was supposed to be the answer at first base.
Yeah.
Got any answers for me?
No, he doesn't. Well, not so far. But yeah, that's why at the deadline you might be trading for a first baseman that. Yeah, you got to be better now, but something that you could be better later as well, because I don't think that person exists currently on the roster. Can I throw one quick thing out there, just because everybody likes to complain about, you got the home run derby, you got this, you got that. Bryce Harper has suggested maybe the solution to the home run derby. So not the whole time, but he's saying in the bonus round of the home run derby that he suggested that they let them use aluminum bats.
I love this.
Could you imagine how far a major league player could hit a batting practice
sailing towards the moon?
Honestly, it'd be like a Bugs Bunny, like when he has that one, like out of the stadium,
like car windshields breaking.
And that's what Harper is suggesting. those kids that go out in the outfield, they'd have to wear like catcher's gear or something. Because if a line drive hit one of those kids, good night.
And you know what's so funny? I just saw something on social media of it was like Ketel Marte, Junior Caminero, they were hitting home runs like tanks with aluminum bats.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the exit velocity would be like 1,000 miles per hour.
It would be insane.
It would be ridiculous. But Harper's basically saying, in the bonus round, how about giving us
Hey, man, I'm all for the entertainment. Bonus round's going to go on for 6 hours, but let's do it.
I mean, seriously, whoever was pitching to him would have to wear armor,
goalie equipment,
a knight,
full knight armor. Yeah, exactly.
Because it's you think I'm going to throw with just that thing in front of me, the batting practice thing?
Funny.
No way. That would be unbelievable.
A couple more on YouTube. Somebody said The Color of Money.
That's good.
And I like this. This isn't a movie suggestion, but Jesus said, now where is it? Oh, he
Who's
said
the point guard for the Suns?
No, that's implied. He said Shohei saw Ketel was in the lineup and decided to sit out.
Oh yeah,
the exact opposite of last time, right?
Yeah,
that was the game. I think you were on the show for that, right?
Yeah, I was.
When the lineup came out and Ketel wasn't in, and everybody lost their minds for a while.
Yeah.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of back pain relief with just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sun up to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Progressive presents perfectly bad excuses for missing stuff to spend more time on your motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Friday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Kellen Olson, filling in for Gambo, completing a full week of filling in for Gambo. What's going on, Kel?
It's only felt like a day doing this show with you. It hasn't even felt like a full... Is this even work at this point? Come on. I do this for free.
Oh, don't say that too loud. Somebody around here might actually take you up on that. There might be someone down the hall go, really? Really? You said you do it for free, so be careful, Cal.
Thank you for your sage advice.
I'm looking out for you because I know somebody who just might actually take you up on that offer. Yeah, it's been a fun week. We've had a lot to talk about. Is this one over? Does this go final right now? Is it
We're done.
Spain beat Belgium. The only World Cup match today, right? It's the only one today?
Yes, the only match. There's 2 tomorrow, and then we will be through to the semifinals. Spain-France was the one that a lot of people had circled on their brackets many weeks ago when this whole first reveal of these groups came out. That was the anticipated semifinal. We are going to get it. Spain hasn't been the greatest offensively, but they've been tremendous defensively, and they will face the best offensive team in the tournament, the old offense versus defense matchup.
Give me 30 seconds and tell me whether that's the de facto World Cup championship, and if so, what time is it at?
I don't know when it is, actually. You stumped me there for a second. I haven't been looking ahead too much.
Bound to happen at some point in time.
Looking ahead too much. Tuesday at noon is when France and Spain will take on each other at Jerry World in Arlington. I think my pick is going to be France, and I don't think that is the de facto champion because Messi is on the other side of the bracket. And until we find out what that guy's doing, We'll see. And England is hyper talented as well, and on the right day they can beat any team as well. Norway can too with Holland. So there's still an element of that. This is not quite like mid to late 2010s when we know it's Cavs Warriors every time. We're not there yet.
Okay, not quite there yet. All right. So that's what's going on with the World Cup. Tori Lavello scheduled to join us at 2:30, and lucky timing for us because we got some stuff to talk about. It's our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
Chris Garagiola with the call last night. The Arizona Diamondbacks with the series split of the 4-gamer against the San Diego Padres. Merrill Kelly, 7 strong innings. You had home run from Nolan Arenado. You had an RBI single from Geraldo Perdomo. All the runs scored with two outs last night for the Diamondbacks, and they get the split. We'll continue our conversations about what it means for not just the win last night, but the split, the Dodgers series coming up, the news that came out about a half hour ago that Ohtani's not going to pitch tonight, that he will DH for the whole series, but he won't pitch. But obviously, Kellen, I don't want to bury the lead. The big story happened after the Diamondbacks win last night against San Diego. They went and did the thing. They DFA'd Pavin Smith. They called up Ryan Waldschmidt. They just made that announcement official about 20 minutes ago or so. Your reaction when it happened?
Feels like we went through sort of 3 different cycles of this in watching Pavin Smith struggle and wondering if that was going to be the last time that we saw him like that corresponding season. You look at the 2021 season, his first full season in the majors, 732 OPS, 98 OPS plus. His WAR was negative 0.1. There was a 2023 season when he hit 188 in that season at a 642 OPS. What he was able to do, though, in 24 and 25, though, was hit pretty effectively, like hitting the 260s for his batting average, contribute positively with his bat in a way that led you to believe that in 2026 he could be not one of the primary contributors, but be above like that quadruple A replacement level type of player that we've been seeing the quality of in this 5 through 9 spot in the order the whole season. And yet at the end of the day, 7 years through being an Arizona Diamondbacks, 476 games, 1,629 plate appearances, his Baseball Reference WAR was negative 0.1, which basically suggests he was replacement level his entire collective time here. And his OPS plus was 98, which means he was just about a average replacement level hitter. And that is what he was for so many years. But the lows were what really, I think, hammered Diamondbacks fans into wanting to see him gone. And he is now gone, which is good because it's been long overdue and we've needed this at the same time. Who's playing first base now? Who's doing that?
Yeah, it creates. It doesn't create a whole other set of problem. It exposes a whole other set of problems. We'll have Tori on at 2:30. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about this. Only because, is it going to be? And I haven't seen the lineup yet for tonight. I don't know if it's out yet for tonight. Is it going to be Tawa? Is it going to be Vargas? I would assume
42 seconds ago. How about that? You spoke it into existence.
You know
Tim
what?
Tawa is hitting 9th at first base.
Okay. Tell me Ketel's in the lineup tonight.
Ketel is in the lineup playing DH.
I mean, it's Shohei's not pitching tonight, so it doesn't matter the way it once did. But there was this little voice in my head going, "Hey, what's going to happen with Ketel and Shohei tonight?" It doesn't matter because Ohtani's not going to pitch. Okay, so it's Tawa getting the first crack, and I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets most of the cracks at this point. Not that he's not that he's been great at the major league level. He hasn't. He's been fantastic at Reno, but a lot of guys are fantastic at Reno. I bet he gets the majority, maybe not most, the majority of the at-bats by, a nose or two over Ildemaro Vargas. What intrigues both of us, and I noticed exactly the same thing that you did, was Nick Picoro, who first reported on the news. He covers the Diamondbacks for AZ Central.
Not bad at his job, that Nick Picoro.
That Nick Picoro is very, very good at what he does in covering the Diamondbacks on a daily basis. Mentioned external candidates for first base for the D-backs. Now, can I play loose and fast with verbiage and say that external could mean, somebody not named Tim Tawa and Ildemaro Vargas, and maybe you dip down your minor league system and you go get Lou James Groover again, or
there's some free agent off the street.
Or is there a trade that no matter what they've got going on standings-wise, they would look to move to address first base and Band-Aid the situation for a while?
Well, I think the primary takeaway for me in all of this is that this was not Tyler Locklear time. He is still in AAA. This is the guy that was the primary return that you got from Seattle for Eugenio Suarez. Like, this wasn't a blockbuster trade, don't get me wrong. It was half a season of Gino that you were giving up, so this wasn't a marquee primetime prospect. But when you looked at the entire return from the 4 different trades that they made in July of 2025, you could argue that Locklear was the best prospect, or one of the 2 or 3 best definitively, that they got back. We saw him for a bit last year. He went through his injuries and came back to Reno, and he's hitting .293 with an .823 OPS in Reno right now, and he's staying there. And maybe we'll see him in August. We'll definitely see him in September at the very latest, but clearly they're not ready to go to that length yet, and instead would like to rely on not so much veterans per se, but guys with more major league experience than him. Tawa, by the way, in his major league career, to be clear, Burnsy, he's hitting 189.
Yeah.
So I hope this is extremely temporary.
Yeah, no, and when I say I see him getting the majority of the opportunities, I just mean that Vargas has been in such a slump since the first month and a half of the season. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of him either, though I do enjoy watching him play defensive first base. Here's the other thought that comes to mind, and I want to be responsible when it comes to what Nick said on Twitter. He said, for now, Tim Tawa and Ildemaro Vargas for now, but we'll probably look for external help. So he's not saying that they will for sure. I wonder if, in typical Mike Hazen fashion, and I don't mean this snarky at all, I mean that I think this is, in some ways, this is typical Mike Hazen fashion, that, how he likes to talk about being a buyer and a seller at the same time. I wonder if part of his approach this trade deadline is to find somebody who's a better long-term first base option than Tyler Locklear or James Groover or anything he's got in the system, because it's pretty obvious he doesn't really have a first baseman in the queue anywhere, right? And I wonder if, no matter where they are in the standings and whether we want to classify it as a buy or a sell, is he looking for his Jazz Chisholm, Zach Gallen kind of moment here, where you're trading something and it looks like a sell, but you're acquiring something and it's kind of a buy because you're thinking about, now, who that guy is? I don't have the first idea. But I think we all know how Mike Hazen works, and he does like to do the buy-sell thing at the same time.
He does, but this type of move specifically when he replaces like an everyday starter, he typically does do in the offseason. Like, you think about the Naylor and the Suarez trades, there were other ones that they made this year as well for this team. He typically likes to do that in the offseason, but it is a good thought, and I also do wonder if it's not so much going to be a buy move, but the type of trade where you take a guy that's been reeling for a year or two that was talented at one time or had a good year at one point, and you take like not a big swing on him, but take a swing at him, give up a prospect that probably won't amount to anything, and it's a guy that the other team is like, maybe it's their version of Pavin Smith, like a slightly better version of their version of Pavin Smith, and that's the guy that you bring in. I would be legitimately surprised if it was someone with some real oomph to them. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, again, Torey Lovello coming up in about 19 minutes from right now. We'll talk to him about the move to designate Pavin Smith for assignment and what it's going to look like moving forward. Our expectations for Kaman Malawach in his second year with the Suns in his second summer league, because it all starts tonight. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
On Sunday, July 19th, the D-backs take on the St. Louis Cardinals. And the first 5,000 kids to the game will receive a Baxter Ears cap, courtesy of Honeywell Aerospace. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
O'Reilly Auto Parts can help take the guesswork out of your vehicle's check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with the trade deadline looming. How will the Diamondbacks fare in a weekend series in Los Angeles? We will discuss the state of our baseball team. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Really, it's just playing the right way. Playing the right way and being really good out there defensively so that I can be a leader in defense and help my team win.
Come on, Malo Watch, on what he's focused on improving on in the Summer League that begins tonight with an 8 o'clock tip time as they take on the Portland Trailblazers. Oh, Kellen, what am I going to say about Come On, Malo Watch that's going to go viral today? I wonder what I'm going to say about him that goes viral today. You got any thoughts on that?
That was a strange development. Yeah, it seemed like a portion of Suns Twitter got upset at you, or at least criticized at the very minimum your thoughts on being concerned if we go through 2 years of, how did you word it? Not being in the rotation, not playing well? What did you say?
Not providing significant minutes, substantial minutes by the end of his second season. And I'll be the first to admit that maybe I went a little overboard in how I classified.
I don't think you did.
How panic-stricken we should be, maybe a little bit. But I'll tell you right now, I don't back down from it at all. If we get to the end of next season and he's not contributing the way you expect a top 10 pick to, I think it's fair to be pretty worried about the situation if you're a Suns fan. Did I do all right?
You did fine. And it's like we're all on a different spectrum in terms of how we feel about this and how we're going to judge this. There is no black and white here. It's pretty gray. You can decide when you want to start to be worrying, when you want to start to worry about Kaman Malawach's development if we don't see him play effective, consistent, impactful minutes for this team. And that's where you can get into he isn't playing. So all of these external things to the internal one thing that we're talking about here, which is just him getting in there. And you can say, well, the coach isn't playing and they just re-signed Mark Williams, all this kind of stuff. That's not what we're talking about. You just need to see the asset that you use, the number 10 overall pick, which was the most important thing that you got in the Kevin Durant trade. You need to start seeing real returns from it. And with Kaman, he is not only at his age, he is young. He's 19 right now, but he is raw in his own basketball development. And I think that's where Suns fans, maybe I'm putting it too harshly here, but feel protective over him a bit and being like, relax. Our guy's been playing basketball for 7 years. He's going to get there with time. With that said, Burnsy, we need to decide when it is okay to stop not using this as an excuse, but saying he's only 19, saying he's only 20. We played this game with DeAndre Ayton a lot. He's only 21. He's only 22. He's only 23. He's never had a real point guard. Chris Paul's here. All this kind of stuff. VJ Edgecombe's only a year older than Kaman Malawach. Will Riley, who had great moments for the Washington Wizards last year, got some all-rookie votes. He's 7 months older than Kaman Malawach. Hugo Gonzalez, who was the differentiating factor between whether the Boston Celtics got Giannis Antetokounmpo or not, is 7 months older than Kaman Malawach. So I think we got to fall out of that pattern a little bit. That's just my opinion on it. And he is going to start to come under some criticism if he doesn't start to perform, and not for anything that happens this summer. But I think what you and I want to see from him, if we start to preview tonight and then Sunday as well, is we want to be able to take a casual basketball fan who's never seen the NBA, isn't familiar with the NBA, but they know basketball when they see it. And we want to go, who's the number 10 overall pick out there? Out of these 10 guys on the floor, who is it? And you want them to point at Kaman Malawach. You want them to point at him and be able to realize that he is the outlier in terms of talent with everyone else that's going to be on the floor. We're going to see the Trailblazers tonight. Young Hansen is another late lottery pick, so maybe you can pick him too. But those two guys are the primary talents on the floor in terms of where they were drafted, and he needs to look like that guy in this setting. I don't care about points, rebounds, blocks, how he shoots from three, all that kind of stuff. You just need to be able to tell that he is that guy with the moments that he has within the game.
Two things. I mean, number one, I do want to briefly agree with, I think, the flack that I've gotten for what I said about Kaman Malawach, and while I don't certainly back down from it or really essentially change the very essence of what I said the other day about him, I do appreciate and understand that there are fans who are very, very protective of him because of his age and because of his relative inexperience to the sport. I do get all that. I really do. I guess when it comes to Kaman Malawach, at some point, I think you have to stop looking at the age as the most important number, and you have to look at where he was picked in the draft as the most important number, because there is, I don't care how much longer it takes big men to develop in this league, at some point, you do need that player to start showing you he was worthy of that pick. Otherwise, you really start to wonder about whether the right pick was made. And that's in essence what I was trying to say. Now, let's fast forward to tonight. You're absolutely right. What you need to see out of him, there's no number he needs to hit. There's no statistical, benchmark that I think he needs to get to. What you need to see is somebody who just stylistically looks like, oh, yeah, clearly that guy's a lottery pick. And he's playing with people who weren't lottery picks or who aren't lottery picks. And I hope we see that it's not going to be a failure if he doesn't show that. But what we've come to learn about the Summer League a lot over the last several years is that guys in Kaman Malawach's position, guys in Rasheer Fleming's position, when you get to your second Summer League, we had this conversation with Dunn and Oso last year. You get to this position in Summer League, show me that you don't belong there. Show me that your minutes are going to get curtailed because you're just too good for this particular level of basketball. I'd like to see that tonight out of both of those guys. Let's start there and kind of build off of that.
Show us that your week should be done after Sunday. Like that you just need to play 2 games here and that's it. And then you're out of there and you sort of move on. I mean, that's the very least of what we want out of them in terms of him looking like the outlier. I want him to dominate. I think if you're a lottery pick in year 2, no matter how old you are, no matter how long you've been playing basketball, I need you to dominate in Summer League in year 2. Now, again, this is not the best ecosystem to evaluate basketball talent.
No, it's not.
Look at Darren Peterson last night. He had 9 fouls and 8 turnovers. Like, this is not high-quality hoops that we are watching. DeBonta had a really good night for Washington. It was a lot of, like, shot selection, I'll put it that way, from both guys. Specifically, Trey Johnson was shooting every second he got the ball. Like, it's not the best ecosystem to evaluate guys, but we need everything on the interior to revolve around him in this game. He needs to be a defining interior presence in this game in order to meet our expectations for what we expect from Summer League. Again, because if I don't blanket end that statement, people are like, oh, you think he's a bust if he doesn't play well tonight?
No.
Relax, everyone. It's fine.
I don't even think he's a bust. And that's the first time I've actually used that word at all in any conversation we've had about Kamal Malawach. I don't even think he's a bust if he doesn't meet that criteria I set forth a couple of days ago. I never said I thought he'd be a bust. I'd say it's time to worry. It's time to get a little panicky about why Kamal Malawach hasn't developed the way you kind of hoped he would and you kind of needed him to. No one's going to say he's a bust if he's not doing after Summer League tonight. We're not even close to there yet. But whatever. I mean, it is what it was, and now we find out tonight. Remind me though, real quick. Last year, and again, neither one of these guys had the same level of expectation of a Malawach or even a Fleming. How did Dunn and Oso do in year 2 in the Summer League? How did they do in terms of that we don't belong here kind of presence? I know it's different, but how did they do? I don't recall last year.
I think if I remember off the top of my head that Oso played fairly well, but I don't think it was to the level of him like dominating by any means, like dominating the games in that kind of margin. And same thing with Ryan. And Ryan was coming off of like playing a decent amount in his rookie year, a little bit more than Fleming did to that regard as well. But like we know it when we see it. Like the example that I always bring is that Devin Booker, who by the way was just as old as Kamal Malawach and went a couple picks later than him when he was drafted, just saying. In his second year, he went out in Summer League. And the Luis Montero story I always bring up, he played in his second game. There was this poor international kid named Luis Montero who started talking trash to him a couple of minutes in, and then by the end of the third quarter, Book had to be taken out of the game because he was doing too much damage to that kid, and it was just clear we need to shut him down because he's way too good to be here. That's the example that I always bring up. He doesn't have to be Devin Booker, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But we want to see those flashes of like, oh man, this is the kid.
A lot to talk to our next guest about. The manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks in Los Angeles, getting ready to take on the LA Dodgers. Torey Lavello is going to join us next here on Arizona Sports and the Burns and Gambo Show.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room. And it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room. And when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lavello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
Live from Los Angeles, the site of the first of 3 against the Dodgers, the Arizona Diamondbacks. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and then it's all-star break time for Arizona. Joining us right now, as he does every single Friday at 2:30, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lavello, here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in for Gambo today. Torey, how are we doing today? Thanks for your time.
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Very good, thank you. I got to imagine for you, maybe relief is the right word. Maybe it's another word that you want to find. But watching how the guys played last night, given what had happened the night before, nice clean game, Merrill Kelly does his thing. It had to be satisfying to see your guys respond after such a disappointing night on Wednesday.
Yeah, it was. It was a total SHIT show. So we got to be better. We can't allow those things to happen. We saw exactly what it looks like when we don't play fundamental baseball, and it unfolds, and we end up losing by a big number. So, we had discussions. The coaches got together, and we all sat down and said, what are we going to do about this? What is your response as a coach? And how are you going to go out there and coach these guys up? And Merrill basically took it from there. He gives a chance to get grounded. I'm not going to lie. There was a little bit of a hangover, a little bit of a curiosity as to what we would go out and do yesterday. And Merrill gave us a chance to collect ourselves, get some footing, and then we went out there and executed and played a really good game. It's the bunt and the base hit. It's good pitching. It's good defense. It's typical D-back baseball, the things that we stand on. And we won a big game, and we salvaged the series. And these guys aren't shutting down, and that's what I was very pleased about.
Torrey Pavin has been with you guys for 7 years. You guys have given him a lot of different opportunities over the years to try and solidify this role in a number of different positions as well. Can you take me through the decision there and just what this is going to mean for the position going forward these next couple of weeks and maybe months too?
It was a tough conversation. Pavin was part of the original draft class when we all arrived here in 2017, and he migrated through the system and got to the big leagues. And we knew that he was going to be able to grow and develop as an outfielder, corner outfielder, first baseman, and then you develop a relationship with these guys. And I developed a very close bond with all the players, and I'm not the only one. So when we had to say goodbye to him, it was a really tough scenario. He took it well. He understood why it happened. And, look, I've been saying all along that Pavin can hit. I'm quoted as saying that. When I say that, I'm not saying it so the media knows or the public knows. I'm saying it because I know Pavin is listening to everything that I say, as are all players. And Pavin is just a very mild, even-keeled guy. And I was trying to convince him that he was going to be okay. And he was going to find his way to hitting his way into this lineup every single day. Because I know everything that I say is just magnified and goes directly to these players. So I know he heard it, and he started to build a little bit of confidence, but he just couldn't get over the hump this year, and unfortunately this decision had to be made.
So for you, the plan moving forward now, it's Tawa tonight. For now, I would assume Vargas and Tawa. Is there something else in the works of that position? How do you view how this works out over the next? I know it's the All-Star break after this series, but how do you view the position in the short-term future?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to answer that question.
That's okay.
I appreciate you, Bernsey, for circling back.
No problem.
That's what's going to happen. We're gonna see those two guys and hopefully get a little bit of production out of that. Those two in that space, and we got 3 games left before the break. But I know Mike and company is always doing their very best to find upgrades. And quite frankly, first base and DH have been a little bit of an enigma for us. So we haven't been able to find the consistency nor the numbers that we need to go out there and be a productive offensive team. But for right now, it's going to be Tawa and Vargas. Vargas is playing second today. I'm DH and Cattell, trying to get him off his feet for a second or two. But overall, it is what it is. We're gonna do our absolute best to coach these guys up and let them be productive.
Troy, I'm curious because I know the buyer-seller question is way more Mike's lane than it is your lane.
Yep.
But I'm also curious from your standpoint, that position having the necessity of that being a producing position when it comes to run production. Is that something, whether you're a buyer or seller, that you have to address at this trade deadline to find something there that's a little more long-term stability that you can kind of count on at a position that's kind of important for run production?
I would think so. We have a number of candidates that are developing within our system, and are they ready? I know that Mike is turning over every rock that he possibly can inside of the D-back system and elsewhere, but in my limited discussions, it isn't my department, but Mike is great. He includes me in a lot of the thoughts that he's having. That's what I'm offering him. When he asks me the question and says, what do you think? I'm asking him to consider looking at this space in this area so we can get some stability there. It is a very, very important piece of the offensive success of every team. And when you do it the way our guys are doing it right now, it's why we're a little bit limited in scoring runs.
When it comes to Zach Gallen, I know there are differences between what Pavin has been going through and what Zach has been going through, and this is not a way for me trying to insinuate Zach's end should be Pavin's end, but what has it been like for you as a manager with these two guys working through the immense talent that both of them have, and that the role that you guys want them to play is in there, but Zach just continues to really struggle to bring it out this year?
It's been very difficult. We're all working our butts off to help these players, and we're not limited to just those couple of guys. We have a couple of guys that are that are grinding, and we know that there's a lot more in there. But specifically on Zach, it's been a lot of one-on-one conversations between Zach and I can play a lot of cards because I've known him for so long, and I've played every card that I possibly can, and just trying to make sure that emotionally he is ready and feels good about stepping on the mound. And then fundamentally, where are you? Physically, where are you? It's been really frustrating to him as well. We know what he's capable of doing, and we're not going to go anywhere unless Merrill and Zach throw the way that Merrill did last night. So that's a good start. We need Zach to go pick up the slack, and he will. He's going to figure this out. And the last thing that I told him in San Diego is, we're not leaving you behind, man. We're with you. We're going to grind with you. We are going to go out there and push you and pull you along. In a lot of cases where you've pulled the entire organization along, it's our turn to pull you, and we got you. So hopefully things get figured out, and he goes out there and dials it up the way he can.
We saw that spirited conversation between you and Zach in the dugout at the end of his outing. Was that more of what the conversation was, and just like letting him know you're aligned with him? Was that more of the sequencing stuff you talked about after the outing? What was the frustration you both were sharing there?
Yeah, I was a little bit frustrated. I'm going to keep the contents of the conversation private between Zach and I, but I told him just that. I said, I've known you a long time, and I'm going to play a couple cards that I haven't played before, so heads up, here it comes. And he received it. He accepted it. And, he challenged me, and we ended up digging in a little bit. And I like those conversations. They're very respectful. They're always coming from the right place to help one another. And especially in this case, I'm trying to push him along and see things that he maybe isn't thinking about. So at the end of it, yes, I was pushing a button or two. That's my job. And I don't necessarily like to do that in front of cameras or in the dugout. But in this case, it was just so raw, and I felt like I didn't want to waste time. I needed to do it right there and then. And it took place, and he received it, and hopefully gets the message.
Troy, one last quick follow-up, if I could, on Zach, and I'm just curious. You mentioned playing cards with Zach and a few more to play. Is using an opener for Zach anything at all that you're considering as a card to play when it comes to unlocking Zach?
Everything's on the table, for sure. We got to win baseball games. That's what it's all about. And you get to this point in the season, you got to win. And there's no other way to look about it. You can't. There's no feel-good moral victories right now. We got to win baseball games, so everything's on the table.
All right, Troy, if you could give me and Kellen and everybody out there listening right now an update on Michael Soroka as we try to figure out when his availability is going to be for you to use at your disposal after the break.
Yeah, feeling really good. And he had a throwing program yesterday. Very typical for getting back out there and starting to initiate a pretty intense throwing program. So all is good. Looks like it's going to be a Tuesday, Wednesday, get on the bump, throw a bullpen, and then piece together from there. And then once he gets on the bullpen and starts to progress, there will be a timeline. So I think a couple bullpens, maybe a live, get him out on a rehab, and then get him back in our dugout because we definitely need him in here to help us win some games.
Tori, if I could nag for two more, any Lawler updates, any Justin Martinez updates?
Yeah, J-Mart is throwing one more pen and then onto a live. And he's going to – J-Mart is not going to have a follow-up MRI. I said that the other day. So there's not a scheduled follow-up MRI. There's other guys that are going to get the follow-up MRI, which is Puck, Nelson. I think Corbin Burns just recently had one. So he's on a really nice return to throw and looking very, very sharp. The ball's coming out hot for J-Mart. Lawler is doing his cage routine, just keeping the bat lined up, doing some running mechanics, but there is no timeline for him to get back out there on a field right now. He's still doing a little treatment, trying to be asymptomatic.
All right. Tori, we appreciate the time. Best of luck against the Dodgers. Enjoy the break as best you can. We'll talk to you the next time we talk to you. I'm not sure when that's going to assume next Friday, so we appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Okay, boys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm getting the 2 thumbs up from Lauren. It will be next Friday. Of course, they have a game next Friday. The break ends on Friday of next week, so of course we'll be talking to Tori there. Lots to unpack from that conversation. So when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, we're going to give you some of our biggest takeaways from that conversation we just had with Torey Lovullo, in particular about Pavin Smith and the decision to DFA him, and Zach Gallen and what could be next in terms of their plan for him. Stay with us. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports.
D-backs manager Torey Lovullo, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Jared Carlo made the observation that he could play goalie for a World Cup squad, and the score results would not be that different.
The Phoenix Rising had us out yesterday.
Yes. Jared kept repeating, these soccer balls are a lot more hard than I remember them being.
That is the thing. You know, you watch it on TV and they kick the ball and it floats up in the air like a balloon. But then literally the first time they kicked the ball at me and I tried to catch it and it went through my hands and I caught it with my chest.
Right.
Ow!
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
I think I screamed at you, Jarrett. They're not pool toys.
They're like medicine balls.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
Lauren is here. First time we've had a chance to welcome her into the show, even though she's been here the whole time, because she is not only the queen of the show, she's the boss of the show. She's When we decide the smartest person on the show? Well, that's what Kellen said the other day,
That
right?
is what Kellen said the other day. Here, hold
Go ahead,
on.
play it,
hold
yeah.
on. Yep.
Lauren is right and we're all wrong.
There you go.
So I said that on, I want to say Tuesday. We're at Friday and it's just held up so far, to be clear. Like it's just holding up so far.
Completely held up. So even though we might not loop you into the show until 2:45, you're there.
I'm sitting right back here.
You're always there.
Yeah.
Always. So what's our poll question today at ArizonaSports.com?
Poll question today is, would a Dodgers series win influence the D-backs' mentality at the trade deadline? Yes, now they are definitely buyers. No, they should sell. Still too early to make a firm decision.
In the context of the question, still too early to make a decision. But I would have said, no, I'm not using one series to decide whether I'm buying or selling.
The question has it worded from the D-backs perspective, not our own perspective. I say yes. I think they're looking for any excuse possible.
Oh, okay.
I think Mike Hazen clearly, because he said it, he wants to buy. So if they could sweep the Dodgers somehow or even take 2 out of 3, it's like, look, we just did this against the Dodgers. Imagine if that was a playoff series. See, we could still do it.
It would be, for a fan base that is desperate for something positive to talk about, and not last night's game notwithstanding, a series win against the LA Dodgers would, because it means one of two things happened. You either beat Yamamoto or Zach Gallen pitched well enough to keep you in the game, right? Because Gallen is Sunday, am I right? Or is Gallen Saturday? Is Gallen Saturday against Yamamoto or is he Sunday? I think he's Sunday. And if that's the case, one of those two things either happened. You either did well enough against Yamamoto, to get yourself a win, or Gallen pitched well enough to
Gallen
keep you in the game. Gallen on Sunday.
Sheehan fought against Yamamoto on Saturday.
2 out of 3, you got something to talk about if you're the Diamondbacks. I don't know if it persuades you to be a buyer, but I understand what you're saying. What's the audience say?
52% of our audience is going with no, they should still sell. 24% going with both. Yes, they're definitely buyers and still too early to make a firm decision.
All right, thank you, Lauren.
Nice mixed results there instead of the who would win in a fight, Bam Adebayo or Tyler Hero results, which are probably 100-0 and is probably how that exactly occurred.
See, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but apparently, was it Hero punched Bam or Bam punched Hero? Which happened?
Bam punched Hero. Sham Sharania said Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero got in a physical altercation in Las Vegas on Friday, which Adebayo struck Hero. Sources tell ESPN the altercation occurred at a practice court in Las Vegas at a Las Vegas hotel this morning. Adebayo approached Hero about comments the guard made critiquing the center on social media after their 7-year run in Miami ended. Of course, Hero was part of the Giannis trade. He goes to Milwaukee, had some things to say about Bam as a player. And if you know Bam Adebayo or his upbringing at all, I would not have done that. That was not smart. And this was an inevitable ending. It was going to happen whether we knew about it or not. This was going to happen in some sense because Bam is all about it.
I'm looking at a photoshopped picture of the two of them. I mean, it's just a picture of the two of them for the purposes of a social media post. Man, I don't think I would go Bam Adebayo with any issues, with any dissatisfaction at all. That dude looks like he would mess you up. Let's react to Tori here for a few minutes. I've got an answer from my corner, from your corner. What was your reaction listening to Tori? Whether it was on Pavin, whether it was on Zach, whether it was his overall demeanor. What do you react to after our conversation with Tori? Because this is obviously a very important time for the D-backs right now.
Sounds like the manager of a baseball team that has the season slipping through his fingers right now. That is happening in real time the last couple of weeks with the slight skid that they have taken and more so just their wild card opposition starting to go on a run. Miami won again last night, didn't they?
Miami won again last night.
So they continue to be chasing because before they were just kind of hanging on, but now they are in the active chase, the active pursuit. Now, one of those spots. They were able to just kind of hang around like, oh, we're up 2 games. Oh, we're down 2 games. Oh, we're down 4 games. Oh, we're up a game and a half. And now they are actively in pursuit of that spot. And he sounded like a manager to me who, 1, is in that pursuit, and 2, probably has a good idea that if that pursuit does not go well, this could be his last year.
We've known Tori a long time, obviously. And that was one of the edgier conversations I can remember with Tori Lavello. I don't know how else to describe it. He sounded edgy, and I can understand why, given that, what's on the line, what's at stake, his future, and how that might play into all of this. I thought his words cut a little bit. He was, forthright with us, and it was. I'm always appreciative of our conversations with him, but I think he knows that this is a very important time, and failure over the next few weeks could be big trouble. The two things I thought were interesting: your question about his conversations with Zach that were very forward-facing, that were with the cameras on in the dugout, and how he felt like he kept saying, he had a couple cards to play with Zach, and he was going to play him, and he can say some things to him that maybe others can't say because of their long relationship, and that while he somewhat regretted that being public the way it was, he also is trying to push some buttons a little bit with Zach. I thought that was interesting. He did not rule out the idea of an opener for Zach Gallen. Not that that's going to be the solution to this problem, but he didn't rule it out. I thought that was interesting as well from the perspective of Zach.
Yeah, I think they're trying every potential thing, and it's clear to me at least that they are going to try every potential thing before they ultimately end this era of Zach Allen as a Diamondback, and I think that's going to include an opener at some point. Like Jack Summers is on it. I think that they're eventually going to go down that road because they have gone down every other single freaking road at this point. With all due respect, I say that as someone who hates to say this, and we've talked about how just sad this is to watch for one of our beloved Diamondbacks of the last 5 to 7 years to be going through this rut, and that's putting it lightly. Again, worst ERA, worst whip in the majors right now.
I am also intrigued as to how they're going to address the first base position in the next few weeks with the trade deadline coming up, whether they're buyers, sellers, in it, out of it, knowing that he referenced options they have at the minor league system of guys who can play first, Lou James Groover, a Tyler Locklear, names that we've talked about, Torrey, and he acknowledged the importance of the position. We all know the importance of the position, but I got the sense that whether they're in this or out of this, the search for a first baseman, like you say, does that happen in the offseason? Maybe, but do you use this trade deadline if you are out of it to sell one of your pieces to do a better job of solidifying that spot long term? I don't know, because it is. I really truly believe they've misvalued the first base position going into this season. They undervalued it going into this season.
Smells like a player to be named later trade. That was the Josh Bell trade 2 years ago, where that player has not still been named. I guess when you say a player is to be named later, you can name him in 2077. Like maybe there's not a hard deadline on that. We have it. I'm sure the player actually was sent to Miami at some point, but you'll remember Josh Bell came in when they were going through injuries and played really well. Someone that is going to come back for like such a low cost that you won't feel it all. That feels like the kind of trade that we're talking about right now.
When we come back here on this Friday, Summer League begins for the Phoenix Suns tonight. Koa Pete's debut in an NBA environment. What is our checklist for Koa Pete in Game 1 tonight? That is coming up. We'll talk about it here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drought Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey, it's Luke. As the Arizona Diamondbacks head into the All-Star break, how would we grade the first part of their season? That's Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. Tip jar this for me, please. The Kaiser Chiefs? No, that's Ruby.
The Bravery?
The Bravery, yes, the Bravery. That's who it is.
It's just a song called Believe? Is that what it is? Okay.
Oh, give me something to believe.
This exercise also always like heightens how bad I am at knowing song names. I'm good at song artists. Song names, pretty bad.
Ruby is what I love that song. I can't get enough of that song.
Someone in the YouTube channel, no, this is from some sports video game. I want to say like the MVP baseballs of like the mid 2000s.
This one is
where
Believe
this one comes from.
Yeah,
the
it's
Bravery. From some EA Sports video game, whether it was FIFA or the MVP baseballs. It's somewhere in there. That's where I know the song from for sure.
Yeah, tip jar this one for sure. For me, welcome back, Burns and Gambo. Kellen Olson doing the duty this week, filling in for Gambo. He'll be filling in one more time on Monday, and then Gambo is back on Tuesday. And then in typical Burns and Gambo fashion, then I'm gone for a few days, and then Gambo and I are back together.
That Friday show for me is going to be interesting.
The Friday show, a week from today, Friday?
Yeah, so I'm going to be doing the show with you on Monday, and then I'm going down to Bickley, and I say down, but I'm going down in like a time slot, excuse me, down to,
like you've been sent to the minors.
Yeah, let me make it clear. I'm not being optioned. I'm going down. Oh, no, the principal's face palming. That's not good. 8 hours in time slot. I'm going down.
It does sound like you're being optioned.
It does. It sounds like Kellen Olson has been optioned to AAA Bickley and Murata.
Which inherently means there's a tier system, and there's not.
There is not, to be clear, at all.
Honestly, I know you don't feel that way. I don't feel that way about him. It's just a nice little joke to... If Gambo were here, he would refer to them that way. Gambo would absolutely...
We would be riding this train for the next 3-4 minutes.
100%.
It's like I threw up the alley-oop and I'm watching LeBron James going to swat it. Like that's what, like I know what's about to happen. I have to sit here and watch it happen. I am going to be on Bickley and Murata Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I'm going to be on Burns and Gambo with Gambo on Thursday and Friday. So I'm doing the up down in terms of the sleep schedule. So on Friday I'm going to be in a weird space. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. I'm going to kind of be all over the place a little bit.
The Monday, Tuesday up down doing the afternoon show, and then the next day doing the morning show. That's a day's work right there, my friend, because you're basically doing the same show. You're it's basically, not much has happened from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. So anyway, Kellen will be here for a couple of more days, and then you'll be able to hear him all next week on a variety of shows. Summer League tonight, and let's just start with the video that's been making the round. Was it Dwayne Rankin who took it there from Vegas of Koa Pete's shot? Can I just say 2 words right now? And I'm borrowing this from you because we talked about this pre-show. Sean Marion. That's the phrase that comes to mind when I look at Koa Pete's jump shot from the few that I saw him take warming up today at shoot around in Las Vegas. It looked very Sean Marion, almost like a push versus a shot.
It's very funny because I agree with like your conclusion and you're describing it correctly, but we were talking about a video Dwayne took 75 feet away with Pete's back facing him. Like we didn't even get like a very hyper detailed 2 shots he took. And we're all like, here's his jump shot. What do we think of it? And it totally speaks to everything I wrote about in ArizonaSports.com and what we talked to Koa about when he joined. Like, for everything that he is going to like show as a player in the next couple of games and throughout his rookie season and so on, everything is going to return back to a shot because that is the primary reason why he fell so far in the draft as well. It's funny because Sean gets brought up a lot as a shooting example, and while he was a 33% three-point shooter over the course of his career, he was effective at points throughout his son's tenure. In his 3rd and 4th season, primarily that 4th year, which was the first one before Nash in 02-03, he shot 39% on 4.5 a game. So, like, he was able to shoot it from time to time. But I think the thing for Koa is he shoots a good mid-range jumper. It didn't go in a ton for Arizona, but when you look at, like, the mechanics and the rhythm and how comfortable he looks with it, the fall-away jumper, the turnaround fadeaway, he talked about that with me on the site as well. It's comfortable, but it's a flat shot, so you cannot shoot that same shot from 3. The physics, all that kind of stuff doesn't work, so you need to rework that shot. What I'm really curious to see now in seeing that video, my number one response is, okay, he's effectively going to have 2 different shooting motions now. He's not going to shoot from down here when he's taking a 16-footer. He's going to put it back up here where it was before. So I'm curious to see how comfortable the mid-range jumper looks, because if we're working through two different shooting forms in two different parts of the floor, that's where things can get a little dicey in your head a little bit. And I wonder how comfortable he's going to look with that.
We had him on yesterday, and I didn't want to get too inside baseball, but I'd love to. I asked Brian Gregory the same question. We had him on our show a couple of weeks ago. I want to know the changes he made to his shot into the pre-draft process. Are those changes that he made, do the Suns want him to stick with those changes, or are they going to ask him to do something else once they get their developmental hands on him? You know what I mean? Like he clearly felt like he needed to change something. Didn't work very well during the pre-draft stuff. That's part of the reason why he fell, because everybody said how wonky it looked. Are the Suns going to stick with whatever he was doing before pre-draft, or are they going to try to reinvent the wheel again with his shot? And who specifically, and I guess what I want to know the answer to, who specifically within the Suns coaching tree is ultimately responsible for, we're going to make Koa Pete a better shooter, and it's this guy's job? Who is this guy in that? I don't know if you know that, but I'd love to know who is the shooting development specialist, if there even is such a thing, on the Suns coaching staff that would take Koa Pete under his wing and say, I'm going to make you a better shooter. Do you know who that guy is?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that for certain players, like you have like your player development coach, right? Like Chip England is the name that everyone knows. Like if you're a diehard NBA fan, you've heard that name before. He's the guy that worked on the Spurs forever. Like that's Tony Parker. Like that's Manu Ginobili. That's Kawhi Leonard. And then I believe it was Oklahoma City that hired him away as well. And then they saw other guys have shooting improvements as well. So some teams do have like a quote unquote shooting specialist. Some don't. I would assume that the player development guy that is working with Koa is the guy that is working him through that jump shot. But this is where things can kind of get wonky, because Koa was doing it with like guys in his own camp or his own personal trainer.
That's exactly my point, right?
Before, and now it's like, okay, this is going to be the Suns doing this instead. Yep. And then sometimes these things can get crossed a little bit. But I don't want to have too much of the focus on the conversation about him be about his jumper, because we're going to talk about this later. Like, I don't care if he shoots 1 for 14 from 3 in Summer League. I really don't. What I care about is, like, is he doing Koa Pete things? Is he making smart defensive rotations? Is he making athletic plays around the rim? Is he making the mid-range jumper? Is he making smart passes where it's like nothing like that's bending time and space, but you're like, oh, good pass. Yeah. That was a nice pass, Koa. Like that type of thing. Is if he's doing that type of stuff, then we're good here. Like the jumper, if it comes with time, if it doesn't come with time, if he's doing all that gap filling stuff, he can still play impactful minutes as a rookie even. Like I would go that far. That's what I wrote on the site too. Like I think so much of the conversation around the jumper is focused on, well, in the playoffs, we're talking about a regular season game in December against the Kings on the second night of a back-to-back. Like he can get in there and give you 14 good minutes if he's doing all the stuff he did at Arizona.
Yeah, and I think, and I don't want to take too much away from Kellen's homework because it is kind of specific to this. And yes, I would encourage you to go to ArizonaSports.com to read Kellen's piece about Koa Pete. But if we're talking about a checklist for Koa, you're right. We've kind of stumbled into a big conversation about his shooting, and that's my bad. I didn't mean for it to be all about that. I do want to see his driving ability tonight. I want to see his get to the rim ability tonight. I want to see how he defends tonight, you know, because I think that's been a part of his game that has been functionally effective when he was at Arizona. Does it translate against more NBA type players? Is there another level he can get to? And does it start? If I've got a Koa Pete checklist beyond the shot, I think I'm starting with those two things: his ability to get to the rim and his ability to defend at this level. What else would be on your Koa checklist for tonight?
I'm with you on a lot of that, but the number one thing for him and what we should see in like the Malawatch type of segment is against the caliber of players that Koa is playing against, that there is no real checklist. Like I think the third game for him is going to be really fun. That's against Nate Ament, who plays a similar position to him, was drafted in a similar range where we thought Koa would go. It's interesting because Nate Ament was a guy projected maybe as a potential top 5 pick at the start of the college basketball season, had a really uninspiring year, but still went in the lottery. Koa, same story, and then he fell all the way to the end of the first round. He should be physically dominating the guys he's playing against tonight. We should still look like him being a leg up on guys in terms of his strength and all that kind of stuff, which is where things get really fascinating with him because remember, like 6'8", 235, 240, tons of strength, tons of quickness, and he's a kid. He just finished his freshman year So that's going to be exciting to see if that comes together tonight.
Speaking of our morning show, a conversation that was inspired by a talk they had this morning on Bickley and Murata. If the Cardinals, I know this is a big if, but if the Cardinals are to exceed expectations this year, is Jacoby Brissett the one that it depends the most on? We'll talk about that next. Kellen and I here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up, and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
$194 million. And I can tell you, when it comes to Global Credit Union and the amount of money that they saved their members last year, that is not a made-up number. I have been in on the meetings at Global Credit Union. That is a very real figure when it comes to the amount of dollars they saved collectively their members a year ago that they otherwise would have paid if they had belonged to your garden variety average bank. Because at Global Credit Union, when it comes to checking accounts, savings accounts, and loans, I promise you there's nothing garden variety at all about Global Credit Union. They are there to save your money. Instead of piling up a bunch of fees and watching your hard-earned money go out the window and disappear, Global Credit Union is committed to better rates, lower fees, no fees when it comes to your accounts, so you can save your money for the things that are the most important for you. I'm a member. I'm thrilled with the work that Global Credit Union does to help me and my family save money. Joining, really easy. Sign up online at globalcu.org. Stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches and experience this for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with the trade deadline looming. How will the Diamondbacks fare in a weekend series in Los Angeles? We will discuss the state of our baseball team. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We are less than 2 weeks away from training camp for the Arizona Cardinals, and while a lot of things have been sorted out, there are still many others that have yet to be sorted out. And of course, that's a very thinly veiled way of saying they got to figure out what's going on with Jacoby Brissett. And this week, Kellen obviously has been noteworthy in that regard, whether it was the workout in South Florida with Jacoby and some of his teammates, whether it was the Buda Baker tweets that we talked about yesterday. But I want to, using a conversation that I heard this morning on my way to an appointment on Bickley Murata, and it was a really good conversation. I want you first, if you could, if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. To tell me if, in your opinion, you think I'm wrong in my belief that Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew are basically the same guy, and that if you start either one at quarterback, you will get basically the same results, or is there a real benefit to Jacoby Brissett being your quarterback if the ultimate goal is winning more football games? Is there a difference between the two, or are they the same guy?
Yes, you are wrong, but we know with the theme of our show this week, the real person to weigh in on whether it's right or wrong is also the co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, so we should ask her as well. Is he wrong?
Lauren's always right?
Lauren is right, and we're all wrong.
Lauren, now I feel bad for leaving you out of the conversation. I forgot.
The arbiter.
I
the
forgot.
Universal play that this drop has gotten in 1 week.
I know.
Incredible.
Enjoy it. I don't know how much more you're going to get it when, you know who's back. So
I'm never, it's going to die. I'm going to delete it out of the drops folder.
Mm-hmm. Get it out of your system. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right.
Am I right?
There's
no difference?
No.
There's no difference?
No.
Okay.
Fundamentally,
there's no difference?
For how this offense is going to run at this point, no difference.
Okay, because here's what they were basically saying this morning, and it was a really good conversation. It was that the reason why Buda's speaking out, if we can assume that that's what his cryptic message on social media was about, bro, get this over with. He's not asking for a lot. Pay him his money, et cetera, et cetera. I'll go find the tweet in my notes and read it for you. Is it because Buda knows that their best shot at winning lies with Jacoby Brissett, and that he's tired of the organization messing around and not giving them the best chance to win some football games next year? And I guess what I want to know is if Jacoby Brissett is more inclined and better at the idea that they're going to win football games, how much better is he than Gardner Minshew? Is their whole capacity of being a team that shocks the world next year, even a little bit, by winning more than we think? Is it all dependent on Jacoby Brissett being their quarterback next year?
The weird part of this conversation and you picking this in the morning show talking about this too is that the thing that we're talking about isn't that the Gardner Minshew thing. Like, he's done two different versions of this before, where out of nowhere, just like this is a super duper surprise season. Now, when he came into the league, it was more about what he was doing individually with Jacksonville in his rookie year than the Jags. Like, they were 4-4 at one point, and that was when Minshew Mania was at its apex. But then in 2023, the Colts were 9-7. They finished the year 9-8, and we all know the story there with what happened in their primary quarterback position, how they had to turn to him. Same thing in 2019 where he was the secondary guy. Isn't this what he does?
He's done it. He's done. Has he done it more than Jacoby? Has it not that it's defined Gardner Minshew's career, but has it been more of a common thread in Gardner Minshew's career than it has in Jacoby's career?
Yes, for taking a season that had no pulse and suddenly giving it some. Like for Jacksonville, it was brief. It was for 2 months. For Indy, it was nearly the entire year.
Yeah.
Where you look at Indianapolis in that year, which by the way he made the Pro Bowl. The whole Anthony Richardson thing and signal that they were going through, and that whole situation that has devolved since then. And then Minshew comes in and plays effective enough with everything that they had going on with their running game and their defense in order to be a slightly above 500 football team. Brissett, if I'm remembering correctly, has more so come in and been very capable when teams have called upon him to stabilize the season in the middle of it. But I'm talking about like at the start of a season or even just a couple of weeks in, Minshew has come in and provided like a real wave to the point where you're like, are the Jaguars going to make the playoffs with Gardner Minshew? Or are the Colts going to make the playoffs with Gardner Minshew?
Do we even want Gardner Minshew to do that, though?
Okay, see, and that is the flip side of the coin of the conversation and the point that Vinny was bringing up. Like, is that the reason why they're keeping Jacoby Brissett away? Because they're worried that Brissett is going to be just good enough to take them out of the running for Arch Manning or the Oregon quarterback or the South Carolina quarterback and that's kind of that's the conspiracy theory tinfoil hat. Go get it out of your desk because I know it's there, Lauren. Conversation of all this is in the top drawer. I'm not going to wear it because I refuse to lower myself like that.
I'm not going to wear it because it's touched Jesse's head.
That is an even better reason not to wear it. I don't want anything touching my head that's been touching that dude's head. I'm just telling you that right now.
Yeah, I wanted some version of this. I didn't even want Carson back. I wanted Diego Pavia to start the entire year, win 2 football games, go get the real quarterback, have a couple laughs along the way with what his family does in Scottsdale, and then we'd play real football in 2027. I think that's a better version of what we're going to see this year.
And then even if you decide to start Gardner Minshew at the start of the season and don't figure things out with Jacoby Brissett, I mean, we still predicted when we did their record that I think us two wanted to see Carson back by week 7.
Yeah, was it the Rams game, week 7, week 8, somewhere right around there. To your point, just real quick, we got a lot of balls in the air here, and I like this. This is good. To your point, I looked up Jacoby Brissett's page on ProFootballReference.com. His quarterback wins are wonky. Okay, it's like there's a lot of factors that go into that. I think we all learned that last year when they went 1-11 with him. But his best season with the quarterback record was in Indianapolis in 2019. They were 7-8 when he played. That was his best season. He did some things in Cleveland. They were 4-7 in 2022. But to your point, Jacoby Brissett hasn't really had that magic carpet ride season of, okay, I'm the guy, I'm going to put it on my shoulders, I'm going to take you there. And I'm not saying that makes Gardner Minshew a better quarterback, but Minshew has had that season, right? Like he has had that, whoa, where did that come from? They're winning a bunch of games kind of season. Jacoby's not.
Yeah, Jacoby had like 9 days here after the Cowboys win where everyone was like, is he better than Kyler Murray?
Yeah, but I'm not Buddha, clearly, and I'm not in that locker room. And if Buddha feels that, and we're making assumptions here off of a tweet, which is, God, you think by now we would have learned our lesson on this because that can just really be dumb and dangerous. But if that's Buddha's perspective, hey, guys, he's our best shot. What are we doing here? Why are we not committing ourselves to at least trying to be the best version of ourselves that we can be? I do feel like not that Buddha can dictate this. You don't want to just cave because Buddha sends out a tweet. But at the same time, if that's the pressure you're feeling from your players to be the best version, from your fans, from everybody, hey, guys, be the best version of yourselves that you can be. Unless, to Lauren's point, they don't want to because it's about that draft next year. It's a very complicated issue trying to figure all this out.
Temp check, and you guys should do this in like 2 weeks' time and then again in 2 weeks' time. Who starts week 1, Lauren, right now?
Jacoby Brissett.
Bernsey?
I'm inclined to agree with the smartest person in the room.
I will do that as well. I'm curious to see if our answers change. If Lauren's answers change, because we're just going to agree with the person that's always right.
Because we're just jumping on her bandwagon.
If she is going to change her mind if we're a week into training camp, if the Hall of Fame game has occurred and Jacoby hasn't gotten his new deal yet and he hasn't showed up yet, I wonder when are we going to shift to saying Gardner Minshew is starting week 1 now instead of Jacoby Brissett?
I'll answer that question for you. If by August 1st, Jacoby Brissett is not in camp, I will gladly change that answer. And that's 5 days before the Hall of Fame game.
The arbiter is nodding.
If August 1st comes around and Jacoby Brissett's not in camp, oh yeah, I'm changing that answer in a New York minute, baby.
If we're there day one of training camp in almost 2 weeks' time, sitting down there and we're not seeing Jacoby Brissett taking QB1 snaps, I'm going to be worried.
The Dodgers having a historically great season, but their MVP is now out for the foreseeable future. Short term, long term, what does it mean? Next, Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
If this year is meant to be a transition year and you need to get Carson Beck out there, then I get the idea that what are we going to pay Jacoby Brissett? But if you've got the team captain, longest tenured Cardinal, the most respected player on the Cardinals, coming out and saying, get this done, he's not asking for what you think. I think it's pretty obvious now what's going on. What is wrong with the strategy of giving him what he wants, rewarding a guy who stepped into the breach for you last year, and if you're 1-7 after 8 weeks, set him free?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me. Financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and a tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about those 4 things and just making sure you're investing and growing your money, you might have the wrong financial advisor. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. Most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and at some point that tax bill is due. What Stuart told me from the beginning when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. So if you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about the implications of taxes down the road, you got the wrong guy. Call Stuart Willis right now. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list, a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
Oh, geez, this is John Travolta here. And well, oh, summer suns having a blast. Summer suns are playing real fast. And Bickley and Murata mornings, oh, geez, they will talk about it on Monday at 6 a.m. Yeah.
No comment other than to say I'll tip Jar Silver Sun pickups. Please.
I was going to ask if he took one of those soccer balls too hard to the head, but that would not make up for every other Jarrett moment the last 10 years, so never mind. I'll keep searching for theories.
I will give Jarrett Carlin all the credit in the world, though. I saw all the videos from his days with the Rising yesterday, and good for him, man. Good for him. Good for him for putting his body where his mouth was and making a complete fool out of himself the way he did yesterday, because he had to know he was gonna. If you haven't seen the video, all over ArizonaSports.com, our socials, YouTube channel, right? Like I think all the videos are all over the place, right? Of Jarrett trying to play goalie. So good for him for sticking with it, giving it a try, and having some real fun with it. I always have a lot of respect for that. So, Major League Baseball just lost its crown jewel showcase performer for next week's All-Star break, because Shohei Ohtani is going to be the DH over this 3-game series against the D-backs starting tonight. He will not pitch tonight. He's got ongoing, left knee inflammation, if I remember the messaging right. And so because of that, they don't want him to pitch. He'll DH. But because he's going to start doing some kind of treatment type stuff on his knee, he will not be participating at all in the All-Star break. And that we'll talk about what this means for the Diamondbacks here, because, Major League Baseball, whatever. But that is a big blow for Major League Baseball going into their Midsummer Classic, and they're not going to have Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, he's the reason to watch. He's the reason to watch the sport in general. And then when you're talking about that type of game specifically, it's like, okay, let's watch the Skeens inning. Let's watch a couple of Ohtani at-bats or the Ohtani inning that he is going to pitch. He's one of the reasons to watch.
Yep, he is. And he will not be there, and he won't be there. He'll be there tonight playing designated hitter. So I guess let's start the conversation as the D-backs go into the series against a historically dominant Dodger franchise. And no matter what way you look at it, does this news of Ohtani not pitching tonight at all, in any way, shape, or form, change the tone of the series from the Diamondbacks' perspective, knowing they're not facing him tonight? It's a bullpen game instead.
No, not at all, because there's such a large task in every single element of the game. They're number one in batting average, on-base percentage, and OPS, second in runs scored as an offense. Their starting pitching staff, which has still gone through not the insane amount of injuries that it did in the past, but the names on the IL right now, Tyler Glasnow, Landon Knack, Blake Snell, Gavin Stone, they are still second in ERA and first in WHIP as a starting pitching staff. Their bullpen is somehow top 10 in ERA and WHIP when Edwin Diaz has barely been a fixture in it all. He was the guy that was supposed to fix a lot of it. Gratterall has been out forever. Trinan had some stuff that popped up recently for them as well. And then their defense has been really the big story. Like, that was a part where maybe they were mediocre, above average, below average a little bit. Now they're top 5 in pretty much every defensive metric that you look at as well. So it's like one of those things where if you look at a team like the Diamondbacks and you were to say, Paul Sewald can't pitch this weekend, how does that impact the Diamondbacks? Greatly, because their biggest strength by far, is their bullpen. It's like, okay, if the Dodgers can't rely on superb starting pitching tonight, they can rely on their pretty good bullpen or their by far best offense in the league or one of the best defenses in the league as well. A litany of riches that they have.
Yeah, and that's I want to say that's what they've always had, but they've never been able to win when it matters the most, despite the advantages that they've had. Now, that's obviously changed the last few years. They're winning plenty now, but they've always seemingly had these advantages when it comes to their roster and how it's put together and money and things like that. But it really hasn't been until the last couple of years where they've put it together. I was watching this clip from Baseball Tonight or one of the shows. It was Buster Olney's podcast. And Hembo, who was on it, said, look, statistically, it's crazy. This Dodger dominance. Year one, it was because of the offense. Year two, it was because of the starting pitching. This year, it's the defense. It's elite. It's great. It's one of the best in Major League Baseball. It's like every year they're reinventing a way to find themselves to be great and how they're going to be great. It's a tall task that the Diamondbacks are going into, and quite frankly, a nerve-wracking one. It's the reason why that's our poll question at ArizonaSports.com. If the Diamondbacks take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers this weekend, how, if at all, does it change things? You're of the belief that if they win 2 of 3 this weekend, that their perspective of themselves will change. They'll be like, oh, yeah, we're back. We're in this thing. And you know what? I'm not going to say that they're wrong in feeling that way about themselves. I bet that's how a lot of people in their fan base will feel if they're able to take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers this weekend. Hey, on second thought, wait. This team, let's see what this has. Let's go into the All-Star break with a little bit of optimism. And quite frankly, I wouldn't mind a little bit of optimism going into the All-Star break with this team. I wouldn't mind a little dose of positivity out of the D-backs.
It's not so much the opportunity that the Dodgers provide when you play against them, but it is the perspective that they have when teams come to LA and knowing, like, if a team wins 2 out of 3, if they win the series against us, this is going to be such a huge momentum boost for them, because anyone who beats us is just going to feel like they just took down the Kings. They just took down the Goliath, right? Like, they're going to be offered that opportunity. When you have a team that is paying Kyle Tucker $60 million to have the same amount of F4 as Nolan Arenado right now, and they're still 30 games above 500, still the best offense in the league by far, that is going to have its perks for sure. Like Mookie Betts, one of the best players of his generation, is having the same kind of pedestrian season right now, and it hasn't mattered for them really at all when we talk about just the unbelievable demonstrative effect that it has on the Diamondbacks when Ketel Marte goes from the best second baseman in baseball to maybe not the best, but one of the 3 to 5 best, when Corbin Carroll has a rough 2-week stretch, or when Geraldo Perdomo takes 2 months to get into looking like the Geraldo Perdomo that he was last year. Like, those are major effects on the Diamondbacks offense and their team as a whole, when the Dodgers have so many other guys that can step up, by the way, that they're not spending a ton of money for sometimes, that they can really get into and benefit from in ways that not many other organizations can across all sports, let alone this one.
Yeah, I mean, the margin for error, it's the Diamondbacks are, it's the reason why everybody got so bent out of shape, and understandably so, when Ketel didn't play against Ohtani back at the beginning of June, right? Because the Diamondbacks just don't have the margin for error for their top 3 or 4 position players to not play in a series like that. It's just how it has to be. I first of all, to your point about the boost that you get from beating them in a series, I don't know what compelled me to look this up today, but I did. Since the Diamondbacks and Dodgers split that 4-game series, the one in which Marte didn't play in Game 3 and then hit the walk-off in Game 4. Since then, the Dodgers have only lost 2 series total in general. They dropped 2 out of 3 to the Chicago White Sox. They dropped 2 out of 3 to the Baltimore Orioles. They've won every single series that they've played since then. So there is that
10 series total.
10 series total.
Yep.
Here's the other thing that before the Diamondbacks got swept there at the start of the year, I feel compelled to mention, is that for whatever reason, playing at Dodger Stadium has not been a haunted house for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, I'm not saying that's false hope going into tonight, but if memory serves, other than the sweep, the Diamondbacks actually, going back the last few years, including the playoff series, whereas a different Dodger team, I'll give you that, the the Diamondbacks of all teams have not been particularly intimidated by that environment when playing there. I go back and look at the results to confirm it, but I think they have been moderately successful playing at Dodger Stadium. 2 of 3, I don't want it to give them a false sense of hope about who they are or what they're going to do this year. They need to be realistic and cold-hearted and do the right thing and make the right decisions. But, man, I could certainly use something to feel good about with his baseball team going into the break. 2 of 3 would be a nice place to start against.
Who do you
the
think
Dodgers.
individually on the D-backs benefits the most from this series? Like, who has the most to gain from this series? Who can take advantage of this series the most to get themselves on track at the break?
Corbin Carroll. He could use a big series.
And you don't say Zach because it'll only be just one outing, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to take any of the pitchers. And you got Eduardo going tonight. And you've got a really interesting rotation for the Diamondbacks this series. You got your guy, Eduardo, and he ain't going against Shohei Ohtani tonight. You got Brandon Pfaadt tomorrow, and now we'll take this newfound confidence in what he's got out for a real test spin and see how that drives tomorrow. And then you got Zach on Sunday, and that is, or maybe we don't have Zach on Sunday. Maybe we have somebody for an inning on Sunday, and then we have Zach. Tori wouldn't rule that out when he talked with us earlier today. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention back to the Phoenix Suns. Is there an argument to be made that Kobe Bryant is the most important player for the Suns in this summer league? We'll try to make that argument. Well, maybe one of us will. Next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, renters, it's Gambo, and I'm going to do some math for you really quick. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,400 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. Tell them you want to get a house, you want to get out of renting, and within a few hours, they'll give you a yes or a no and all the information you need. And here's why Lund. Great pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage is not a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They're in your corner from day one. Right now, they're also covering the appraisal on every purchase loan they close. So give them a call today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Cardinals, D-backs, starting July 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about
them.
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. We're now less than 2 weeks away from the beginning of training camp for the Arizona Cardinals. So what are we looking forward to the most? We'll discuss that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so 8 o'clock tonight, Suns Summer League action. We get the debut. They're taking on Portland. There's no radio coverage of that, but I think it's on ESPNU tonight, if I'm not mistaken. So
we'll have coverage on the website. I'll have something up probably tomorrow and this weekend on what we see. Definitely not something where you're going to write like a game recap per se, because it's like a summer league basketball game at the end of the day, but we'll let you know everything that you need to know from those two games.
Will you do one for each of the games, or will you do one article for 2 games?
Probably we'll have one on Saturday if Friday is eventful enough, and if Friday is not eventful enough and it's kind of a dud, then we'll just do an all-encompassing one on Sunday. That's typically the best way to do it.
I know I'll be reading that at some point this weekend, so I hope you will be too if you're a Suns fan wanting to see what happens with the Suns tonight against Portland. There's a lot to check in on when it comes to the Suns, and whether it's Kamad Malawatch, whether it's Rasheer Fleming, we had a big conversation about Koa Pete. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. The Kobe Brea angle is really fascinating to me because this is a team that doesn't have a ton of shooting, that traded away a lot of their shooting, that had to go out of their way to try to replicate that and bring that back in with the Luke Kennard signing. This is a player who last year in the Summer League lit it up and got everybody kind of a little juicy about what he might be able to bring to the table. And I think what you sent to me in your email last night was correct in that there's at least an argument to be made that really when it's all said and done, Kobe Brea is the most important player to watch. Convince me, like
I'm ready.
Like in The Usual Suspects, convince me, In
a very simple way, I will convince you.
Convince me, yeah.
Who is the best shooter on the Suns roster right now?
Colin Gillespie.
Who is the second best shooter on the Suns roster?
Luke Kennard.
You cannot say Kobe Brea. Who is the Suns' third best shooter?
It better be Devin Booker. But if you're not allowing me to say Devin Booker, then I'm going through the list, and it's still Devin Booker.
There is your reason why Kobe Brea could be really important. I just don't see a way in which in today's league and how important spacing is. Again, we do this a lot. We talked about it with Koa Pete earlier. He does not need to be a jump shooter in order to positively contribute for the Suns this season. But as a team, you eventually need enough spacing, especially when your team has 2 guys like Jalen Green and Miles Bridges who are slashers, drivers. Like they like to get downhill. They like to attack a defender in one-on-one spaces. And then, of course, Dillon is a very big isolation player as well. You need proper spacing for that. Now, I don't think teams are going to double Jalen, Dillon, and Miles much. I think they're going to kind of let them cook. Like when Dillon got the ball, how much was he doubled? Not a lot. Teams are like, go ahead, brother.
Yep.
Roll out the red carpet. Let it go. But it will help those guys in those opportunities if they have more room, because we know that Brooks, Green, and Bridges are somewhere between limited to okay to half decent, kind of good passers, but not great. What would help it make the passes easier and better is fluid spacing, and you're not going to accomplish that with just 2 above average shooters, let alone good shooters. Like we're talking about average to above average shooters for what the league average is, which is somewhere around 37, 38%. depending on the year. The only two guys on the roster there that do that consistently are Colin Gillespie and Luke Kennard. Mm-hmm. So if Jordan Ott is crunching tape, if Devin Booker is crunching tape, and he's watching this and he talks about spacing more than anyone that I've talked to on the Suns before, because it's the reason why he has to be the player that he is, because spacing is important. If a guy, he's told me this all the time and confirmed it all the time, it really does matter if a guy is this far away from where he should be as an offensive player, that is this much extra room that the defender now has to come towards Devin, and it is entirely different possession based on that. That is what changes with the spacing element. So if Ott's crunching film, if Book's crunching film, and they're like, we just don't have enough room out there, we need to add a third shooter. And if Kobe has a good summer league and he has a good training camp and everything from the G League last year allows for him to be out there for, I'm not saying 20 minutes a game, I'm just saying as the 10th or 11th guy, 8 to 12 minutes to give you a little bit more spacing out there. And Kobe's not going to give you spacing right away, to be clear, but he's going to come out there, be left open because he's the rookie or the second-year kid out there. Then he's going to knock down shots, and then the spacing element will come with time. They're going to need that third shooter somewhere, and if it doesn't come from any of these dudes that are in the rotation, then it might just come from Kobe himself.
Yeah, and that's kind of what makes me. There's a lot of things that make me nervous about this upcoming Suns season, and I don't think there's any singular thing that makes me more nervous about the Suns this year than the collective combined three-point shooting of the four starters not named Mark Williams. I mean, just where is it going to come from and who's it going to be, and do they have enough of it? I think, for me, the thing about Kobe Bryant that makes him so intriguing, and you tell me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you will if I am, he feels like he's in his own category this summer league. Like, okay, Koa Pete is Pete, and he's the first-round pick, and we have a lot of boxes to check and a lot of things that we want to see. So he's kind of off in his own category too. Fleming and Malawach are two relatively experienced, at least somewhat experienced NBA players who we should see right away don't belong at this level. They're too good, and they should be sent home after a couple of games because you're just not getting much benefit out of playing them. I think Kobe Bryant is a very unique second-year player in that he shouldn't get sent home after a couple of games. I think they should use every minute he's on the floor in these 5 Summer League games to use him, test him out, see not only how the shot works, but are there other things that he's learned to do well? Does he defend better? Does he ball handle better? Does he...
There were some jumpers that he hit off the dribble where people were like, wait a minute, is something there? Last year.
Yeah. And so I think rather than looking forward to just, nope, he's too good to be here, send him home, and certainly in a different category than Koa, who being a first-year guy, you want to see what he can work on in this. I think Kobe Bryant can use these 5 games as a launching pad for starting to convince Suns brass that he could be that guy and that he should play a lot during the summer league.
We'll talk about this a little bit later, but the number one thing he needs to do is shoot the ball. He is one of those guys who's a great shooter, but he doesn't shoot enough. There's some like half open, partially open shots to open shots where he takes a second and then passes it up. Like, he has to shoot the ball. It was a thing at Dayton. It was a thing at Kentucky. It was a thing for him last year. It's a thing the coaching staff always says about him. He needs to shoot the ball. But to your point on like the mystery box element of this, he only played in garbage time last year. We never saw him got like one little sniff of a real rotation spot. He was out there for that game 82 of the season when he had 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. And it was a great moment for him to build off of, hitting 6 threes. And you wonder if he can have that type of moment here in Summer League, because the other unique part about him, Malawach, Fleming, like this 2 weeks, like in terms of using this as like great momentum for the rest of the season. It doesn't really matter for those two guys or for Koa, but if Kobe can get some momentum here from Summer League, that would actually help him out quite a bit.
4 o'clock reset time. Lauren O'Clock. She gets us caught up on what's going on in sports. That is next here on Burns and Gambo. Stay with us.
Analysis and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home. And he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. This is the time of day, 4 o'clock, halfway home on this Friday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. We get caught up on everything going on in sports. She crams as much into it as she possibly can. This is Lauren telling us what's going on in sports. Take it away.
All right, we got a lot going on today in sports.
Let's go.
We'll start where we've started every day this week so far. That's with the D-backs, because they beat the Padres in the finale of the series last night, 3-1. You guys spoke to Torey Lovello earlier today. You can go listen to that interview now wherever you get your podcasts, but a small sampling of it, because you guys asked Torey if he's willing to use an opener for Zach Gallen.
Everything's on the table for sure. We got to win baseball games. That's what it's all about. If you get to this point in the season, you got to win, and there's no other way to look about it. You can't. There's no feel-good moral victories right now. We got to win baseball games, so everything's on the table.
So he didn't rule it out.
Sunday will be Zach Gallen's next start, and the last one for the team before the All-Star break. I'm not going to hazard a guess as to whether they're going to use an opener there or not, but Kellen, in the past, when it comes to something like this, not specific to this, Torey, I think, has been fairly transparent when the answer is no. That doesn't mean it's going to be a yes, but he's been pretty transparent when the answer was no, and I think the fact that he gave us the everything's on the table answer made me think that it's at least a possibility Sunday we could see an opener for Zach Gallen.
I'm not willing to completely rule out that might have been part of the conversation we saw after his last outing, right? Was like, We've talked about doing the opener with you. Like, it's time. Nothing else has worked, and then that's where Zach can spiritedly disagree and be like, well, this worked in the end, and this worked in the end, and then, well, that inning still happens, so we might need to go down that road.
It could be. Torey, you asked him a question about what that conversation was about. Torey didn't want to get into specifics, but he also said he talked about, I've got cards to play with Zach, and I played a couple of them during that conversation, and I even didn't mind having it in front of everybody so that everybody could see it. So, interesting times between Torey Lovello and Zach Gallen.
The D-backs, they start a series tonight against the Dodgers in LA. Ohtani was scheduled to start on the mound tonight for the D-backs, for the Dodgers.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I know. God, wouldn't it? Sorry.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That would not suck.
No, that's a slip.
That would be so cool.
All right, well, he's not starting for either team tonight on the mound. He will DH for the Dodgers, but he has continued irritation in his left knee, and because of that, that's why he will be DHing also. They're going to do some interventions on his knee to put him in the best position possible for the second half of the season. Because of that, Ohtani will not be participating in any All-Star activities.
Rob Manfred and the executives at Fox are very disappointed.
As I joked about in our show prep, they need to re-edit that all-star package they put out there.
Yes, they do. The production crew with Fox Sports Baseball, they are really busy right now re-editing a lot of stuff to get Shohei Ohtani out of all of it.
Yeah, and because of Shohei Ohtani not starting on the mound tonight for the Dodgers, it will be a bullpen game for them. Erod is on the mound for the D-backs.
This is the one to have. If you're going to win one of these three, this is the one to have.
What he said.
And I third that.
What he said.
Mm-hmm.
Am I always right? Is it me now?
All right, and NBA news. We've got some fights.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
All right.
Who says NBA players don't know how to fight?
No, we'll start with the more fun fight of the two, I guess. Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero got into a physical altercation in Las Vegas today, in which Bam struck Tyler Hero. The altercation occurred at a practice court in Las Vegas hotel this morning. Sources are saying that Bam approached Hero about the comments that he made critiquing the center on social media after 7-year run in Miami ended, and then struck him in the face. And if you want more proof of that, you can go look on social media. Tyler Hero was interviewed today during Summer League and looks a little purple.
Is he sporting a shiner?
A little bit, yeah.
Sporting a shiner?
It's gonna come.
He said it's all love in Miami. I've seen a couple of the guys. Yes, you have, Tyler. Yes, you have.
And now everybody knows you have.
Funny.
Oof. And then we'll move on to the other fight because Michelle Johnson, the mother of Miles Bridges' kids, is accused of assault and battery by Bridges. According to new legal documents, Michelle is facing misdemeanor charge in North Carolina for allegedly throwing water on Miles during a custody exchange, dousing him in full view of their children. But an update to that story came down about an hour ago. Michelle has now filed back at Bridges, claiming he filed criminal charges against her for throwing water on him to harass her and have her arrested and take her away from their kids. Michelle said that Miles tried to run her over with a golf cart during the custody exchange, which led to her throwing water on him.
Doesn't feel like this is going away anytime soon. There was even like developments as of like the trade where like about a few weeks prior, I want to say, to the trade, he alleged that she showed up at one of her games, like accused her of cyber stalking. Like there's been...
He had gotten
a restraining order for that. Yeah.
Back and forth for like several years on this. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know what has been, what he is confessed to, for lack of a better word. But as far as this latest round of stuff, I don't know what's true, what isn't. Just the word unpleasant. It just keeps going through. It's all just so yuck and unpleasant, and further takes a really complicated situation and makes it even more complicated from the Suns' perspective and their fans' perspective, and for everybody who didn't like this deal for all the reasons they had to not like this deal. It's just unpleasant and complicated.
Feels like a situation we will have to keep you updated on.
Unfortunately, yes, it does feel like something that is now it's in our backyard. It belongs to us now, this story, and that means we have to kind of keep it updated. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and some breaking news coming out of the NBA. Wemby has signed a 5-year, $252 million maximum rookie scale contract extension with a player option in his 5th season.
He was hinting at it today on social media, said something about, don't worry, Spurs fans, I'm not going anywhere or anything like that. Spurs family, I'm here to stay, whatever it takes, was what he tweeted out earlier, and now he's done this.
It is nice to have one of the best players in the league in the future of the league for several reasons, but one of them is you give 5 years, $250 million to, like Donovan Mitchell we just saw earlier this week when we were like, you're not doing that to give Wemby that money.
According to Shams, Wemby decided on the 25% maximum instead of the 30% supermax escalators to $303 million after he and the Spurs went through multiple frameworks. So am I reading that like he took less than what he could have?
Little discount. Small discount.
Small discount. We live in a world.
Well, the guy that just beat him in the championship did the same exact thing. So
yeah, that's true. He did. It's crazy that we live in a world where that's a discount, but it is.
And in NFL news, a little bit of NFC West news. Seattle Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday, and he was asked who he called for advice heading into the Super Bowl matchup against the Patriots, and there's a lot of attention on his answer or lack thereof.
Who did you seek advice from going into the Super Bowl that might surprise me?
Well, I wouldn't have surprised. I called John Harbaugh and I talked. He was great. Probably can't mention one guy that really helped us out that had some conflict of interest.
Can we guess?
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to tell you, but go ahead.
Bill Belichick.
I'm not that cool.
Oh, yeah.
No.
He wouldn't. No. You wouldn't have a phone call.
I've had a beer with Coach Belichick, and that was a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool day.
Okay.
But.
Who else would we guess? Kyle Shanahan?
No, Kyle. No.
Thought that was a Rossini joke at first, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, no. This is like an inside source he's not willing to name.
Yeah. Huh. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's Bill Belichick.
And he's like, no.
No, not him. But that was a weird exchange.
Mm-hmm.
I'm processing that took me by surprise. I'm processing that. I'm trying to figure out.
I'm still, that's where my mind went first. But I'm in the wrong spot. I know I'm in the wrong spot.
I'm processing that. I'm trying to figure out. What am I missing? Like, am I missing something on that? Is there some obvious answer to that?
I don't think
staring me in the
so.
face? Okay.
I don't think they're who?
Brady? Like, I'm just trying to think of like all like the legendary Patriot figures.
To me, it sounds like somebody way closer to the situation.
Huh. I wonder who that would be.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Don't know. But other NFL news coming out today. An interesting story published and written by Mike Florio here is that it's the 5-year anniversary of the first championship the Rams won, Walt, in LA. And they will be commemorating that Super Bowl win by giving fans, the first 60,000 fans who enter SoFi, a limited edition replica championship ring with a special feature. That ring will be given out during their Week 6 matchup against the Cardinals. That game was picked on purpose.
Really?
The Cardinals game was handpicked for one very important reason. It's the 2026 Rams home game that is likely to have the highest concentration of Rams fans.
Oh, because it's not going to be infiltrated by Niners fans or Seahawks fans or anybody else's fans, because Rams fans notoriously are no-shows for their own team's games. Just look at any 49ers game that has been played there the last 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
Wow. That tracks.
Yeah.
That tracks.
It adds up.
That's my football team.
Laying it out so plainly like that. Ooh.
So Cardinal fans, go.
Get your replica rings.
Go to LA. Prove them wrong. Prove them that your fan base isn't the one they can disrespect like this, because they know more Rams fans will show up. Go, please. Wow.
Take a little trip Week 6 there.
Sure, why not?
All right, with that is your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Lauren.
it. Thank you. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, are they buyers? Are they sellers? Will this series determine that for the Arizona Diamondbacks? If they do sell, what is Mike Hazen's track record when they make that determination? Kellen's done the homework. Well, that's also the next segment after this. This is not Kellen's homework, but he has done the homework next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Jared Carlo made the observation that he could play goalie for a World Cup squad, and the score results would not be that different.
The Phoenix Rising had us out yesterday.
Yes. Jared kept repeating, these soccer balls are a lot more hard than I remember them being.
That is the thing. You know, you watch it on TV and they kick the ball and it floats up in the air like a balloon. But then literally the first time they kicked the ball at me and I tried to catch it and it went through my hands and I caught it with my chest.
Right?
Ow!
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
I think I screamed at you, Jarrett. They're not pool toys.
They're like medicine balls.
Bickley and Morana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Sports fans, if sciatica is sidelining you, it's time to call DISC. Their world-class spine surgeons diagnose the real source of your pain and treat it with the most advanced, minimally invasive techniques available. Don't let pain keep you out of the game. You got to go to sciatica.com and schedule with Desert Institute for Spine Care, and you can do that today. Go to sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620. DISC, helping Arizona enjoy life again.
Message and data rates may apply.
Summer in Arizona is pool days, backyard cookouts, and a house full of memories. But where does it all go? The gear, the towels, the camp stuff for the cabin. Space Solutions designs custom cabinetry for the rooms that hold your life together. Closets, mudrooms, and offices. From From Munns Park to Mesa, Peoria to Payson, wherever home is, will come to you with a free design consultation. Local, family-owned. Call today to book your summer install. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com. Call 602-298-6956.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Hey, it's Luke. As the Arizona Diamondbacks head into the All-Star break, how would we grade the first part of their season? That's Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo. Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He'll be filling in again on Monday, and if I haven't said it yet, you've done standing work this week.
Thank you, buddy. This is genuinely a lot of fun. Whenever I get to do it on any show, of course, but it's always a great time here with you, and it's always we talk about this off the air a bit. You and I would rather be doing this, of course, with the most breakingest of breaking news happening all the time, but it is fun to do the slower kind of weeks with you too, because we get creative with the stuff we talk about, like what we're going to talk about right now. We wouldn't be talking about this if LeBron had signed with Miami and the D-backs had DFA'd Zach Allen and all that kind of stuff, but we get creative in this time of year, and it leads to some fun conversations.
I do love me some breaking news, not of the bad variety necessarily.
You hear that?
I do love me some breaking news. It's always fun when you get those juices flowing. But yes, we have had plenty to talk about this week, and that includes the Arizona Diamondbacks in their position as buyers or sellers. Will they still have time? Not a lot. They're up against it. You and I both kind of noted anecdotally that Torey Lovullo seemed a little edgier than normal when he was on with us. Who knows exactly why, but we're getting to that time for the Diamondbacks where they've got to decide here pretty quick what they're going to be, and who knows, maybe they already have. I don't know what's going to happen this weekend against the Dodgers, and I don't know how that's going to influence what's going to happen for the D-backs around the deadline. But if they do go towards the seller side of things, Kellen, this is where things get really interesting for the organization. Because Mike Hazen's been on the job for a long time as their general manager. He's done some great things. He's done some questionable things. But when it's come to those moments where he's had to be a seller, it really hasn't worked out for him very well. And we kind of went down this rabbit hole yesterday, and I knew you were going to do this. You kind of took a look at those moments when Mike Hazen has had to sell, and the results aren't great. I mean, they're, in terms of the return that they got,
they're
when
really
those
bad.
moments came, they really aren't great at all.
They're very bad. So I looked through every season the D-backs have had since 2017, went into the middle of the season and looked around like that time. Like, so for example, July 2019, when the Zach Greinke trade occurred. The next year, it was more like August and September because that was the COVID year. Starling Marte trade, Robbie Ray trade, things like that. And maybe there's like a trade or two where you think this wasn't them selling, or there was one that I missed that you think was like a selling type of move. But in the years where they were clearly selling, I went through and found all of the trades in the Mike Hazen era. There were 15 of them that I found. Again, mid-season trades, like trade deadline type of trades where they sold.
Can I pause you here for a second?
Yes.
This list does not include Paul Goldschmidt because that was not a trade deadline deal. Now, maybe that's a hiccup and it should belong in this conversation, but we're just specifically looking at trade deadline deals.
Because
Goldie was the offseason.
Because the odds are if the D-backs lean one way or the other, they should sell. And it's like, okay, what is our history when Mike Hazen sells? And we know the deal when you sell. If you sell with someone like Zach Greinke, maybe you're going to get one pretty good prospect back. Maybe you're going to get back one or two that are kind of and like the rest of the return is what it is. Sometimes you trade Andrew Chafin to the Cubs for Ronnie Simone, and Ronnie Simone never plays in the majors or for your organization as well. Like there's a few of those as well that are in here, to be clear. I could talk about like the B war that I found, like the baseball reference war, and adding it up from every single trade, and how the teams trading with the Diamondbacks got 16.3 war from those players on their teams, and the Diamondbacks from the players they got in return have 0.4 war combined. That's a troubling statistic. But really the other one is 28 players that they have acquired / prospects, 28 players / prospects. And the only two that I count as guys who were contributors for them for like more than a season, like they were here and played a healthy amount of games for the Arizona Diamondbacks, were Josh Rojas in the Zach Greinke trade from 2019. And then there was the 2022 deal in July with Luke Weaver, and you got back Emmanuel Rivera. Those are the only two times when you could argue Josh Rojas. I believe he had played in the majors for Houston at that point. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe you're correct, yes.
But he did, and Rivera was an MLB player at that time as well. So all of these trades where they have gotten like a prospect haul in return for any of these guys, they have not had like a consistent contributor come in once. It has not happened. Like Seth Beer came in and like got his run in the sun, but it resulted in negative 0.9 war. He was barely here. And that was that. The unfinished part of this, of course, is last year. There's a lot of names we still have to wait for. Brandon Garcia, Ashton Izzy, Andrew Hoffman, Mitch Brack, Cole Drake, David Hageman, Tyler Locklear, Hunter Crane, Juan Burgos. There's a lot of names there, and sometimes we have to wait quite a while. Did you know the guy traded for David Peralta is the AAA catcher for the Diamondbacks right now, Christian Serta? He's hitting 250, and Reno, he's still only 23. These trades take a long time to pan out, but we are also a decade into this regime, and if there's one of the many things that we've learned, and one that I've learned even more by doing this exercise here for 15, 20 minutes, is that when Hazen sells, he has an inability to identify the types of prospects that could break through and be more than they bargained for. Like, for example, when Seattle sold, and they sold with Paul Sewald and got back Dominic Canzone, who was an integral part of their order this year. That type of trade just doesn't exist in this resume at all.
No, and yet it's okay. Now we're going off in a different conversation. As much as we'd love to have Canzone back right now, would anybody look at the Paul Sewald trade as a failure? Right? I mean, given what he did in the moment in 2023 and what he led them to and how he stabilized the bullpen. I mean, yeah, we'd all love to have Dominic Canzone now, but in the moment, would we judge that? And that was a buy, that wasn't a sell for Mike Hazen. Would we undo that one if we had the chance to? Paul Sewald was the closer who solidified things and took him to the World Series. I don't know if we'd change that one if we could, would we?
That was a good buy. Yeah, it was a good buy in the end.
But now in this moment, you're like, boy, Canzone would sure look nice in that outfield for the Diamondbacks.
And like not one trade, like not one guy who broke through and like played 2 good seasons of second base or something. Like just not one like top 15 to 25 prospect in another team's system that kind of broke out. Because Canzone was not like this top 5 prospect for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Like he was in that middling teens area.
It's concerning. I didn't mean to get off on the Sewald Canzone thing. That was just kind of a thought that occurred to me. Yeah, it's. I look at this list and it backs up what I think we've all sort of felt when it comes to this aspect of the Mike Hazen resume and what I guess the question would be, what are they supposed to do about it? Does this mean that they shouldn't sell because they're not good at it? Do they need to change their process in terms of what they're looking for if they do sell? Let's look at it this way. If they do sell this year, other than Erod, what do they have that's really that good to sell? What do they have that you could reasonably expect a decent prospect return for, unless they decide to go Erod or we get real crazy and they decide to throw Ketel Marte out there, which, for the record, I don't think they would do.
Does it make you feel differently about the potential of trading Erod, knowing their history, knowing that for Erod you're probably going to get the 9th rated and 17th rated prospect in someone's system, like a lot of these returns?
That's not the number one reason why I would hesitate to trade Erod. I've got other reasons to hesitate to trade Erod. That's not the main one. It's one of them, but it's not the main one. If Michael Soroka, if you put him out on the market, are you getting a ton in return for a starter who's on a 1-year deal that you don't have that much control of? If you give me a reliever, Ryan Thompson out on the market, are you getting a ton for Ryan Thompson? Kevin Ginkel, are you getting a ton for? I don't know. There tend to be a lot of relievers in the market this time of year. I don't know if we should look at this year's return and hold that against Mike if he's not dealing from that much. Agree, disagree?
Agree. Yeah, agree.
Just depends on who he sells. But the results they're not good. And some of the guys that they gave up, I understand there were situations that they had to. Boy, some of these guys had some serious gas left in the tank.
That was the year Robbie Ray won a Cy Young for Toronto, right?
Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
Robbie Ray had some gas left in the tank. Starling Marte had some gas left in the tank. There are others who didn't. David Peralta didn't, all that. But a couple of these guys, they had something left that they were bringing to the table. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Summer League starts tonight. Kellen has his homework assignment. We'll grade the results next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald locks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up, and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing. It's about real value and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Check out the Ford Escape. Check out the Bronco Sport, the F-150, always a great selection when you deal with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, or you can go online at sandersonford.com. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford. Again, 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Ready.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
Let's review Kellen's homework.
Kellen's homework today, I'm expecting an A+. Hate to raise the bar so high, but this is your wheelhouse.
What was your best subject in school?
Math.
Me too.
I was excellent at it.
That was what I thought of when you said A+. I was like, yeah, like 4th grade math, crushing.
I got an obscenely large number on my math portion of my SAT. An obscenely large number, like a, yeah. It sounds like I'm veering into bragging territory, but it was math was always came really, really easy to me. So
mine was good thing I'm going to community college anyway. Math result on the SAT. That was mine.
Yeah. Of which I've had a revelation when it comes to math. And maybe this is the wrong way to put it, but like everyone always says, what, math, you don't really use it. Math is like, why do I need to know all of the math that I learned in high school? I don't apply it in my everyday. Math teaches you how to problem solve. Math is awesome. Math is like, here's a problem. How do you solve it? That's why you learn math. You don't learn math because you do complex geometry equations when you're in your 40s. No. But I do think math teaches very basic problem solving.
Part of being a sports fan now is like you have to like numbers in some regard, right? Like if you have a disdain for like numbers and math, it's kind of tough to be a sports fan, especially these days.
And that's not just getting into analytics that Gambo hates, numbers that are on steroids in terms of
some of the baseball numbers we talk about, expected batting average and all. I'm just talking about
VORP and box score, real plus minus.
Just like take this Victor Wembanyama story, for example. You kind of need to know some numbers to understand the pay cut that he took, slight as it may be. The pay cut he took that's kind of similar to what Jalen Brunson did that led the New York Knicks to a championship. Anyway, sorry. Tangent. It's Friday. It's been a week. Let's get to Kellen's homework. Kellen's homework assignment today. Name the 5 very best, most impactful, positive things that could happen for the Suns organization during the Summer League games that are about to unfold. Did I phrase that the right way for my email?
Sure.
Did I say it right? Okay,
absolutely.
Yeah. Name the 5.
Number 5, Koa Pete does not get spooked. I do not want him to show hesitancy or a lack of aggression just because of the way that he is being guarded, just because his jump shot's not going in. I don't even care if he's like the indecisiveness, if he's not going to take an open 3, whatever. It's like when you are inside the 3-point line, play like freaking Koa Pete. Like, don't have this whole retooling your jumper, the video being shown on Suns Twitter accounts today, the comparisons to Sean Miller's jumper, Sean Marion's jumper, all that kind of stuff. Don't let that kind of stuff just go to your head. Just go out there and play the way you normally do inside the 3-point line, and the rest will figure itself out over time.
Do guys go to the Summer League and get spooked? Do they? Because
Ryan did not. Ryan just kept shooting.
It's because it's just such a tempest of I am now on display for the NBA fans to see in this environment. I can see why some players might get a little spooked if they don't perform the way they think they should, yeah?
A little bit, and just also we see this from shooters or non-shooters when they're left open, and then all of a sudden it affects the rest of their play. Like that experience and like that negativity surrounding that affects them a little bit. Just don't want to see that at all. So I just want to see Koa Pete be Koa Pete.
Number 4.
I want to see, they're going to be on this list again, but I want to see the duo of Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach be like overwhelming on defense. Like I want to see a few possessions tonight where just the absolute size and athleticism that these two guys have just completely sucks up and envelops whoever they're guarding on Portland. Like I want to see Rasheer Fleming hounding a guy at half court and see some undrafted guard out of Xavier or Penn just be unable to dribble past him. Like I want to see that level of like physical dominance from those two because they need to look like what they are, which is the physical outliers on this court. Young Hodson is going to be out there for Portland as well, and he's a big dude, but all of his stuff comes from like the skill and the passing and things like that. For Malawach and Fleming, it is very physically and athletically based, so that is what I want to see. I want to see 2 or 3 possessions where you're like, oh my gosh, did you see that play that so-and-so made? Like highlights, for other words. Like I kind of want to see that, but a highlight could just be Rasheer not allowing a guy in 4 dribbles to make it past half court, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and again, we're looking here for developments that could potentially impact the Suns season and like the most positive things that could happen in terms of all their development. Okay, fine. Number 3.
Kobe Bryant, 20 points per game. I want to see him average 20 points per game in Summer League. There isn't really a definitive go-to scorer on this team. If it's anyone, it's going to be him, at least on the perimeter. They brought in Lawrence Boy, Sam Hoiberg out of Nebraska. He is an extremely pass-first point guard. He'll be crafty and get some shots up, don't get me wrong, but he's going to be out there to set the table for everyone else out there, and that includes Kobe Bryant, and I want to see him attack this game with a scorer's mentality, a hyper-aggressive sort of mentality. He is not just a shooter. He can score the ball a little bit. He showed that last Summer League. I don't think Rasheer is going out there trying to average 25 a game. Kaman's not really going to look to do that. Koa's not really going to look to do that. Be the guy that's going to take 18 to 20 shots in each game. Go for it.
I don't mean to jump the line here, and if I am, I apologize. How important, in your opinion, is point guard play in the Summer League to set up guys to look good? And if you
really
don't have good point guard play, right? Because it's
for the bigs, especially for Kaman, because his primary value is being a ball screener and getting the ball and screen and rolls, like offensively. Like we're not going to see him get the ball much in the post. I don't think, at least. We're not going to see him get the ball in the post that much. He's not going to have many dribble takes to the rim. We'll probably see a few. He did it last year. He'll probably do it again this year, but I think that Hoiberg is going to be actually pretty important to this team defensively as well, but then offensively and setting guys up for sure. Like I think he's going to be a fan favorite of the people who are watching the games.
Number 2.
Rasheer Fleming is too good to be here. We get through Sunday night and we're like, okay, that's enough for Rasheer. Let's get you in the rotation next year and get you on out of here. good enough to see here. I think the reason why I qualify Rasheer as this type of guy in year 2, despite being a second-round pick, is that physically and athletically, he is very much a first-round pick. Like 6'9", 7'5", wingspan with the way that he moves, weighs 250, 6'9". That's the type of guy that is a lottery talent in terms of his athletic package and things like that. The only reason he didn't go that high is because he was a couple of years into college already. I just want to have my primary conclusion from this game be that Rasheer's good. He doesn't need to play Summer League anymore. Let's get him out of here. 2 games is enough. See you later.
It's going to be tough if they don't achieve number 2 on this list. It's going to. I need to see this one too. So then I'm really curious what number 1 is, because this might have been your number 2 might have been my number 1. So what's your number 1?
Come on, Malawach is too good to be here. His development is way more important to the Suns' success than Rasheer Fleming's is.
But isn't Fleming closer to being too good to be
Fleming
here
is
than
more
Malawach?
Fleming is more important to next year's team, but in terms of what this team is going to be in the Devin Booker era, you need Kaman Malawach to be one of the 10 best centers in basketball. And again, I'm not putting too much weight into Summer League, but it would be a positive step towards him being that. If we came away from this and we're like, wow, that Oklahoma City series where he was able to get in there a little bit and all those minutes clearly helped him. Like, can you imagine how much better he's going to be in a year if this is how much better he got on a year-to-year basis? Like, that is part of the sell that people are inadvertently making when they say he's only 18, he's only 19, he's only played basketball this long, is we should expect major improvement year to year, not minor improvement, major improvement. He needs to look much better, and if he looks much better, he will be too good to be at Summer League.
Number 5, Koa Pete doesn't get spooked. Number 4, Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach's defensive presence. Number 3, Kobe Brea averages 20 points per game. Number 2, Rasheer Fleming is too good to be here. Number 1, Kaman Malawach is too good to be here. Those are the 5 very best, most positive developments the Suns could possibly hope for out of the Suns league.
3 of those hit, and they had a good weekend. Yeah.
3 of those? They had if 3 of those
for
are achieved,
however much stock you want to put into Summer League, low or high, that would be a good outcome. And I know I said earlier in the show I don't care about stats, but with Kobe, it's more about just being aggressive. And the sign that he's aggressive is 20 points per game.
Stay locked in on the D-backs all season long. Scores and trades and roster moves and analysis via the D-backs Insider newsletter sent right to your inbox. All you need to do is text the word INSIDER to 620-620 for more info, and we will hook you up. Of all the players tied to the Cardinals drafted after Jeremiah Love, who are the ones that we're going to be keeping our eye on the most? We'll talk about it coming up. Stay with us. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on this Friday.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Colin Gillespie, and you've got Jordan Goodwin in particular. I'm just isolating those 2 guys that personify it. Like, they do exactly what you say.
Yeah.
You can't then let them walk. These are guys you figure out a way to keep around.
Yes.
Because they don't define your season, but they make up your identity.
But they also produced,
yeah.
too.
No, it's not like
It's not like they're just out there trying as hard as they possibly can.
Yeah.
And because they're just trying as hard as they possibly can, we gave them $48 million.
No, it's not like it's the sentimental thing, or he's like the team mascot, like he's producing.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. It is always a big deal when Liberty GMC is doing something they have not done in 8 years. Employee pricing on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, the best truck out there on the road today, and you will pay what they pay with employee pricing. Or if you'd rather, take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. Either way, if you've been eyeing the best truck and you want to get it, boy, there's never been a better time, because this is the first time they've done employee pricing in 8 years at Liberty GMC. The savings are substantial. It's also, if a midsize truck is more your thing, you can lease a new 2026 GMC Canyon for just $319 a month. It is a great time to go get a truck from Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery gas crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
It can be found at ArizonaSports.com. Check it out there. Vote on it there. Lauren's going to give you the updated results here in a minute. Hello. Happy Friday, Lauren.
Happy Friday.
The weekend
you too.
beckons to us, doesn't it?
It does. It
calls.
That was cute, guys.
Very adorable.
We are of one mind sometimes. It is calling. But let's finish strong, including our poll question today. What do we got?
Well, our poll question today is, would a Dodger series win influence the D-backs' mentality at the trade deadline? Yes, they should definitely buy. No, they should sell. Still too early to make a firm decision.
I liked Kellen's answer to this earlier. If you're looking at it from the D-backs perspective, like they might look at a winning series and go, hey, on second thought, because they're just, you would think, kind of desperate to want to be buyers.
What if that was the wild card round? 3-game series. We won 2. There we go.
I mean, that was one of the reactions to the Pavin Smith DFA and we mentioned this at the top of the show. Nick Picoro had reported that it's possible they go external for their first base future. And it's like, God, are they going to buy? You know, even where they are they still thinking about buying if that's the case? So my answer is no, but not for the reason that we listed. I just don't think one 3-game series against the Dodgers should be the final arbiter as to whether you're buying or selling. So I guess actually my answer is number 3. Put me down for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Kellen signs off. All right, well, 50% of our audience is going with no, they should still sell. 25% equally going with still too early to make a firm decision, and yes, definitely buy.
Love me a poll question where it's fairly evenly split up. Yeah, all right. That's poll question. You can find it at ArizonaSports.com. You can vote on it here on the Burns and Gambo show. So as we're a week and a half away from camp, and I knew what I was going to use to kickstart this conversation because I didn't include this in my email, but since we're having a Jeremiah Love conversation here. Pro Football Focus a couple days ago. PFF running back rankings assessing all 32 starters ahead of the 2026 season. Without cheating and looking at my monitor, maybe you saw the story. You want to guess where PFF had Jeremiah Love ranked?
Oh, so they're counting Jeremiah Love as their starter.
I was surprised that Jeremiah Love was counted as a starter just because it's his first year. You want to guess where he was ranked?
14th.
Number 23.
Oh. Who's he sandwiching?
Ramondre Stevenson is ahead of him. Cam Scattaboo is behind him. Yeah, right?
What?
Right? Right? Come on. Oh, Lauren's like...
Who wrote this?
Pro Football Focus. Love-hate relationship, man. Sometimes we
Do
love
they
them,
list a
sometimes we hate them.
specific writer for Pro Football
What is your
Focus?
name, PFF
Because
man or
I'm
woman? Reveal
reaching
yourself.
out to you.
Dalton Wasserman and Max Shadwick. Posted July 8th, 2026, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Boys, you're getting a firmly worded text message from me.
You have drawn the ire of Lauren Koval. God bless your
I thought 14th
souls.
was like being safe.
I thought. So. I mean, look.
Like who is 14th? Like who is 14th?
14th on the list is Jalen Warren of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, sure. Like right around like that range of like proven NFL running back, but like not a star or elite or very good running back yet. Like that's the fair amount of like, okay, you're still a rookie that you can give here.
This is going in a completely different conversation, and I really just meant to use this as a conversation starter. But both of you tell me stop when you think Jeremiah Love should go, okay? Mic's on, everybody. You say stop. Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Devon Achane, James Cook, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, Kenneth Walker III, Kyron Williams, Josh Jacobs.
Stop.
Okay. You've got him 12th. Breece Hall, DeAndre Swift, Jalen Warren, Travis Etienne Jr., Javonte Williams.
Stop.
Okay. You've got him 16th. You've got him 16th. You've got him 12th. They've got him 23rd.
Where would you have put him?
I would have stopped after Breece Hall. No offense to DeAndre Swift. I would have had him 13th. That's where I would have stopped.
Who's the one after Javonte Williams?
After Javonte Williams, Bucky Irving.
Yeah.
Of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Wow, sorry, that was a really guttural reaction.
I'm thinking is like, does Bucky Irving have like Big Ten history here where like Lauren would have extra hatred for this guy? It's like, no, she just thinks he's kind of mid as a running back
okay, stop
comparatively.
right there. And
yeah.
I stand by that.
Bucky Irving sank my fantasy football team last year, so I got a gripe
There's
with him too.
the personal bias.
It always comes back to fantasy football. You know that. So I use this as a conversation starter because obviously the Jeremiah Love debate is not going anywhere. Who are you looking at in the draft that if we're going to have Jeremiah Love regret, that you're looking at and saying, I'm watching that dude in the draft that the Cardinals could have had to see what his career turns into?
I'm not necessarily coming from a lens of regret either. It's just like, who are you going to be measuring him against, right? Like, who are you going to be? You can call it buyer's remorse or whatever if you want to go that extreme. But for me, it's just comparing him against that guy. And the reason why I suggested this is because isn't this a draft where we have like almost a dozen names because of the thought exercises that we were doing? Like a lot of us thought they were going to trade down. So that's where we were getting to Spencer Fano or Francis Maui Noah. Some of us were trading down with teams that had multiple first round picks. So that's when you get to like Akeem Mesidor, an edge rusher who went 22nd, or Maxi Hanator who went 21st. To Pittsburgh. Like there's a ton of names on this list that we talked about in the lead up to the draft because of the various spots we thought the Cardinals could go.
I got one that's jumping off the page. It just jumps. And this is my first time looking at the draft. Knowing that we were going to talk about it, I just kind of wanted to do this cold and just look at it. Man, I am looking at Arvell Reese to see how his career turns out.
With Harbaugh too, yeah.
He is the one, if only because the reason we were spooked off of Arvell Reese, the reason I was spooked off is the whole history with the inside linebacker hybrid guy. Can he make the move, the leap? We've been burned here before, and if Arvell Reese does turn into that next guy, right? Then you're gonna, oh no, he should have been the one.
I know David Bailey was your guy because it was David Bailey who went number 2, so he doesn't apply here. Arvell Reese went number 5, and then Sonny Styles went number 7. Those were like the 3 blue chip defenders in this draft, and you know how this normally goes. One of them is going to be awesome, one of them is going to be pretty good to okay, and then one of them is probably going to be a bust. Who was your guy, Lauren, out of those 3 that you preferred, Bailey, Styles, or Reese? Like, which one took your eye the most as a defender?
Bailey.
Yeah. And you're right. He doesn't apply to, now, if he had been picked after, first of all, if he was available at number 3, I think the Cardinals would have taken him and not Jeremiah Love. I don't know that for a fact, but I think that.
And in that, right, you can still react if he has 11 sacks as a rookie. Like, I think that still is open to, like, looking at that and being like, man, they were 1 pick away from the guy that made the most sense. Yeah.
Who are you looking at?
Ty Simpson.
It's fair.
Not because they should have taken him at number 3, not because they should have taken him in the first round, but Luke and I, when we were on the live show together, you and I, Luke was a part of that too, and Luke and I had the same exact thing. We're like, wait a minute, do I want Ty Simpson now? Because the Rams took him, and the Rams, who are, in some people's eyes, the favorites to win the Super Bowl, took a developmental quarterback who is going to have absolutely no impact on their season this year. And it's like, wait, why do they love Ty Simpson that much? They're pretty smart.
Yeah.
Wait, do I want Ty Simpson now? So now it's like, and of course, the follow-up is this the guy that we're going to have to be facing now after Matthew Stafford for the next several years? So in a different way, it's him for sure.
The other 2, I think, are Spencer Fano and Francis Mauigoa, the 2 tackles who went bang, bang, 9-10 in the draft. Fano to Cleveland, Mauigoa to the Giants. I think just because the need to replenish the offensive line is constant. It's demanding. Its appetite can never be satisfied.
Ruben Bain, too, because he fell. He was like, some people saw him as that 4th blue chipper, and he fell all the way to 15. So I wonder if he fell for a good reason, or it's just the T-Rex arms aren't going to matter.
Is it Mauigoa?
Because of the questions around his statistical measurements and his injuries heading right into the draft.
Is he inside or outside?
And then teams trying to move him and switch him around.
Okay, so Reese, Simpson, Mauigoa, Fano, and maybe a little bit of Ruben. Basically, most of the players that we had kind of connected to the Cardinals the entire time for positional reasons, right? Just like knowing what they need and what they're going to do. Yeah, those are the guys I'm watching.
And then one more last one is Mendoza, because if the Cardinals would have lost efficiently enough, like they were pretty efficient at losing for nearly the entire season, but they just won too many games at the start of the year. Because if Mendoza is incredible as a rookie, my brain is trained to think, is this the guy we were supposed to get and we failed a year early? Like, were we a year late to being the team that was top 2 or 3 looking for a quarterback?
All right, coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show, if you missed our conversation with Troy Lavello, there was a lot there. And while we're not going to do a full replay of the conversation, we'll bring you the highlights, because whether it's the Pavin Smith DFA, the Zach Gallen conundrum, Troy talked about a lot. We'll bring you some of the best of what he had to say next. So stay with us here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the achy joint.
By putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only ways. Learn more about regenerative options that could help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
D-backs at the Dodgers Game 1 tonight live from L.A. Our coverage starts at 6:30 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. 7 o'clock tonight, you'll hear D-backs Dodgers here on Arizona Sports. The first of three and the final three games before the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. And the big news of the day, Shohei Ohtani will not start tonight. Jamal just covered it there in what's trending now a moment ago. It's going to be a bullpen game for the Dodgers. Ohtani dealing with a knee issue. He will DH against the Diamondbacks this weekend. He will not participate in the All-Star game at all next week. So that's a big blow for Major League Baseball. But you've got a decided advantage, at least in terms of the starting pitching matchup tonight with Erod in a bullpen game. It's still the Dodgers. They're still playing at a historically high level. Kellen, we had Torey Lovullo on earlier in the day, as we always do on a Friday, and you and I both noticed a little extra oomph to him today, a little extra edge to his voice, reasonable considering the burden of the expectations and the lack of performance in the 500 ball that they've played. And I'm sure Torey is very well understanding of what these next few games and what these next couple of weeks are going to be like for him. And I think it's safe to say that was reflected in his voice when he was talking to us earlier today.
Yeah, this is a very stressful time. It's an incredibly stressful job, but I think that what we're watching right now is that they are officially entering a different stage of their season. And what I mean by that is when you look at the general ineffectiveness of this team or the general mid of this team for the first 70, 80 games of the year, they were able to juggle through all of these problems that they have, whether it was injuries, whether it was their offense, whether it was their starting pitching, and they were able to remain in the wild card race, whether that was holding a third spot or being a game or two out or being a game or two up on the next team in. All of a sudden, with the Miami Marlins getting real hot and the D-backs fading a little bit here in the last 10 to 15 games, they now have to chase a spot. They have to get hot. They have to have a stretch where they win 8 of 10 just to get back in this race, let alone win the race for this third and final spot or one of those other spots as well. And he knows that far better than I do. And then when you consider the stakes of how we were in a similar season like this 2 years ago, and then a year ago in some respects as well with the increased expectations compared to last year, I don't think Torey can survive 3 years in a row of this. I don't think he can.
No, I don't think he can either. And I don't want to overplay how Torey sounded. It's not like he was barking at us like anything. He was... But there was just a little extra something to his voice today. That was they weren't happy with that series in San Diego. They can't be happy with how they played the other night. Heck, Torey even spelled an expletive on the air. That's how grumpy he was about things with how they played in that Wednesday night game against San Diego. So let's get to the nuts and bolts of what he had to say, and let's start with the big news of the day: Pavin Smith being designated for assignment. Torey Lovullo, here's what he had to tell us earlier.
It was a tough conversation. You know, Pavin was part of the original draft class when we all arrived here in 2017, and he migrated through the system and got to the big leagues. And we knew that he was going to be able to grow and develop as an outfielder, corner outfielder, or first baseman. And then you develop a relationship with these guys. And I developed a very close bond with all the players, and I'm not the only one. So when we had to say goodbye to him, it was a really tough scenario. He took it well. He understood why it happened. And, look, I've been saying all along that Pavin can hit. I'm quoted as saying that. When I say that, I'm not saying it so the media knows or the public knows. I'm saying it because I know Pavin is listening to everything that I say, as are all players. And Pavin is just a very mild, even-keeled guy. And I was trying to convince him that he was going to be okay. And he was going to find his way to hitting his way into this lineup every single day. Because I know everything that I say is just magnified and goes directly to these players. So I know he heard it, and he started to build a little bit of confidence, but he just couldn't get over the hump this year, and unfortunately this decision had to be made.
He was designated for assignment. It was officially done today. Ryan Waldschmidt has been called up in his place from the minors.
Interesting. It's an interesting decision, too, as well, because this could have easily been Lou James Groover or Tyler Locklear, and then it's okay, there is the extra piece in the first base rotation. For now, it feels incomplete. Obviously, Tim Tawa and Ildemaro Vargas are the placeholders for now, but they feel like definitely placeholders to the person that is going to get the most reps here for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. We're gonna see those two guys and hopefully get a little bit of production out of that. Those two in that space, and we got 3 games left before the break. But I know Mike and company is always doing their very best to find upgrades. And, quite frankly, first base and DH have been a little bit of an enigma for us. So we haven't been able to find the consistency nor the numbers that we need to go out there and be a productive offensive team. But for right now, yep, it's going to be Tawa and Vargas. Vargas is playing second today. I'm DH and Cattell, trying to get him off his feet for a second or two. But overall, it is what it is. We're gonna do our absolute best to coach these guys up and let them be productive.
Let's fast forward to Zach Gallen, because we saw his last outing. He got blown up in the first inning. Ended up giving them 6 when it was all said and done, and 4 earned runs. But there was a lengthy conversation between Torey and Zach that was very public and was very one-sided, and it was very in front of the cameras. And you asked him about that conversation and what happened between the two of them. Here's what he said.
Yeah, I was a little bit frustrated. I'm going to keep the contents of the conversation private between Zach and I, but I told him just that. I said, I've known you a long time, and I'm going to play a couple cards that I haven't played before, so heads up, here it comes. And he received it. He accepted it. And, he challenged me, and we ended up digging in a little bit. And I like those conversations. They're very respectful. They're always coming from the right place to help one another. And especially in this case, I'm trying to push him along and see things that he maybe isn't thinking about. So at the end of it, yes, I was pushing a button or two. That's my job. And I don't necessarily like to do that in front of cameras or in the dugout. But in this case, it was just so raw, and I felt like I didn't want to waste time. I needed to do it right there and then. And it took place, and he received it, and hopefully gets the message.
If you're watching on YouTube,
I hope you just saw the look. I apologize.
Kellen's face got all scrunchy on that one.
Radio format. Part of my thinking behind the Pavin thing was like him saying that the Pavin can hit thing. I was like, Tori, do you believe that he can hit, or were you just saying that to make Pavin think that he can hit? And then the Zach thing is very like we're at the end of the line here, and I feel like that's something that I forget a lot in these instances. Like whenever we get mad at Torey for putting Pavin in the lineup, and then Torey comes out last year and flat out says, hey guys, I don't do the lineup sometimes. Like I'm not the lineup guy. Like I don't know why you're coming to me for the lineup when sometimes I'm not even the lineup guy. And then there as well, I kind of forget like Torey has his own opinion on how this is going. And I wonder if he sees Zach at the end of the line too, and it's not him that is making that final decision. And if he'd have it his way, he'd be out of the rotation. That's a lot to infer from just that. But more so that he has his own individual opinion on all these things.
Based off of the answer that he gave to your question, we followed up with the question about, okay, there's been some speculation in the media, namely from Jack Summers over at Sports Illustrated, who makes several appearances on this radio station. Will you consider using an opener for Zach Gallen, given that his first inning ERA this season is 9?
Everything's on the table, for sure. We got to win baseball games. That's what it's all about. And you get to this point in the season, you got to win. And there's no other way to look about it. You can't. There's no feel-good moral victories right now. We got to win baseball games, so everything's on the table.
Based off of the 2 answers that we just played there, Kellen, I think it's fair to at least wonder if that was the quote-unquote card or one of the cards that Torey was playing when he was having that very public, forward-facing conversation with Zach, trying to push a button, trying to elicit a reaction, trying to say, hey, look, man, we're down to it, brother. We're down to our final straws here and our final acts. I have no choice but to try this with you, and that's just how it's going to be. I don't know for a fact. Torey, of course, wouldn't confirm that, but I think it's fair to wonder, based off those 2 answers, if that's how that conversation went down.
And if you count first half of last year, we're pretty much a full season of this level of play in to this whole stretch for Zach. Like he pitched better than the second half of last year, but if you combine the first half of last year to all of this year, that's like over a season of Torey trying to problem solve this with him.
Yep. Diamondbacks baseball coming up. We'll preview the game 1 against the Dodgers at 5:45. Summer League begins tonight for the Phoenix Suns. Very, very relevant this year. A lot of reasons to watch, a lot of reasons to pay attention. Is it going to be like that in the near future? We'll explain next. Kellen's in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2, and Bogarts swings and misses, and that's your ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 3-1. Sewald blocks down his 21st save of the season. And the D-backs get out of town with a series split and set their eyes on the final 3 games against the Dodgers to wrap up the first half of the season.
A San Diego split to chop up, and a preview of tonight's Game 1 at the Dodgers coming your way on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Every furniture store says they have a deal. But here's the question. Did they get a deal when they bought it? At The Dump, that's all we do. We only buy deals. And a real deal only comes from the people who actually make furniture. It makes sense for them to dump 80% off their prices now, then wait to get full price who knows when. Each new day, we unload one-of-a-kind design samples and canceled orders. To these days, truckloads from famous furniture, mattress, and rug stores. Out of business forever. You get the real deal. 80% off all the great brand names. All brand new. No frills. No retail overhead. Nothing comes between you and 5 acres of real deals. Why, you'll get $1,000 power recliners with immersive surround sound for $299. $1,000 hand-knotted rugs, $299. $2,000 Serta Perfect Sleepers, $399. We get real deals, you get real deals. 80% off to the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals are reinforcing dangerous stereotypes against them in the Jacoby Brissett contract stalemate. What boxes should Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete check in the Summer League? And Shohei Ohtani was scratched from his Friday start against the D-backs. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Just real quick on the Diamondbacks, because Kellen brought this to my attention 15 seconds ago. Nick Piccolo from AZ Central tweeted out that Corbin Burns' MRI today showed encouraging results, and he has begun a throwing program, manager Torey Lovello said. Still has a long way to go, but Burns can start to build from here. So that's the latest with him.
Jody adding that Soroka will throw a bullpen on Sunday, and then Ryan Nelson, AJ Puck, and Jordan Lawler will have MRIs a week from today on July 17th.
Okay, so things very slow. You asked him about Lawler today, right?
I did.
And let's see. Here's the update on Lawler.
Lawler is doing his cage routine, just keeping the bat lined up, doing some running mechanics, but there is no timeline for him to get back out there on the field right now. He's still doing a little treatment, trying to be asymptomatic.
When we get to D-backs on deck, we'll update a lot of the injuries because we've also got an update on Soroka. We've got an update on Justin Martinez. We'll do all of that in D-backs on deck. Tonight, Summer League debut for the Phoenix Suns. All eyes will be on Koa Pete. All eyes will be on Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Brea, Hoiberg. I mean, there's a lot to. I know it feels like we say this a lot during the summer league. Like there's a lot to pay attention to and a lot to kind of want to monitor. It feels like this year even more so than ever. But like there's just a lot that you're gonna want to follow. I think if you're a Suns fan. But it does also make you wonder, given the limited resources the team has to spend on draft picks in the future. They've got draft picks, but not, not great ones and severely leveraged ones. It does make you wonder if every summer league from here on out is going to be like this, if it's going to be this compelling and be this interesting.
If the Suns are going to be able to make it compelling. And what I mean by that is we look at this 2 years ago, and the Suns didn't really have much draft pick equity to work with, like in the current stages of where they were at in 2025 and in 2026. And then they made that draft pick equity appear. Not out of nowhere, but they made some moves, and they got Kaman Malawach. They moved up like crazy to get Rasheer Fleming. They held that pick for Kobe Brea, and then they moved up again to get Koa Pete. And if you look at the future of the Suns' draft pick equity, they have draft picks. They just don't really have their own at all. Next year, they have a first rounder and a second rounder. The second rounder has a bunch of protections on it. It's probably going to land in the 50s. The first rounder has a bunch of protections. It's probably going to land in the 20s. Their first round pick in 2028 is their lone pick in that draft. That is the swap to oblivion, Bradley Beal, the 3 second rounders for swaps pick. 2029 is the same version of the 2027 first round pick. And then in 2030, they have another one of those swapped picks. So they have 1 second round pick this is the only second round pick they have, is 2027. All of their other second round picks have been traded. They're gone, and they don't have any others coming in from other teams as well. So it's like, okay, on paper, this looks like next year you're going to have like 2 rookies that you're going to be mildly interested in maybe, but nothing too crazy. Are they going to find a way to get someone that is more interesting? Are they going to find a way to add more picks? Are they going to have less picks instead because of this new flexibility they opened up with the Miles Bridges trade where they could trade one of these picks instead? It's really interesting, and especially for the future, because from 2031 to 2033, they have 1 draft pick, and it is their own first-round pick in 2032. And the reason why they have it is because it's frozen from the second apron stuff.
They're being forced to keep it, basically. You know, it's funny. I was going to give you an answer, and then within the span of 10 seconds, you changed my mind. No, really, no. I was going to say, yeah, I think because the Koa Pete trade, the Rasheer Fleming trade, the Kaman Malawach trade over the last couple of years have kind of reflected an ability to move around on draft night and do some substantial, interesting things. Here's what you said that changed my mind. One of the trades they made in giving up that 2033 unprotected was to give themselves the flexibility to trade 27 and 29. I believe, could be wrong, I believe that was done with the intent of trading both of those picks for players or attaching those picks to, let's just say, I'm going to get everybody upset here, but like Jalen Green, right? For more of a now maybe those are for picks, and maybe that's the move up in the draft. Or maybe it's because you're looking for a more now fit to fit the timeline of Devin Booker. So because I think the 27 and the 29 picks were basically acquired to be dealt very soon, I think this might be the last time for a while where the Summer League has this kind of level of intrigue. Normally, I think I would have said just the opposite, that no, man, they've really shown a willingness on draft night to move around and do something bold things in the draft. Not anymore. I tend to think the picks they have are going to be more for immediate now guys. That's just my read of the putt.
And this type of draft pick situation, especially again from 2031 to 2033, could be motivation where if this year does not go well and you can We talked about this with Royce O'Neal, where we were like, if you have to just like dump Royce O'Neal effectively and you just get a couple second-round picks, it's still a couple of second-round picks. You don't have a couple of second-round picks. You have one. That's it. Like, there are going to be trade opportunities that come up for them if they are in a seller's mode or if their year is not really going that well, where at the deadline, those opportunities could be there for them to take a pivot on what they are committing to with this current core and going in a different direction instead. Because the pattern here has been, when we unlock future picks to trade, we're going to keep trading those to get picks now. And then we're going to keep doing that over and over again. Now, the core fundamental difference here is the picks they're trading in the future could be awesome and have a ton of value, and the picks that they're getting back are not going to be awesome and have little value comparatively. That has been the big difference with their strategy that they've been doing so far, and we'll see if it paid off, because we were sitting here 2 years ago being like, where on earth is the young talent going to be? They've got young talent now. We'll see if it pays off and they pick the right guys.
Yeah, and that's the other that's part of the conversation is, do they in their minds feel like they have enough young talent that they don't really need to worry about continuing to feed the young talent, or continuing to build upon the young talent? Again, I think so much of this, to your point, depends on how they do this season. And if they get to the trade deadline and the plan hasn't worked out, and that they found that it's more difficult than they thought to repeat and build upon the success they had last year, boy, that philosophy could change, right? Like on a dime, depending on the tradable contracts they have on the roster, how tradable they are, and whether it's time to pivot off a plan that got sideways. Or, best case scenario, they've improved upon last year, right? And they just keep riding the way they're going. It really all depends on how the first 3 months of the season goes.
Update to the update from Picoro from LA. Soroka had been scheduled to throw his bullpen on Sunday, but now it's going to be Tuesday or Wednesday. Soroka's return will not be as soon after the All-Star break as the club had initially hoped.
I believe that's what Torey told us, that he was going to throw on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
And parsing through Torey's words, it was pretty clear that Michael Soroka was not going to be available right after the All-Star break, that he'd have to go on some kind of a minor league rehab. So that's not too much of a surprise there. Speaking of the Arizona Diamondbacks, when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, is Ryan Waldschmidt the answer? What's the question? Next, Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings. If this year is meant to be a transition year and you need to get Carson back out there, then I get the idea that what are we going to pay Jacoby Brissett? But if you've got the team captain, longest tenured Cardinal, the most respected player on the Cardinals, coming out and saying, get this done, he's not asking for what you think. I think it's pretty obvious now what's going on. What is wrong with the strategy of giving him what he wants, rewarding a guy who stepped into the breach for you last year, and if you're 1-7 after 8 weeks, set him free?
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather, worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a W in their series finale against the San Diego Padres last night. Merrill Kelly was absolutely fantastic in his outing, going 7 innings and giving up just 1 run on 3 hits. The D-backs will stay in the state of California, only this time they will be headed to Los Angeles to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. The good news is that it is Erod Day. So happy Erod Day to those who celebrate, as Eduardo Rodriguez will be taking the mound tonight against those very Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani will not be making his scheduled start on the mound due to knee irritation, but will serve as the designated hitter for the series. First pitch for that one is at 7:10 with pregame starting at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Summer League Phoenix Suns will be making their 2026 debut tonight, and speaking of debuts, Suns first-round pick Koa Pete will be making his debut as well. The Suns will be taking on the Portland Trailblazers tonight in Summer League action. Tip-off for that one is at 8 o'clock, and you can watch it on ESPNU. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. D-backs and the Dodgers tonight, the opener of the 3-game series. It starts at 7:10 this evening. You'll hear it right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Eduardo Rodriguez in a bullpen game. We're learning now from those who were with the team in Los Angeles that apparently Dave Roberts texted Troy Lovello last night to say that Ohtani was not going to start today and that there was going to be a bullpen game out of a courtesy to Torrey and the Diamondbacks.
All good, little bro.
To make it look like they were trying to pull one over on the Diamondbacks. So that's on tonight. And then 8 o'clock tonight, Trailblazers taking on the Suns, Summer League opener. We've talked about that one a lot. It's going to be televised on ESPNU. And then, of course, Kellen will have something probably on the site about it tomorrow at some point. Is that the plan?
Tomorrow at some point, but if it's an uneventful game tonight, more something like all-encompassing on Sunday. New Empire of the Suns podcast when we can find a time. Kevin and I are in one of those crunches right now where it's like, whenever we can find the time, we'll find a way. Lauren deals with this with Tyler Drake on the Cardinals Corner podcast, 2 extremely busy individuals in the newsroom in terms of like a weekly schedule, those don't really exist for the four of us with a pod. We'll get it to you when we can. I don't know how you and Alex do it, but that's how the four of us do it.
That's funny. Alex and I have nothing better to do. We're just like podcasting.
As Alex is live from LA right now, by the way, covering the team on the road.
He just pin dropped from Dodger Stadium.
That cracks me up because Tyler and I's text, literally, if I showed you my phone, would just be like, Wednesday at noon, no. Tuesday at 2, no. Tuesday at 1:30, no.
Yeah, I'm teasing. It's a little more challenging than that, but we, in season we make it work. We figure it out. And then it's not on tonight because they already played today, but Spain won and advanced to the semifinals of the World Cup where they'll play France. Tomorrow there are 2 matches.
Yeah, 2 o'clock is your homework if you pick one. 2 o'clock is England, Norway, and then I believe 6 o'clock is Argentina and Switzerland. Could make the case that just seeing the GOAT at 6 o'clock is worth your time, but in terms of like a quality game, 2 o'clock should be really fun. Erling Haaland's doing some historic stuff as a goal scorer, and England's at that stage of the tournament where things tend to get pretty hairy for him.
Okay. Did you mean to do that?
Yeah.
Harry, England. No, not really.
Maybe a little bit.
And then, I'm sorry. When did we decide the semifinals were in the World Cup? It's next
Tuesday.
Week. Tuesday?
Yeah,
both
Tuesday.
of them on the same day, or one on one? They're both on Tuesday.
No, one Tuesday, one Wednesday. Tuesday at noon. That's Spain, France, which on tap is like the best game so far that we've seen in terms of the matchup between 2 elite teams. Caleb Wilson and Cameron Boozer going on right now on ESPN, I believe, as well in summer league play.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
it was up there. Now there's X Games highlights on there, so I don't really know what was happening. It was up there before.
I'm not sure. That's what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening. They did tweet out the lineup for tonight's game. Waldschmidt's not in it, right? Was he in today's lineup? I don't think he was. Ryan Waldschmidt got called up for the Pavin Smith DFA. Just a quick.
Waldy is in center.
Oh, he's in center. Okay,
he's in center.
He is in the
hitting
lineup.
Yep.
All right, I was looking for the lineup real quick. I couldn't find it. Okay, so Ryan Waldschmidt, you know this, is in his brief time with the Diamondbacks became a very popular player with the fan base. There was a little bit of outrage. Maybe that's too strong of a word, but there were some people who were not very happy that he got sent down.
Annoyed, perturbed.
Even though he was swinging and missing at about a third of the stuff that he was seeing. Like he was just becoming a strikeout merchant his last few weeks and probably needed to go down to kind of refine things a little bit. Given his popularity and given the Diamondbacks need, again, Kellen, this is another 5 through 9 conversation here, to find somebody to lengthen that lineup a little bit and give somebody that they can count on. I wonder, to a certain extent, how much Waldschmidt is going to be relied upon in almost a desperation mode to see if he can be that spark guy 5 through 9 for them, given that he's the number 1 prospect in the organization.
It does feel like, and let me know if you disagree, but compared to recent years, they have stretched themselves a little bit in terms of like we want to keep them in AAA so they can play everyday thing. Like Tommy Troy has been in there a lot, but with this kind of move, it's going to be between him and Waldy going back and forth. Maybe Tommy Troy is going to get sent down for the first baseman that's going to take over. Maybe that's something that's coming in the future, and this is just like a day-by-day kind of thing that's going on. But they have allowed like their prospects to dance back and forth a little bit more than we're used to. Because remember how many segments you guys had back in like Lawler's like prime years of like being a top prospect, where they were like, we want him to play every day. We want him to play every day. They need these guys to come up now. But you're totally right with Waldschmidt. In his last 21 games, 31 strikeouts and only 4 walks. So there was a point where 12 games in, the strikeout walk numbers were pretty good. The scouting report came out, and then everyone figured out how to get him to swing and miss. He struck out in 27 of his 33 games. So there really isn't anything else for him to improve on more than that, to say the least. It's very simple. Just keep an eye on the swing and miss and just the strikeouts and the walks as well. Because if he was striking out 31 times, but he had 14 walks, it's like, okay, there's some little bounce there, at least a little bit, but the walks really dropped off and the strikeouts went way up.
The thing that he, like a lot of young right-handed hitters, had a hard time dealing with was the breaking stuff from the outside part of the plate, right? And just the inability to lay off of that stuff. And so I look at him, given his pedigree and how important he is in the organization, and I had a little Brandon Pfaadt moment when I was thinking about Waldschmidt when the news came down that Waldy got called up and Pavin got DFA'd. In that, Brandon Pfaadt went down to the minors, wasn't down there very long, was down there for the express purpose of stretching himself out, but also kind of working on himself a little bit. And through 2 starts so far, so great. I mean, for Brandon Pfaadt. It really, now whether it lasts tomorrow night against the Dodgers, I don't know. But Pfaadt went down to the minors and seemingly, at least for now, fixed what was broken. And I'm wondering if Waldschmidt has done the same thing. If he used even the briefest time down in Reno to be able to refine that thing in his game that had kind of gone wrong in order to give this team a spark. Here's my other thought about Waldschmidt. There were 2 players yesterday on the show, Kellen, the day before the show, that we kind of identified as their at-bats are just almost a complete waste of time at this point. Pavin was one of them. He's DFA'd. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is the other. And I wonder if Ryan Waldschmidt's promotion is the rapid decline of Gurriel's at-bats because he's just not giving you what you're looking for 5 through 9. And instead of a Troy or Waldschmidt conversation, that it's going to be a Troy and Waldschmidt conversation.
Rightfully so. A lot of the attention when Gurriel was coming into this season was the incredible recovery of his injury, and then, of course, like him coming off the injury. But I think we kind of forgot last year was the worst season of his career at the plate as well, and this is the last year of his contract as well. So they are in a kind of situation where they can bounce those at-bats around a little bit. Interestingly enough, when we looked at that 12-game point when it turned for Waldschmidt in quite a negative way, Tommy Troy hasn't been much more successful since his 12th game. So over the last 26 for him, he's hitting 190 with a 594 OPS. The strikeouts aren't super high, and the walks aren't crazy either. Alex was able to catch up with Ryan Waldschmidt before the game, and on Alex's Twitter, our own Alex Weiner, Waldschmidt said, quote, "I think it was mostly getting back to being myself and just being able to do that continuously, staying with the plan throughout the at-bat, not worrying about what the result might end up being, but being committed to that plan all the way," end quote. So it wasn't so much of like I got a defined weakness that the MLB just showed me and I need to correct it. It was more of his own mental approach that he was kind of getting in his own head a little bit.
He's never really been, a big chase guy. He was always kind of known as someone who's going to give you a real good, solid at-bat.
They don't draft him.
Where he's right. Like, he's just good at-bats, good eye, very selective at the plate, things like that. But we saw it in spring, and we saw it during his first big league stint. Just a lot of swing and miss and a lot of lack of discipline at the plate. We'll see if that's changed, and we'll see just how much they lean into the 2 young guys to see if they can provide for that back half of the lineup, what they've not been able to find consistently all year long out of anybody. Speaking of the Arizona Diamondbacks, when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, we will preview Game 1. Dodgers, D-backs. That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just think we have seen Brandon Pfaadt do good things in the past, and I will continue to say this. Your ERA is your ERA. Like, you can't run from it, right?
Yeah.
But I do think it's different with different guys. Some guys just can't get outs, and every time they go out there, they're bad. Pfaadt is more like he's good, then he's really bad. Then he's good, then he's good. But he's at least giving you a chance to win 2 of the 3 starts or whatever the number is, you know? And if you can manage, if you can kind of be in tune to when he's starting to unravel whatever inning it is, that's more navigatable as a team, I would think, than what Gallen's doing right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisi here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
D-backs on deck. Diamondbacks and the Dodgers opening up a 3-game series, and of course the final series before the All-Star break commences tonight. And tonight's pitching matchup, it's brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know that Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to the windowdepot.com. A little bit of a change in your program tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Eduardo Rodriguez is getting the start for the Diamondbacks. It is Erod night. Celebrates all of those who do celebrate. It is Erod night, as Jamal's been saying all day. The 33-year-old lefty, 7-3 with a sterling 2.25 ERA. The starter for tonight, Kellen, according to BaseballReference.com, will be Kyle Hurt, 28-year-old righty, 3-1, 4.55 ERA. It's a bullpen game for the Dodgers with no Shohei Ohtani.
Very interesting because the Dodgers, and of course they were just kind of put in this situation with how late this developed, but they have not really done the opener bullpen game thing really that much at all this year. I was looking it up, and Kyle Hurt does not have a start this year. He has not been used as an opener at all this year, and you wonder like what exactly their strategy is, if they're going to go to a bulk guy. Like, for example, Eric Lauer was the guy who came in after Will Klein, who was the opener that they used a few weeks ago. I'm looking right now to see when is the last time Lauer pitched 4 days ago and he threw 6 innings. So I'm guessing it's not him that is going to be up here. So I'm curious to see how they navigate this type of thing. And we talk about all the advantages that the Diamondbacks have in this game compared to the 2 matchups over the weekend. It's not only the fact that you have Erod on the mound, but it's the Dodgers using something that they don't normally do and like spoiling the key ahead of time. It is such an advantageous opportunity, in my opinion, whenever a team deploys a bullpen game, because we saw how delicate and tight of a rope that was for the D-backs when they tried it in the postseason, right? Do you remember that? It was like they were nearly, I can't remember which game it was, but it was like the 6th or 7th inning, and they were almost there in just one bad inning from one reliever, and then all of a sudden they had to scramble, and this guy's in, and this guy's in, and who's in after him? We don't even know who's in after him. If you can just screw up 1 or 2 innings here in the first 4 or 5 for these guys, then Roberts has to improvise it, and that's when you can be in business.
I think a perfect example of that is what didn't happen the other night for the Diamondbacks when they were facing Germán Marquez. If they had really punished him in the first inning the way they were poised to, that game takes off at an entirely different timeline and an entirely different direction, because now it turns into a bullpen game where they're scrambling and they're putting guys in there they don't want to, and instead they only score the 1 run with the bases loaded off of Marquez, and now he's able to settle in and give them even more than what a typical bullpen game starter would do. So yeah, it's very, I don't know if it's a key to the game or not, but getting off to a good start early to force Dave Roberts to go down a path he doesn't want to go down would be a big key. Now, of course, Eduardo Rodriguez, this is, if you have designs of winning the series, tonight's almost like must-win game because of the matchup that you've got. More on that in a minute. Now, today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We've got a lot here to unpack, so let's do it. Per Nick Bacoro's Twitter account, Corbin Burns' MRI today showed encouraging results. He has begun a throwing program, according to manager Troy Lavello. Still has a long way to go, but Burns can start to build from here. Then when we had Troy on our show earlier today, we asked him about 3 players injury-wise. Here's what Torrey said about Soroka.
Yeah, feeling really good. And he had a throwing program yesterday. Very typical for, getting back out there and starting to initiate a pretty intense throwing program. So all is good. Looks like it's going to be a Tuesday, Wednesday, get on the bump, throw a bullpen, and then piece together from there. And then once he gets on the bullpen and starts to progress, there will be a timeline. So I think a couple bullpens, maybe alive, get him out on a rehab, and then get him back in our dugout, because we definitely need him in here to help us win some games.
A couple of bullpens, a live throwing session, a rehab. He is not going to be available, obviously, coming back after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
That's just too much traffic before he's going to be back.
And this is why I think, again, I've been saying it's almost like the universe is making the Diamondbacks DFA Zach Gallen, because they're at the Cabrera news. Like, we just kind of glanced by it because it was what it was. But now who's the 5th starter in the rotation when they come back from break? It's Erod, Fott, Gallen, and Kelly. Right now, that 5th guy comes in, and then you assume Soroka, whenever he comes back, replaces that 5th guy. And then you would need Nelson or Burns to come back before you even got to taking Gallen out. Of course, the solution is taking Gallen out, putting Mitch Bratt or Cole Drake or whoever else in that spot. But again, I just don't think the Diamondbacks are going to do that.
I think it also affects the trade deadline. If you're looking to move Michael Soroka, I don't even know if he's going to be healthy enough to be able to be moved by the trade deadline potentially. I mean, I think that's another fallout on this. Jordan Lawler?
Lawler is doing his cage routine, just keeping the bat lined up, doing some running mechanics, but there is no timeline for him to get back out there on the field right now. He's still doing a little treatment, trying to be asymptomatic.
Justin Martinez.
Yeah, J-Mart is throwing one more pen and then onto a live. And he's going to – J-Mart is not going to have a follow-up MRI. I said that the other day. So there's not a scheduled follow-up MRI. There's other guys that are going to get the follow-up MRI, which is Puck, Nelson. I think Corbin Burns just recently had one. So he's on a really nice return to throw and looking very, very sharp. The ball's coming out hot for J-Mart.
Obviously, nothing imminent for any of those guys that we're talking about. So that continues to be the injury update for the Diamondbacks. MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC starting today. Diamondbacks 46-47, 5.5 games out of the last wild card spot. Currently owned by the Miami Marlins, who are just ridiculously hot right now. 52-42 on the season of the Marlins. The Dodgers, of course, start the series, I should say, first place in the NL West. Kellen's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
We talked about the first inning for the Diamondbacks offense. Throw off this bullpen rotation that they're going to go through during a bullpen game. The Diamondbacks are 22nd in runs in the first inning, so it hasn't been a strength or a weakness of them, just about average where they've been. But how about the other side? Erod has allowed 10 of his 27 earned runs in the first inning. If Erod